The sister of the main character, named Young Fei Fei, felt the breath of the powerful ice wind while climbing the stairs, and it was very frightening. Within a minute, Ice Cloud had taken the girl captive to freeze and immobilize her. The main character, named Yang Sai, found the current already in the hospital in a vegetative state, completely bedridden. The boy tried to move Yang Fei Fei, hoping to bring the girl to her senses in this way, because she always liked to argue and do the opposite of what her brother does. Hoping that his sister did not hear him, Yang Shi told her that the girl was not the only one in their family who had awakened abilities. The main character demonstrated his ability on his sister, which consisted in the fact that he could steal the abilities of others, taking her from Yang Fei Fei. The boy took away his sister's D-rank ability, which consisted of a mental blast that hits attacking enemies. It was clear that the ability of rank D was insufficient to help the girl against the attack of the awakened rank A, which is why the girl ended up in a hospital bed. The incident with his sister made the boy wonder if the attack on the girl was really unintentional. The protagonist heard that behind the door of the hospital ward, a representative of the awakened rank A was trying to calm the girl's parents, who accused the superhero of murder. The representative of the superhero proved to the parents that the influence of superpowers on the girl happened on purpose. But it is impossible to control everything when there is a battle with monsters. The parents of the main character and his sister flatly refused to take money for compensation and treatment, and sent the representative of the superhero to hell. Yang Shi had a different opinion on the progress of this case, so he picked up the documents from the floor and tried to continue the negotiations with the representative of the superhero, much to his father's dismay. The boy reassured the father by reminding him that his daughter is in a vegetative state and money is needed for treatment and rehabilitation. The main character's only condition was that the superhero apologize to his sister in person. The guy insisted that the Kunlun company also apologize in person. The representative of the superhero assured that Bing Chuan Jr. does not have time to come in person because he is involved in the fight against monsters, but he is ready to pay an additional 100,000 to the specified amount. Such an agreement appealed to the main character, and he accepted it and signed it. After leaving the hospital, Lawyer Wang happily reported to his employer, the superhero Bing Chuan Jr., that he had managed to settle with the Yang family by adding only 100,000. The superhero was satisfied with such a good course of negotiations and promised to pay compensation for the girl as soon as possible. Lawyer Wang didn't really like what he was doing and dreamed that one day his abilities would awaken, he would become a superhero, and he would have a good rest. The protagonist returned to his sister's bed and apologized for signing the contract, but promised to prove that the attack on her was intentional. The guy was sure that some of the awakened ones do not have the right to become superheroes, and he promised his sister to change this shameful situation. To fulfill his promise, the main character, who was an intern and a reporter, had to leave his parents and settle in a big city. The guy settled in the Minyu's district, in a dormitory that he found in advance. The girls who lived in the dormitory called themselves Ding Lan and Xiao Ai, and asked the boy to give his name. The main character called himself, but complained that he really wanted to rest, so he wouldn't be able to keep the girls company. Then he went to his room. Analyzing the situation, Yang Si saw that videos with monsters are spreading very powerfully in social networks and in general on the internet. There were also many videos about how black portals began to appear over the entire planet. From these black portals, powerful monsters began to arrive on Earth, whose goal was to kill as many people as possible and cause destruction that could only be stopped by those who possessed subspecies. Owners of such abilities began to be called superheroes. In order to prevent the abuse of abilities, a separate law was adopted according to which, in order to be called a hunter, it was necessary to take a certification. Thinking about this, the boy found a video in which his sister, Yang Fei Fei, was impressed by the superhero and began to carefully analyze it. After watching the video, the protagonist realized that he did not find anything suspicious on it that would indicate the superhero's abuse of his abilities. After studying the video clip, the time passed imperceptibly, and the clock was already 2:30 in the morning, and it was necessary to go to bed as soon as possible, and tomorrow was already a hard day. After collecting his toiletries, the boy went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and go to bed. Near the dressing room, he saw the third roommate of their room, who was in a very bad condition, and it seemed that the girl was drunk. The girl apologized but was the first to run to the restroom. You can tell that she needs much more than the guy, and asked him to wait. Barely reaching the toilet, the girl felt nauseous. After that, she was in a bad state. The guy approached the stranger to see how she was feeling and could not understand whether he should help her. It flashed through the head of the main character that a man should not get close enough to a woman when she is in such a state. Unwilling to leave the girl in distress, Yang Shi knocked on the door of one of the dorm roommates to call her for help. Ding Lan opened the door and was very surprised to see the boy appear at such a late hour. The main character told that one of the roommates is drunk and is on the floor of the toilet. But as a man, you cannot help a woman in such a spicy matter. The girl surprised Yang Shi with a request to leave her roommate in the restroom, because this is not the first time she has appeared in the dormitory in such a state, and advised him to go to sleep. Leaving the girl in a difficult state was not part of Yang Shi's plans, so he returned to the dressing room, lifted the girl in his arms, and decided to carry her to her room. Touching the stranger, the main character realized that she was one of the awakened rank P, and she has the ability to reboot the brain. Putting the girl on the bed and covering her with his coat, Yang Shi thought that with such an ability, the girl would have a very good future, because she could constantly improve herself. The main character realized that such an ability would not be superfluous for him, and therefore decided to steal it, promising the girl that somehow in the future he would compensate for this bad deed. First of all, the guys were interested in how this unique ability to reset the mouse would affect him. The main character already had 2 mental abilities, and he decided to combine them. Having combined 2 mental abilities, the boy finally got his wish, namely the ability of rank D, which could be called a super brain. Having thus gained powerful analytical abilities, Yang Shi decided to watch the video of the attack on his sister again, hoping to find answers to his questions there. Meanwhile, while he was thinking about his new opportunities, there was a knock on his door. At the door of his room stood the 3rd roommate of the dormitory whom he had helped yesterday. Her name was Lin Naixuo, and she thanked the boy sincerely and returned his coat to him. The guy immediately recognized yesterday's girl, who today looks quite innocent, and noted that there was no need for gratitude because he extended his hand to help. The main character was a little worried that yesterday he took away from the unknown girl an ability that she did not even suspect, and asked the guest whether she was resting normally. The girl said that she felt quite well, and asked Yang Shi not to worry. Suddenly, a friend and work partner of the main character named Fan Peng appeared in the hallway, whom the boy did not expect to see. The unexpected guest reacted very violently when he saw his friend with the girl, and when he exclaimed, he did not expect that the main character was meeting someone behind his back. Having mastered himself, the main character's friend politely called the girl his name and introduced himself as Yang Shi's friend. Wanting to please the girl, Fan Peng boasted that he has the ability to take pictures and shoot videos naked, and offered the girl to take some nice photos. In order to somehow save the girl from the overweight of his friend, the main character said that he went to take him to the editorial office and hurried to finally take Fan Peng to work. After visiting the editorial office, the main character decided to once again watch the video of the superhero Bing Chuan Jr., whose actions resulted in his sister being hospitalized. The main character activated the superbrain deduction in order to understand in detail what actually happened to his sister while watching the video. The boy very carefully transmitted the video, and on one of them he saw a strange movement made by a superhero. While Yang Shi was trying to concentrate as much as possible, he was interrupted from studying the video by his friend Fan Peng, tapping him on the elbow. The boy wanted to know the main character why he does not joke with girls, especially with such attractive ones as his neighbor Lin Naixuo. Fan Peng was very self-confident, but hinted to Yang Shi that if he was not interested in his neighbor, he would happily try to establish a relationship with her there. The main character was very polite. Then he pointed out that his friend was exaggerating and they were just roommates. This pointless conversation was interrupted by Fan Peng, who jumped up and ran to the window, shouting that another monster had appeared on the street. A monster called the Lone Killer really appeared on the street, who began to catch those who did not manage to hide with long tentacles and kill them. The one-eyed killer destroyed everything around him, wanting to destroy as many people as possible, and those who did not have time suffered greatly from him. To prevent the panic from taking over the city, to give advice to the terrible monster, a superhero of spicy and sour noodles appeared. The people on the street had hope when they saw that a B-rank superhero came to protect them, who used to be good at giving advice to stubborn monsters. Confidently and without hiding, the superhero of hot and sour noodles was left alone with the one-eyed killer. Fan Peng, who filmed a dueling video from the editorial window, noted that the one-eyed killer has powerful psychopathic energy and he can become a problem for a superhero. Looking around, Fan Peng saw that he was alone in the newsroom, and he concluded that his friend Yang Shi was running quite fast. The absence of his friend did not embarrass Fan Peng. He continued to film what was happening on the street, with the hope that now it will make good money. Meanwhile, hot and sour noodle superhero came to the aid of a G-ranked superhero girl named Flame Butterfly, whom he ordered to attack the monster while he was holding him. Meanwhile, the stream filmed by Fan Peng was actively commented on by the editor's director named Jay and his young assistant Mao Huang. Director Jay noted that the hot and sour noodle superhero actually turned out to be a very cocky Kumajivan melee hero. To activate his abilities, this superhero needs to eat a plate of spicy layered noodles. That's why he came to the battle last, when the rest of the superheroes wrapped up the monster and killed him. The assistant director was delighted with such subtleties, which were always voiced by his boss. Meanwhile, the superhero desperately fought with a powerful monster, see the opportunity for a flaming butterfly to burn the one-eyed killer. In turn, the girl mercilessly sent her fiery butterflies at the monster. Watching the battle, the less educated Mao Huang means that the monster is coming to an end, to which the director objected and noted that the monsters have become smarter. Director Jay developed his opinion by noting that he specifically does not see any signs of anxiety in the monster, and this means that the same killer has mutated. The fact that the monster has improved was also seen by the sharp superhero and the chair and noodles, who realized that the one-eyed killer had acquired armor against fire. The superhero girl also understood that she would not have a transfusion now, and asked the elder to hold on until help arrived. The superhero also found himself in a difficult situation because he was warned that if he loses, his curator will look for someone younger and more capable. Meanwhile, the main character from the side was carefully watching the difficult situation in which the opera hero got into. The hot and sour noodle superhero had no choice but to use a pill that could possibly enhance his abilities and ability to fight back. Yang Shi, who saw all this, thought that he had already seen this blue pill taken by the superhero somewhere. Unexpectedly, the one-eyed killer attacked the half-model, grabbing the girl with one of his powerful and numerous tentacles. The girl was very frightened and cried out for help, turning to the older superhero who, by rank, was the hero of hot and sour noodles for her. Meanwhile, Fan Peng continued to broadcast live, gaining followers by broadcasting the suffering of the flame butterfly. Holding the girl tightly in his tentacles, the one-eyed killer lifted her up to sink his insatiable pace. At the very moment when the superhero's assistant had no chance, the hero of the spicy and sour noodles snatched the girl from the monster's tentacles. Seeing this wonderful outcome of the tragic drama, Mao Huang was very happy, because the superhero of hot and sour noodles did not age and did not lose his abilities, but on the contrary, became stronger. Director Jay was surprised because his prediction did not come true, because he was sure that this time the superhero would not stand against the one-eyed killer. Meanwhile, Mao's assistant Huang Kome, who had been watching the broadcast of the battle, screamed in fright, and the one-eyed killer attacked the superhero again with hot and sour noodles. The superhero didn't move and stood against the monster, offering him to finally end this battle. Concentrating as much power as he could, the superhero dealt the one-eyed killer his signature kick of hot and sour noodles. From such a strong blow, the monster's body fell to pieces. Suddenly, the superhero felt very bad and could not understand what was happening to her. The fiery butterfly saw that something was wrong with her elder and rushed to help him. The face of the superhero of hot and sour noodles looked very bad, but he slowly began to regain consciousness. Nevertheless, the girl was frightened by the metamorphoses that took place with her older superhero. Flame Butterfly asked what was going on with her boss, but he assured her that everything was fine. After regaining consciousness, the superhero of spicy and sour noodles smiled and explained to the girl that he spent a lot of energy on the battle with this monster. In the end, the flaming butterfly and the superhero of hot and sour noodles took a photo against the background of the fallen monster, to the shouts and applause of the crowd they saved. The main character from his hiding place carefully watched what happened on the street, and seeing the downed monster decided to go to the editorial office to prepare news. Unexpectedly, the boy saw some movement in the body of the killed monster. Seeing how a small clone of the one-eyed killer crawled out of the body of the slain monster and headed towards it, Yang Shi became very worried. The guy suggested that the physical and elemental defense of the clone can be strong, but it makes sense to attack it with mental weapons. The clone of the one-eyed killer was looking for his body to drain the maximum amount of energy from it and take revenge on the superhero of hot and sour noodles. Seeing the boy unable to escape from him, the clone decided to use him to recharge his energy. The protagonist was in no way upset by such an audacious attack because he expected to feed on the clone's abilities in the same way. Wasting no time, the boy used his ability to teach abilities against the clone of the one-eyed assassin. Within a minute, the monster clone was lying on the ground without any signs of life. The manifestation of the main character's abilities did not go unnoticed. The butterfly flame felt that someone had used its powers, but could not guess who it was. Yang Shi decided not to pull and take the abilities from the clone. To his delight, the boy received a rank B ability called a fireproof shield. The main character was very pleased with such an asset. Now his body was protected by an invisible fireproof shell. The field butterfly decided to find out who uses her abilities and flew to the place from where she felt the flow of energy. The boy decided that it was too early for him to declare himself as the possessor of abilities that woke up, so he decided to hide behind the mask of the superhero chicken. Having flown to the place, the fiery butterfly was surprised that she did not find anyone, because she felt well the influx of all energy which always occurred when using abilities. Suddenly, a man in a chicken mask turned to the girl and asked if she was looking for him. The flame butterfly asked the unfamiliar man if he was using his abilities now. The person in the superhero costume did not hide the chicken and confirmed that it was she who used the abilities. The flame butterfly asked if the man in front of her was also a superhero. She noted that she had never seen him before. The main character answered the girl ironically, replied that he was just a passerby who came to finish her work, and threw the body of a dead clone of a one-eyed killer to her side. Unexpectedly seeing the body of the dead clone of the one-eyed killer in front of her, the flame butterfly was very embarrassed. Looking at the unknown possessor of abilities dressed as a rooster, the girl realized that she was facing a powerful opponent. Since the unknown hero violated the rules of using abilities, the girl decided to detain him. Flame Butterfly announced to Yang Shi that he was violating the law of the Hero Association, and she was forced to detain him and deliver him to the association. The guy replied that it is unlikely that she will be able to detain him, and he is not going to go anywhere with her voluntarily. Hearing this, the girl used her abilities against the main character, directing a flock of fiery butterflies in his direction. Since the main character took the ability of fire resistance from the clone of the one-eyed killer, he easily demonstrated his ability in front of the stunned girl. The flaming butterfly quickly realized that she had a much stronger opponent in front of her and hurried to hit her heels as quickly as possible. Leaving the girl alone, and the main character remembered where he saw the blue pill. The same pill was swallowed by the Iceman in the video, which affected his sister. The boy realized that he was on the right path to finding out the truth, and vowed to find out how everything really was. With these thoughts, Yang Shi followed to the subway of Luhan City to finally get home. The boy thought that for now, it was enough to collect the abilities of other heroes, and it was time to find out what happened to his sister. The main character did not notice that while he was thinking about how to solve the secret of the blue pill, he was being closely watched by one of the passengers. Looking around after a long thought, Yang Shi realized that he couldn't see his shoulder bag, which had the rooster's outfit, and realized that he had been bitten. The boy remembered a strange man in a jacket, was surprised that he did not see him now because there was no stop yet, and he could not get out of the car anywhere. It was clear that the one who committed the theft has abilities, and the main character decided to use his abilities and find the thief by the smell of his shoulder bag. The idea turned out to be effective, and the boy immediately found the thief, although he looked completely different. The main character was very interested in the attacker's ability to change his appearance, and he was glad that such a powerful opportunity came into his hands. Having left the subway together with the thief, the boy decided to follow him in order to gain a convenient moment with his shoulder bag, and at the same time with the attacker's ability. Meanwhile, the thief himself calmly went home, satisfied with today and what he managed to steal, and not suspecting that he himself became a target for hunting. The joy of the thief did not last long, because he saw the main character chasing him. Seeing that he had been exposed, Yang Shi suggested that the thief stop. Instead, the thief was not going to stop, but on the contrary, decided to run away from the one from whom he stole the shoulder bag. Chasing the thief, the boy realized that he had used as a hiding place a common toilet that happened to be on his way. Entering the men's restroom, the main character was surprised not to find a single visitor there. Yang Shi looked around and realized that the thief of his shoulder bag had most likely used the women's restroom as a hiding place. The main character went into the women's restroom and knocked on one of the cubicles where the thief was hiding, offering him to come out. But he heard a woman's voice calling him a pervert. Without thinking long, the boy broke the door of the cabin to reach the criminal and was very surprised by his appearance. The thief of the shoulder bag, who had the ability to disguise himself, could also change his voice, so he began to cry in a woman's voice that he was attacked by a pervert. Looking at the woman disguised as a man, the main character was very surprised because the ability of me is not only clothes, but also a voice. The criminal understood that he was literally pressed to the ceiling and began to apologize to Yang Shi, assuring him that this was the first theft. The boy was a little disappointed because the thief's ability could not change his appearance and body. Using his abilities, the thief turned the women's clutch back into the protagonist's shoulder bag in order to return it to its owner. The thief returned the shoulder bag to the boy, vainly hoping that this would be the end of the incident. The main character checked the presence of his things in the shoulder bag, and we thought he wanted someone to find out that he was using the rooster suit as a cover for his abilities. Yang Shi sternly asked the loser thief if that shoulder bag was looking, and when he heard a negative answer, he calmed down a little. The main character advised the thief to find a normal job and not to be seen again. The thief began to sincerely thank the boy for taking pity on him, but did not punish him for his bad deed. This kind of gratitude surprised Yang Shi very much. He was not going to pity anyone, but on the contrary, he decided to take the ability to dress up for his collection. Wasting no time, the main character used his ability and took away the thief's ability to change clothes in any place. To test his acquired ability, after leaving the dressing room, Yang Shi changed into a respectable suit instead of his traveling cloak. On the way from the restroom, he was shot by two policemen who arrived at the call of a girl who asked for help from a pervert, and the guy said that there was a disguised man in the restroom. Looking at the trail of the thief's failure, the main character reflected on the fact that not all people are worthy of having abilities. After a week, a taxi brought Yang Shi to one of the bars, where he was urgently called to meet by his friend Fan Peng. Fan Peng was very happy to meet a friend whom he had not seen for a long time, but the protagonist decided to get down to business and asked why he was called. The boy was surprised by Fan Peng's question about who he had just seen at the club. The main character found out from a friend that he had seen Lin Naixue, who was working as a server in the club, naming her for some reason with the girl Yang Shi. Once again, the main character told his friend that Lin Naixue is not his girlfriend. Fan Peng did not want to leave his friend alone, so he took him to the club so that he could see for himself what he meant. The main character was surprised when he saw that his friend from the dormitory was performing a striptease in the club where Fan Peng brought him. Seeing Yang Shi together with his friend, the girl was very upset, because now it was clear whether she is busy and how she earns a living. Lin Naixue looked at the boy and could not understand what he was doing in such a place. The main character sat down at the table and thought, while his friend continued to talk about the fact that there are many other beautiful women on earth. To prove it, Fan Peng called the girls who worked in the club to entertain customers to the table. 3 pretty girls approached the table and called themselves, whom Fan Peng in turn called his younger sisters. Fan Peng was very self-confident and defiantly annoying the main character by imposing on him the company of girls. The girls surrounded Yang Shi from all sides, trying to cheer up the boy a little. But he showed with all his appearance that he did not like their company. At the next table, one of the diners was complaining to another that he lost the race to Gao Zhen only because his brother took away his McLaren. Another guest named Lian made fun of the complaining boys and demanded that he admit that he just lost the race. The complaining boy was called Liu Yuan, and he snidely pointed out to Lian that he would not be able to make his way to his father's side until he became his bodyguard. Liu Yuan pointed out to his bodyguard that the problem is that he doesn't keep his mouth shut. In turn, Li Yan asked his boss if it bothered him that he was limited by a C-rank superhero like him. Wanting to get rid of his anger, Liu Yuan slapped Lin Naixue, who was serving his table at the time, and poured him alcohol. The girl fell off her feet, instead, out of determination. The insolent man continued to accuse her of pouring him low-quality alcohol. To further humiliate the girl, Liu Yuan poured the rest of the bottle on her head. The main character saw how a cheeky boy insulted his acquaintance, and despite Fan Peng's warning, he decided to stand up for the girl. The guy did not want to reveal his incognito, but went to the dressing room to put on the rooster's outfit. The defiant Liu Yuan continued to abuse the girl and ordered her to drink a bottle of vodka as a sign that she was sorry to whom he had promised not to touch anyone again. One of the guards grabbed the girl and forced her to drink vodka by grabbing her hair. At that time, the main character in a rooster costume came out of the dressing room and pushed the impudent bodyguard away from the girl. Pushing aside the guard, the boy directed himself towards Liu Yuan's table and noted that he had heard that the son of a mechanical superhero was resting in the club. La Yan rose to the defense of his boss, while Liu Yuan himself only laughed, sure that he was not in danger. The protagonist was not upset by such a number of guards, and he said that he would simply like to make a deal with the son of a mechanical hero. Hearing the word about the deal, Liu Yuan showed some interest in the masked stranger. Guard La Yan tried to stop his young master by hinting that it was already late and he could go home. These words only angered Liu Yuan, who adored all kinds of deals, and he scolded La Yan not to finish the bottle of vodka. Turning to Yang Shi, the son of the mechanical hero boldly asked what kind of deal he wanted to make with him. The security guard tried to stop the young man, offering to deal with the man in the rooster mask himself. The main character stated that he is against violence, but the guard prevented him from dealing with the young gentleman, and therefore he will fight with him. After finishing his glass, Yang Shi stood up and announced that because Li Yan had disturbed him, he would teach him a lesson. The guard was a C-rank hero, so he confidently answered that he would see who would miss the lesson, connecting his abilities to action. Li Yan connected his powerful energy fists, which were the basis of his ability, and noted that his opponent was very unlucky today. The main character realized that he was now attacked by a fire element of rank C. Meanwhile, the rest of the girls who worked in the club came to support Lin Naixue, who could barely stand on her feet from the humiliation and insult. Without expecting too much, the ardent boxer launched an attack on the main character, and was surprised that the boy did not even ask to turn away from the blows. Yang Shi calmly turned his head away from the blow that the ardent boxer gave him and asked him if that was all he was capable of. The boxer became very angry and began to use his abilities to the full, risking to set the club on fire along with its patrons. No matter how powerful the fiery boxer's attack was, it did not cause any damage to the main character. Li Yan's expression was more surprised than outraged, as he did not understand how his opponent had survived. In response to the flame attack from Liu Yuan's bodyguard, the main character used a mental attack ability. The fiery boxer did not expect such an answer, and remained unprepared for it. Yang Shi only needed one punch to knock his entire opponent to the floor. The rest of the guards and young master Liu Yuan himself were amazed at the power of the rooster-masked superhero who only needed one punch to defeat the C-rank superhero. Without thinking for a long time, the main character approached the fallen guard and took away his ability of Flaming Strike. The son of a mechanical hero is stunned by the fact that he was left alone with an unknown and very powerful fighter, because the rest of the guards scattered. Liu Yuan began humiliatingly to ask for mercy from the hero in the rooster mask and to offer money in exchange for his life. The main character wanted to teach the scoundrel, so he took him by the throat and raised him in the air, taking into account Liu Yuan's threats and mentions of his father. Holding Liu Yuan firmly by the throat, the boy asked him what exactly his father could do. Yang Shi is about the son of a mechanical hero, and the firmware told him in his ear that he will not kill him because he has his own plans for him. Liu Yuan was very surprised when he heard the man in the rooster mask offer to grant him the ability. Despite the fact that the main character's strong hand was no longer holding him by the throat, the son of the mechanical hero still doubted that he could give him the ability. Yang Shi was indifferent to the young master's reasoning. He just threw him a letter with the address and offered to come there in 7 days. The protagonist went home thinking that the first part of his plan to study Kunlun's company was accomplished, and all that remained was to wait for Liu Yuan to spit on his bait. Meanwhile, Kunlun's own company was holding a meeting of superheroes, which closely studied the profile of the man in the rooster mask and prepared to counter him. The meeting was chaired by a mechanical superhero, and he invited the rest of the superheroes to express their opinions. The ice hero noted that the man in the rooster mask used his hand like a knife to deal with Lei Yang. Instead, the lazy swordsman pointed out that what killed the fiery boxer was in no way a hand. The lazy swordsman added that Lai Yan lost the moment the rooster-masked man made a hand motion. Luo Mun drew the attention of all the other heroes to the fact that the results of Lei Yan's body recognition would surprise everyone, and asked them to familiarize themselves with them. The superheroes of the Kunlun Company were stunned by the fact that the fiery boxer's abilities had disappeared, and it scared them very much. The chairman of the meeting of superheroes sadly noted that everything boils down to the fact that, in the image of a man with a rooster mask, their company ran into a serious problem. Lazy Swordsman outrageously asked where a guy who removes other people's abilities could come from. Luomun said that she knew that only S-rank superheroes could possess such abilities. The mechanical hero turned to Luomun Ta and suggested that it might be a transporter. The ice superhero denied this assumption because it was known that the transporter is a deep old man with one foot in the grave. Luomun offered to inform the Hero Association about the existence of such a challenge, and it was clear that Kunlun's company was unable to cope with it. This proposal was unequivocally rejected by the Lazy Swordsman, noting that no matter which company a transporter appeared, it would always be a killing machine. Finally, the mechanical hero offered to leave information about an unknown superhero with powerful abilities inside the company. Meanwhile, at his estate, Liu Yuan pondered whether there was any chance of him gaining any kind of ability. Looking at the address on the note that the main character left for Liu Yuan, he thought about what it would cost him to get the ability. Liu Yuan decided to think about the fact that he would have the ability in a couple of days and banished his doubts. Meanwhile, Yang Shi and Fan Peng arrived at the museum in the city of Lugan, and the protagonist's friend immediately saw that there were many attractive girls there. Instead, Yang Shi came to the museum for the electric Tyrannosaurus specimen, an S-rank monster, to take away its ability. The monster was huge, but shocked the boys with its dimensions and power, and to end up in the museum, it took many lives of superheroes. The protagonist decided not to be distracted and to take away the monster's ability as soon as possible, and reached out to touch it. The guard immediately noticed the boy's gesture and forbade him to touch the monster. Yang Shi showed the security guard a document confirming that the guy works as a journalist and informed him that he had come to report on the monster. Fan Peng distracted the guard with stories about the attractive girls who are many among the visitors of the museum to help his friend, although he did not know why you needed it. Finally, the main character managed to activate his ability, and he touched the monster's body. The process of unleashing the power of the electric Tyrannosaurus has begun. The result of obtaining the electric Tyrannosaurus ability surprised and disappointed Yang Shi, as it turned out to be small. The main character was hoping to get an S-rank ability, but instead only got a small chance to create an E-rank electric ball. The guy thought about the fact that it is possible that the monster's abilities faded because he died a long time ago, when the one-eyed killer would have been you recently. So it was possible to get his ability 100%. Moving from exhibit to exhibit, Yang Shi realized that he would get little from the long-dead monsters, but the action did not leave him. In the end, leaving the territory of the museum, the boy received only a few very low abilities, and this upset him. All the main character got was the ability to clone for a short time, an electric ball, and the ability to make people fall in love with him. Looking at the abilities from the museum, the boy pondered the fact that their weakness scares him. In Yang Xi's head came the thought that you can try to destroy abilities. The boy took one of the abilities and tried to destroy it, and he succeeded. In the end, the abilities obtained in the museum turned into perfect destructible cubes of dark matter. The main character guessed that all abilities are made of dark matter. Unexpectedly, Yang Xi came to the idea that it is possible not only to destroy abilities, but also to strengthen existing ones with the help of dark matter. All that remained was to try. By combining dark matter with one ability, the main character gained the ability to control people and deceive. The main character was amazed by this result, but decided not to stop and continue the experiments. With the starting material in the form of black matter in his hands, Yang Shi came to the conclusion that he could produce an S-rank ability by himself. Suddenly, Lin Naixue's scream came to the main character's room from the common corridor of the dormitory, and it worried him very much, because you understood that it was Liu Yuan who was hurting the girl again. A family drama unfolded in Lin Naixue's room. When her parents arrived, they scolded the girl and scolded her that all she can do is cry. The father excused himself, explaining that he and the mother did not deliberately ask to deceive their daughter. The main character entered Lin Naixue's room. Then he witnessed the family feud. The father asked his daughter that if they had not lied, whether she had willingly sent them money. The mother added that her brother needs $1 million to buy a house, a car, and get a wife. The girl was in despair because her parents deceived her by saying that her father was seriously ill in order to force her to earn money and send them money. Lin Naixue was crushed by this behavior of her parents, but told them that she worked 4 shifts to earn money and send aid as quickly as possible. The father justified himself by the fact that their Lin family needed a successor so that the family line would not end on them, so they had to deceive their daughter. The girl was indignant, realizing that this behavior of her parents was just a means to return her to the village and sell her in marriage to a man unknown to her. The girl's mother began to persuade her daughter, proving that the man, although he did not receive a higher education, was very good and honest, and would treat the girl with respect. After saying the pledge to herself, the girl abruptly pulled her hand out of her mother's hands. Lin Naishui had to admit to her parents that in order to earn a lot of money, she worked in the club not only as a waitress and bartender, but also as an escort. The girl's parents were outraged and stunned by such a confession. Lin Naishui's father became angry and began to accuse his daughter of ruining their family's reputation. The old man swung and the girl threatened to beat her, but the girl replied that few people could beat her harder than the customers. Seeing that the situation in the family was heating up, the main character managed to grab the hand of the girl's father, who was already ready to slap her. The angry man did not count. He did not expect that someone would stand up for his daughter, so he was very surprised by the boy's behavior. While the father resented the main character's intervention, Yang Si concluded that the man did not feel sorry for his daughter at all. After looking at the mother, the boy concluded that she is more empathetic and decided to help her become decisive in protecting her daughter by giving her some abilities. Having received self-confidence from the main character, the woman gave her husband a powerful slap, then ordered him to stop. Lin Naishui's mother accused her husband of making their daughter an escort due to his shameful behavior. The girl was very surprised because her mother hugged her, then apologized for her and her father's shameful behavior. Realizing that he was in the minority, the father agreed that the son must earn his own living. The main character told this story to his sister while visiting her in the hospital in a coma, but conclude that in any family misunderstanding, the main thing is to stop and sort it out in time. The next day, together with Lin Naishui, the boy escorted the girl's parents to the station. They went home, hoping that their daughter would somehow come to visit them. The girl thanked the main character for timely intervening in their family misunderstanding and helping to resolve it, and expressed the hope that her brother would understand the situation. In the end, Lin Naishui asked the boy to come to her, or she was able to say something in his ear. Yang Shi didn't expect such a request, so Ta was surprised and a little confused. The girl, out of gratitude, hugged the stunned protagonist. Lin Naishui once again heartily thanked the boy, making him even more upset. The next night, wearing a rooster costume, the main character approached the center for processing monster corpses and realized that the security there was very powerful. In order to get to the center unnoticed, the boy decided to use the car that delivers these corpses. Using his abilities, Yang Shi latched onto the car just as another corpse was being rowed in for processing. The main character was in for an unexpected surprise, because it turned out that he is not the only one who wants to get to the center for storing and processing monster corpses. An unknown superhero girl was already driving behind the car, and clinging to the trunk. The guy simply pressed the girl to him, but she signaled to him that she would be calmer. Pressing the girl to the trunk of the car, the main character continues his way to penetrate the processing center. Being unknown face to face, the boy noted with pleasure that his companions were this woman. The superhero girl was obviously uncomfortable with the company of an unknown man in a rooster mask, but now their goals coincided. To Yang Shi's greeting, the girl replied that I was very unlucky in his company, and finding herself in the center, suggested that everyone rely on their own abilities. The girl called herself a representative of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce Qian Dodo, but the main character, wanting to keep his incognito, called himself Yu Zi. Qian Dodo warned her fellow traveler that they were approaching the unloading center. After ordering the boy to hold on tightly, the girl jumped off the truck with the main character. Falling together on the ground, the main character continued to hug his new acquaintance. Coughing politely, the girl hinted to Yang Shi that it must be time to let her go. Finally, the main character and his companion found themselves in the center of processing corpses into monsters. The girl simply asked why the main character behaved so strangely, as if he was a newcomer to this business, and the boy admitted that it was so, recognizing Qian Dodo as the elder. The frankness of the new acquaintance impressed the girl, and she allowed the main character to follow her. Approaching the ghoul's desk, Qian Dodo said that her boss needed the monster's white hair. Trying not even a minute, the girl carefully cut off a lock of hair from the ghoul's chest. To hide her loose hair, the girl used her ability called storage bag. The main character didn't want to show what purpose he came to the processing center, so he waited until the girl turned her back to him and went to the next monster. Wasting no time, the boy began to extract the ghoul's ability. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and the girl was confused by the fact that somehow they were discovered. The guard who ran to the monster's hideout was very frightened and shouted that the monster was still alive. The main character and his companion were very surprised by such a statement. Suddenly, Yang Shi and the girl saw that the guard was crying for help because he was in the tentacles of another monster. After seeing how an unknown monster captured the guard, the girl got scared and asked the main character to support her because her legs were not holding up well. Unexpectedly, something touched the girl's shoulder, scaring her even more. What hit Chiandodo's shoulder was a monster's tentacle, and in a moment, the girl was in the grip of the monster, which pulled her to him. The guy used power fire to somehow save his companion, but it didn't help. Having created the situation, the main character decided to use the presence of metal from which the monster processing center was created. To help the girl, Yang Shi used the metal transformation ability. With the help of this ability, the metal racks turned into weapons that cut through the tentacles receiving the Chiandodo. The girl fell to the ground next to the main character and was satisfied that despite the fact that she had killed herself, she was alive. Chiandodo, the boy, was interested in the fact that the monster had attacked them after healing, but it was possible to find out this only in the former monster. Meanwhile, the monster she thought was dead had already captured many processing center workers, and they were all crying for help, hoping for the superheroes present. The monster was so huge that the girl could not hold back a sigh of admiration and fright. In turn, the monster did not ignore the superheroes and again tried to attack them with its tentacles. The protagonist once again tried to use the ability to transform metal to make a shield against the monster's attack. The defense that the boy used against the monster was not effective enough and was crumbling minute by minute under the blows of the tentacles. Chiandodo saw that their defense was quite unreliable and begged the boy to come up with some more effective strategy. While the protagonist held the dome of the broom over his head, the girl succumbed to a moment of panic and was already preparing to say goodbye to her life. Yang Shi instantly remembered that he had seen gasoline canisters nearby, and a great idea of rescue came into his head. The guy didn't direct the gas cans towards the monster, and when they surrounded him and got inside, he ordered them to explode. A powerful explosion blew the monster to shreds. Meanwhile, the protagonist ordered everyone to leave the scene as soon as possible. The boy, together with his companion, successfully left the dangerous place, turning away from the remains of the tentacles which were trying to reach them. An unexpected obstacle scared the girl again and made her stop. Out of nowhere, a man who tried to get a sword grew up in front of superheroes and had very clear intentions towards his opponents. The unknown accused the main character and the girl of reviving the monster to attack the processing center, much to their surprise. After hearing such accusations, Chiandodo was very indignant and wanted to know who was in front of her. The unknown person pointed out that the girl was behaving improperly because in front of her was an older person. The protagonist recognized the old man and called his companions his name. Before them was Duan Shuilu Sr., the killer of King Kong and Berserker 10 years ago. The old man admitted that the boy was more polite than the girls and promised to deal with him after he finished with the monster. Duan Shuilu decided to attack the monster with the Polar Star technique, along with the Greedy Wolf technique. This attack finished off the monster. It proved that the old man has powerful abilities that help him in the fight against the most powerful monsters. The main character told the girl that the North Star technique is the coolest technology that even S-rank heroes don't have. The monster was still not done with, and he also rode on the old superhero with his tentacles, threatening his life every second. The old man decided to test the next stage of the North Star technique, which was called the Second Hunger of the Heavens. With this technique, Duan Shuilu was able to remove all of the monster's tentacles. In order to finally part with the monster, the old superhero used the third stage of the North Star technique called Heaven Water to drive his sword into the opponent's skull. After chopping down the beast in the rag, Duan Shuilu landed on the ground. As promised by the old man, he had to become the main character in the series of showdowns, which he was informed about. The boy tried to assure the elder Dwayne that they had nothing to do with the revival of the monster, but it was in vain. The superhero did not believe them. As the situation was getting out of control, Chiandodo asked the boy if he was confident of victory. Yang Shi answered in the negative and suggested that the girl herself try to fight the old man. The girl refused, but offered the protagonist her weapon so that he could fight skillfully. Nodding her heels, Dodo handed the boy an armor made of B-rank monster material and wished him good luck. Yang Shi was stunned by such a sneaky betrayal as the old superhero dealt him the first blow of his sword. Nevertheless, the old man's sword, after colliding with the armor handed over by Dodo, rebounded without causing any damage to the boy. This fact calmed down a little and gave confidence to the main character. Duan Shuilu kept on attacking the boy while he decided to use his brain restart ability. The old man continued to attack, never tiring to use a variety of techniques against his opponent. After restarting his brain, the boy noticed that now Duan Shuilu's attacks were not considered so lightning fast, but rather slowed down. The protagonist's opponent saw that he was standing, not even trying to block himself from his blows. To counteract the attacks of the mad old man, the main character decided to use the human control technique. While trying to attack his opponent, Duan Shuilu felt that he simply stopped and hung in the air. The old man was stunned by the fact that he could not move. He looked like a laughing stock. The boy lowered the old man to the ground and continued to control his actions. Yang Si explained to his opponent that there would be great danger if he did not do so. Duan the Elder continued to be indignant, contemptuously calling the actions of the main character the tricks of petty thieves. The boy used the ability to transform metal to make a sword for himself and to be able to fight back the attacker. Having received the sword, the forces of the opponents became equal, and they started a duel. The main character understood that the opponent is much stronger than him, and only sometimes using the ability to control a person, he is still alive. The workers at the processing center were amazed that a man in a rooster costume could give a decent fight back to Duan Shuilu, and assumed that the boy was a rank A of the 6th zone of the God of Weapons. Hearing the conversation from the crowd, Yang Shi didn't know who the God of Weapons was, but what a privilege he had. Finally, the old superhero realized that he was not a thief, because the boy could barely defend himself. After stopping the fight, Duan Shuil ordered all the workers present to leave the processing area, wanting to talk to the boy alone. Dodo, who was watching the duel with the other workers, asked the old superhero if everyone really had to leave. This ill-timed question made Duan Shuil angry, and he replied that it was his order as the manager of the processing center. Hearing the angry tone of the boss, the workers turned their heels as quickly as possible. The girl, running away with them, finally said that she was waiting for the boy in the yard. The old man said that he does not consider the boy to be the God of Weapons, although he has the ability to transform metal. Duan Shuilu added that he did not consider the boy a petty thief, because a person with such abilities would not come to the processing center for a piece of monster fur. Looking seriously at his face, the old man asked him if the boy had come to the processing center in search of a world secret. The main character has no idea what this old man talks about, and what he means by the meaning of the world secret, but he decided to find out about it better. Having decided to be a little cunning, the boy agreed with the old man and admitted that he had come to the processing center in search of a world secret. Duan Shuil really liked the protagonist's answer, and he expressed the opinion that it would be normal to share information with such a powerful person. Yang Shi was shocked to learn that the true purpose of the processing center's existence was to build a one-way tunnel into the monster world, the so-called white hole. This information finally knocked the ground out from under the feet of the main character. As it turned out from the words of the old superhero, 15 years later, a white hole was successfully opened over the city of Luhan. The Superhero Association sent a small group on an expedition to the monster world, including Duan Shuilu. The old man reported that almost all the heroes who participated in the mission died. Only he and 2 more of his comrades remained, who risked their lives all the time. From the story of the old superhero, it became known that processing centers are built in the weakest places on Earth. While the bodies of monsters are being burned to the processing centers, there's an opportunity to open a white hole in that place. After listening to Duan Shuilu's story, the boy couldn't resist and asked the old man about the resurrected monster. The superhero answered that the truth is, it's just a mutation of a monster that rubbed against a white hole. The truth is that humanity is trapped with animals, and there is a chance to survive only when its strongest representatives gather. Letting go of the main character, Duan Shuilu noted that it doesn't matter what union he belongs to, so that he doesn't forget that he is a representative of humanity. What was happening in the processing center of the city of Luhan was closely monitored by its senior management. The woman was in despair because the old superhero told a world secret to a stranger. Meanwhile, a press conference with the headquarters of the processing centers began in the office. More than 20 people, representatives of the Association of Heroes, took part in extended meetings of the heads of the processing centers. The head of the processing center was visibly nervous, but asked to start. In turn, his assistant asked if they should tell the heroes of Wound A about the world's secret. Meanwhile, the main character came to visit his sister, then told the girl about what he learned today from the old superhero. 2 hours earlier, the employees of the processing center, together with Chan Dodo, were waiting for a superhero in a rooster costume who was able to defeat the city-famous Duan Shuilu. No sooner had the main character left the premises of the center than everyone began to ask the boy what had happened between him and the old superhero. Dodo was very happy to see her new friend, and addressing him like a boss, she asked if he was all right. The boy understood that he could not allow them to let other people know about his abilities. The girl was a witness of his abilities, and therefore he decided to erase the memory of these events. The head asked to look into his eyes. Yang Shi used his ability to control a person so that the information about his abilities did not get outside the processing center. The main character ordered the girl to forget that I used metal overtaking techniques instead so that she remembers that he brought her armor and she can see 10,000. Telling his sister about this event, the main character smiled and said that Qian Dodo is very similar to her, that she is a nice girl who loves money. The boy promised his sister that after he took revenge for what happened to her, he would find a way to bring her to her senses. Left alone, the main character began to perfect his abilities. The boy used the ability to transform metals to make himself a ring of star absorption. In the same way, potions of abilities were produced as a mechanism for hiding one's abilities. With these abilities, the protagonist thought to trick Liu Yuan. The ability to transform allowed the boy to make a mask of a snake. Together with the mask, Yang Shi developed a new image for himself, which he also called a snake. These abilities and the main character will differ from the image of Yu Zi in which he was seen in the processing center. Using the ability of transformation, the boy decided to create an organization that will embody many of his images, which he will create in the future. The task of this organization will be to judge fallen superheroes, and the financial part must be solved by Liu Yuan. Approaching the city to meet with Liu Yuan, Yang Shi noticed that he was sleeping peacefully in the middle of the sidewalk. The main character roughly pushed the boy with his foot. Seeing Yu Zi in front of him, with whom he expected to meet, Liu Yuan quickly began to make excuses and apologize. After thanking Liu Yuan for coming to the meeting, the protagonist noted that it was very good that the boy believed his promises. Liu Yuan stood on his knees in front of Yu Zi and began to promise money, girls, status just to get the abilities. The main character kicked the insolent boy. You noted that you are not interested in any of that. Yang Shi added that obtaining the ability was very simple. All that was needed was for Liu Yuan to look into his eyes. The protagonist's order was fulfilled, and the gullible boy looked into Yu Zi's eyes. Having hypnotized his visage, Yang Shi asked the guys questions to find out which one could take the pill longer. To the great surprise of the main character, where the ability to control a person did not work on Liu Yuan. To test the effect of the human control ability, Yang Shi ordered Liu Yuan to slap himself, but the order had no effect on the boy. It was clear that Liu Yuan already possessed an ability higher than rank A, which did not affect a person's control ability. In order to somehow influence Liu Yuan, the main character used mental attack abilities. After disconnecting Liu Yuan, Yang Shi pondered why the boy didn't attack him in the club, why he might not have any ability. The protagonist was stunned when he connected the absorption ability to find Liu Yuan a very powerful ability. The ability that Yang Shi had stolen from the son of a mechanical hero was rank A, and it was that Liu Yuan could once in his life revive after death and go back a day. The protagonist was forced to admit that this ability could change the course of events, and promised to be very kind to Liu Yuan by leaving him without it. Instead of a powerful A-rank ability, the main character invested the boy with an ability that he obtained in the processing center of monster corpses. Having given the boy the ability, the main character woke him up, and he was surprised that he did not remember when he fell asleep. Yang Shi reassured the boy and pointed to the ring that he had made in advance. The protagonist told the boy that this is a ring of star absorption, which makes it possible to absorb the ability factors of others. Likewise, the organization that provided the ring provides potions of abilities that can be used to convert ability factors into abilities for ordinary people. After the protagonist's words, the boy was a little doubtful, but Yang Shi handed him the ability medicine and offered to take it to test his words. After receiving the glass of medicine, Liu Yuan was still a little hesitant, fearing what was going on, but decided that if they wanted to kill him, no one would have dragged it out for so long. The boy took a glass of medicine, fully trusting the main character. After using the medicine ability, Liu Yuan felt a rush of strength, and I will like it. Thanking the protagonist for such a gift, the boy knelt before him. Young Shi was very pleased that everything was going according to the plan they had originally planned, and promised Liu Yuan that he would soon know the true power of the abilities. Liu Yuan felt a strong heat throughout his body as he began to transform into a ghoul. Looking at the boy's mutation, the main character understood that this process has nothing to do with the medicine you took, and it is he who controls the ability at a distance. The boy's image began to quickly turn into a wolf. In a moment, young Shi was not standing in front of a scrawny boy, but a powerful wolf armed with claws and claws. The main character asked Liu Yuan how he feels in the form of a ghoul, and whether he likes this ability to transform. Looking at his powerful claws, the boy asked if this is his ability, and adding that his brother knows how to turn into a dragon. After learning from the main character that he only has an E-rank ability, while his A-rank brother, the newly created water creature, got angry. Yang Shi explained that Liu Yuan, as a novice, could only be given F-rank medicine by the Union. Aquarius learned from Yu Zi that if there were serious tasks for him, his abilities were strengthened to rank E. Hearing this, Liu Yuan guessed that there were other, more powerful Godfather abilities in the Union, and this inspired him to think that one day he could surpass his father. The ghoul embraced the main character, and calling him his father, began to ask for the ability of rank A. This behavior of Liu Yuan outraged the main character. He forbade himself as a father, and explained that the Union has its own rules for the distribution of abilities. Having calmed down, the ghoul asked to tell him about the Union and its rules. The main character told that the Union is called Judges, and has 12 members according to the number of zodiac signs. He, Yuzi, the rooster, is one of the zodiacs. Liu Yuan was amazed that his godfather was so powerful, and just an ordinary member of the Union. He wondered what the boss was capable of. Yang Shi immediately stopped the ghoul's curiosity, calling the boss of the Judges' Union a very mysterious person who does not show his face. Realizing that he would learn more than what was said, Liu Yuan said that he wanted to start performing tasks that would improve his abilities as soon as possible. The main character, in the form of Yu Zi, ordered the ghoul to use his identity as a young master to be present in Kunlun's company and unravel the secret of the blue pill. Liu Yuan learned that the blue pill has the ability to enhance the abilities of Kunlun's superheroes. The ghoul's eyes lit up with curiosity and the desire to get the pill that enhanced his abilities. Seeing the healthy curiosity in the ghoul's eyes, Yu Zi advised the boy not to harbor false ideas because one of the superheroes had harmed a civilian after using the pill. Transforming back into a human, Liu Yuan asked Yu Zi which of the superheroes had committed this crime. The main character named the boy a superhero named Ice Adventurer. The boy could not believe that Li Qianyang, that was the Ice Adventurer's real name, turned out to be a drug addict. In the end, Yu Zi promised to give Liu Yuan a D-rank ability if he had useful information at the next meeting. The main character also added that the duration of the medicine is limited to a week. That is, Liu Yuan still has a week to gather information. This last clarification from his manager pretty much knocked the ground out from under the boy's feet. Having started his morning with coffee and good humor, the main character walked along the street of Luhan. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to an unusual announcement that was pasted on the wall of the house. On the ad, he was drawn in the image of Yu Zi. Ta noted that the niece is very much looking for her uncle. Tearing off the announcement, the boy immediately understood whether this matter was theirs, remembering his recent acquaintance named Qian Dodo. Walking further, the main character unexpectedly saw the girl herself, who entered the gate surrounded by very suspicious men. Yang Shi decided to follow Qian Dodo and observe how the events would unfold. Qian Dodo found herself in a dead end in front of a woman and two men and asked them what they wanted from her. The men were quite aggressive and kindly offered the girl to return the blade that she tricked out of their young master. The girl pretended not to understand what the case was about, but denied having any blades. The boy heard that the girl lured the mercenary master Muraka's blade, a legendary S-rank weapon. After seeing the value the mercenaries shared with the blade, Qian Dodo quickly realized that it was very valuable. The girl squeezed her bag of abilities even tighter and continued to pretend that she had no idea what she was being asked about. Meanwhile, the girl who came with the mercenaries said that it was enough to watch this performance performed by Qian Dodo in front of them, and it was time to act more cruelly. The men executing the order used their abilities, Army-style triple knives and Shadow-style doppelganger. After hearing the names of the styles, the main character realized that they were generic, and both styles were above rank C. And this made him start to worry about the fate of Dodo. It was not so easy to intimidate the girl, and she took out a sword of the rank of Hamdatachi from her purse. Just one swing of this sword was enough for Dodo to make the male mercenaries kick their heels. Dodo flew into the air and pointed out at the end that there is no such rule that would force her to return things she had already taken. The girl who came with the men carefully watched as Dodo ran away and silently activated her A-rank super ability called Snow Woman. Within a minute, the ability was activated, and the Snow Woman was ready to carry out her master's task to punish Dodo. At that time, Dodo herself, who was sure that she got rid of the persecution, was very surprised because it snowed in the middle of summer in the city of Lugan. Realizing that his friend got into real trouble, the main character decided to transform into the image of UZ in order to somehow help her. Meanwhile, the snowflakes flying into Dodo's face became more and more dense and greatly hindered her movement. The Snow Woman decided to completely slow down and stop the fugitive's movement, so she summoned a snow typhoon against her. The main character saw that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous for his new acquaintance every minute, and this worried him very much. Due to the fact that it suddenly snowed on Changqing Street in the middle of summer, an unusual panic occurred, and the reporter called for the help of a superhero to restore order. Meanwhile, Dodo could no longer resist the snow typhoon hitting her in the face and fell to the ground. The girl fell from the sky right at the feet of the Snow Woman, who in turn asked her if she now agrees to give what does not belong to her. Intimidating Dodo was not an easy task, so the girl showed Snow Woman the silver and gold blades, asking which one she had lost. The Snow Woman didn't want to play by Dodo's rules, so she froze the girl's calves with just one look. Dodo heard the Snow Woman advise her to be more sensible, or else she would tear her calves into small pieces. The girl answered the Snow Woman that she would never fall for her tricks, and she got the blade thanks to her skills, and would never give it back. With those words, Dodo swung her sword past the Snow Woman, right into the hands of UZ, whom she had noticed beforehand. The protagonist was very pleased with the girl's wit, and caught Muramasa's blade with one hand. The boy could not understand who needed such a worn blade, which arrived in an absolutely pitiful state. Seeing that the girl threw Muramasa's blade, the Snow Woman realized that Dodo was an accomplice and ordered her ninja mercenaries to attack him. Ninjas surrounded the protagonist from all sides, wanting to deal with him once and for all. One of the attackers decided to kill the boy with a typical ninja weapon called an asterisk, but in his hands it was gigantic. Meanwhile, young Shi could not understand why the blade absorbed so much of his mental energy that it could exhaust him in a matter of minutes. Suddenly, the boy realized that he could not control his body, and she moved by herself, repelling the attacks of mercenary ninjas. Murasama's blade completely took over the main character's body and fought off the attackers who attacked the boy from all sides. The attackers were more surprised than the boy himself because they did not expect such a rebuff. The main character was stunned by the possibilities that the blade gave him. One of the attackers sneaked up from behind and tried to deliver a sneaky blow to Yang Shi's back. The blade flew out of the protagonist's hands to hit the attacker. Having struck the insidious opponent, Murasama's blade returned to the hands of its owner. Having struck the attacker, the boy at the same time hastened to rid him of his abilities. In the hands of the main character was another ability of rank C, which allowed to rejuvenate with 3 styles, Blade, Sun, and Moon. Murasama's blade greatly affected Yang Shi's mental abilities. The boy understood that he would not last long in this fight. While the protagonist was pondering what to do next, a Snow Woman appeared behind him surrounded by arrow-sharp ice balls. Yang Shi's affairs looked so bad that the boy understood that today he would be forced to use the ability of rebirth. An unexpectedly powerful ray of light cut through the space above the street, frightening the crowd with its appearance. The warm rays of the sun made the ice balls that the Snow Woman released towards the main character melt. The boy was very happy at the appearance of unexpected help, which he called the light of despair. The gentle woman did not expect that another superhero would come to the aid of the unknown hero, but Dodo assumed that it was the appearance of a lazy swordsman. Together with the lazy swordsman, Luomun appeared and remarked to the Snow Woman that she could forgive her group in the 6th region, but she would not allow self-righteousness in the 1st region. Instead, the Snow Woman remarked that they are here to return what was stolen, and this superhero exaggerates his powers. Pointing at the Snow Woman, Dodo pointed out that her master had given her the blade voluntarily, and now this thing belonged entirely to the girl. Snow Woman carefully looked at Dodo, but mentally understood that she would not be able to cope with two A-rank heroes, and it was time to think about her safety. Unexpectedly for Dodo, the hyenas were once again hidden by ice shackles. The condition for the Snow Woman's group to leave the city and the girl to live was the return of Murasama's blade. But Luo Moon noted that no one gave consent to leave the city. Luo Moon made it clear to the Snow Woman that the first area is not a city where you can go and get out with impunity, which made her very upset. After solving the issue with the Snow Woman, Luo Moon ordered the lazy swordsman to check Dodo, and she went to UZ to personally check that the company wanted to get this hero. The main character did not expect that Luo Moon would start the conversation by wanting to hit him. Murasama's blade automatically met the superheroine's fist. With a powerful explosion of blades, Murasama pushed Luo Moon away from the protagonist. Dodo was very concerned about his friend's fate, while the superheroine was unimpressed by UZ's ability. The Snow Woman reminded Luo Moon that if something happened to the blade, that girl would die. To confirm the seriousness of her intentions, the Snow Woman sent ice balls towards Luo Moon. The lazy swordsman quickly came to his companion's aid, and using the strong wind technique, stopped the ice balls. The lazy swordsman's weapon continued to destroy the ice balls and reach the Snow Woman herself, who was surprised at the ease with which she was dealt with. From the blow of the strong wind, which was used by the lazy swordsman, the Snow Woman disintegrated into icy shards. The lazy swordsman had to admit that he didn't hit the Snow Woman, although Dodo was sure that she was finished. The superhero pointed out that the Snow Woman used an illusion to escape but is still nearby. The main character managed to take advantage of the events, but decided to hide because he did not want to be included in the company of superheroes Kunlun. The boy was completely exhausted, and he cursed the blade that deprived him of his strength. And now Yang Shi was quickly thinking about how to get out of this dangerous situation. Suddenly an interesting idea flashed in the head of the main character. Since the blade was made from a monster, it was possible to get an ability from it. Wasting no time, the boy used his abilities, and to his surprise, he took out 2,500 cubes of dark matter from Murasama's blade. The main character regretted a little that he couldn't get the ability from Murasama's blade, but he had a lot of S-rank monster black matter cubes. It occurred to Yuzi that the best thing would be to improve his metal transformation abilities at the expense of the monster's black matter, to strengthen it. After upgrading the main characters, the ability of rank A, which allowed to control metal at a distance of 1 kilometer, and use the weight of metal up to 1,000 tons. The Snow Woman who was near the main character felt the use of ability energy next to her, and it worried her a lot. Meanwhile, the boy enjoyed the feel of each object made of metal and concrete. The feeling of his power pleased the main character very much. He was aware that he had finally received an ability that would help him fight powerful opponents. Seeing Yuzi, the Snow Woman decided to attack him with a powerful stream of ice wind, but the boy sensed the danger and used his newly acquired ability. The protagonist very confidently used metal control against the Snow Woman's attack. Having received a powerful rebuff, the superheroine flew away and was very shocked that her power no longer affects Yuzi. The appearance of a powerful ability stunned the Snow Woman, and she did not understand how to counter it. Transforming the metal into strong shackles, the protagonist shackled and immobilized the Snow Woman. Taking time, Yuzi extracted a powerful ability from the Snow Woman. The boy was very pleased because he also got into his hands the ability of Class A, which calls the Snow Woman to help in battles. Having received this powerful ability, the main character admitted that he was mistaken when he thought that this ability was typical. Instead, he received a piercing-type ability. Deprived of her ability to summon the Snow Woman, Yuzi's powerful opponent turned back into a simple girl. Luo Moon together with the lazy swordsman appeared around the corner and saw how the main character was supporting the girl, and assumed that he knocked her down. The superheroine asked what kind of unknown girl it was, while the lazy swordsman looked at the boy and felt how his aura had changed. The protagonist denied that the girl was an unknown passerby and told the superheroes that he had just defeated the Snow Woman. The boy's statement did not impress the superheroes in any way, and they began to arrogantly mock Yuzi's comas, not believing a word he said. Returning to his vis-a-vis, the boy invited them to fight him and asked who wanted to test him first. The main character was very surprised when he saw that Luo Moon and the lazy swordsman stepped forward together, wanting to fight two against each other. Reporters from everywhere broadcasted live what was happening on Chongqing Street. And now I will be shocked that an unknown hero challenged two A-rank superheroes at once. The cameras of all city news agencies were directed to the city where the most interesting events were to take place, namely, the battle of 1 against 2. Luo Mun was more cold-blooded, noting that despite the reporters trying to disperse the hype, the battle of two A-class heroes against the unknown would degrade their dignity. The protagonist regretted such a decision on the part of his opponents, because he also believed that his battle against two powerful heroes could turn out to be very interesting. Yu Zi's self-confidence confused his opponents, and Luo Mun was forced to admit that defeating the enemy required understanding him. The ring on the main character's hand attracted the lazy swordsman's attention. He noted that you need to be very careful. The lazy swordsman was the first to duel with Yu Zi, defiantly stating that he would like to see with his own eyes how he defeated the Snow Woman. The superhero also added that if the boy defeats him in the room, Luo Mun will take over for him. Reacting to this warning, Yu Zi prepared to use his metal control ability. Wasting no time, the lazy swordsman struck the protagonist with a powerful sword blow, trying to hit him immediately. The boy successfully used his metal control ability to block the lazy swordsman's powerful strike. The superhero's blow was successfully deflected, and all the force with which he attacked the main character was blocked by the metal armor. Yu Zi successfully used the moment when the lazy swordsman was confused and gave him a conjugal slap, further confusing the superhero. Without losing his pace, the main character tried to attack the lazy swordsman, also using the ability to control metal. The boy tried to take possession of the superhero's sword by entangling it with metal. The surprise for the protagonist was that the lazy swordsman's weapon was not affected by his ability to control metal. Having built a powerful metal armor, the boy realized that the attacker's sword was made of monster, so it did not fall under the category of metal, and this could lead to defeat. In order to save himself, Yu Zi decided to combine the ability of a gentle woman with the ability to control a person. In a matter of seconds, the boy was able to gain a powerful A-rank ability, puppet control, which allowed him to perform illusory interference with Wounday's targets. The main character gave his word not to use this opportunity for ugly and shameless acts. Meanwhile, the lazy swordsman was indignant that the boy was only defending himself, reminded him that they had come out to fight, not to hide behind armor. Yu Zi made part of the armor transparent to see his opponent and advised him to be a little patient. With these words, the main character connected the newly created ability to test its effect on his opponent. Suddenly, his sister appeared in front of the lazy swordsman and called him Ah Han and shamed him for raising his sword against her. Least of all did the lazy swordsman expect to see his sister in front of him, so the appearance confused him, and Han felt as if his sister's hand reached for his face. The protagonist had enough time to conduct a mental attack against the lazy swordsman. The result of the mental attack was the memories of his sister that Yu Zi got from the lazy swordsman. With horror for himself, Han realized that he had become the victim of a mental attack and that his opponent possessed several abilities. Enraged that Yu Zi found out his terrible secret, the lazy swordsman attacked the boy, but he only dodged, once again reminding the master of the assault sword technique of his weakness, so that the information about my weakness did not become known. And Han knelt down, and I declared myself defeated. Reporters who observed and commented on this duel were shocked by how a simple man in the form of a rooster easily managed a powerful superhero. It was noted that the lazy swordsman predicted the metal abilities of the opponent, but was not ready for the mental abilities, and now looks hot. More than anyone, she rejoiced at the victory of the main character, Qian Dodo, hinting that in the event of his death, who would return her 10,000. Meanwhile, Luo Mun thanked the lazy swordsman for forcing the opponent to show his last ability and was asked to leave the rest of the actions behind. And Han, in turn, advised the evil dragon not to look the boy in the eyes, because then the person for whom she cared the most would appear in front of her. The protagonist thanked Luo Mun that the evil dragon, the most powerful superhero of the Kunlun Company, finally appeared before him. Luo Mun carefully looked at her opponent and pointed out that their duel was of great importance and offered to make a bet. The boy asked what he wanted to challenge the evil dragon to a duel with him. It was suggested that in the event of Yu Zi's loss, he would tell the secret of the ring on his finger. The main character offered Luo Mun to take the ring by himself, but he realized in his mind that the evil dragon had deliberately drawn attention to his ring of star absorption. Wasting no time, the evil dragon attacked Yu Zi, and the boy was amazed at how slowly it was done. Using the shadow step technique, Luo Moon was behind her opponent and dealt him a powerful blow. The actions of the evil dragon were so fast that the main character did not have time to react to them. This fact was immediately noticed by reporters and began to comment on it as a significant advantage of Luo Moon over the man in the rooster mask. Meanwhile, an explosion occurred at the place where the main character was, and the evil dragon noted that the opponent had most likely connected the second ability. Appearing from the puffs of smoke after the explosion, Yuzi looked somewhat tired. Analyzing his opponent, the boy realized that he has power, speed, strong defense, or something like a dragon. He can also spit flames. Lo Moon, in turn, admitted that the boy has a strong skeleton, which is able to withstand her powerful blows. To somehow balance the odds, Yuzi resorted to the ability to control the puppets, which helped him with the lazy swordsman. Unexpectedly, the evil dragon saw his younger brother Liu Yuan in front of him, who was complaining of terrible pain and begging his sister for help. Grabbing her head, Luo Moon cried out that she was sick of her opponent, who had the audacity to transform into her younger brother. Overcoming the terrible pain, the evil dragon turned into an earth dragon of black flame, thus destroying the illusion. This act of the opponent frightened Yuzi because he did not know how to get out of this difficult situation. Reporters shouted with delight that the man in the rooster costume forced the evil dragon to go through the second stage of transformation, and this already made him a powerful superhero. Transforming into a black flame earth dragon, Luo Moon made another attempt to attack the main character and eventually get rid of him. The boy turned on metal control and created protective metal spikes around him. In order to more successfully attack the metal fortress of Yuzi's boyfriend, the earth dragon turned into a drill, and the main character realized this and decided to use speed. Yuzi took off to escape from Luo Moon as quickly as possible, but she quickly caught up with him. I expected this action from the opponent, the main character, and seeing that she was not in contact with the ground, decided to attack. The guy entangled the opponent's arms and legs with powerful steel ropes. This fact did not embarrass Luo Moon, and she reminded Yuzi that she possessed the black flame technique. The earth dragon's black flame began an attempt to melt the metal ropes that enveloped her entire body. Realizing with surprise that she cannot melt the steel ropes, Luo Moon found herself trapped by the main character. Satisfied with his success, the boy reported to Luo Moon that the metal ropes were protected by fireproof armor. Using the metal control technique, Yuzi decided to assemble a powerful hammer from the cars to defeat Luo Moon. Lifting her head up, Luo Moon saw a powerful metal cube that was assembled from cars and hung right above her. The main character called his construction the Titan's Fist and ordered it to fall on the head of the motionless superheroine. Everyone who was nearby ran as fast as possible so as not to become a victim of the Titan's Fist. Only Luo Moon guessed that this was the last thing she would see in her life. With a terrible explosion, the fist of the Titan crashed into the street, buried the earth dragon of black flame already under it. As soon as the dust settled after the explosion, a reporter appeared in the frame, who told the audience that he was going to check whether Luo Moon survived. People from the crowd agreed that it is impossible to survive after such a blow, and the evil dragon is most likely dead, but a flaming butterfly suddenly appeared at the scene. The girl fluttered through the city of events on her fiery wings and called her superhero sister, looking for her in the wreckage. A mechanical hero also appeared at the scene of events, who ordered the captive butterfly not to approach the scene of the disaster. The mechanical hero of the pack stood and looked carefully at the Titan's fist made of iron, and connected his destruction abilities. The eyes of the superhero cut the metal cube like razor blades to lift it from its place. People from the crowd were delighted with the ability of the mechanical hero, and began to congratulate him with loud shouts. When the clouds of dust finally dissipated, people saw a lazy swordsman kneeling next to Luo Moon's body. And Han explained to the mechanical hero that he remained alive only thanks to the ability of the Wall of Breath. The mechanical hero calmed down the lazy swordsman when he began apologizing that the company had lost face due to his shameful behavior. Seeing the body of her superheroine sister, who was lying lifeless next to the lazy swordsman, the fiery butterfly asked if he needed help. The girl heard an affirmative answer from a Han, and gratitude that he would not be able to cope without her help. In the meantime, Yang Shi, sitting in the guest room of the dormitory, tried to heal the wounds he received in the duels with the Snow Woman and the evil dragon. The boy reflected on the fact that his main goal is to solve the secret of the blue pill. The main character has two hooks. The first is the Ice Adventurer, which will be handled by his agent Liu Yuan. The second is a hero of sour and spicy noodles, who also used the blue pill, and the guy decided to look at him with his own eyes, lighting up the general meeting of fans. Likewise, Yang Shi understood that in the future he will be exposed to even more danger, and therefore he is forced to leave the dormitory in order to prevent the girls from getting into trouble. Only the boy mentioned the girls as his position appeared Lin Naishui. The protagonist decided not to drag out his decision and shocked the girls by announcing that he would be moving out of their shared apartment. Yang Shi admitted that as a man, he is not very comfortable living with 3 girls, and now that he has received an increase in salary, he has the opportunity to rent a separate apartment. Xiao Ai asked the boy, pointing at the confused Lin Naishui, how to be with her now. The main character did not understand that those around him and Lin Naishui herself thought that there was a certain relationship between them, and noted that there was nothing in common with the girl. Hearing this answer, the girls agreed that in this case they would not stop him, and Lin Naishui herself, humiliated, made her way out. In the end, the guy offered to celebrate his departure with delicious food, and since everyone has contact numbers to call back from time to time, the loud banging of the door behind which Lin Naishui hid, which frightened those present, showed everyone that the boy had not behaved tactfully. Yang Shi realized too late that he had hurt the girl. The main character was inconsolable with his behavior towards Lin Naishui and expressed his opinion that no matter how you go to dinner, someone needs to do it together. Xiao Ai meant that Sister Lin treats the boy very well, so she can't understand why she can't be the main character's girlfriend. Ding Lan, in turn, offered her fellow student to go and rest for a while Glopit mends his relationship with their sister Lin Naishui. The main character was faced with a difficult choice because he really liked the girl, but nevertheless, he did not want to put anyone in danger. The boy went to Lin Naishui's room and knocked, hearing the answer that the door was not locked. The girl was lying on the bed. You were talking to someone on the phone. I'm pretending or something. She doesn't notice the main character. The guy apologized, but Lin Naishui objected and pointed out that he shouldn't apologize if he told the truth. The girl simply asked the main character if her not-so-good past is the reason for refusing the relationship. Yang Shi immediately denied the girl's conclusion. Instead, she assumed that she was not very good for him. The main character tried to calm the girl down and offered to just be friends, and this offer infuriated her even more. In his mind, the guy understood that the girl's relationship with her family was falling apart. She needed a close person to show her his affection. Yang Si understood that by responding with a refusal to have a relationship, he would make the girl think that the reason she was there was because she had passed away as an escort. It seemed to the boy that after what he had experienced, Lin Naishui's soul was like a porcelain figurine that could be broken with a single unsuccessful move. The girl noted that it is possible that after the kiss, she very quickly decided that they had finally found a friend and ruined the relationship with her impatience. Looking into the eyes of the same hero, Lin Naishui proposed that Yang Shi become her first official boyfriend. In order not to traumatize the girl's psyche, the main character had no choice but to agree to this proposal. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan began to fulfill the task given to him by the main character, namely to find out about the blue pill from the ice adventurer. The boy complained to himself that he had to spend a lot of money on alcohol and entertainment with Li Chuanyang's girls. After getting his guest well drunk with alcohol, Liu Yuan decided to check his pockets to see if he was carrying a blue pill. The examination of the contents of the pockets was successful, and Liu Yuan happily brought out a small box. Unexpectedly, the icy adventurer woke up, scaring the boy with the question, "What are you doing in his pockets?" Quickly overcoming his initial fear of being caught, Liu Yuan took out a cigarette and replied that he was looking for a lighter. Li Chuanyang reached out to the guy by the torch and asked where the girls he promised him had gone. The ice adventurer added that he was very interested in the one wearing the overalls, meaning Lin Naishui. When Li Chuanyang went to the girls, Liu Yuan continued his search for the unknown box. Having found the box, the boy quickly opened it and was surprised by what he saw. Liu Yuan got a blue cube from the box that had the smell of chewing gum, but looked very strange. The boy really wanted to taste the unknown substance, but something stopped him. It was clear that the cube contained the same blue pill. Liu Yuan was faced with a difficult choice to try the blue pill on himself, or to follow his godfather's order. The sound from the private room of the club scared the boy. He thought that it was his friend Li Chuanyang who was rioting. Wasting no time, Liu Yuan grabbed one of the blue cubes stored in the ice adventurer's chest and quickly put it in his pocket. The boy decided to check what happened in the private room, and after knocking, he was surprised when a half-naked Li Chuanyang opened the door for him. Liu Yuan looked behind the ice adventurer and saw one of the escort girls lying on the floor. After leaving the room, Li Qianyang began to dress and calmly informed Liu Yuan that the girl was dead. Leaving the ice club, the ice adventurer reassured Liu Yuan that he would ask the people from the Kunlun company to settle the matter. Finally, Liu Yuan wished the ice adventurer, who was quickly leaving the club, to take care of himself. When Li Qianyang left, the boy was finally able to breathe out calmly, because he understood that if he had seen the blue cube snatched from him, he would have killed the thief immediately. The ice adventurer's car is waiting for him in the club's underground garage. On the way to his car, Li Qianyang couldn't contain his rage and clutched a box of blue cubes in his hands. Sitting behind the wheel, the ice adventurer slammed the box in front of the windshield with such force that it opened and the blue cubes scattered in front of him. Li Qianyang was even more enraged as he remembered how many times he had been unable to control his strength since he started using the blue pills, but still decided to calm down. Seeing the scattered blue cubes, the ice adventurer counted them with his eyes and was surprised that one was missing. The superhero car quickly started from the spot, and Li Qianyang mentally reassured himself that it didn't matter if even one pill was lost, because a new batch would be ready soon. Meanwhile, Fan Peng gave the main character a ride to his new home and expressed his incomprehension as to how the boy was able to leave the apartment where he lived with the girls. Yang Shi replied to the friend that it was just an illusion. In reality, it is not very convenient to live together with a bunch of girls. When the boys approached the protagonist's new residence, Fan Peng was struck by his respectability. After learning that Yang Xi received money from his godson, his friend was even more surprised because he did not understand how quickly the boy was able to adopt someone. Finally, the main character was left alone, but he felt that he was actually a little sad. The boy remembered that after the duel with the evil dragon, he had never used the ability of the Snow Woman. Although Yang Shi had spent a lot of energy perfecting her puppet control ability, what was left would be enough to summon the Snow Woman. Wasting no time, the protagonist summoned the Snow Woman to see how this ability works. The appearance of the Snow Woman surprised Yang Shi very much, because what appeared was not what he expected to see. A little girl named Loli appeared in front of the boy, immediately called him the Master instead of the powerful Snow Woman. With the appearance of the Snow Girl, the temperature in the room began to drop sharply, and this was immediately reflected on the windows. The main character also felt that he was starting to get cold. The Snow Girl tried to get closer to her master to find out if everything was okay with him, but the boy forbade her to do so. The girl called herself Snow and assured that she would not harm her master, but the temperature would drop a little. Yang Xi was very surprised to hear the girl's name, but admitted that with her appearance, the room became very cold. The boy activated an ability called a Flaming Fist, and Snow, seeing the fire in the hands of the master, asked if it was possible to approach her now. The Snow Girl said that she really likes warmth, which finally surprised the main character. Warming herself next to the Flaming Fist, Snow was very pleased to find such a host. It was also clear that the cold air around the girl is only a seeding effect. If it were otherwise, the fiery fist would not be able to withstand the cold. Feeling the warmth emanating from Yang Shi's body, the girl tried to hug him, but the protagonist rudely shooed her away. Snow proved to be quite persistent, and nevertheless pressed herself against the boy. To warm the Snow Girl, the guy wrapped her with a blanket, but noted that this was the first and only time. In a few days, the meeting of the hero of hot and sour noodles with his fans began. A huge crowd cheered for their idol. Under the guise of one such fan, Yang Shi came to meet the hero of spicy and sour noodles. The host of the event noted that the superhero is ready to meet the fans and asked if the fans are ready to meet their hero. The superhero who appeared on the scene declared that the people present at the meeting are now safe, not because their safety is guaranteed by his iron fist. The main character made his way to the stage itself, and in order to somehow attract the attention of the superhero, he announced that he would fall now. The hero of hot and sour noodles quickly caught Yang Shi fainting and pointed out that the boy should be more careful. The boy politely apologized to the superhero and called himself by name, holding out his hand to greet him. A single touch from Yang Shi was enough to strip the hero of his sour and spicy noodle ability. Finally, the meeting with the veils of the superhero of spicy and sour noodles ended, but people scattered little by little. Together with his assistant, the superheroes left the meeting place with fans, satisfied that it was finally over. The man complained to the assistant that he was very tired of such meetings of insects where you need to shake a lot of dirty hands with your fans. The superhero ordered his assistant to go get a snack while he rested in the car, because he still had one meeting for the evening. The assistant agreed, but asked if you would hold the superhero's body for another such meeting. The boss rudely closed the door in the assistant's face, noting that she had to sing in order to be popular. Left alone, the superhero resented the fact that the debt he owed was not diminishing, and wondered if there was any point in continuing to gamble. Grabbing his head, the man ordered himself never to sit down at the game table again. Unexpectedly for the superhero in the backseat of his car, someone asked the question whether he was tired of leading such a lifestyle. Immediately recognizing the stranger as UC, the hero of the spicy and sour noodles seemed very frightened and asked how the boy got to the car. The boy noted that since there is an ability in the superhero's body, UZ feels it from a distance and knows perfectly where the target is. The main character reassured his visitor and said that he would just ask a few questions. The superhero is so sharp that he says that even though he works for the Kunlun Company, he does not always agree with the opinion and behavior of some other superheroes. In order to learn as much as possible, the main character decided to use the ability to control puppets. Finding himself in complete darkness, the boy realized that this is what the inner world of a superhero looks like: spicy and sour noodles. On a solid dark background, windows with memories of the superhero began to pop up. Having seen all the past lives of the man, the boy never saw a mention of the blue pill. Unexpectedly, in one of the memory windows, a faceless person with a respectable appearance, holding the same blue pill in his hands, slept. The faceless man handed the superhero a pill, assuring him that as soon as he took it, his powers would increase, he would pay off his debts, and he would be able to return to his family. In his memories, the superhero tried to take the pill from a stranger, but he offered to hug her for some information. A stranger without a face needed secret information about other superheroes, and in order to get a pill, the hero of spicy and sour noodles told everything. The protagonist saw that meetings with a person without a face were quite frequent, and the superhero talked about the secret weaknesses of his colleagues in order to get the blue pill. The last memory was the most interesting for the boy, because the person without a face asked the superhero about the appearance of a new star hero, about UZ. The hero of hot and sour noodles told the faceless man that UZ not only mocked the son of the mechanical hero, but also won the battle between the lazy swordsman and the evil dragon. The faceless man asked the superhero if he had any additional information about UZ. The hot and sour noodle superhero told the faceless man that he only knows about UZ's ability to steal the abilities of others, and that he never shows his face. The faceless man was very interested in this information. In return for the information, the faceless man gave the superheroes a full stack of blue pills. Finally, the blue pill supplier ordered the superhero to find more information about UZ before his daughter's birthday next Sunday. It was clear to the main character that the reason for the appearance of the blue pill was to find the weak points of superheroes, and then corrupt and control them. The man without a face had controlled so many superheroes that the boy wondered what his real purpose was. Meanwhile, on a renewed day in a renewed place, Liu Yuan awaited the appearance of his godfather and bit the mosquitoes that tried to bite him. The main character appeared as usual unexpectedly, and addressing his godson scared him a little. Taking out the box, Liu Yuan showed Yuzi the blue pills he managed to grab from the ice adventurer. After comparing the color and quality of the pills, the protagonist came to the conclusion that they are the same as the hero's hot and sour noodles. Liu Yuan said that it was because of this pill that Li Chuanyang accidentally killed the girl, because the side effect of its action was uncontrollable power. After hearing this, the main character noted that in the pursuit of glory and money, superheroes are capable of good deeds and are not afraid of side effects. Looking seriously at his godson, Yu asked if he understood what a real superhero should be. Hearing the question, the boy wondered if she had expectations from the union that Yu represented. Putting his hand on his heart, Liu Yuan said that a superhero must be responsible to make helping humanity the goal of his life. The main character immediately understood that this phrase is from some movie and has nothing to do with what the guy is really thinking. The reward for the task accomplished was the medicine for the D-rank ability, and this angered Liu Yuan a bit, as he was counting on a higher status. Yutzi explained to the boy that he should increase his ability slowly, and offered to return the ability if he did not need it. In order to prevent the godfather from changing his mind, Liu Yuan-shu swallowed the medicine as quickly as possible to become D-rank. After consuming it for a year, the boy was surprised that it tasted like ketchup, but the main character assured him that it should be so. Yu asked for Liu Yuan's abilities, and now the werewolf the boy turned into was independent of the moonlight and could easily transform at any moment. The boy was surprised that he didn't immediately pretend to be a werewolf, as happened the first time. Raising his fist, the main character noted that the guy needs to warm up a little in order for the ability to turn on you. Liu Yuan immediately understood what his godfather was going to do, but he could not believe that he was not so capable. To warm up his godson, Yu simply punched him in the eye. The boy got scared and started crying that he was in pain, but the main character said that he had to be cruel to make the boy stronger. After transforming into a werewolf, Liu Yuan was pleased that his ability had improved. To test the flexibility of his godson's improved abilities, the main character ordered to turn back into a human. Yu asked the werewolf if it was difficult for him to maintain such a form. Transforming back into a human, the boy was tasked with continuing to follow the blue pill and warned that people using it would become uncontrollable and dangerous. The protagonist added that in the second task, Liu Yuan must collect information about the weakness and stupid actions of superheroes. The guy asked the godfather if his union was going to expand and received the answer that the superhero is just a raw material for the union. Hearing that his boss views superheroes as raw, the boy asks if Yu plans to take away their powers. Ascending into the sky, the main character confirmed that the potion of ability that he gives to the boy appears from there, and advised him to be diligent in his work. After dealing with his godson, Yang Shi flew to the deserted night beach. The boy decided that this is the perfect place to train the abilities of the snow girl. The main character activated the ability to summon a snow girl to start her training. Seeing her master again, Snow was very happy and threw her arms around him, but he stopped her, saying that it was time to train. The boy offered the snow girl to attack herself, but she refused, saying that she did not want to harm the owner. But Yang Shi reassured her that she would not be able to do that. The girl liked this game and said that she was ready to attack her master. The main character did not know what to expect from the girl, but resolutely ordered her to attack him. Snow's snow power began to concentrate around the girl. Suddenly, Yang Shi saw a monster transportation portal appear above their training city, which scared him. The first to appear from the portal was a man-like pumped-up frog. The boy understood that the invasion of monsters had begun, but he calmed down that it was only D-rank monsters. The next was a predatory unicorn, a monster that showed itself very well in running on water. Both monsters appeared behind the snow girl, and Yang Shi, frightened for her fate, warned her to be careful. To protect herself from the attack of monsters, Snow rose to the sky and the main character flew to her aid. A powerful glow at the place of the snow girl made the boy stop. The main character did not understand what happened and was stunned by what he saw. After a powerful glow, a real snow woman appeared in the place where little Snow was. The Javanese woman was outraged to see the monsters and firmly asked them if they were looking for death. The humanoid frog was no less surprised than the main character by the appearance of a powerful opponent. The snow woman slowly approached the humanoid frog, sensing her superiority. Having confidently looked at the monster, the snow woman was ready to deal with him. Surprised by the metamorphosis that happened to Snow, the boy noted that the girl had grown up a little. The answer was that it was her combat form. The main character drew attention to the wonderful forms of the snow woman, and noted that they are very fierce and cruel. Using the ice balls, the regenerated snow woman attacked the humanoid frog. The frog was covered in ice, but its eyes expressed endless love for the snow woman. Yang Shi really hoped that Snow had killed the frog, but the girl replied that the monster was still alive. The monster used the melting ability to destroy the ice shackles in which her cheekbone snow woman. The protagonist used a plasma blow against the frog. The humanoid frog was quite fast and agile, so there was no way the boy could hit it. The frog continued to approach quickly, and it was a great danger, so the main character ordered the snow woman to stop the monster. Snow again chained the frog with ice, and the main character had only to take away the ability from the monster. The boy got a rank D ability from the humanoid toad, which gave him physical endurance that grew stronger every day. The snow woman turned to her master, remarked that it seemed to her that they had lost someone. The main character realized that the predatory unicorn had disappeared, and again saw that he had gone to the city. The boy offered to follow the monster when he saw that the snow woman was upset about something, and asked her about it. The snow woman explained that she had just now left her body, as Yang Shi wanted to regain control over her again, and she thought it was unfair. The girl admitted that her name is Lin Nai, and in fact she is not a snow woman. Throwing herself into the boy's arms, Lin Nai said that she must be the first to lose control over herself. In order to free herself from the image of a snow woman, the girl first tried to kiss the main character. She failed in this attempt and turned back into a little girl Snow. Young Shi knelt down, then asked if the girl in front of him was the same Snow before. The girl looked confused, admitted that she had just been carried away. The protagonist was worried about the coma and asked her if she remembered anything. The boy heard that Snow doesn't remember anything. Does she think they were training? I guessed that the girl has two personalities that are not connected to each other by common memory. The girl liked very much that her master patted her on the head, and she, calling herself Xiao Yue, was very pleased with it. Young Shi was very impressed by the fact that he likes them immediately or their personalities, both the Snow Girl and the Snow Woman. Snow admitted to the boy that she was very tired and wanted to sleep, and he let her go to rest. After thanking the hero with her head, the Snow Girl disappeared, leaving him alone. The problem with the predatory unicorn was not solved, and the main character went to the city to look for the escaped monster. Meanwhile, in his car at high speed, Lu Yuan was speeding down the road, satisfied that he had the ability of a predatory werewolf. The boy was very surprised to see a predatory monster unicorn on his way. A company was resting on the beach near the sea, and when Liu Yuan saw them, he began to shout that a monster was approaching and advised them to run away. A girl from the company of those relaxing by the sea saw Liu Yuan trying to attract their attention. On the other hand, the guy with whom I was on vacation took Liu Yuan's care very lightly, noting that the presence of a sports car gives him the right to attract attention. The other girl was more attentive and heard that Liu Yuan was warning the company about the presence of a monster nearby and advised to run away as soon as possible. Finally, the company noticed that the predatory unicorn was approaching them, but it was too late. The monster came close to the vacationers, who began to cry for help. Liu Yuan found himself in such a difficult situation for the first time in his life, and it occurred to him that he could save the boys and girls. After starting to transform into a werewolf, the boy noted that he was not so sensitive before. Meanwhile, one of the girls found herself in the water and cried for help, turning to her friend named Wu. A fat man swam up to a girl named Hua Hua and offered her to hold on to a log. The girl offered the fat man to hold on to the log in the same way. The guy was very pleased with himself that he was able to help the girl in a difficult moment. Meanwhile, an unexpectedly predatory unicorn, who had the ability to jump very well on water, grabbed the fat man's hand. The monster that grabbed the fat man dragged him to the bottom of the sea to feast on them. Taking on the form of a werewolf, Liu Yuan rushed after the monster to help the fat man escape. The predatory unicorn was very fast, but the werewolf still caught up with it. Liu Yuan grabbed the monster's leg and began to spin it around him. Having gently untwisted the predatory unicorn, the werewolf let go of his leg and the horse flew far away. The boy was very pleased with himself and his act, realizing that now he does not hide when monsters come, but can engage in a duel with them. Inspired by his act, Liu Yuan no longer sees any obstacles in front of him to become an S-rank hero and to be better than his father, a mechanical hero. Yang Si saw what his godson had done and praised him, and noted that he had changed his opinion about him for the better. The girl who was saved by the fat man was surrounded by her friends, and they started asking about her boyfriend. Lulu told a terrible story about how Fat Wu was grabbed by a monster and dragged into the depths. My friends were stunned by the girl's story, but I didn't know what to do next. Lulu pointed at the werewolf and told her friends that he was the hero who would help them save the fat man, greatly confusing Liu Yuan with this statement. Suddenly, the invert felt that he was in the captivity of the water funnel, and he could not move. The predatory unicorn that had created this water funnel launched an attack on the werewolf. Being completely helpless, Liu Yuan received a powerful blow to the back from the monster with its horn. After striking the werewolf with its horn, the monster added a powerful hoof strike that sent Liu Yuan's skull flying away. Once on the ground, the boy barely managed to come to his senses and stand up a little to prepare for the next attack of the unicorn. The girl who was watching the duel from the window noted that Liu Yuan is in a disadvantageous state after receiving injuries. One of the heroes went to help the boy, but asked his friend to talk for the others. Heroes with jet shoulder pads, what wanted to get to the scene of events as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Yuan himself had to admit that being wounded was quite painful. Having rested a little, the predatory unicorn again rushed to attack the werewolf, scaring him very much. After making a powerful water typhoon, the monsters rushed to attack Liu Yuan. The reporters who watched the duel between the wild boar and the predatory unicorn from a helicopter admitted that the monster finally flew off the reels. Being completely engulfed by the water typhoon, Liu Yuan has no way to breathe. While the last hope was already leaving the werewolf, he saw that his godfather was coming to help him. Struggling in the grip of the water typhoon, Liu Yuan cried out loudly and called out to the godfather for help. Observers saw that the young man was being swallowed up by a monster before their eyes. Worried about the fate of the hero who saved her, Lulu begged the werewolf to hold on until reinforcements arrived. The unexpected attention of all the observers of the duel was attracted by Yu Zi, who cared to help Liu Yuan. Approaching the whirlpool in which the werewolf was located, the protagonist mentally thanked Liu Yuan for acting as a decoy. Yang Shi now wondered if the person distributing the blue pills would appear at the scene. To deal with the predatory unicorn, the main character decided to use the ability to transform metal. The boy attacked the monster with the help of metal arrows, which rained heavily in the direction of the monster. Powerful metal arrows hit the predatory unicorn, leaving him no chance of life. Once the monster was killed, the water typhoon ended, and Liu Yuan was able to escape. The girl who was concerned about the fate of the werewolf was amazed that Yu Zi defeated the monster using only one ability. Having plunged the werewolf into his flying raft, the main character headed towards the predatory unicorn he had killed. On the boy's flying vehicle, Liu Yuan transformed into a human again. After swimming over to the body of the dead unicorn, Yang Shi prepared to take its ability. The main character received the D-rank Master Surfer ability, which gave him the ability to walk on water. Thanking Liu Yuan for helping to attract the attention of the one with the blue pills, the boy decided to give all the winner's laurels to his godson. A girl named Lulu watched from afar and did not understand what was happening on Yuzi's raft. Fatty and Liu Yuan lay unconscious together in the middle of the beach while their wounds were treated. Liu Yuan finally came to his senses, noting that being wounded hurts. Seeing that her hero was conscious, Lulu threw herself into his arms to thank him for saving the fat man, but he himself remained alive. People approached the new hero and asked how Liu Yuan was able to improve himself and now do good. Standing with Lulu on the seashore, Liu Yuan mentally thanked the godfather for making him a hero. The boy thought that his godfather Yu Zi was a real god who quickly appeared and defeated the monster, leaving all the hero's laurels to him when an unknown figure appeared behind him. The person who came out of nowhere was very unpleasant, and after informing Liu Yuan that he had violated the rules of using abilities, invited him to follow him to the Hero Association. Those present on the beach were outraged by the man's statement, but on his clothes was a sign of his belonging to the Association of Heroes. The man who came from the Association of Heroes in the city was called Tinker with Scissors Hands, because he makes the most worthy things with his own hands. Liu Yuan had no desire to obey Skyglare, and the boy replied that he was just helping people. The Tinker was very persistent, then pointed out that the boy had broken the law by using his abilities in public. Suddenly, Luo Mun's voice rang out over the beach, and she said that this matter would be decided by Kunlun's company, and no one would be able to bring her brother to justice. Those present on the beach were shocked by the appearance of an evil dragon, which they knew had died in the battle with Yu Zi. Liu Yuan was very surprised by the appearance of his sister and asked why she appeared. Luo Mun patted her brother on the shoulder, noting that a werewolf had good regeneration properties, and asked her not to cause any more problems for the family. Having caught the lick, the indignant Sigliar left the beach and said that the Kunlun company must provide the Hero Association with comprehensive information on this incident. Looking at her brother, Luo Mun tried to understand how he had acquired abilities when before that he had no hint of them. Waking up in the morning, the main character found himself in very good physical shape, thanks to the ability acquired in a humanoid frog. Examining his abilities of the element of water, the boy came to the conclusion that he has a lot of iciness associated with various elements. Yang Xin had the ability of flame, plasma, metal, and Master Surfer. He thought of combining it all into one. The boy was worried about the fate of his sister, Yang Fei, and feeling the strength in himself, he began to think about where to find information to improve her condition. At the moment, he only thought of getting into the thoughts of the superhero of sour and spicy noodles to find the answer to his questions. Meanwhile, the hero of sour and spicy noodles was walking down the street in a good mood and suddenly felt that some force entered his head. Using his abilities, the main character had complete control over the superhero's body. This ability gave the boy the ability to completely capture bodies and take complete control. Wanting to check if he still had any abilities after taking over the superhero's body, Yang Shi connected the metal transformation ability. He was happy to learn that everything was working. While in the body of a superhero of sour and spicy noodles, the main character heard a conversation in which a girl warned the boy that she would use force on him. The main character decided to hide and find out what was going on between the unknowns. Despite the girl's warning, the boy grabbed her hand and explained that if she wants to join the company of the Divine Dragon, she must undergo training. The guy brazenly hinted that with a good figure and an attractive face, the girl could satisfy his sexual dreams. The girl's interlocutor impudently reached for her clothes, hinting that the girl must sleep with him and the boss of the company, who has healing abilities. After hearing about the healing abilities of the boss of the Divine Dragon Company, the main character thanked God because it was you and sought to help his sister. In response, the girl shouted that she did not want to engage in shameful things, neither with the boys nor with his boss. Instead, the boy had already torn a piece from her dress. The girl was outraged and cried, covering her bare chest with her hand where the dress used to be. The impudent boy would have finished his business, mocking the defenseless girl, if not for the powerful kick that throws him away. Finding himself in the bushes, the boy was outraged that someone had allowed himself to hit him. While preparing to blow away the scoundrel, the main character noted before that he was the boy's karma, and now he will bring retribution on him. The boy recognized the hero of the spicy and sour noodles and indignantly asked him why he was going about his business. The protagonist, with the mouth of a sour superhero, asked the boy how he would behave if his sister or daughter were sexually harassed. The guy did not take it at all, reproached his side, and noted that the girl had been doing an internship at the company for many years and would be happy to take advantage of such a chance. The girl roared with such words at her address and emphasized that she had never taken such a step for the sake of an internship at the company. The main character advised the girl to think carefully before embarking on this path, because once it starts, it will never end, and in order to be a heroine, you need to go to your goal. Finally, everything fell into place in the girl's mind, and she thanked the armchair hero for saving her and gave important advice. The girl went off on her own business, and the sour-faced hero and the insolent guy were left to fend for themselves. Looking at his powerful opponent, the impudent boy remembered that the superhero needs to eat sour and spicy noodles to activate his abilities, and saw a chance for himself. The impudent boy was angry that the girl left and asked the superhero, needing his hand for a blow, if he knew what the consequences of his behavior were, seeing that spicy food was not sold around. Mockingly, the main character asked, with a cheerful smile on his face, what consequences the impudent boy was talking about. Wasting no time, the boy threw his fists at the main character, wanting to teach him. The main character expected such behavior, and therefore connected the superhero ability of sour and spicy noodles. The attacker was not ready for the sharp and spicy transformation to take place before his eyes, so he stopped in a daze. The boy didn't even have time to gather his thoughts when the main character remembered a powerful punch on his body. Unable to resist the superhero's counterattack of sour and spicy noodles, the impudent boy flew to the nearest bushes. Hiding in the bushes, the boy threatened the superhero that he would wait a minute until his ability ended. Then he would do whatever he wanted with him. Being in the body of a spicy hero, Yang Shi was surprised by the awareness of the entire opponent and understood that he only had 15 minutes to be strong. This did not scare the main character at all, because after gathering only abilities, his body is very strengthened, and he will be able to deal with this attacker. Using the main character's energy, the spicy body could only last for 15 minutes before becoming exhausted. It was clear that by using the power of the octopus amulet, it was possible to use all the power at once. Wanting to hide from the retribution of the spicy hero, the boy turned invisible, but thanks to his abilities, Yang Shi immediately found him. The impudent boy was surprised that he did not manage to escape from the B-rank hero. While holding the scoundrel in his hands, the main character noted that perhaps he was hiding his secret ability. The guy started begging to let him go. I admitted my defeat by promising that he would call the Divine Dragon Company and they would bring financial compensation. The main character almost agreed, in exchange for a promise that the boy would not look for him and take revenge. Lustfully looking at the insolent boy, the hamster begged for mercy. The superhero emphasized that he remembered something. The look of the superhero scared the boy very much because he perfectly understood what it meant. The hot, spicy hero continued to hold the boy's breasts while he covered his rear, letting it slip that his opponent was gay. In order to save himself, the impudent guy began to offer his opponent to avoid violence, but just to chat. Being in the body of a superhero, Yang Shi understood that you can only teach the scum. But there is a fact that bad people will only find trouble from the spicy hero. Grabbing the scoundrel's leg, the The superhero cop did not remember that he paid attention to his resistance and dragged him into the bushes. In a minute, the frills of an insolent boy began to be heard from the bushes so that the superhero would not undress him but not touch him. Looking at the photos he took in the bushes, the main character was sure that the impudent guy would no longer try girls or look for ways to take revenge on the spicy hero. Having done a good and useful deed, the boy decided to deactivate the ability to control the body of the hot, spicy hero. Seeing the photo in his phone, the superhero of sour and spicy noodles was very surprised because he did not remember any of those moments. Also, under the photo of the superhero, there was a message that forbade him to delete these photos because the forest ranger could cause him problems for disobedience. Meanwhile, the branch of the Heroes Association in the city of Luhan was assembled. The leader of the Hero Association branch, named Wu Zixing, was present at the meeting. The mechanical hero, along with the ice adventurer, were also present at this meeting. Ouyang Yan was appointed as the head of the branch of the Heroes Association. Wu Zixing began to inform that the planning of the first stage of defense needs the help of heroes because the scale of the depressions is very high. Ouyang added that after planning this period, each of the heroes will role model the invasion and force the monsters to return to their world. The mechanical hero guessed that the purpose of the association was to allow each company to send an A-rank hero to the warp center and strengthen the control of the hollows. Listening to the instructions of the representatives of the association, the mechanical hero understood that after accepting the account and going after the monsters, someone could make a lot of money. The world of monsters has the ability to improve items, armor, and weapons, so the hero always wanted to go there. In this world, the word of the strongest is paramount, and having a powerful ability is the key to an organization being invincible and gaining high status. The Ice Adventurer added that after consecrating the world of monsters, you can add a powerful element to your ability. Meanwhile, the main character was working on creating his organization, and for this, he planned himself. But he didn't like what happened because his double looked at him somehow strangely. To strengthen his double, the boy decided to combine two abilities, plasma and metal. Having strengthened the ability of plasma to rank A at the expense of dark matter, the main character added an additional ability of rank B to his double by gaining the ability to replace the shadow. Having improved the existing abilities, the boy gave them to his clone to strengthen him. Yang Shi programmed his doppelganger to be cool and own, as well as to be cold-blooded, and after these instructions, he began the transformation. Having transformed the clone into the image of a snake, which the main character called the second saint in his union of judges, the boy ordered the double to act. The plane landed at Shazhou City's 2nd District Airport. The main character was overdressed and scolded himself for not knowing that it would be so hot here. Arriving at the taxi stop, the boy was surprised that the driver addressed him as if he were an acquaintance. The driver assumed that the guy was from the 1st District and asked where he was going. Yang Shi looked for another car and left with a strange driver in the direction of the hotel. Following in the car, the boy received a message from Liu Yuan, in which he said that he had sent information about the sect of saints to an email. Meanwhile, the cunning taxi driver carefully looked at the passenger in the rearview mirror and told that their city is famous for the presence of luxurious casinos and in which the guy will definitely win the big kush. Likewise, the taxi driver noticed that the boy was young and attractive and promised to show him a beautiful town, thus making the boy interested. The taxi driver showed the business card of the club called Dreams of Paris, praising the local girls full of energy and enthusiasm, and assuring them that the prices there do not bite. The guy was surprised that casinos and brothels work in the city without problems, but I will point out that it is not true that Shazhou looks like a city of chaos. Upon the boy's arrival, it was announced that they had reached the Hilton Hotel where he was staying. The driver asked for 500 Azure coins for his services, surprising the boy with such a price. The protagonist looked at the counter and saw the value of 98 Azure coins. The guy politely asked the taxi driver if he was not mistaken. He received the answer that he took everything from above as an explanation, as if he gave a lesson to Lubchiskas who went to the 2nd District for the first time. In order to finally convince the guy not to refuse to pay, the taxi driver pulled out a gun and, pointing it at the passenger, advised him to pay better. To rob a greedy taxi driver, the main character, what to use the ability to control puppets. Yang Si, together with the taxi driver who carried his things, went to the reception desk where he received a key card from his number. The guy thanked and went to the room, and the taxi driver followed him as if under a spell. The hotel employees were stunned by how obediently the taxi driver helped to carry the boy's luggage because they knew him from the first day as an uncivilized, rude person. The girl from the reception was delighted with the main character and hoped that he might invite her to dinner. When the taxi driver brought things to the door of the room, the guy ordered him to drink away and remember how to behave with guests. From the email sent to him by Lu Yuan, the boy learned that the Union is a saint possessing a C-rank masked hero, and he also lives in the Hilton Hotel on the 37th floor in room 441. In order to continue communicating with the man in the mask, the main character took the form of a snake. The boy approached number 441 and prepared to enter there with the ability of the snake. The ability of the eye consisted in the fact that its master could seep through all the cracks, so the boy penetrated to the owner of the Union of Saints under the doors. Once inside, the protagonist heard girlish laughter and sighs from the bedroom. In the bedroom, the masked man was having fun, hanging out with several girls. One day, she saw how a hero in a snake mask entered the bedroom where they were having fun, and that scared her. The girl cried out when she saw that tentacles were hanging over the masked man. The masked superhero could not understand who attacked him, why the girls were so scared, but he was angry that they were preventing him from having fun. The clone of the main character in the snake costume continued to deftly control his tentacles. The man in the mask was outraged that the girls did not protect him. Doppelganger Yang Shi used his tentacles to scatter the girls in different directions, scaring them to death. The girls began to add their fear as a tip to the masked superhero. Having gained enough strength from the terror received from the girls, the man in the mask declared that he would fight anyone because he had gained energy. The superhero rushed to attack his opponent, who stood calmly waiting for action from the opponent. The masked man's fist hit the air as the main character's clone deftly stepped aside with the ability of shadow fighting. The man in the mask thought that before him is the one who has the ability to control shadows, thanks to which he entered his room. Holding the girls with tentacles, the doppelganger in a snake costume calmly waited for the masked man to attack him again. Looking at the shameful behavior of his opponent, the clone recalled the instruction of the main character to behave calmly and ruthlessly. At that time, the masked man pondered that if it weren't for the strength that his fear of girls gave him, he had no chance of defeating such a powerful opponent. The doppelganger decided to attack the masked man, who barely managed to hide from the powerful blows of the serpent's tentacles, and began to threaten his involvement with the Union of Saints. The doppelganger did not respond to the threats from the masked man. This reaction from the opponent angered the superhero, and he rushed at the snake to reprimand him for his impudence. The doppelganger didn't even try to dodge when the masked man's fist nearly hit him in the face. The superhero was surprised that the boy did not dodge his blow, and did not understand that he had fallen into a trap. The brazen attacker's fist went through the doppelganger's face, striking the air again, and surprised the masked man. As the fist went through the doppelganger's face, the boy's tentacles closed on the superhero's arm. The man in the mask was very frightened when he realized how he had fallen into a trap. Seeing that the hand of the main character's double was in front of him, the masked man began to beg him not to kill her, and threatened to kill the priest of their union from the side. The superhero understood that he was under the complete control of the unknown boy, so he begged to keep him alive when the clone's hand pulled his mask off him. The doppelganger took away his ability from the frightened masked man. The ability of the superhero was rank C, and it consisted in the fact that he gained strength by absorbing the fear of other people. A pitiful man stood in front of the warrior, powerless, and begged to return her, scaring her with his connection to the Union of Saints. In order to gain a deeper understanding of the Union's activities, the main character's doppelganger used the puppet control ability to penetrate the opponent's subconscious. Having penetrated the thoughts of the former superhero, the doppelganger again found himself in a room with many windows through which one could see different stages of the subject's life. In one of the windows of memory, the boy saw a man who was mortally wounded, participating in the war of abilities. An unknown priest approached the mortally wounded man and promised that he could save him from death in exchange for the fact that he would come under his command. Having agreed to submit to the priest, the former superhero's wounds quickly healed. The man, who was dying from his wounds a few minutes ago, calmly stood up and, feeling himself, realized that he was no longer affected by the weapon, and all the wounds had healed. Realizing that the priest saved his life, the man swore loyalty to him, giving his life to his discretion. Being under the full control of the protagonist's doppelganger, the former masked man approached the door to leave the hotel room. Superheroes under the control of a double came to the port in search of a container for sea transportation. Seeing a red container in the port, the superhero drew attention to it. Fully controlling the consciousness of his opponent, such a reaction of a man in a mask to a red container did not pass by the boy. After looking through the memories, the double found those that explain the story about the red container. They begin with the fact that a masked superhero came to the estate of the Union of Saints. The superheroine of the Union, named Bloodthirsty Rose, asked the masked boxer if it was true that the Mechnitsa penetrated his production area. The man in the mask replied to Krovogenova that there would be no problems with the violator if he was ordered to kill her. Another member of the Union, named the commander of the Deep Sea Army, was skeptical about the masked man's claims because the swordswoman was an A rank and killing her C rank hero was problematic. The commander of the Deep Sea Army was mastered by the mage of the Great Land, who pointed out that the disciples of the Saints' Union need not fear even A rank heroes. The High Priestess of the Union of Saints intervened in the discussion of her subordinates and ordered them to bring the swordsman to her so that she could have fun with her. The subordinate High Priestess of the Union of Saints unanimously obeyed the order. The commander of the Deep Sea Army called a man in a mask to him. Being in full command of the commander, the masked man was ready to carry out any of his tasks. The man was ordered to go to the industrial zone and find out if there is any information about Mechnitsa. Similarly, a person in a mask was ordered to check the goods that arrived at the port, so that they did not turn out to be spoiled. Having learned about this information from the memories of the man in the mask, the double controlling the body of the boxer came to the red container and saw an electronic lock there. The lock opened with a fingerprint and did not present any problem for the boy. Connecting the plasma strike ability, the clone effortlessly opened the red co-container. Once inside the container, the boy realized that it was all just an illusion, and the product he was looking for was hidden in the depths. Descending the stairs to the dungeon, the doppelganger saw that his path was blocked by guards. Seeing the masked man, the guard stood up and greeted his arrival. As his boss, this made the clone very happy. He asked the guard if anything out of the ordinary had happened today. The guard reported that the estimated goods had recently arrived and that he was already fed up with monsters. After hearing about the monster, the doppelganger imagined that monsters had arrived. Controlling the body of a man in a mask, the double of the main character ordered the guard to finally show him what kind of goods had arrived. Following the guard, the clone heard from different sides where the cameras were located, children crying. Passing by the camera, the guard scowled at one of the complainers, who turned out to be a small boy, and promised to spank him if he angered the man in the mask. Hearing such threats, the rest of the children who were behind the bars got scared and fell silent. The doppelganger of the main character was amazed that the representatives of the Union of Saints keep children in such conditions. After looking at the cages with the detained children, the doppelganger concluded that they were kidnapped from different parts of the globe. The fact of such treatment of children greatly outraged the clone of the main character. It did not go unnoticed by the guard. Violating the instructions of the main character to be cold-blooded and cruel, the clone of the mouth of the masked man threatened those who abuse children in this way to pay for it with their lives. In one of the cells, a blonde guard was whipping a boy who was tied to chains, then standing on his knees. The blonde guard was angry that the boy bit his ear. The doppelganger of the main character, in the form of a man in a mask, stopped the guard who wanted to give the boy another blow. The man in the mask wanted to find out from the guard why the boy bit his ear. The beaten boy looked at the man in the Godfather's mask and realized that he had certain abilities. The doppelganger mentally noted that the boy's main ability is good eyesight and asked him aloud what had happened. The blonde bodyguard hastened to inform the boy ahead of him that he attacked him because he was in a bad mood. Suddenly, a preacher from the Union of Saints appeared in the cell, who noted that the guard wanted to do something with the boy's sister. This unexpected information outraged the double of the main character. Finally, the clone turned his attention to the girl who was huddled in a remote corner of the cell, where her brother was being bullied. The preacher of the Union of Saints told the smiling man in the mask that the girl was scared to death, from which the doppelganger concluded that this union is a bunch of immoral young women. The preacher of the saints asked the man in the mask why he does not enjoy his vacation, but does not have fun with the two blondes whom he sent to him. The doppelganger, holding the man in the mask under control, said that he had come to the secret prison on the orders of the commander of the Deep Sea Army to check the quality of the goods. The man in the mask gave the order to let the boy go because there is still a lot to pay for him. The preacher of the Union of Saints grabbed the boy by the face and said that they would pay a lot for him, even without teeth. The angry boy threatened in the language of the First Territory that as soon as he gets his freedom, he will kill everyone present here. The man in the mask asked the boy to be patient, assured him that he would fulfill his wishes. The preacher was very surprised, but looked suspiciously at the man in the mask, who appeared to understand the language of the wild lands. The man in the mask activated his powerful fist and answered the preacher that he not only understands the language of the First Territories, but will also fulfill the boy's wishes. Wasting no time for unnecessary conversations, the doppelganger in the form of a man in a mask pierced through the body of the preacher of the Union of Saints, which in the end greatly surprised him. Before leaving this world, the preacher asked why the masked man killed him, and received the answer that he was with a fellow countryman. The guards of the underground prison heard the rumble of the preacher's body falling to the floor and approached the masked man to find out what had happened. The doppelganger no longer had any sense in hiding his presence in the body of a man in a mask, and he turned on the ability of a snake, noting that the guards would die in this prison today. The blonde bodyguard tried to attack the doppelganger, but the boy's tentacles shackled his hands. The second guard saw perfectly how before his eyes the powerful tentacles of the doppelganger were tearing apart the body of his partner. After making an unsuccessful attempt to escape, the second guard met the fate of the first, and he was finished. The events that unfolded unexpectedly before the eyes of the guy chained to the wall really impressed him. The doppelganger of the main character, the presence of the boy took away the abilities of the two heroes and the preacher of the Union of Saints. The boy wanted to know who he was dealing with, but first he politely stated his name, Yufan. Standing around Yufang, I will once again repeat my question, wanting to know who is in front of him. The boxer in the mask replied that he was the one who came to save him, but the boy remarked that he had heard that recently, as a superhero, he was mocking the children here. The man in the mask explained something to the boy. He will soon find out what it is all about. The doppelganger of the main character, under the control of the man in the mask, freed Yufan from the chains, but asked him to wait a couple of minutes while he dealt with those who were waiting for him on the street. After freeing himself, the boy immediately went to his sister, who was unconscious, and hugged her. Looking at the care with which Yufang hugs the girl, the double of the main character remembered that he also has a sister. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Union of Saints were already in the prison premises and gathered to attack the man in the mask. The doppelganger was very angry with the representatives of the Union of Saints, so he immediately decided to viciously attack them with the help of the snake ability and using the tentacles. In a minute, the attackers were finished, and their whole bodies were lying on the floor of the prison. Having dealt with the attackers, the doppelganger heard one more behind him, who defiantly assessed his abilities. Finding him under the control of the double of the main character, the following superheroes of the Union of Saints, Lord of Sound and Spearman, who tried to surround him, came to attack. Spearman ordered the Lord of Sound to attack first. Tossing up the disc, the Lord of Sound launched a musical assault on the masked man. The children who were imprisoned in cells could not endure this crazy music, which the Lord of Sound used as a weapon. The nervous system of the boxer in the mask, which was affected by the music, was quite strong, but he understood that the children would not withstand such tests for a long time. The masked man simply laughed in response to such an attack from the Lord of Sound, his former ego confused. The Master of Sound was enraged by such a reaction of the opponent, and in order to finally finish him off, he threw his music disc in the direction of the masked man. Since the main character's doppelganger was using a shadow fighting ability, the Sound Lord's weapon passed through him without causing any damage. Seeing that the weapon did not in any way affect the state of the opponent, the Lord of Sound was frightened, and at that moment the masked boxer struck him with a powerful blow. After receiving a powerful blow, the Lord of Sound began to beg the spearman to come to his aid. Without forcing himself to ask twice, the spearman threw an energy spear towards the masked boxer. Dealing with the Lord of Sound, the boxer did not see the threat approaching the yogi. The energy spear hit him. As with the music disc, the spear went through the body without causing any damage as the twin was using a new combat ability. To put an end to the Master of Sound, the masked boxer dealt him a powerful blow that was incompatible with life. Spearman was amazed that their former superhero was now killing members of the Saints Union, and he asked why he was doing that. The boxer's answer surprised his former colleague even more, because he said that he was doing it for the sake of the children who were prisoners of the Union of Saints, and for the sake of justice. The spearman tried to intimidate the boxer, saying that even if he won, he would not be able to escape far from this dungeon. The doppelganger who kept under control the body and mind of the masked boxer replied that if the Union wanted death, he would provide them with everything. A doppelganger in the guise of a masked boxer and a spearman stood side by side, preparing for a duel. The spearman saw how determined his opponent was and decided to attack first, throwing several fiery spears at the masked boxer. The boxer in the mask, putting the block with his hands, accepted this powerful blow. Without causing any damage to the boxer, the fire lances bounced off him and flew back towards the spearman. The opponent of the boxer did not expect that his vis-a-vis would be so powerful, so the fire spears pierced his body. The doppelganger of the main character forced him to admit that it was a powerful attack that he barely repelled. Now he felt pain from his injuries. One of the children, who was kept by the Union of Saints, approached the cage and asked if the superhero was injured, and heard that it was empty from the people of Lviv that he managed to save the children. The doors of the cages were opened, and the captive children were given the opportunity to leave the prison. Yufeng was the last to walk, holding his unconscious sister in his arms, and the superhero asked him to stop. The boy told the masked boxer that he no longer wanted to be weak and defenseless, and asked him to take him as his student. The superhero agreed, but asked Yufeng to swear eternal obedience to him. The boy immediately agreed to this proposal and assured the boxer that he would be the most loyal of his students. The double of the main character, as a reward for his future loyalty, gave the boy an ability. Yufeng was surprised and amazed because he did not expect such a generous gift from the hands of his master, namely the ability of the praying mantis, with the help of which the boy could defend himself for a while. The clone explained to the boy that he would now be able to turn his hands into swords when needed to defend himself, like the praying mantis does. The guy left happy about his new status, and in the meantime, the double of the main character had to collect all the abilities from the corpses of the representatives of the Union of Saints. From each downed enemy, the double of the main character collected according to ability. The boy was satisfied with the property that he now received from the superheroes of the Union of Saints, and remembered how many mistakes he had made when he took the abilities from frogs and horses. With all these abilities in his hands, the clone decided to improve his shadow exchange abilities, bringing him to rank A. After receiving the A-rank shadow exchange ability, the boy was very pleased because having such a powerful argument would make it easier to fight the head of the Saints Union. Having finished his work, the doppelganger, in the guise of a masked boxer, left the secret prison, but suddenly felt the blade of a sword touch his neck. The girl with the sword began to ask the double of the main character who he was and where so many children came from. While the girl held her sword at the boxer's throat, the rescued children surrounded her and began to address her by name, calling her sister Blanche. The children in one voice told the girl in front of her about the hero who saved them from prison. Hearing this, Sister Blanche apologized to the main character's warrior, who was in the guise of a masked boxer. Clone N immediately understood that before him was the same swordswoman Blanche. At that time, the girl told that she came here because she heard that human trafficking was taking place in the port. Seeing Yufeng with her unconscious sister in the arms of the sage, Blanche ran to him and apologized for being late. Meanwhile, the ground seemed to crack under the children's feet, and it scared them a lot. If you see this, the doppelganger asked what was happening. Some powerful ropes entangled the small parts of the children and dragged the frightened prisoners up the mountain. The entire port, along with ships and containers, was entangled in strong ropes, signifying the arrival of the High Priestess of the Saints Union with her followers. The children who had just escaped were again captured and begged for help. The doppelganger of the main character in the form of a boxer in a mask, together with the swordswoman Blanche and her student, remained against the most powerful heroes of the Union of Saints. Seeing that the masked boxer switched to the side of good, the bloodthirsty Rose only laughed at him. After all, everyone knew that he only had a C rank and could not be a competitor to the heroes of the Union of Saints. The High Priestess, the head of the Union of Saints, ordered the bloodthirsty Roses, the commanders of the deep sea forces, and the mage of the great land to teach the defector. The High Priestess's wand had the superpower of healing wounds and enhancing abilities, so she first touched it to a bloodthirsty Rose to give it powers. After receiving reinforcements, the bloodthirsty Rose noted that using abilities in such a wide range is exhausting, but thanks to the High Priestess's abilities, they are instantly restored. Satisfied with the hypocrisy of the bloodthirsty Rose, the High Priestess turned to the swordswoman Blanche Ta and pointed out that he should not touch the goods of the Union of Saints, and offered to surrender. Regarding the masked boxer, the high priestess said that the traitor of the Union of Saints would have no place among the living and ordered to kill him. Preparing for the duel, the swordswoman Blanche is thinking that if the opponent turns out to be rank B, then she will cope with him, but if the opponent of rank A appears, then problems may arise. Just in case, the swordswoman warned the representatives of the Union of Saints that the Association of Heroes is on the way, and it would be best for the saints to surrender and put down their weapons. This threat from Sister Blanche did not affect the high priestess in any way. She did not even take it into account. The head of the Union of Saints ordered her heroes to capture the swordswoman alive until she received help from the Association of Superheroes. The swordswoman Blanche immediately activated the sealing power, and the double of the main character was very impressed that the girl was able to release such a dangerous ability. Having made the attempt, the girl attacked the mage of the Great Land, and he in response activated the power of the Sand Magic Circle. Since Sister Blanche was an A-rank hero, she developed the Magic Sand Wizard Circle without too much trouble. The next target for the swordswoman's attack was the commander of the Deep Sea Forces, whom she immediately tried to seal. In order to somehow save himself, the commander discovered the ability to establish the flow of water. To finish off the enemies, the swordswoman Blanche used the power of the Severing Sword. But it was too late when she saw that the bloodthirsty Rose used her captive children as a human shield to cover herself from a powerful blow. The bound captive boy, who took the blow of a severing sword instead of a bloodthirsty Rose, wildly cried out in pain. Seeing this, the swordswoman Blanche was indignant in the manner of the greedy Rose, who used the innocent boy for her defense. The bloodthirsty Rose, on the other hand, was pleased with her wit, and noted that Sister Blanche's kindness and weakness, on the other hand, she still has many captives. Meanwhile, satisfied with such a small victory, the commander of the Deep Sea Forces, using his ability, began to turn into a water substance. Having transformed, the commander crept up to the swordsman and began to pose a very serious danger to her. The blade of his sword landed directly at Sister Blanche's neck. Suddenly, the double of the main character realized that one of his masks was destroyed by the commander of the Deep Sea Forces. The clone was very surprised when he realized that the commander had almost broken the second point of his mask. Getting rid of the image of a boxer in a mask, the double of the main character transformed into a snake and immediately impressed the commander of the Deep Sea Forces. From the powerful blow of the clone sword, the commander began to disintegrate. Sister Blanche wanted to finish off the commander of the Deep Sea Forces, but the doppelganger warned her against this step. Seeing her heroes fail, the high priestess decided to restore and strengthen them through holy healing, a superpower she possessed. Having received a holy healing, the commander of the Deep Sea Forces again felt the strength to fight with the double of the main character. The commander boasted to the clone that with such a powerful boss, they become almost invulnerable and immortal. In the meantime, the high priestess not only restored her Posipaks, but also had them refine their abilities to further strengthen her team. The team of the Union of Saints was strengthened and looked quite confident. The ability to quickly improve his opponents greatly alarmed the clone of the main character. Meanwhile, a whirlwind of energy swirled around the mage of the Great Lands. Sister Blanche was stunned when she realized that the old man generates energy, and under the influence of the power of destruction, his spells reach rank A. The doppelganger understood that the attack from afar could harm the children, and he had to stop it. The snake advised the swordswoman's son-in-law to have a commander and a bloodthirsty mind, and he would fight the priestess and the wizard. The boy asked Sister Blanche to just trust her and do as he asks. Looking at her doppelganger, the swordswoman could not understand why, despite the fact that he looks very strange, but inspires confidence. To help her partner, Sister Blanche offered to clear his way. The girl activated the seal and rushed to attack the commander of the god-led troops. As much strength as she had, the swordswoman Blanche delivered a powerful blow to the commander. Having received a powerful blow, the commander of the Deep Sea Forces very rudely turned to the bloodthirsty Rose to call her for help. Hearing that the commander called her a monster, the bloodthirsty Rose was indignant and reminded him that she asked not to call anyone that way. Nevertheless, the heroine used the spell of roses, starting to entangle everything with their stems. Suddenly, Sister Blanche realized that her powers were fading very quickly, and she could not compete with the bloodthirsty Rose. The bloodthirsty Rose began to influence Sister Blanche, telling her that she could make her fall in love with herself, and asked if she felt that it was getting hot around her. Seeing that the girl could not understand what was happening behind her, the commander of the Deep Sea Forces approached her and offered her to have fun. To shake off the obsession, Sister Blanche activated her mind seal, pushing the surprised commander away from her. This new ability of the swordswoman also impressed the bloodthirsty Rose, who had no idea that the girl had such hidden powers. The swordswoman Blanche explained that she had recently mastered this ability that allows her to be reborn in a critical state, and this awakened the desire in the bloodthirsty Rose. Meanwhile, the Mage of the Great Lands cast a release ability to have the monster take its place on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the children who were tied to the stem of the rose were crying and asking for help. The ugly monster released by the magician amazed everyone with its hideousness, but his attack was aimed at the swordswoman Blanche. Seeing the threat posed to his partner, the doppelganger came to help, covering the girl and taking the monster's blow on himself. The clone used a secret ability against the monster, which caused the monster to explode powerfully. The rotorcraft with the Association of Heroes was approaching the City of Events to help the swordswoman Blanche in her fight against the Union of Saints. Meanwhile, the great Earth Mage thanked the Holy Priestess for saving him with her healing wand after the masked stranger blew him up. The High Priestess lamented that thanks to the unknown masked snake, she had lost 2 B-rank fighters who would have easily been killed if the swordswoman had appeared alone. The Wizard of the Great Land noted that as long as the High Priestess is alive, the Union of Saints will exist without paying attention to the losses of its members. The head of the Union of Saints agreed with this statement of the mage, and added that as long as she is alive, the influence of the Union in the city of Shazhou will not change. The Great Feast added that the man in the snake mask who appeared out of nowhere can repel the attacks of A-rank heroes with the growth effect, so you need to sew up as soon as possible. The doppelganger of the main character, together with the swordswoman Blanche, who was supported by him, saw that the Mage of the Great Land and the Great Priestess were attacking with their heels using a means of transportation. Seeing that the opponents were waiting, the doppelganger was very pleased, and even promised them a couple more minutes of a peaceful life. The clone was the first to approach the commander of the deep-sea forces and pointed out that his abilities belonged to him. The doppelganger took away the rank B ability from the commander, which allowed him to strengthen the water in the human body and create waves and a water clone. Next up was the bloodthirsty Rose, from which the protagonist's doppelganger took away the rank B ability, which consisted of summoning rose stems with the blood of the owner of the ability. In order to create a new A-rank ability, the doppelganger decided to destroy these 2 F-rank abilities and then use them to enhance another ability. As a result of the upgrade, the boy gained an A-rank ability, thereby enhancing the ability of Superbrain. Having received this ability, the clone experienced sound and smell and taste as a form. Everything became much brighter. Having finished manipulating the abilities, the doppelganger saw that the swordswoman Blanche had already regained consciousness and was watching him. The girl was surprised by the high level of abilities of the unknown man in the mask. She wanted to know where his strength came from and what union he was from, and the double called her the Union of Judges organized by UZ. The swordswoman was surprised because she had never heard of a union of judges in which superheroes would be present. Sister Blanche drew attention to the fact that the children who were attached to the rose stems had shared somewhere, and this worried her. The doppelganger of the main character indicated to the girl that the children are in a protective sphere behind her in complete safety. Seeing the swordswoman, the children threw themselves on her neck, happy to be alive, and lamented to her that they were very scared. The children said that the master had saved them, surprising the girl very much. The master shadow first designed the stems of the rose, and then ordered the children to sew themselves into another city. Finally, the girl understood that it was about the guy in the snake mask who helped her fight with the representatives of the Union of Saints, and wanted to thank him. Looking around, Sister Blanche realized with surprise that she did not see her savior next to her and was very surprised. Finally, a helicopter with superheroes from the association appeared in the sky above the scene of events, who ordered everyone to stay in their places and not to do rash actions. A rotorcraft with representatives of the Superhero Association finally landed in what was left of the port of Shazhou. Along with the superheroes, a novice journalist who started working for the association flew in. The girl was very excited, so she asked one of the rotorcraft pilots who and what she should ask for the report. The pilot advised the girl to turn to the swordswoman Blanche and how much she was the heroine of today's event. The reporter's name was Lin Naikshui, and she approached the sword house to find out the details firsthand for her viewers and listeners. Sister Blanche spoke about herself with pleasure, because she gave an interview to the reporter for the first time, and she felt like a star. The girl said that she came to the port of Shazhou to neutralize a gang called the Union of Saints, who were engaged in the trade of underage children. The swordswoman sincerely told that if she had been forced to fight alone with the high priestess of the Union of Saints, she would hardly have won. But she was helped by an unknown hero in a snake mask. Lin Naixue was impressed by the swordswoman's story, especially the detail about the unknown hero in the snake mask. The two-girl reporter found out that the skills of the unknown hero were quite powerful and even surpassed the skills of a rank A hero. Pointing to the burned area, Sister Blanche noted that it was the work of a hero in a snake mask who called himself a representative of the Union of Judges. Looking around, the reporter noted that she did not see a hero in a snake mask anywhere. It was explained to Lin Naixue that the high priestess and mage had fled towards the underground parking lot, and the masked hero was following them to neutralize them. Meanwhile, a really great priestess and a great earth mage were walking together in the underground parking lot. The high priestess was annoyed at having wasted the last of her powers on a mage, and asked him if his sand power spell would be able to stop their pursuer. The wizard of the great land is firmly behind a certain boss who has filled the space around with his sorcery, and it is so strong that even when using plasma, it will not be destroyed. The doppelganger of the main character heard how the high priestess ordered the sorceress to find a car so that they could get together as soon as possible. The clone mentally noted that his goal is to do everything so that these two thieves are punished. Untimely, the phone rang in the double's pocket, which revealed his location. The fugitives also did not expect that someone was watching them, and were surprised by the sound of the phone. This phone call is so untimely that it really angered the double of the main character. The thieves turned around and went to check the place where the sound was coming from to find out who was following them. The clone took out the phone and was surprised to see Lin Naixue calling him. The phone continued to ring loudly, and the doppelganger realized that he had fallen into a trap because the thieves decided to see what happened. The only way out for the clone was to connect the ability to change clothes. Adopting his usual appearance, Yang Shi's doppelganger picked up the phone and answered Lin Naixue, surprising and calming the high priestess and the wizard of the great land with his appearance. The magician almost believed that he was a civilian, but the high priestess was more experienced, so she decided to check him. Meanwhile, the boy heard Lin Naixue's question on the phone where she was now, and was surprised because he thought she was at home. The girl reported that she is in the port of Shazhou and how long she was there as a reporter for the Heroes Association. Yang Xi was surprised that the girl was near him because he did not know about her new profession. The last two representatives of the Union of Saints walked behind the main character, heard that he was talking to his girlfriend, and found out the circumstances of his stay in the port. The boy was surprised when he learned from Lin Naixue that now she does not work in the club, but has found a decent job as a reporter for the Hero Association. The girl said that she was accepted as an intern at the Heroes Association and that she had just interviewed the swordswoman Blanche, who told her about an unknown hero in a snake mask. The main character sat down from the unexpected information because he did not expect that his girlfriend would get so close to him. The guy realized that with the help of the Heroes Association, the girl would quickly find him. In order not to express his confusion from what he heard, the main character decided to end the conversation and promised the girl to celebrate the beginning of her new activity. After hearing how sweetly the main character talks to his girlfriend, the wizard of the great land began to envy even him a little. After finishing the conversation, Yang Shi changed his appearance again and returned to the thieves, scaring the high priestess, who realized that they had just been tricked. A powerful hero in a snake mask appeared before the great priestess and magician of the great lands. After thinking for a long time, the sorcerer sent down a pack of black rabid wolves in the boy's direction, giving the command to kill the opponent. The main character skillfully coped with the wolves attacking him, scatter them in different directions. The high priestess saw how the boy fought off the wolves, noted that they needed more of such lively creatures to attack. The sorcerer noted that each of his wolves can compete with an A-rank hero, and these creatures are so fast that a person is unable to react to them. By connecting the tentacle changes, the main character easily hit the wolves attacking him. Having finished with the wolves, the boy did not stop striking his opponents with the same tentacles. Impressed by the tentacles, the Supreme Life was surprised by the fact that the main character has not only electrical abilities, but also mechanical ones. Realizing that she had a long time left, the High Priestess of the Union of Saints offered the main character to spare her life, promising not to remain in debt in return. The boy replied that he was fighting evil not for personal satisfaction, but in order to establish justice. With these words, the main character began to tighten the tentacles on the necks of criminals in order to finish them off as soon as possible. In the last minutes of her life, the supreme glutton still managed to swallow a handful of blue pills. The power of the High Priestess, multiplied several times, helped to break the tentacles with which I confused their main character and to break free. The High Priestess was satisfied, but noted that she not only knows how to heal, but she has another ability. With these words, the woman put her hand in her mouth to get her hidden weapon. The protagonist mentally understood that he felt the same feeling when the swordswoman drew her sword. The secret weapon that the High Priestess took out was called the Spear of Justice, and she was very happy to gain an advantage over her opponent. After receiving the ability of the Light Drop weapon, the power of the High Priestess of the Saints' Union increased several times. To make her weapon even more dangerous for the opponent, the priestess combined the light spear in an endless cycle. The High Priestess activated her lightsaber, commanding her to deliver justice, pointing at the protagonist like a thief. The boy realized how dangerous the challenge was before him when he saw an infinite number of light copies above him. One by one, the light spears began to hit, getting closer and closer to their target, the impression of a thief. Young Shi tried to run away, but he realized that the spears were constantly chasing him, and it was difficult to hide from them. One of the light rays that tried to hit the protagonist hit his leg and made him stop. The High Priestess enjoyed the boy's attempts to escape her weapons and wished him a speedy death. The main character stopped, and kneeling at the bottom of the right knee, realized that the situation is very bad if even a small attack can cause him a physical impression. Looking at the mountain, the boy realized that the light was distributed throughout the ceiling, making it possible to instantly identify its location. The main character quickly came up with the idea of how to nullify the advantage of light weapons, and he told the High Priestess not to rejoice too soon. Instead, the High Priestess was confident of her victory, smiling at her opponent's hope of winning the race with the light. Having connected the ability of the superbrain, the boy began to quickly consider options for solving the problem with a fast light weapon. Two light spears quickly approached the main character with the aim of hitting him. The High Priestess watched carefully as her powerful weapon tried to destroy the opponent. The main character activated the ability of fast shadow blades, which made it impossible to impress him with light copies. The swift blades of the plate-clad boy approached the High Priestess, but she did not even notice them. The protagonist suggested that the opponent surrender, because he understood that she had no chance. Not understanding the threat that loomed over her, the High Priestess arrogantly asked why she had to surrender, while the quick blades were already prepared to strike her. Instantaneous attacks of rapid clicks struck the body of the High Priestess of many cities. After being mortally wounded, the High Priestess finally realized that her opponent possessed not two, but three abilities. Hinting at the possibility of the High Priestess becoming independent, the boy did not advise her to do so because she would have to die again. Wasting no time, young Shi began to extract the ability from the dying High Priestess of the Saints' Union. The main character took away from the High Priestess a very powerful ability of rank A, which was called the Heart of Light, and did not give the opportunity to absorb the physical impressions of owners of rank B and below. First of all, the boy decided to test the new healing ability on himself. Recovering after a hard battle, the main character thought about the fact that he did not expect that the High Priestess had a blue pill, thanks to which he almost died. In the same way, young Shi took the ability from the Mage of the Great Lands and was very pleased to receive the Sand Magic ability from him. Having dealt with the main characters of the Union of Saints, the protagonist heard the hum of a rotorcraft and realized that the Association of Heroes had arrived. After connecting the ability to change clothes, Yang Shi turned into himself again, and deciding to leave everything as it was, he made his way out. Meanwhile, Lin Naishui said that the sounds that were heard in Shazhou Port meant that the ceiling and floor of this building were broken due to a very heavy battle. Going inside, the girl saw the body of the High Priestess on the floor without signs of life, and was shocked by this sight. Next to the head of the Union of Saints, her assistant, the Mage of the Great Lands, was dead on the floor. Lin Naishui had never seen so many corpses at once, so she felt bad. Unable to contain her nausea, the girl threw up everything she ate for breakfast. Unexpectedly, Lin Naishui heard a familiar voice beside her, someone asking if she was okay, holding out a water buckle. The protagonist told the girl that he was near the scene of the events, and after hearing how much noise the Heroes Association had made, he concluded that Lin Naixue would be somewhere nearby. The girl sadly noted that her boyfriend did not see her star interview with the swordsman, but as always found her in an awkward situation. The guy hugged Lin Naixue and assured her that she is beautiful in any situation no matter what she does. The main character's lower embrace with the girl was overshadowed by the question of the videographer, who asked if everything was okay with the reporter. The video operator apologized for interrupting Lin Naixue's meeting, but I would like to point out that the rescuers found the girl who was stolen by the Union of Saints. There is an opportunity to talk with her. This information immediately brought the girl back to her senses, and she decided to lose the chance to get another interesting interview. Meanwhile, the rescuers pulled the stolen children out of the abyss one by one. The girl hurried to talk to the victims and asked the main character to hold her. The boy fondly watched as Lin Naixue spoke with the rescued children in a pleasant voice. Looking at the ability to heal that he took from the High Priestess of the Union of Saints, the main character thought about his sister, who had a chance to be saved. Finally, Yang Shi gathered all the ability elements together, which were wind, sand, fire, and water, as well as the higher rank abilities of light, darkness, lightning, and metal. Having gathered all this together, the boy expected the appearance of the third representative of the Union of Saints, whom he decided to call the Dragon. The children who were rescued from the captivity of the Union of Saints were taken to a hospital in Shazhou City. Along with his dead sister, Yufang was also taken to the hospital, where he reflected on not seeing his master again. Looking up, the boy was surprised when he finally saw the one he had been thinking about all this time. His teacher in a snake mask appeared in front of Yufang. I made a sign with my hand for the boy to behave more quietly. The main character turned to his student, pointing to his sister, but the boy replied that he knew she was dead, but he wanted to take her home, not leave her lying on someone else's land. Yang Shi reassured the boy by saying that maybe his sister is not dead but just very weak. Hearing these words of encouragement, Yufan could not believe that I was forced by the teacher to help the girl. To help revive his student's sister, the main character decided to use the holy healing ability he had just received from the High Priestess. The girl seemed to have woken up after a deep sleep and did not understand where she was, and there my brother joyfully welcomed her back. The main character asked his student not to tell anyone about how quickly his sister healed, and also advised the boy to recover. Happy with the return of his sister, the boy swore that he would follow all the advice of his master, so that Yuxian, the boy's sister, could live her child's life normally. The main character gave the student a suitcase of azure money, and asked the boys to enter the hero class of Yangjing University. The student noted that in order to enter the University of Heroes, he needs additional abilities. The main character gave his student an additional ability called imitation, and it had to be used together with the previous ability of the praying mantis. This is enough to enter the university. Finally, Yang Shi advises his student to live a normal life and not to look for him, but if necessary, the main character will find him himself. After chatting with the student and using masculinity, the main character, adding the ability to change clothes, turned into an ordinary Yang Shi again to leave the hospital without attracting attention. Unexpectedly, on the way out of the hospital, the boy met his friend Lin Naixue, who was very happy to see him. The girl began to question the main character, but where he went from the port of Shazhou, and Yang Shi told her that he helped the rescued children. This information calmed Lin Naixue, and she was happy that the children would finally be reunited with their parents. The guy assured that the homeless children will be sent to the shelter, and added that the shelter is like a big family, in which he hopes the children will be happy. Lin Naixue was very moved by the main character's words and kissed him gently on the lips, making the boy very upset. The girl noted that Yang Shi worked hard these 2 days, but she sympathized with him. The main character was returning to Luhan, and Lin Naixue hinted that she hoped to meet in a couple of days in their hometown. Returning to Luhan, Yang Shi immediately headed to the hospital where his sister Yang Feifei was, hoping to help her by using his new healing ability. After long weeks, while the main character was looking for an opportunity to help his sister, he was finally able to use the holy healing ability to save her. After using the holy healing ability, the main character's sister was left lying unconscious. The boy was amazed by this fact, but did not understand why his new ability did not affect Yang Feifei. Your main character didn't look at the bed, on which his sister was also lying unconscious, but he was very shocked that the ability did not work. Yang Shi was amazed when he noticed the blue glow that appeared near his sister's face. To check what was happening, the boy stretched out his hand to the blue light and saw that it was filled with blue balls. The protagonist was shocked by the disappointing observation that the blue balls split instantly but became even stronger, and used his sister's energy, weakening her. It was obvious that the holy healing ability could not deal with the blue orbs that were constantly weakening young Feifei's energy, and if they were not eliminated, Sister Yang Shi would never wake up. In order to finally find out what is happening, the main character decided to meet as soon as possible with a person without a face from the memories of the superhero Sour and Spicy Noodles, who gave him blue pills. Before meeting the faceless man, the boy decided to strengthen himself by improving his cloning transformation abilities and metal control. Powerful energy vortices began erupting around the protagonist as he began the process of enhancing his abilities. The transformation ability was perfected to rank C, giving the boy the ability to transform in 0.01 seconds. Also improved was the cloning ability, which was also improved to rank C, and provided the ability to create a clone 8 times larger than the wielder, with a half-time life measurement. With many C and B rank abilities, Yang Shi decided to refine them all together to reach a powerful S rank ability, and it required a lot of energy from him. Losing personal energy while improving the ability, the main character even lost strength and fell to his knees. After suffering and straining, the boy finally managed to create an S-rank metal control ability that allowed him to control metal within 10,000 miles while also holding a mass of 100,000 tons. After finally gaining an S-rank ability, the protagonist wanted to meet the faceless man as soon as possible, who provided the superhero with sharp and chair noodle blue pills. In order to fulfill his dreams of meeting a faceless man, Yang Shi transformed into the body of a superhero of spicy and armchair noodles. Controlling the superhero's body, the guys just waited for the faceless man to come to the arranged meeting. Appearing in front of the superhero, the faceless man greeted her, but noted that she had not seen him for a long time. The faceless man asked his visage if he had learned anything interesting about UZ. The superhero noted that he had a lot of interesting information, and asked if the faceless person would have enough money to pay for it. The faceless person said that if the information is reliable, he will pay twice as much. The superhero told that a couple of days ago, the Union of Saints was destroyed, and the swordswoman Blanche told that she was helped by an unknown person in a snake mask. Such information did not impress the faceless person. She noted that this is a well-known fact. The superhero added that both UZ and the man in the snake mask are related to the Judges' Union, and they also have 2 abilities each, which is very rare. The first time at the beginning of the dialogue, the faceless man showed interest in the superhero's information and asked to continue. Holding out his palm with a glass of an unknown liquid, the superhero of Sour and Spicy Noodles noted that he had an elixir of abilities in his hand. The faceless man was very interested in the glass in the superhero's hands and reached out his hand to take it. The superhero explained that after using this elixir, a person without an ability acquires it, and if there is an ability, then another one is added to it. This information aroused great skepticism in the man without a face, and he called everything that the superhero told complete delusion. Having bounced off the glass, the superhero decided to use a personal example to prove the effects of the elixir. Reminded me that I am a faceless person and that he only has the ability to strengthen his body. After using the elixir of abilities, the superhero of Sour and Spicy Noodles showed the faceless man a fire-type ability that he did not have before. The superhero said that he had previously made a deal with UZ, but he would never have agreed to it if he had not first tried the blue pill and understood that it was possible to enhance his abilities. Amazed by such a powerful power of the elixir of abilities, the faceless man asked his interlocutor if he knew the formula of this elixir. The superhero said that he gave all the information he had and asked the faceless man about the payment for his information. The supplier of the blue pills, after receiving such important information, provided this win with 15 units of his product. The superhero, seeing that the faceless man was about to leave, asked him to stop to hear the answer to a very important question. The problem of the superhero consisted of the fact that light blue spots appeared on his body recently. He would like to know whether it is connected with the use of blue pills. Not wanting to delve into this topic, the faceless person hurried to leave the meeting place as soon as possible, noting that the light blue spots are a minor side effect. Yang Shi looked like a superhero and watched as the faceless man quickly left the meeting place. After waiting for the spreader of blue pills to disappear, the protagonist transformed back into his usual image. The guy was outraged that after learning about the side effects, the faceless man didn't even give it any importance. so he was alarmed by the plans of the distributors of the blue pills. In the meantime, the superhero himself was usually sitting in a blackout, leaning against the wall. Approaching the city where the real superhero was, Yang Shi heard the voice of a girl who was looking for her father. The guy saw that the superhero is in the same place where he left him and is still unconscious. Understanding the danger of side effects from the use of blue pills, the main character advised the superhero to stop using for the sake of his daughter. The superhero's daughter finally reached the roof and looked out the door in surprise. The sight of her father sleeping on the roof was very surprising and scared the little girl, and she called him. After hearing her daughter's voice, the superhero finally came to her senses. Then Tian Tian began to complain to her father that today is her birthday, and he does not spend time with her. The girl saw a glass with pills and began to wonder what it was. The superhero asked his daughter to return the glass and not to touch it anymore, because it is a very dangerous thing. The fright of the girl's father was caused by the fact that he definitely remembers that he came to the faceless man's meeting to receive the blue pills, but he could not remember what happened afterwards. Meanwhile, at the mechanical warrior's estate, his son Liu Yuan complained that he was tired of being treated and following the doctor's instructions. The boy was very surprised that his father was still working when he saw a light in the crack between the office door. Having opened the courtyard of his father's study, Liu Yuan wanted to wish his father good night and advise him that he was not too late to stay up late. Much to the boy's surprise, his father's office was empty, and not a soul was to be seen anywhere. Liu Yuan's attention was drawn to a document that was hammered by his father on his desk. Hurrying for time, the boy began to study him to find out what important business was detaining his father at such a late hour. Liu Yuan got into the hands of a document of requirements for the deployment plan of Boiqian Station in the city of Lugan, and the boy realized that this was his chance to become a savior hero. The main character came to the editorial office and saw a strange announcement that someone wanted to print in a photocopier. His friend Fan Peng was happy that Yang Shi appeared in the editorial office and jokingly asked the boy if he remembered that he had a job. The main character turned to Fan Peng and asked him if he knew the woman who went to the newspaper office to place an ad about the missing boy. You can read the advertisement in which they wrote about the boy Li Ye Tan, who was 7 years old, and Fan Peng was very surprised because he had not heard a single word about it. Yang Shi assumed that it might be some kind of code, but after throwing himself down and that he was very busy, he asked Fan Peng not to disturb him. Looking at the announcement with the code, the main character heard that an alarm was announced about the invasion of A-rank monsters and a request for all civilians to take shelter. Employees of the editorial office began to run to the shelters in advance, crying out in terror. The main character immediately realized that Mingyue Street was where his apartment used to be with the girls and Lin Naishui. This made him very confused. The boy tried to call his friend Lin Naishui to find out where she was. The frightened girl told the main character that there is a monster in their old apartment next to them. Just as Lin Naishui said this, the connection was interrupted and the boy heard short beeps in the receiver. Seeing that the protagonist's face had changed, Fan Peng immediately understood what had happened to Lin Naishui. Not listening to the arguments of his friend, who advised him not to get involved if the heroes needed help, Yang Shi ran as fast as possible to meet the monster. Having transformed into Wu Yuzi, the boy flew to the aid of his girlfriend, who was very dear to him, and he would not forgive himself if he lost her. Once on the roof of his former house, the main character saw a monster and was surprised by its power. The monster was an A-rank soul devourer and could attack opponents with a powerful scream while also having very thick skin. After looking at such a powerful opponent, the main character realized that in order to overcome him, at least 3 A-rank heroes are needed. Instead, a flame butterfly with B-rank abilities and a C-rank green storm heroine appeared on the scene. Seeing the flaming butterfly, the monster attacked her with a sonic boom. The butterfly girl barely had enough time to dodge the powerful sound wave. Green Storm scolded the butterfly for coming to the rescue, noting that in a duel with A-rank monsters, C-rank heroes are cannon fodder. Hearing that the flame butterfly came to help only because it was nearby, Green Storm just sighed deeply. Suddenly, Green Storm heard someone calling for help. Without thinking for a moment, the Green Storm rushed in the direction from where the commotion was coming. On one of the balconies of the skyscraper, Lin Naishui, holding onto the railing with one hand, the other hand held her friend Ding Lan, who was hovering over the abyss and could fall at any moment. The girl cried out in terror, but begged Lin Naishui to save her, but not let her die. Lin Naishui was also very scared, but reassuringly, Ding Lan assured her that she would help her. Unexpectedly, A large block fell off the structure and flew down, injuring Lin Naikshui's hand as she held onto the log. The girl let go of her hand, and they both flew down from the skyscraper. Ding Lan the scarab flew up the skyscraper, no longer hoping that someone would save her. Unexpectedly, strong hands picked up the girl in the air, and she realized that she was saved. Having saved the flaming butterfly, the comatose Ding Lan reminded the others that she is a C-rank heroine and loves to help civilians in danger. Distracted from saving Ding Lan, the observers forgot about the existence of the other girl, and one of the reporters drew attention to it. Everyone who witnessed this tragedy saw that the other girl was still in the air. Then she fell rapidly down. Unexpectedly, something flashed by at high speed, and the girl who was falling down disappeared. The reporter who drew attention to the falling girl stated that something flashed in the sky at high speed and caught the girl, thus saving her. Greenstorm ordered the civilian observers to leave the shelters as soon as possible because the rat monster is very dangerous. Meanwhile, the rat monster powerfully attacked the Hero Association rotorcraft with its sound wave. In order to deliver a powerful sonic shock to the Hero Association's helicopter, Greenstorm used the blinding blast technique. The blinding explosion neutralized the sound wave that was attacking the helicopter from the Hero Association flying monster, thereby saving them. The main character in the image of UZ managed to save his girlfriend, surprising everyone who watched it with his speed. The guy sat the unconscious Lin Naikshu on a bench to give her the necessary help. The girl did not regain consciousness, and Yang Si was very worried about this, apologizing for not coming to help in time. The stone icicle badly damaged Lin Naikshui's hand, and the protagonist used the holy healing ability to help the girl get rid of the injury. Covering Lin Naikshui with his cloak, the boy assured her that she was safe and that she was no longer in danger. Finally, the girlfriend of the main character came to her senses and could not believe that she was still alive. Lin Naishui understood that it was Yu Zi who saved her, but she could not understand why the superhero wanted to look sometimes good and sometimes evil. In his mind, Yang Shi made excuses to himself that he could not open up to the girl at a certain time, but as Yu Zi answered her that he was just nearby. The main character advised the girl to rest a little and hide in the shelter, and standing on his flying raft, took off into the sky to continue dealing with the rat monster. Left alone, Lin Naishu had to because she was seeing the superhero for the first time, but she had the impression that she had known him for a long time. Finding himself on a flying raft, the main character decided that he needed to clone himself in order to deal with the monster. The boy gave the doppelganger the abilities of the Holy Healing and the Snow Woman, and invented another image for him. The next member of the union of judges created by the main character was a girl whom Yang Shi gave the name Rabbit Mao. The guy ordered the clone and Yu to go where people are in danger and provide them with help. Having sent his doppelganger in the form of a girl to help people, the protagonist prepared for a duel with a rat monster. Unexpectedly for the representatives of the Association of Heroes, a superheroine nicknamed the Explosive Fist appeared on the roof, who was ready to fight for the safety of the city of Luhan. Seeing the heroine of the Explosive Fist rank A, the reporters almost went crazy because she last appeared on the streets of Luhan several years ago. The main character, seeing what other powerful superheroes are getting into, decided to watch how events will develop and to intervene if necessary. The rat monster came close to the newly appeared heroine, but the girl did not even move, only noting that such a powerful monster is a good warm-up for her fists. The monster made a powerful sound. Seeing this, Greenstorm warned the Explosive Fist about all the danger that the monster carries in itself. Instead, the Explosive Fist pointed out that if she doesn't try to accept this sound and can't figure out whether she can handle it or not. The explosive wave emitted by the rat monster reached the last skyscraper where the Explosive Fist was located. The behavior of the superheroine caused an even greater wave of admiration in the reporter, who talked about the events on the streets of Lugan. The roof on which the Explosive Fist was located collapsed from the powerful sound wave. The girl flew right onto the soul-absorbing rat's head. Flying past the rat's body, the Explosive Fist delivered several powerful blows to the monster's body. The blows of the superheroine hit the monster quite powerfully, disorienting it for a while. The girl went to Azart, and I already wanted to end the rat forever. In order to knock the soul out of the soaring monster, an Explosive Fist grabbed his tail. The girl spun the monster around her and was satisfied that she got rid of the monster so quickly. Rabbit Mao watched all this, making sure that no one was hurt during the showdown with the monster. The girl's attention was attracted by a stone block flying towards one of the civilians who did not have time to dodge it. At the same moment, The doppelganger of the main character rushed to someone's aid and saved the man just in front of the stone block that had to crush him. The rescued man was surprised by the image of superheroes who saved him, because he had never seen anything like it among heroes before. Delivered the rescued man to a dangerous place, the girl called herself Rabbit Maukuma and emphasized that she belongs to the Union of Judges. People began to lively discuss the emergence of a new union of superheroes, the existence of which they did not know until a certain time. The double of the main character was seen by Ding Lan together with the flame butterfly who saved the girl, and together they were injured. Since the main character endowed his doppelganger with the ability of holy healing, the girl fondly used it to help the victims. People who saw the moment of healing paid tribute to the powerful abilities of the new superheroine, as well as her kindness and beauty. Meanwhile, the rat monster let out a powerful sonic explosion that almost cracked the heads of the people surrounding the area. Explosive Fist could not understand what had happened, and why the monster she had almost defeated was only getting stronger and becoming more and more dangerous. The only one who understood that the rat monster absorbs the souls of those present near the people was the main character, and this ability of the monster. The rat monster grew stronger and stronger due to the energy of the souls of dead people. Greenstorm and Explosive Fist were stunned by how powerful the monster became. The reporter who was on the helicopter announced that the most unexpected duel between a famous superheroine and a dangerous monster will now take place. Explosive Fist ordered the Greenstorm to retreat and announced that she would fight the Soul Eater on her own. Meanwhile, the dangerous monster continued to emit powerful sound waves, which struck people and further strengthened it with the energy of their souls. Concentrating as much energy as possible, the Explosive Fist on the rules in the direction of the rat monster, a powerful, fiery blow. At the place where the monster was located, a powerful explosion appeared, which had to destroy it forever. The exhausted Explosive Fist hoped that this powerful attack would be enough to get rid of the dangerous monster. Unexpectedly, a powerful blow from the monster's tail knocked the girl down from a great height, straight to the ground. Being in a very difficult condition, the Explosive Fist expected that the help of the Association of Heroes would come as soon as possible, because the threat of death hung over her. Greenstorm was the first to help the Explosive Fist, and lifted the girl in her arms to evacuate her from a dangerous place. The girl was surprised by the courage of the Greenstorm and warned her about the danger. Greenstorm replied that it was her duty as a hero to protect people, so she could not leave her Explosive Fist to herself. The reporter who was conducting a live broadcast from the city of the events was delighted by the act of the Green Storm. Komoyak went to the aid of the wounded heroine. Meanwhile, the real threat of a rabid monster best man who wanted to crush them hung over both girls. Using the ability to transform metal, the main character directed an iron arrow in the direction of a dangerous monster in order to somehow distract his attention from the girls. Having hit the rat monster, a sharp metal arrow will overcome the powerful pain, which for some time distracted from the girls on the ground. Seeing that the life of the Green Storm and the Exploding Fist is in real danger over the city of events, UZ and his doppelganger girl Rabbit Mao appeared on the flying raft. Not expecting more from this event, the reporter could not contain her excitement when she saw UZ, a hero of rank A, and some unknown superheroine girl approaching to help the girls. Seeing the help, Greenstorm and Explosive Fist couldn't understand how these two new heroes would help them. The power of the rat monster was very strong, so the protagonist used many more metal arrows against it. The transformed metal was rapidly approaching the monster, which stood still and did not think about escaping. One after another, metal arrows sounded in the limbs of the rat with the aim of moving it. Exploding in circles, it is clear that the monster heals by absorbing the energy of others. Greenstorm, hearing this, offered to somehow close his mouth. Seeing that the rat monster was hit in all limbs by metal arrows, he gave the command to raise the monsters up. The metal arrows pulled the soul-absorbing rat higher off the ground to give it the ability to use the souls of the fallen to sustain its energy. One of the metal arrows pierced the rat's mouth to make it impossible for it to emit sound waves. The monster was unmoved and managed to send an explosive sound wave towards UZ. Using metal transformation, the protagonist placed a powerful metal block in the path of the explosive sound wave. The power of the sound wave of the monster was so strong that it almost broke the multi-ton metal block with which the main character wanted to cover himself. The boy sensed all the danger of the monster's sound wave, so he ordered Rabbit Mao to prevent the monster from opening its mouth. The doppelganger connected the Snow Lady's ability which activated a tornado of snow that was supposed to freeze the monster. The rat did not expect that he would meet people with such abilities on his way, so he only had to growl this fiercely. Civilian observers were delighted to see a giant monster freeze in the sky above their city. Rabbit Mao had to concentrate such a fierce frost that the rat monster's body turned into a solid ice pit. Even being deep in the ice, the rat still continued to heal at the expense of the souls of the fallen people. Being able to heal even when you're completely frozen really impressed Explosive Fist, understanding all the danger. But in it, the hero raised the depth of the ice in which the wide monster was located as high as possible above the ground, so that he did not have access to the energy of the corpses below. In order to deal with the monster forever, UZ used the Metal Storm ability to break the solid human body into small particles. Thousands of metal dust fell on the icy depths with the monster inside, cutting it to pieces. Without wasting time, the main character mastered the ability of the monster, which consisted in the fact that he was able to heal at the expense of other people's souls. The propeller dispersed the clouds so that it was visible what was happening in the sky above the city. The reporter was interested in what happened to UC in real time. When the clouds cleared, civilian observers and reporters saw UZ flying on his raft over the city. The reporter, one before the other, wanted to interview Mr. UZ and invites you to come down for a chat. Watching UZ, along with the others, Explosive Fist was forced to state that his strength reached that of a soul-absorbing rat, and the girl guessed that he must be an S rank. Unexpectedly, the girl felt the appearance of someone unknown behind her. Turning around, they saw UZ's assistant, named Rabbit Mao, behind them. The least the girls expected was that UZ's assistant would throw a powerful blow in their direction as it destroyed the building behind them. Covering herself from the powerful beam, Zelena Buria had time to think that these were her last minutes. The energy wave that hit the green storm, to her surprise, did not harm her at all. Instead, the girls were surprised that the wounds they received quickly healed without leaving even a trace. UZ's assistant called herself Rabbit Mao to the girls and emphasized that she represented the judges' union. Reporters reported in different directions that the girl who came with Mr. UZ is also a powerful superheroine who represents the Union of Judges, but is now involved in the healing of heroes. UG's assistant thanked Explosive Fist for her help in the battle with the monster, although she noted that she had never heard of the Judges' Union. It was noted by the reporters that the heroes saved the city of Luhansk, and this time an unknown union of judges stood out. While the Green Storm was delighted with the girl, the Explosive Fist was angry that she did not get all the glory of defeating the monster. Together with the doppelganger, the main character went to meet his godson, who promised to provide him with interesting information. UZ suddenly felt a flash behind him, which surprised him greatly. The clone reported that time was running out and began to flicker. The clone finally disappeared. The main character noted with pleasure that the abilities he had given the double returned to him, and it was very convenient. Together with the abilities, the memories of the clone returned to the boy, and even lustful looks at her wonderful figure from the side of the civilians. Seeing his godson, Liu Yuan joyfully rushed to meet him, despite all the skepticism with which Yang Shi treated him. Rushing towards the godson, Liu Yuan heard a rustle from the side of the forest thicket. The boy turned around in fright, but Yuzi ordered him to return the document he had stolen from his father. From the document, Yuzi knew that the Hero Association was going to open a baikian in the city of Lugan. Meanwhile, the godfather reported to Yuzi that he had heard that there are things and equipment in the world that can increase the strength of people with abilities, and it is necessary to obtain them as soon as possible. According to the information that Liu Yuan gave to the protagonist rewarded him with a C-rank ability, and the boy Shu hurried to swallow the medicine as quickly as possible. The werewolf that the main character's godson turned into strengthened to rank C and gained the power of ancestral reincarnation every night. Liu Yuan thanked Yu Zi for feeling stronger and stronger each time the godson helped him with the medicine, and at this rate, he plans to quickly become an S-rank hero. Meanwhile, a sound was heard from the thicket of the forest, and Yu Zi warned the godson that his father, the mechanical hero, was approaching. What the main character said seemed very strange to Liu Yuan, because he was sure that his father was having fun with several attractive girls in the pool. Hearing this from his own son, the mechanical hero who appeared on the lawn to start the conversation offered to chop Liu Yuan into chips. Seeing his father and hearing his threats, Liu Yuan was very frightened and asked the mechanical hero if what his son was facing would not stop him. The mechanical hero was very angry with his son for leaking the information of the Hero Association to his godson and wanted to kill him for it. Yuzi stated that he did not expect that the organic hero would personally pursue him, but reported that he made a deal with his younger son because he really wanted to get the ability. Liu Yuan added that he had had enough of the beatings, warned his father not to leak any more information about the Heroes Association, and asked him not to be mistaken for his relationship with the godson. The enraged mechanical hero ordered his son to roll the ball and stand by the wall. Turning to the main character, Liu Yuan's father will note that his son was born without abilities, and he was surprised that Yuzi simply gave them to him. The boy was surprised that the mechanical hero did not know that his son had the ability of rank A, regeneration, but he decided to keep quiet about it for the time being. Liu Yuan was stunned when he heard that the great man could get 1, 2, or 3 abilities, and that it was no problem for Yuzi. The mechanical hero wondered aloud if an A-rank hero like himself could also gain additional abilities. Looking at his godson's father, the protagonist thought that even with A-rank abilities, people in power wanted to have even more. Out loud, Yuzi replied to the mechanical hero that getting an additional A-rank ability was not a problem, but it would be very expensive. This information intrigued the mechanical hero, and he asked Yuzi to explain it in more detail. The protagonist handed the blue coma pill to his godson's father and asked if he knew what it was. The guy was surprised that the mechanical hero did not even suspect what was happening in his company, and told that after taking such a pill, his superheroes increased their strength several times. The head of the Hero Association asked Yuzi if he was a representative of the company that manufactures the pills, and received a negative answer. Learning from Yuzi that his son is helping to expose the manufacturers of powerful pills and those who use them among the heroes of the association, Liu Yuan's father asked him to tell everything he knew. The guy told about all the heroes of the association who sat on this drug, and that the ice adventurer uses blue pills to get rid of some people by killing them. The mechanical hero noted that he had long wondered what Bing Chuan used to cause accidents, and could not believe that such a small pill could do this. After receiving such useful information, the mechanical hero asked Yuzi if he would like to learn more about the activities of the blue half-lane manufacturers. As a reward for entering the white region, Yuzi offered the mechanic a reward in the form of double ability, but he warned that not a single person had survived in the white region. The guy assured that you cannot worry about him, but noting that he only needs to use his ring to collect the genes of abilities in the white area. The main character said that the white area is the best place for gathering genes of abilities, which are the main gradient for making the elixir of abilities. The mechanical hero listened to the story about the genes of abilities with a fate of disbelief, and asked the boy for evidence that the elixir of abilities exists at all. Yuzi noted that his entire existence is evidence of the elixir's abilities, but if the mechanical hero does not trust the representative of the judges' union, then the conversation can be ended. Hearing that the two elders could not come to an agreement, Liu Yuan turned into a human and began to plead with his father not to interfere with his advancement. Outraged by his son's disobedience, the mechanical hero hit him on the head, reminding him that they are family. If he has meat, he reminds his son of meat soup. In the end, the mechanical hero agreed to cooperate and promised to deal with Bing Chuan. Having resolved this issue with the Liu family, the main character got on the raft and flew on with his business. After the invasion of the rat monster, the high-rise building where Lin Naixue lived was destroyed, and the girl herself ended up in the hospital. Going out into the corridor, my girlfriend was very surprised to see that young Shi was there. The guy was happy to see his friend, and explained that he was looking for her until he found out that all the injured were taken to the hospital. After learning that the high-rise building where his girlfriend lived was destroyed, the main character offered her to move into his apartment. The girl rejected the offer to live together because she believed that they did not know each other well enough. Approaching the hospital window, Lin Naixue called out to Yuzi and assured him that she was still thinking about him by calling him a cock. The main character was stunned that his girlfriend calls Yuzi, calling him a cock. Lin Naixue tenderly told the boy that she almost died today, but the rooster-masked superhero saved her. The guy was amazed that Lin Naixue treats Yuzi so well, and I really want to interview him, not knowing that the superhero is in front of her. Unexpectedly, Yang Shi scooped the girl up in his arms and carried her back to the hospital bed. Within a minute, Lin Naixue was brought to the hospital bed by the authorities and roughly thrown on him. The surprised girl got up and asked the protagonist what he was going to do with her. Lin Naixue looked at the main character in surprise. You didn't understand what he was up to. The girl finally guessed that Yang Shi wanted to be intimate with her, but pointed out that such a thing cannot be done in a hospital bed. Nevertheless, the boy took the initiative, but they finally got along. After what happened, the newlyweds looked at each other, not understanding how they did it. The protagonist advised the girl to sleep, and in the morning he promised to help her move in with him. A few days later, Yang Shi flew to Shazhou on business. As soon as I took my place on the boy's best man's plane, I called Lin Nightshui, who had already moved in with him, and started asking about the household charms in his kitchen. The girl complained that the house was not cleaned, there was not a single grain of rice. The protagonist advised the girl to use the card he left her to buy everything she needed. Instead, upon arrival, the girl promised Yang Shi a surprise. After chatting with his girlfriend, the guy looked around the plane's interior. Unexpectedly, the main character saw Dodo next to him in his usual form, which was also flying to Shazhou. The girl sitting next to Dodo asked the flight attendant to pass her a towel. Seeing that the protagonist paid attention to the attractive forms of the flight attendant, Dodo was very indignant and called the boy a pervert. The suddenly frightened flight attendant pulled out the towel she was carrying to her neighbor Dodo. The guy saw that an unknown woman put a gun to the flight attendant's back and realized that someone had stolen the plane. The unknown gunman ordered all passengers of the plane to put their hands behind their heads. This group turned out to be the hijackers of the plane, and they walked around the cabin ordering passengers to put their hands behind their heads and not move. The main character realized that the weapon that threatened the kidnappers was made entirely of mutating monsters. While one of the bandits was ordering the boy to put his hands behind his head, he realized that there were B-rank heroes in front of him, but he could not figure out which of the organizations dared to steal the plane in broad daylight. Seeing that Dodo was next to him, the main character realized with regret that he would not be able to turn into a superhero without revealing his incognito to the girl. Pointing a gun at the flight attendant, the leader of the bandits ordered her to open the door to the plane's crew. The main character understood that it was necessary to act quickly, because the score went to minutes. Having seated his pilot, he steered the plane. The leader of the bandits ordered him to move according to the plan. The flight attendant was very scared when she realized that it had been switched to manual control and asked where she was going. Pulling his right pistol at the woman, he replied that the shafts were flying towards the highest tower of the city of Shazhou, which is called Jubei, and that she would die along with other residents of the 2nd district. The pilot of the terrorists was determined to die very seriously, following the order of the leader. The terrorists who hijacked the plane held the rest of the passengers at gunpoint. An Indian, the main character's neighbor, looked at Dodo and said that he was sorry that this was his last flight, because he managed to see such a beautiful girl. The main character was amazed that the old Hindu on the verge of death does not stop thinking about women. The guy asked if anyone knew where these terrorists came from. Dodo assumed that since the thugs said they wanted to attack the White Tower of Shazhou City, they were most likely from the 35th district. Yang Shi was surprised and asked the girl why she decided that they were from the 35th district. The guy learned that when Azuristar was just founded, representatives of the 2nd district attacked 50 Mirny district. After protecting 50 Peace District, District 35 demanded compensation from the Government Council to force the 2nd District to apologize and pay compensation. But the 2nd District rudely refused. After hearing the story, the guy said that times are changing, and it is impossible to achieve any of the goals with such terrorist acts, but civilians will still die. One of the bandits saw that the young people were talking and forbade them to do so, to which Dodo assured him that this would not happen again. The bandit was not going to forgive the girl, but grabbed her by the hand and pulled her out of the place. Not intending to joke anymore, the terrorist carried the girl to the open hatch of the plane to throw her outside. Realizing that she was one step away from death, the girl began to cry frantically and call for help. The protagonist assessed the danger Dodo was in and decided to intervene without using superpowers. Unexpectedly, some unknown force struck the terrorist and took the girl from his hands. Yang Shi was very surprised to see Dodo in the hands of an unknown hero. The unknown who saved the girl turned out to be an A-rank superhero named Captain Cigar, and after apologizing for not being there in time, an A-rank superhero named Starcloak joined him. The passengers of the airliner were delighted because such well-known superheroes came to their defense. Yang Shi also calmed down and realized that now everything will fall into place. The thugs were angry that their plans were interfered with by the superheroes and tried to attack the Star Cloak, but the boy used his cloak against them. The main character highly appreciated the combat power of the Star Cloak as a separate type of weapon with a powerful self-awareness. The leader of the bandits and his assistant were well aware of the combat ability of the Star Cloak. They understood that nothing could oppose it. The Star Iron Cloak turned to the leader and advised him and his partner to surrender because they were the only ones left of their entire gang. The representatives of the second district have always been distinguished by cunning and treachery, and therefore the leader used the fruit meat bomb ability, and the superheroes realized that things were bad. A powerful explosion of a fruit meat bomb took place in the nose part of the plane, and the aircraft began to rapidly lose altitude. Panic began to spread among the passengers of the airliner, which increasingly got out of control. The cigar captain ordered the passengers to quickly put on their oxygen masks. Understanding all the danger, the captain of the cigar asked the Star Cloak if he had any abilities that could save people, and heard a negative answer, so the superhero was not early S. The Star Cloak noted that all the passengers of the airliner are ordinary people without abilities, and therefore he can lift only a few of them onto his cloak. Hearing that it would not be possible to save everyone, people rushed towards the Star Cloak, hoping that it would save them. The passengers offered the superheroes money for their rescue, surprising Yang Shi, who did not expect that they would pay for it right on the plane. The people who were trapped in the falling plane were in a panic, and she rushed to the side of the superhero, wanting him to save everyone individually. The cigar captain advised Dodo to go to his seat and fasten his seatbelt. Meanwhile, the Star Cloak turned to the cigar captain and asked him to follow him because the boy had a plan. Starry Crying assured that you only need to trust him, and he will find a way out of this situation. Two superheroes put on a raincoat and flew next to the plane. The main character watched through the porthole the attempts of the Star Cloak and the cigar captain to save the passengers, and realized what a clone of the plane could do, which even with 10% strength could save everyone. The boy activated the ability of the shadow clone to bring his idea to life. A clone of UZ appeared on the other side of the porthole to begin the protagonist's task. The plane gained more and more speed and fell to the ground. After several failed attempts, the Star Cloak of Captain Cigar makes a huge coma parachute that stops the plane from falling. Heeding the advice, the cigar captain connected the ability of the cigar smoke to use it as a parachute. Cigar Dim's huge parachute slowed down the plane's fall a little. The cigar captain complained that after creating a smoke parachute, he felt like a squeezed lemon, without any strength. Star Cloak thanked the cigar captain for his contribution to the rescue of the plane's passengers. The protagonist's clone saw the plane fall, the plane slowed down, and realized that it was done by two A-rank heroes. Unexpectedly, the Star Cloak throws its weapon, which pierced the cigar captain's back. The clone of the main character did not understand what had just happened before his eyes, but after realizing things were bad, looking at the dying Captain Cigar, the Star Cloak explained that all the winner's laurels always go to the captain. Because of that, the sponsors don't want to do business with him. Leaving the wounded man, Star Crying added that he would return to the passengers and say that Captain Cigar died heroically saving them, thus finally glorifying him. With these words, the Star Cloak left the roof of the airliner to return to the passengers. Flying up to the cigar captain, the main character's clone wanted to help him heal from his wound by using the Holy Healing ability. The captain lit a cigar and announced loudly that it was in vain, because the Star Cloak is a spiritual weapon. The information about the presence of spiritual weapons in superheroes greatly shocked UZ's clone. Meanwhile, the plane, having lost the superpower of the smoke parachute along with the captain's cigar, began to rapidly fall to the ground again. The unsuspecting passengers of the liner, seeing the Star Cloak, were again very happy, and they had hoped that they would be saved. Instead, the Star Cloak noted that the cigar captain had lost all his strength and died, and he could only take a few people to save them from death on the falling airliner. Without consulting anyone, the Star Cloak grabbed several girls from the cabin and disappeared from the plane. Dodo's neighbor in town, whose name was Yu Rong, cried out to leave the plane, but was kidnapped by the Star Cloak along with other girls. The damaged plane continued to rapidly lose altitude, while the passengers were shocked by the behavior of the Star Cloak that simply abandoned them. The clone of the main character, having taken the abilities from the captain of the cigar, which was rank A and was called All Good Smoke, swore to take revenge on the Star Cloak for his death. The passengers of the plane saw UZ through the portholes, and they had hope again. The only thing that somehow could stop the rapidly falling plane was the ability used by the clone called Metal Control. All the powers were used, but the clone only had 10% of the power that the main character possessed, so I really hoped that it would be enough. The plane was rapidly falling to the ground, despite the fact that Yuzi's clone asked to stop it. A small explosion occurred at the point of contact of the plane with the ground. Fortunately, the plane landed smoothly in the middle of the desert, and the explosion was the sand kicked up by them when landing. Passengers looked at their small wounds that they received when landing in the desert and asked each other where Mr. Yuzi, who saved them, had gone. Dodo was very happy that she survived. I told her that I was very scared and thought that she would die. The girl was also interested in the fact that Mr. Yuzi was nowhere to be seen, although everyone saw how he saved the plane. Several ambulances were already sent to the place of the plane's emergency landing to help people with their injuries after the fall. A helicopter with reporters followed the fast to the scene of events, who promised their listeners and viewers to tell the latest events from the scene of the incident. A Starcloak appeared at the crash site, who was stunned by the fact that he expected to see many victims of the plane crash, but all passengers turned out to be healthy and unharmed. Seeing Starcloak, Dodo directly asked him what happened to the girls he supposedly saved. When I drove up to the place of the fall, the ambulance could not give an answer as to what happened, and there were no casualties. Starcloak replied to the girl that he did not know where several of the passengers he saved had gone, because the cigar captain also had a hand in it. You will see that the superhero reporter started asking the Star Square questions, and he told that, together with the cigar captain, he participated in the operation to save the plane. Reporters learned that two superheroes were close to the city of events and intervened to save people, but Captain Cigar lost all his strength to save and died. The Starcloak added that, realizing the fatality of the situation, he called emergency teams to the scene of the disaster, but he did not expect that everyone would be unharmed. The defiant lie of the Starcloak. There was an interrupted statement that it was enough for him to introduce everyone under the nose. Yuzi appeared at the scene, holding the dead body of the cigar captain in his arms, and turned to the Starcloak, indicating that he had brought his partner. Seeing the main character, Dodo immediately turned to him and asked if it was true that he had saved the plane. Putting the body on the ground, Yuzi replied to the girl that he only helped a little, and the main rescuer was the cigar captain. Having carefully examined the body of the cigar captain, Dodo asked if he really died of exhaustion and where the wound on his chest came from. When the girl drew attention to the injuries of the cigar captain, and the rest of the passengers also wondered where he got such a huge hole in his chest. Pointing to the Starcloak, Yuzi wanted to know what really happened to Captain Cigar, but the superhero replied that he didn't know anything about it. Seeing that the Starcloak did not want to confess to the murder, the main character told that he lured the cigar captain from the plane, forced him to spend his strength, and then killed him. As proof of his words, Yuzi pointed to the drops of blood that were still on the superhero's cloak. The passengers who escaped from the airliner were shocked by the act of the Starcloak towards his partner. Stunned by the news, reporters immediately turned to the Starcloak for comments and asked if it was possible to conduct a blood test from his clothes. Pressed against the wall with arguments, the Starcloak realized that he had not fully thought out his cunning operation. The superhero remembered that he was always jealous of the popularity of Captain Cigar. I could not understand whether he was worse than his partner. After listening to the Starcloak, Yuzi added that the terrorists were surprised to see a superhero among the defenders of the plane, but assumed that the boy had made a deal with District 35. The double exposure enraged the Starcloak even more, and he defiantly declared that he was also from the 35th District, and was surprised that Yuzi found out everything so quickly. Wasting no time, the Starcloak used its spiritual weapon in the form of a cloak against the crowd. Attacking the crowd, the superhero told that as a child, he had a favorite raincoat that his mother gave him before her death, and said that all heroes who save the world wear raincoats. Starcloak said that he was born in the 35th District, where there is no sun at all. Flowers were treated as saints and worshipped. When the superhero and his mother were digging in the garbage as a child, I was happy to think that the whole world was like that until they got to the second region. Only after getting to the second region, the Starcloak realized that the sky can be blue. My flowers can bloom anywhere. The clouds are white. Local residents admitted that the boy of the 35th region began to treat him with contempt, mock, and beat him. The young man quickly realized that it was not his fault. It was the residents of the 35th region who usurped power in the city, stealing resources and insulting the weak. And then the spiritual power of the cloak awoke. In order to stay in the second region, the Star Cloak forged a passport and continued to sell information to the 35th region to incite people to commit terrorist attacks when Captain Cigar appeared. All the attention came to the new superhero who always saved people who were insidiously committed crimes by the Star Cloak. This enraged the boy. Meanwhile, the scoundrel's spiritual cloak continued to destroy the people around and the equipment that came to the rescue of the victims. Remembering all the insults that he experienced during his life, the Star Cloak almost went crazy. And it was about the fact that all the inhabitants of the second region and other people must die. Looking at the shameful behavior of the Star Cloak, Dodo asked him if he had become better than those usurpers whom you used to admire. The girl was frightened by the intentions of the Star Cloak to kill everyone around her. She turned to the main character and pointed out that the guy was completely out of his mind. Yuzi looked up as a powerful whirlwind swirled around the ambulances and the people inside them and pondered how to stop it. A disappointing conclusion could be drawn from the fact that the spirit weapon is fed by the owner's emotions. If the Star Cry has already killed so many people, then the spirit weapon has been upgraded to rank S. Hearing that the spirit cloak was an S rank, Dodo immediately wanted to possess it and put it in her treasury. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked if Mr. Yuzi could handle such a powerful opponent. Suddenly, Dodo noticed that Yuzi's hands were shaking, and this scared him very much, because it was clear that her protector was afraid. The main character assured the girl that he is not afraid. On the contrary, his hands work from impatience and anticipation of victory. Yuzi began to approach the Star Cloak, asking him if it was true that he killed the civilians of the second region in order to vent his anger on society. Star Cloak admitted that he spared the lives of many civilians and began naming them, indicating that saving their lives belonged only to him. It finally became clear to the main character that in front of him is a crooked scumbag with a million audience, who needs to get rid of him as soon as possible. Looking at the errant superhero, Yuzi noted that when the victim becomes the attacker, there is no justification for Chim's motivation. These words greatly amused the Star Cloak, and he noted that the cigar captain had said the same thing. Nothing could stop the fury of the Star Cloak, and it continued to spin a whirlwind of people and cars around it. To end the scum, the main character connected the ability to control metal. Many metal arrows appeared behind Yuzi to attack the Star Cloak. Unexpectedly, the main character from them left the battlefield, which greatly upset his opponent. Instead of Yuzi, a portal appeared that began to attract all metal around it. The whirlwind performed by the spiritual cloak ended, the sky cleared, and people and cars began to fall down. Falling people were very scared but asked for help. Star Cloak didn't understand where his spirit weapon had gone, and it was stressing him out. The main character managed to tame the superhero's spirit cloak with the help of metal control, and he was preparing for a duel with him to completely subdue him. It was clear to the boy that it was not an easy task to conquer an S-rank spiritual weapon, having an S rank in reserve, but he had no choice. The people who were lifted into the air by the Star Cloak were rapidly approaching the earth, and Dodo received a command from the main character to save them. The girl threw the eggs in the air, which began to increase in size. Dodo was very sorry to part with the wild eggs that cost 30,000, and she doubted in her heart whether people's lives were worth such money. Huge eggs cracked from them and a viscous substance fell to the ground, which had to soften the impact when falling. The viscous liquid spread on the ground in time, and people began to fall there without receiving any injuries. The sight of the people being saved enraged the Star Cloak, because he wanted all these people to die, and taking out a gun, he began to threaten Yuzi to return his spiritual weapon. The main character managed to dodge the first round of bullets. The Komeku released a Star Cloak at him. The fireballs flew dangerously close to Yuzi, and he was glad that he managed to dodge in time. It flew past. The bullet returned to reach its goal, and the main character realized that they were homing. While the boy was busy with homing bullets, the Star Cloak had time to return his spirit weapon, and he apologized to his shoulder for not being able to protect him. Donning the Star Cloak again, the superhero attacked Yuzi. The protagonist, having dealt with the bullets, went towards the Star Cloak to deal with it. Suddenly, the boy realized that the Star Cloak was one of those to wound him with a spiritual weapon. As quickly as possible, Yuzi used the holy healing ability for himself. The attempt at self-healing turned out to be unsuccessful, and the main character remembered the words of the cigar captain, who said that abilities do not work against spiritual weapons. Seeing that I was an unsuccessful attempt to self-stabilize my opponent, the Star Cloak was only annoyed by this. once again reminding me that abilities are powerless against spiritual weapons. The main character was in no way affected by such superior behavior of the opponent, and he noted that he was very pleased that the spiritual weapon would soon belong to him. Yuzi's behavior angered the Starcloak even more, and he decided to finally end his opponent. To get stronger, Starcloak decided to use the blue pill. It was clear that after using the blue pills, the S-rank hero would become incredibly strong, and this made the protagonist think about how he would resist. The heated cloak was under the complete control of the spirit weapon that had its own consciousness. So even if he didn't want to use the power pills and the cloak forced him to do so, the main character saw that the Star Cloak no longer controls his spiritual weapon, which was strengthened by blue pills. The pills began to work, and the superhero was furious with Yuzi for forcing him to take these dangerous substances. The spiritual weapon increased to a huge size after the consumption of the blue pills by the Star Cloak. Because of that, he could not fly off the ground. Having been given the opportunity to act independently of its owner, the spiritual cloak locked the protagonist inside itself. Yuzi understood that he was in a dangerous trap, and from the outside the Star Cloak added that he no longer controlled the spiritual weapon. From the outside, the Star Cloak added that only his spiritual weapon could deal with Yuzi and advised him to die. In confirmation of this, many fireballs flew in the direction of the main character. The stars with which the spiritual cloak was decorated rapidly approached the main character to strike him. But approaching the boy, the stars began to stick to him, which confused him even more. Taking one of the stars to look at it better, the main character realized that it was starting to get hot. More and more stars concentrated around the boy, and they all began to heat up, thereby warming him. In the end, the stars swallowed Yuzi head first, leaving only his hand on the surface. From the outside, the giant cloak also began to resemble a star that was constantly increasing in size. Dodo, who saw that something abnormal was happening, was very worried about Mr. Yuzi's fate. In turn, the Star Cloak advised the girl not to cry, because what was inside the spiritual weapon had already exploded, and the superhero hoped that only ashes remained of Yuzi. The Star Cloak's words really shocked Dodo, because she could not imagine that Yuzi could die. Unexpectedly, the girl noticed at the place of the explosion some inexplicable thing similar to a cocoon, and it was very surprising. Seeing Yuzi more than a girl, the Star Cloak was amazed, who did not expect that it would be possible to survive such a powerful explosion. Instead, the people who surrounded the place of events were very happy because their idol, Mr. Yuzi, survived. Delighted, Dodo cried out of happiness and noted that she always felt that the main character could not die so easily. Standing in front of the Star Cloak, the protagonist took out a cigar and lit it, noting that he received this gift from the captain. Seeing the image of the captain, the Star Cloak could not contain his rage and rushed to attack the main character. Yuzi, who swore to Captain Cigar to take revenge for him, decided that this was just the right moment for it. The Star Cloak almost came close to the main character when he connected the ability to absorb stars. The superhero felt some powerful force engulfing him and was very scared that he could not resist it. The main character extracted all the iron from the opponent's body, turning it into dust. The star-covered spiritual cloak fell at the feet of its new owner, and Yuzi gained a powerful new weapon in his arsenal. The boy's new weapon had a personal consciousness, and realizing that the old master was dead, it was ready to obey the next one. The boy watched as the spiritual cloak made a heart for him, agreeing to obey, but he understood that he would always need to be stronger than this cloak. Meanwhile, some people got stuck in the viscous liquid that saved their lives and asked Mr. Yuzi to help them free. Dodo smilingly admitted to the main character that the egg white is her movement on the right, but she cannot help those who are stuck in it. Yuzi advised the girl to wait until real help came, and he left her and went about his business. After it was all over, Dodo met her neighbor on the plane and told about the battle that took place between Mr. Yuzi and the Star Cloak. Rong said that she and others who were supposedly saved by the Star Cloak were dragged into the desert. By a lucky coincidence, the girls were seen by reporters from the helicopter, because otherwise they would have died of heat and thirst. The girls concluded that they need to value their lives, and Ron that they are meeting with representatives of the judges' union today to draw up a cooperation agreement. Rong was very much expecting that Mr. Yuzi himself would come to the meeting, and she would see with her own eyes how strong and handsome he was. And in the meantime, one of the judges had already appeared behind her. A little frightened, Dodo warned the girl that one of the judges had already come to the city for the meeting. Yu Rong turned around and saw an unknown superhero with a snake behind her back and asked who he was in fear. The snake was surprised by the girl's reaction to him and asked what exactly scared her. The girls began to talk, and Dodo noted that the superhero looked familiar. After thinking, Yuran remembered that the swordswoman Blanche had told the judges' union that one of the members was wearing a snake mask. Dodo approached the superhero and, calling herself a friend of Mr. Yuzi, told that she had recently been with him on the verge of life and death. The girl felt disinterested in communication on the part of the snake and decided that she needed to be a little friendlier in order to position herself towards him. Continuing to behave confidently, Dodo noted that they had come to meet at the request of the judges' union and asked to show her the goods. The snake held Yuran's hand and stopped her, which scared the girl very much. Dodo was very surprised when she saw that the representative of the judges' union was gradually moving away from her and pulling her friend away. Suddenly, the floor beneath the girl opened and she fell down. The main character in a snake mask decided to hold the intrigue a little and tease the girl's curiosity. Frightened, Yurong crawled to the hole in the floor and started calling her friend. Not hearing any answer from Dodo, the girl became even more frightened by the mosquitoes and thought that they had fallen into a trap. Dodo's joyful voice announced to everyone around her that she had finally become rich, and Yurong was reassured. The girl stood in the dungeon with skates with gold and cried that she was finally rich. The snake explained that this product belongs to the judges' union, and for some reason they want to hand it over to Fanhai for safekeeping. Dodo quickly hid her treasured bag of komai abilities and promised to take good care of them. The girl asked her friend Yu Rong if she had any idea why the judges were entrusting their property to Fanhai. Yu Rong explained that Fanhai is a powerful business agency, and after trading, their company established basic relations that will help in further cooperation. The girl added that when increasing the level, strong heroes rely not only on their abilities, but also on the purchase of powerful weapons. Hearing this, Dodo immediately imagined that there were people in the judges' union who could make weapons from monster materials. Dodo's friend ended her story by promising to help the judges' union with the purchase of the necessary weapons. Meanwhile, in the ward where the main character's sister was, a bluish glow appeared. The girl began to slowly get up from the hospital bed. Yan Feifei felt a strong pain that caused her to grip the hospital bed with her hand. The pain was so unbearable that the girl began to call Yang Shi to help him as a brother. The plane of the main character finally appeared at the airport of the city of Luhan. The guy got off the plane and headed with other passengers to the exit when he heard a girl's voice calling his name. His girlfriend, Lin Naishui, ran out to meet Yang Shi, who was very worried about his fate after hearing about the hijacking of the plane and finally waited for him at home. There are no men from the same plane who appreciated the figure of the girl who threw herself on the neck of her boyfriend. The main character hugged Lin Naishui to him, and so that she wouldn't worry, he assured her that everything was fine with him. The two passengers of the plane who paid attention to the girl, seeing that she had a boyfriend, looked at him very aggressively. Lin Naishui scolded the boy for even writing a message that he was fine and asked him not to do so again. The main character told the girl that now the best man will send her home and they will go to meet their godfather. And at that time they were closely watched by two men from the plane. Meanwhile, Yu Zi's godson was sitting in the club and complained to the girls that his father started not being home for a long time after meeting his godson. Gulping down glass after glass of strong alcohol, Liu Yuan complained to the girls that the godson had used him to meet his father, the mechanical hero. A psychological explosion occurred near the place where Liu Yuan was sitting with the girls. The girls who accompanied the cross of the main character instantly lost consciousness. Seeing how the girls collapsed on the floor, Liu Yuan was very frightened and did not know what to do. Someone behind poured a glass of water on the confused boy's head, bringing him to his senses. Turning back when he saw his godson, he was surprised by his appearance. Yuzi told the boy that he had heard that he thought he had been used, and asked the crucified man if he really thought so. When Liu Yuan heard from the main character that he had potential and that he was trusted, his opinion immediately changed, and he said that he had never been recognized before. To console the boy, Yuzi decided to start an expedition for him and give him the official status of a member of the Union of Judges. The main character decided to create spiritual contact with his godson. After falling under the influence of Yuzi, Liu Yuan finally lost control over his consciousness. After coming to his senses, the boy realized that he was very far from the city where he had just been. His master's voice informed Liu Yuan that they had established spiritual contact and had achieved the point where the body was temporarily separated from the soul. Standing in the white clouds, the boy asked the main character where his lower body was. Yuzi reassured the godson so that he would not worry and explained that they were in a space controlled by thoughts. The main character ordered the students to plunge into his jewel of thoughts. The boy agreed to try to concentrate his consciousness, as the master did not tell him. Having done this, Liu Yuan found himself in the square in front of a huge and luxurious estate. Looking around, the boy realized that the estate of the godfather is much more luxurious than the estate of his father, a mechanical hero. Seeing the delight of his godson's surprise, the main character invited him to the estate. Yuzi told the new Judge Union member that this city is called Heavenly Manor, and the Union uses it to exchange information. The boy was almost crying from the happiness of a mosquito, and asked the godfather what his place was in their union, what mission he had to fulfill. The main character noted that he always fulfills his promises, and since his godson became an official member of the judges' union, now the position of a rat is free for him. Hearing that the position of a rat seemed to him, the boy was so happy that he immediately flew up to take his place. Unexpectedly, the boy bumped into the invisible barrier and was thrown back to the floor. Yuzi pointed out to the boy that he was in a hurry if he did not tell him that he had the authority to appoint someone to the position. The main character noted that in the union of judges, at this stage, he occupies the place of a rat, and it would be naive to think that a young member of the union can match him. It was proved to the boy that at this stage, he can count only on the place of a candidate for the position of a rat. The information that he was only a candidate infuriated Liu Yuan, because he realized that he was not the only one who wanted this position, and maybe there are more worthy people. What impressed the student even more was that his father, Jushi Zhongshu, was also one of the candidates for the position of the rat. Yuzi noted that there is nothing I can do about the rules of the Union of Judges, which indicate that if someone wants to occupy an important position, he must prove it by showing his strength. The boy understood the logic of the godfather and calmed down a little, swearing not to miss this chance, and asking what mission he needed to fulfill. The main character told that the student needs to trap the ice adventurer, because the mechanical hero will never give it to the Union of Judges voluntarily. Liu Yuan agreed, and assured that he would complete this task without any problems. After returning home, Yang Shi heard the shocking news on TV that the swordswoman Blanche was wanted by the 2nd District, and there was a large reward for her head. Once a girl in very attractive clothes brought the main character dinner in the form of grilled chicken. Yang Shi reacted very violently to the girl's appearance, scaring her that she might not look good. Lin Naishue reminded the boy that she had promised him not only dinner, but also a surprise, making him even more stunned. The girl was concerned that Yang Shi was interested in the fate of the swordswoman Blanche, and directly asked him if he had watched the news about her. The main character admitted that he was watching the news about another girl, and asked what was going on. The boy learned from Lin Naishue that Blanche was rumored to have conspired with an unknown union of heroes, and then disappeared after mass attacks in the area. Looking at the attractive form of his girlfriend, the main character asked why the swordswoman is suspected. Isn't she a noble heroine? Lin Naishue became a little jealous of her boyfriend and the other girl, and questioned whether he was paying too much attention to her. Yang Shi was stunned by such suspicions and explained that he was familiar with the swordswoman Blanche and always knew her from the positive side. This explanation was not enough for the girl, and she increasingly began to suspect the boy of sympathy and another woman. Wanting to change the topic of conversation, the main character thanked Lin Naishue for a delicious dinner, and I will note that she cooks unsurpassed. Yang Shi's behavior infuriated his girlfriend even more, and she stood up, noting that there is no comparison between her and some heroine who helps people. The main character realized his mistake, and hugging Lin Naishue, he explained to his girlfriend that he was working on this case, and not what she thought. The boy hugged Lin Naishue and assured the girl that she was the best for him. In order for the girl not to worry anymore, Yang Shi told her that he is a reporter, and it is very important for him to know all the details of the case, which is why he is so meticulously studying the information on Blanche's swordsmanship. The protagonist once again assured his girlfriend that she is the only one in the world for him. Lin Naishue finally calmed down and hugged Yang Shi. Hugging his girlfriend, the protagonist swore that one day he would return her ability and apologize for hurting her. Having mastered the matter with his beloved, Yang Shi began to study the situation related to the swordswoman Blanche. The protagonist was waiting for a message from Qian Dodo. He was pleased that she worked so quickly. The guy was in a hurry to open the message from his new partner as soon as possible. The message from the girl, Yang Shi, saw a link to the information about each of the superheroes who had misconduct. In order to get information about the superhero of hot and sour noodles, the Darknet invited 100,000. The main character transferred the money and realized that every penny sold itself because information was collected on the superhero, including when he was under the boy's control. The next character that Yang Shi wanted to learn more about was Bing Chuan. To his surprise, the boy found out that there was no information about either Bing Chuan or Blanchet. Digging further, the main character found a link where the seller wanted to get 700,000 for information about the swordsman Blanchet. The boy was also impressed by the information about the masked boxer, who turned out to be one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table Union. Yang Shi couldn't understand how the Knights of the Round Table Union didn't know that the masked boxer was a member of the Saints Union, so the boy assumed that they had something to hide. Traveling through the pages of the Darknet, the main character learned that information about UZ is worth as much as 30 million. From this one could draw the disappointing conclusion that the swordswoman Blanchet was being persecuted because she was an acquaintance of UZ. Meanwhile, the evil dragon, the eldest daughter of the mechanical hero, came to her father to ask why he removed her from participating in the case in the White Area, instead entrusting it to Bing Chuan. The head of the Hero Association looked carefully at his daughter and asked if she doubted his decisions. The evil dragon reminded her father that he had promised to send her to the White Region with an explosive fist to train her. The persistence of the milkmaid enraged the mechanical hero, and he answered her in a raised tone that he had changed his decision. The daughter in turn asked if it was caused by the fact that she lost to UZ. The daughter's last reprimand finally brought out the mechanical hero, and pounding his fist on the table, he rudely noted that UZ had nothing to do with it. Having calmed down a little, the mechanical hero told the daughter that actually staying in the White Region is very dangerous, and she will thank him for her parental decision. No arguments of the mechanical hero had any effect on the evil dragon. All his words were perceived by the daughter as the fact that her father does not take her seriously. Watching as the daughter left the office, Zhu Shizhongshu thought how wrong she was to think that the White Area was just an area inhabited by monsters. On the way out of her parents' office, the evil dragon shot her younger brother Liu Yuan, who questioned her about the reason for the dispute. The elder sister told Liu Yuan that she was outraged by her parents' decision to send Bing Chuan to the White Region. The evil dragon pointed out that if people find out about this, they will guess that El Kang Yang is Zhu Shizhongshu's biological son. After learning this interesting information, Liu Yuan decided to get to the heavenly manor as soon as possible and tell his godson about everything he learned. The main character was surprised by such a quick appearance of the godfather of the heavenly estate and asked what had happened. Excited by the presence of interesting information, Liu Yuan told that his father was being sent by a White Region instead of an evil dragon to Bing Chuan. This behavior of Zhu Shizhongshu made UZ wonder what the mechanical hero was up to. Liu Yuan said that the dragon began to argue with his father on this account, but assumed that the mechanical hero would not give up Bing Chuan. UZ confirmed that there is a danger of arousing suspicion if he openly gets rid of Bing Chuan, because he is on close terms with Zhu Shizhongshu. It occurred to the main character that the best option to get rid of Bing Chuan there would be to take part in the mission in the White Region with him. Liu Yuan was ordered to see that everything went according to his father's plan, and that along with Bing Chuan, UZ also took part in the mission. Left alone, the main character decided to improve his abilities by meeting with Bing Chuan. At first, the boy decided to upgrade his transformation and cloning abilities to rank B. To the old abilities that Yang Shi perfected, 2 new ones were added, Lord of Water and King of Fire, which he called Dragon. Meanwhile, the tablet swordswoman Incognito arrived in Shazhou City, paying a lot of money as a carrier. When asked by the carrier why the girl was engaged in smuggling, Blanchet replied that it would be better for him to go about his business and forget what he had seen before. The carrier understood that it is better not to argue with this girl, so he promised that he would keep his mouth shut. Left alone, the girl thought about the fact that the boxer in the mask is just a servant of the Union of Saints and therefore must perish. Blanchet came to the estate of the Knights of the Round Table Union and pondered why they were not interested in her motives, but were only chasing her. The swordswoman thought that when the snake controlled the masked boxer's body, he was unable to track down this hero, but it was a coincidence that you can usually meet UZ only in Luhan. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by an impudent voice, which asked her if she thought it was possible to escape from them. Swordswoman Blanchet jumped down from her seat. We saw that the carrier and escort fell dead. The girl was outraged that the attackers killed just a person, although they came to kill her. The attacker circled around his victim using the Shadow Step ability and remained invisible. The cowardly behavior of the opponent made Blanchet very angry, and she said that if he wants to fight her, let him come out of the shadows. The attacker continued to remain invisible, noting that it didn't matter what he looked like when his task was to kill the swordswoman, and fired several bullets at her. The invisible attacker's bullets hit the girl's chest, wounding her very seriously. Blanchett knelt down and covered the wound with her cloak. At the commotion that was being filmed on the street, an unknown girl ran up and asked in the sword room if everything was okay with her. The girl drew attention to the wounds on Blanchet's chest and asked if she was all right. Swordswoman Blanchet was very worried that the innocent girl would not become a victim of the attacker, so she told her to get dressed as soon as possible. Some force pushed Lin Naikshui away from the flour mill, which frightened the girl very much. A representative of the court union named Zimi unexpectedly appeared to help the girls. The attacker immediately recognized the snake as a superhero who defeated the Union of Saints. The protagonist asked the attacker why he didn't run away once he recognized him and understood his capabilities. Stepping out from behind the trees he was hiding behind, the unknown assailant attacked the snake with a chrysanthemum blast of chi. In turn, Snake used plasma to contract the opponent. The chrysanthemum chi blast was so powerful that it tore apart the snake's plasma blast. The main character did not expect that his powerful blow would be destroyed. It made him tense up. Hundreds of fire petals flew towards the snake, and the girls hid behind him. The girls were able to barely dodge the dangerous weapons. Upon hearing that the chrysanthemum chi explosion had been used, the swordswoman Blanchet immediately recognized the attacker, who turned out to be Wang Shuxian. Being recognized, the thief no longer had any sense in hiding, and he came out to his full height, defiantly asking the girl if she still remembered him. The swordswoman was indignant because she had personally arrested Wang Shuxiang 2 years ago and had summoned him to play, and now she was wondering how he got out. Wang Shuxian proudly told that he was helped. Now he is not the weakling he was before, but has powerful abilities. Blanchett took out her powerful sword and noted that even though her opponent now possessed S-rank abilities, she would fight him to put him back in the dungeon. At that time, the protagonist thought that if he started fighting, his girlfriend might get hurt, so he decided to scare off the opponent and avoid a fight. In order to psychologically influence the opponent, the snake admitted that he is quite powerful, but in turn he is counting on reinforcements from Yuzi and other representatives of the judges' union. Wang Shuxian defiantly laughed back and stated that he would have time to deal with them all before reinforcements arrived. Activating another plasma charge, Snake resolutely invited the opponent to test their fate. Seeing that the situation was heating up, the swordswoman Blanchet ordered Lin Naikshui to run away as quickly as possible, and she herself decided to call the Heroes Association for help. The attacker realized that it would be very difficult for him to cope if the Association of Heroes was added to the Union of Judges, and he pointed his heels, threatening to return next time. Lin Naikshui was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that the heroes had managed to scare Wang Shuxiang. In turn, the snake asked the swordswoman if she had called the Hero Association for the truth. The girl replied that she just wanted to scare the attacker, and added that she would like to ask the snake about the Union of Judges. Unwilling to communicate with Blanchett further, Zimi said that he would return to her and answer all questions when the girl recovered from her injuries. Girl Yangxi noted that all superheroes are very strange and disappear without wanting to communicate, to which the swordswoman replied that only representatives of the judges' union act like that. Left alone, Lin Naikshui noticed that Blanchet was seriously injured by poison bullets and offered to help take her to the hospital, but the swordswoman was against it. After learning that the girl was hiding, Lin Naikshui offered her shelter in her house, which greatly surprised and touched Blanchet. Meanwhile, the main character appeared again at the scene of events, having managed to transform from the snake to his usual appearance. Seeing the swordswoman Blanchet, the boy pretended to be very surprised by such a meeting and asked his girlfriend what she was doing here. The swordswoman explained to Lin Naikshui that this was her boyfriend, with whom they went for an evening run, but she suddenly wanted to go to the bathroom. The girl told the main character that on the way to the dressing room, she saw an unknown person attacking Blanchet, and now that the swordswoman is wounded, she offered her his house. Without hesitation, Yang Shi agreed to let Blanchett live with them, but he asked his girlfriend's permission to carry the swordsman in her arms to the apartment. Together, the young people went to the home of the main character, talking on the way about the events that happened to them. Blanchett was surprised that her new friends somehow ended up in the port together, where she was attacked by Wang Shuxian. Lin Nixue told Com that it actually happened by accident because she and her boyfriend just went out for an evening walk. The swordswoman thanked her new friends, but warned that she is now wanted, so you can safely say that you are not helping the princess. The main character's girlfriend assured the swordswoman that they don't believe a word of what they say about her, because they saw how she always stood up for the underprivileged and saved the children in Shazhou. In turn, the tablet admitted that it did not kill the masked boxer, and also did not cooperate with the mysterious union of judges. Carrying a blank sheet on his shoulders, the main character noted that he heard that the boxer was cooperating with the Union of Saints, and even if the swordswoman killed him, it would be for the best. Blanchett agreed with the guy's words, but added that someone wants to use the masked boxer's murder against her. The girl also suggested that someone wants to involve the Union of Judges in this murder and make them the #1 enemy of the city of Luhan. Hearing this suggestion, Lin Nixue was surprised, because everyone in Luhan that representatives of the Judges' Union, such as Yuzi, help people. Even now, the snake helped them. The swordswoman Blanchet reported that many heroes are now afraid of the Union of Judges, and there are rumors among them that this union wants to take over 53 regions, or even the whole world. Hearing this, Yang Shi was so surprised that he almost dropped the girl from his arms to the ground. Heroes from all over the world are now chasing Blanchett to get a reward for her, which is that she allegedly works for the Judges' Union. The girl said that there is an agreement between the 53 regions, that the number of heroes in each region must be the same in order to prevent the advantage of one region over another. Therefore, the Association of Heroes sometimes sends its subordinates to other regions on a so-called vacation, but this is unknown to ordinary people. The main character remembered Luhania as an explosive fist, which was absent for a long time, and when the invasion took place, she said that she had returned from vacation. She added that there are a lot of powerful heroes in the Judges' Union whose abilities are superior to many from other regions, so this creates a certain imbalance and a danger to stability. It did not occur to Yang Shi that some unverified rumors could turn the people of Lugan City against the Judges' Union, who always help, and also gather an army of heroes against them. It was clear that the organization that distributes the blue pills is very good at manipulating people's opinions. The main character reflected on the fact that the abilities appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago on the blue planet. Now one union wants to destroy them, and the problem with his sister is still unresolved. The boy asked Blanchett if she had come to Luhan to harm the Judges' Union, but the girl replied that on the contrary, she wanted to help them. Yang Shi was very surprised when he heard from the girl that she wanted to help the Judges' Union when the whole world was supposedly against them. The swordswoman explained that she knew the snake, and they went through fire and water together, and even now he appeared in an unknown way and helped her in a difficult situation, risking his life. Meanwhile, Qian Dodo and Yu Rong arrived at the main office of the Fanfai Chamber of Commerce. The girl's father, Qian Bukui, was impressed by the existence of such a powerful organization as the Judges' Union and advised his daughter to get there if possible. The girl said that she would also like to join this union, but despite her close relationship with Yuzi, he never offered her to join it. Qian Bukui suggested that his daughter hold an exhibition of weapons made from monsters and invite Yuzi there and present him with an S-rank precious specimen that he understood the level of the Qian family. Hearing this, Qian Dodo threw herself at grandfather with joy and began to hug him, thanking him for this opportunity to get closer to the Judges' Union. Seeing her friend approach the Judges' Union, Yu Rong clenched her hands into fists to hide her emotions. In the morning, Lin Nixue put breakfast on the table for her boyfriend and their guest. Embracing his girlfriend, the main character heard from her that she would not be able to keep them company at the table because she had an urgent meeting in the morning. Lin Nixue knocked on Blanchet's door, asked her to stay at home and recover, and also invited her to the table. At breakfast, the swordswoman told the boy that she had to leave as well, and thanked him for his hospitality. After hearing this, the main character was very surprised why Blanchett was leaving tomorrow's residence, because she was being hunted by dangerous opponents outside. The girl replied that she had tasks that she had to complete no matter what, and since she had already healed early, it was time to leave, and promised Yang Shi that they would definitely meet one day. In his mind, the main character decided that he was secretly treating Blanche tonight so that she would go to certain death in the morning. The boy opened his eyes to protest, but the swordswoman Blanche had already disappeared from his house. Standing on top of a cliff on the seashore, young Shi decided that this was the best place to try out the dragon ability skills. Standing on a wave in the form of a dragon, the main character saw a ship approaching him and realized that he recognized two girls on it. The sea wave carried the boy right in front of the ship. It was a cruise ship belonging to the Fanfei Chamber of Commerce, on which employees rested and various events were held. The girls recognized by the main character were Qian Dodo and her friend Yu Rong, who was watching as the grandson of the head of the ward expressed his displeasure at the presence of some guests on the ship. The three men named Jill, the Dark Sword Master, and the Fire Sword Dragon assured Qian Dodo that with their support of her union, her grandfather would never obtain an S-rank weapon. The girl was outraged by the presence of these men on board her liner and noted that they were like dogs who always chased her, and now decided that they had grown strong enough to bark. Hearing insults on his side, the Dark Sword Master said that he hates the Qian family for their impulsive decision, but is not against proving that he can surpass the girl. Yu Rong came to the defense of her friend and indignantly ordered him not to be ashamed. The Dark Sword Master did not listen to Yu Rong's advice, but ordered his henchmen to tear the girl's clothes so that she would learn what shame is. Jill and the dragon with the fire sword closely approached the girls to carry out their boss's order. The intentions of the two Posipaks of the Dark Master of the Sword were interrupted by the main character's question, which he asked while riding a sea wave and learning the way to the city of Lugan. Seeing a hero very similar to one of the judges' union, Qian Dodo was very much in favor of such help and asked the dragon if he was Yuzi's partner. The main character was amused by the word partner and called himself a dragon from the union of judges. The passengers present on the ship were delighted with the appearance of a new member of the union of judges, the 12th according to the Chinese calendar, and they were also interested in what this hero was up to. Qian Dodo greeted the dragon and called herself Yuzi's friend, and asked him if he could take her and Yu Rong off the liner. The girl was surprised when the dragon said that he could not take them from the liner. Pointing to the Dark Swordsman and his Posipak, the dragon indicated that they were the ones to leave the ship. The Dark Master of the Sword was indignant at the words of the dragon, and calling himself a representative of the Union of Love, began to threaten the boy. The protagonist calmly sat on the wave and watched as the Fire Sword Dragon and Jill attempted to attack him. Jill tried to attack the dragon with clumps of black energy. Everyone who was on the liner, including Qian Dodo, were amazed at the new technique with which the dragon repelled Jill's attack. The boy used against the representatives of the Union of Love a technique called the Defender of the River, which he also improved and strengthened. Having easily repelled the attack of the dark clusters of energy, the protagonist smilingly asked the representatives of the Love Union if this was all they were capable of, and noted why it was now his turn to attack. After an unsuccessful attack on the Defender of the River, Jill finally lost the ability to move, but did not pose any danger to the main character. Drops of water, like bullets at high speed, wounded the attacker from different sides. The main character noted that even a drop of water can hurt no worse than a bullet, because he and Jill have different skill levels. The Dragon of the Fire Rod came to help his partner, and noted that the power of the main character is concentrated in water. I am strengthened in its vicinity. The second attacker was sure that with the help of a fire rod, he would be able to neutralize the main character's water power, and decided to teach him a lesson. The main character was not impressed by the Fire Rod Dragon's threats. He only noted that he was dealing with a weakling. By activating the Fire Master ability, Yang Shi could control any flame below him in rank. The boy sent 2 fiery dragons against the insolent attackers, and realizing that their opponent had 2 abilities, the Dark Master of the Sword and his Posipaks hit their heels. The passengers witnessed the power of the dragon and appreciated how powerful the Union of Judges is, if their representative at such a young age possesses 2 rare abilities. Having finished with the attackers, the main character in the form of a dragon went to the cruise ship to say hello to the girls. The boy noted that the representatives of the Love Union ran away so quickly that they left no trace behind. In turn, Yu Rong thanked the boy from the bottom of his heart for his help. Using the opportunity to meet with the dragon, Qian Dodo conveyed through him an invitation for Yu Zi to attend the Monster Material Weapons exhibition held by the Fanghai Chamber of Commerce. The dragon assured that he has a means to help the girls contact Yu Zi and invite him personally. The girl was very interested in what means they could contact Yu Zi. The main character, in the form of a dragon, offered to sign a spiritual contract that would allow the girl to become a representative of the Union of Judges. Dodo was delighted that she could so easily become a representative of the Judges' Union. The main character told the girl that he had specifically killed Yu Om on behalf of him, to offer the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce to become the official representative of the Judges' Union. The dragon noted that the world is big. He needs to study the territory of the 4 seas, and the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce would be a reliable partner for them. The girls were delighted to agree to become allies of the Judges' Union, if it did not interfere with the work of the Chamber of Commerce. After receiving the girls' consent, the protagonist concluded a spiritual contract with them as representatives of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce. Guests of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce's arms auction exhibition gathered briskly for the start of the bidding. Those present were delighted with the appearance at the exhibition today of a well-known representative of the Union of Judges named Yu. The main character was very warmly welcomed by the owner of the Fanhai Trading Company. The grandfather was very grateful that he was able to meet Yu personally. Qianbu Kui invited the distinguished guest to sit in the seat of honor, as the auction had to begin soon. Suddenly, a dark swordmaster appeared in the hall of the Chamber of Commerce and defiantly ordered everyone not to move. The Dark Master noted that the most important guests had not yet arrived, and that there was no place to hurry. The main character realized that his opposition had not prepared very well, and it would not be so easy to carry out everything as he planned. Seeing that he was treated negatively, the Dark Master of the Widow's Sword asked what the matter was, because he also had an invitation. Dodo was outraged by the uninvited guest's behavior, but warned that she knew about his nefarious plans and would not allow anyone to bring their own weapons. In turn, the Dark Master of the Sword noted that it seems from everything that the situation of the Qian family is very ugly, since they are looking for allies. Addressing the auction participants, the Dark Master noted that the weapons of the Qian family were always of good quality, but the price was high, and presented his weapons made of monster materials. Yu Rong whispered into the ears of the elder of the Qian family that the Dark Sword Master was dishonoring their house, but Qianbu Kui advised her not to jump to conclusions. The protagonist approached the Dark Swordsman and asked if he was from the Uruk family, and received an affirmative answer. Yu informed the Dark Master that he had connections with the top of the Uruk family. The Dark Master looked at the main character in disbelief, and ironically asked who the boy himself knew from the family. Thoughts began to run fast in Yuzi's head because he was bluffing. The boy got out of a difficult situation by advising the Dark Master to ask the top of the Uruk family about their acquaintance with Yuzi. At the invitation of the Dark Sword Master, the protagonist approached his stand to see what rare weapons he offered. The weapon was indeed rare, but the boy pretended that he was not interested in it, and investigated to the hall where the auction began. Yuzi took the place of honor next to the auctioneer and his grandson, Dodo. The auctioneer greeted everyone present and announced the first lot, iron armor, at a price of 8 million. Visitors to the auction participated enthusiastically, and the price for the armor climbed to 6 million. The Dark Master of the Sword, sitting alone, only laughed at the visitors, noting that the maximum price for armor does not reach 5 million, and suggested that the Qian family deliberately does not exhibit valuable lots. The next lot destroyed all the assumptions of the Dark Master because they were very famous gloves of light, the starting price of which started from 200 million. The display of such a lot from the very beginning of the auction confused the Dark Swordmaster. He could not understand what tactics Qianbu Kui had begun to follow. Jill pointed out that it was an S-rank 2-star weapon. The Fire Rod Dragon added that if an A-rank hero used them, he could easily handle an S-rank hero. Dodo and her friend Yu Rong carefully watched the bidding process for this interesting lot, and were stunned that the price reached 300 million. Qianbu Kui asked the main character why you don't take part in the bidding, while the guy pondered the fact that the entire financial balance of the Judges' Union is 200 million. The elder of the Qian family trustingly touched the protagonist's hand and said that the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce intends to cooperate with the Judges' Union, so the council will finance this lot. Yu was told not to be shy, because the Union of Judges would in turn ensure the security of the Chamber of Commerce, and hearing this, the boy agreed to take the money. After waiting for the final bid to be announced, the Dark Sword Master announced his offer of 310 million. The auctioneer was delighted and began counting down to someone, offering someone else from the audience to cancel the proposed offer. Using the help of Qianbuku, the protagonist offered 315 million, surprising his competitor. The Fire Rod Dragon asked his boss if he would continue to raise the bid for me, and heard back that they were ceding this lot because there were many interesting offers ahead. The auctioneer congratulated Mr. UZ on winning this auction. The next lot that was announced for sale was an S-rank 1-star jade shield. Suddenly, a dark master of the sword appeared on the auction stage, holding his weapon in his hands, and asked to suspend the bidding, scaring the presenter with his presence. The enraged Dark Master swung his sword at the jade shield, stating that he must make sure that it is not a fake before bidding. The main character calmly observed how his competitor at this auction could not stand it and showed weakness. Yu Rong was worried that the Jade 6 was made of S-rank monster materials, a type of patterned black bee that reflected spells but might not be able to withstand a direct attack from an azure blue sword. Qian Dodo was also in despair and asked Yu Zi to borrow the gloves of light that he had just bought so that she could destroy the azure blue sword. The girl looked in surprise at Mr. Yu Zi, who advised her to be patient and wait to find out what the result of the Jade Shield attack would be. The azure blue sword in the hands of the Dark Master powerfully struck the Jade Shield, but did not cause any damage to it. The Dark Master of the sword did not count on such a result because he was confident in his weapon. Enraged and losing control, the Dark Master continued to strike the artifact in front of all the auction visitors. After several powerful blows, the azure blue sword shattered in the Dark Master's hands without damaging the Jade Shield. Visitors present at the auction killed themselves in guessing what happened, because no one expected that the Dark Master could bring a real artifact to the auction. Qian Dodo was amazed at her guess, so she directly asked Mr. Yu Zi if he knew in advance that the Azure Sun Sword had lost its abilities. In fact, the main character took away the abilities of the Azure Sun before he had time to touch him before the auction, while looking at the stand with artifacts that the Dark Sword Master had brought with him. At that time, the Dark Master himself was in despair, because he could not understand how he got rid of such a strong weapon. Addressing her boss, Jill suggested that when Yu Zi touched the artifacts, he lost their power. After hearing such accusations, Qian Dodo replied to Jill that there was no need to look for the culprits when he brought to the auction a weapon that did not correspond to an S-rank. Jill in turn noted that Yu Zi has S-rank abilities, and perhaps one of them is such that it can break the structure of objects. After hearing such arguments began among the visitors to the auction of the Qian family, where the idea prevailed that Yu Zi had touched the artifacts of the Dark Master and could get rid of their abilities. The Dark Sword Master quickly realized that public opinion was in his favor and offered to test another of his artifacts that Yu Zi had touched. The main character calmly remarked that he saw no reason not to try other weapons and remove all suspicions from himself. Grabbing another magical weapon that emitted a powerful and paralyzing sound, the Dark Master began to test it. The sound was so powerful that those present grabbed their ears so their heads wouldn't crack. The surprised Dark Master was forced to admit that this particular magic weapon was fully functional and of S rank, thus dispelling the Qian family and Yu Zi's delusional suspicions. Qian Dodo could not bear the hatred of the Dark Sword Master, and after expressing her indignation at his behavior, she advised him to leave the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Jill suggested in a whisper that there was a traitor in their family who knew exactly what was going on. The Dark Master of the Sword left the Fanhai auction with his followers, and the protagonist, looking at them, thanked God for not taking away the dark energy from all his weapons. Qianbu Kui approached the protagonist and offered to go to the VIP room together to discuss what Yu Zi actually did with the azure blue sword. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Blanche was walking along the night street of the city of Luhan. Raising her head, the swordswoman saw a gang called the Five Elements on the roof of one of the estates. The girl from the gang ironically asked the swordsman if she taught the girl, because walking through the streets at night is very dangerous. Blanchett, just as contemptuously, replied that this is the first time she hears such a thing from someone. The leader of the gang of Five Elements, preparing to attack the girl, boldly noted that she could not cope with their 5 abilities. And currently today is the day of Blanche's death. At the time when the swordswoman Blanche met with the gang of 5 Elements, the main character was talking in the VIP room with the owner of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce and his assistant Yu Rong. Qianbu Kui decided not to go around, but to directly ask the protagonist if the Azure Blue Sword incident was related to Mr. Yu Zi's abilities. The main character said that whether it is a monster or a superhero, There are genes of abilities in the bodies of both. He found the same genes of abilities in weapons made of monster material. Yu Rong remembered that the concept of ability genes is used in alchemy. Qian Bukui was amazed and pointed out that as a master, he can only sense the genes of abilities, but unfortunately, he cannot extract them, and asked the boy how he does it. Raising his hand, Yu Zi demonstrated the star ring through which he can extract ability genes. Qian Dodo, who had joined their company, was shocked by what she heard and asked if Mr. Yu Zi could collect ability genes just by using this tool. Master Qian Bukui, who made weapons from monster materials with his own hands, had an understanding of alchemy, but had never heard of the possibility of selecting genes for abilities, was most impressed. Having taken out of the drawer the wolf bone artifact, which accelerates healing, the old master asked the main character to demonstrate its capabilities so that he could see with his own eyes how it works. Taking the artifact in his hands, the main character noted that there is only 30% of dark energy there, and decided to leave everything as it is. After examining the artifact, Yu Zi asked the head of the Chamber of Commerce to check whether he was right in his conclusion. Taking the wolf bone in his hands, the old master was stunned that all the dark energy from the artifact disappeared, which meant the possibility of a huge breakthrough in the advancement of alchemy. No less than the head of the Chamber of Commerce, his assistant, Yu Rong, was shocked by the results of the experiment, but the girl was more interested in how Yu Zi uses dark energy. The guy decided to talk about how he makes an elixir of abilities, to strengthen his allies from the Chamber of Commerce, so that in the future he will not have to fight alone with monsters. Yu Rong learned that with the help of dark matter, she makes an elixir, thanks to which the members of the Judges' Union have 2 or more abilities. Qian Dodo, smelling money, suggested that by using ability genes to make equipment, the creation of the 7 mythical weapons could be put into practice. The main character forced the girl to be disappointed, with the conclusion that her dream was not fulfilled. Instead, Yu Zi had a long overdue question that he wanted to ask Master Qian, and finally he had the opportunity to do so. The guy's question was that the weapon from the monster is made from a small part of it. Then, why this small part of the genes can reach 30% of the mass of the monster? The old master said that after the death of the monster, the phenomenon of the so-called bundle of energy occurs, which gathers in a certain part of the monster. That is why exactly that charged part of the body is removed, from which weapons are later made with the help of an alchemical matrix. Qian Bukui offered the protagonist to acquaint him with his years of alchemy experience. Meanwhile, local reporters filmed on a quadcopter that up to 10 superheroes gathered together on Changchin Street in the city of Lugan. The leader of the 5 Elements gang couldn't figure out where so many superheroes came from at such a late hour on the street they control. The representatives of the Association of Superheroes wanted no less than bandits from the 5 Elements to hunt the swordswoman Blanche, so the evil dragon ordered the leader of the gang to move and not interfere with him. The leader of the 5 Elements was not a coward, so he answered the evil dragon that their gang was the first to find the sword, and the way the Association of Heroes is acting is wrong. The evil dragon was very confident in herself, therefore. Noting that the swordswoman Blanche is a traitor to the Heroes Association, she also threatened that the 5 Elements would not go unpunished. The leader of the 5 Elements, with a feed, saw that his opponent disappeared from the place, but immediately found himself face to face with his opponent. Reporters enthusiastically commented on the events unfolding before their eyes, noting that an evil dragon can kill a tiger with golden claws, and everyone was wondering if she could handle the leader of the 5 Elements. The gang of 5 Elements decided not to wait for the request, but rushed to attack the evil dragon from different directions. The leader of the gang of 5 Elements was the first of the attackers on the evil dragon, who was destroyed on the spot. Seeing how the boss was also destroyed, the girl from the gang began to doubt whether it was necessary to continue attacking the evil dragon. The girl justified her decision to run away by the fact that only the survivor would have a chance to take revenge. The evil dragon completely controlled the situation in this fight, so she did not leave the girl from the 5 Elements gang any chance of survival. Having dealt with the gang, the evil dragon was left alone with the swordswoman Blanche, and already felt her victory over her. The course of events on Changchin Street was closely watched by the godfather of the main character Liu Yuan, because his older sister, the evil dragon, was involved. Liu Yuan's girlfriend, who watched the events with him, said that there was nothing to worry about the fate of the evil dragon, because the swordswoman was not in the best shape right now. But the boy just didn't care about her. The guy was perceived for assuming that the swordswoman Blanchet was one of the judges' union. If he didn't help Yuzi about this now, then he could have serious problems. Pretending that he wanted to go to the restroom, Lu Yuan asked his girlfriend to watch the broadcast carefully, while Sam decided to meet with Yuzi at the spiritual estate of the judges' union. Yuzi was very surprised by the appearance of his godson, but he heard that his evil dragon sister wanted to deal with the swordswoman Blanchet. The boy reported that he had read on the internet that Blanchet was a member of the judges' union, and therefore he decided to warn his godfather as soon as possible. The main character destroyed the imagination of the cross that Blanchet is a member of the Union of Judges, noting that the Snake One is very old. Hearing this, Lu Yuan gave free rein to his imagination and imagined that Blanchet was the snake's illegitimate daughter, and having made this conclusion, he decided to pretend that he believed the elder. Pretending to listen to the warnings of his godson, the main character answered him that he would send reinforcements to help the swordswoman. Overjoyed that he got the opportunity, the guy hurried to return to the broadcast and promised to keep his boss informed. Left alone, the main character decided to add 2 more powerful abilities to the image of a dragon. The dragon's new abilities were rank A and were called Earth Control and Wind Control. Having perfected the dragon, the main character sent it to help the swordswoman Blanchet. Meanwhile, the evil dragon told the swordswoman that she did not want to kill her, but would give her time to call her friend Yuzi for help. The girl replied to the evil dragon that she was wasting her time, and if she wanted to fight, she could start. The evil dragon understood that Blanchet was determined, so she tried to attack her. The swordswoman quickly got her bearings and, making a shadow jump, found herself behind the attacker. Using her advantage, Blanchet managed to stick her sword into the body of the evil dragon and wound her. After being wounded, the evil dragon nevertheless managed to repel Blanchet's sword. The reporter's quadcopter, which was constantly monitoring the events taking place on Changchin Street and broadcast live from there, was damaged as a result of the fight between the 2 superheroes. The reporter reported this and promised that an operator would come to the scene to return the broadcast. The evil dragon did not back down, but insisted that the swordswoman Blanchet call Yuzi for help and threatened her with death. But the girl rejected such offers. Having received a refusal, the evil dragon began to attack Blanchet again. To repel another attack from the evil dragon, the girl used her sword to make an armored energy dome around her. The evil dragon was determined after receiving another rebuff from the swordswoman Blanchet. I assured her that it was just a warm-up. With her last strength, the girl held back persistent attacks from the evil dragon, barely holding the armored dome with her. Lin Naishui was sent to the reporters who had to cover the stormy events on Changchin Street. The armored dome that protected the swordswoman from the evil dragon could not withstand it. And now the attacker, holding the girl by the neck, demanded that she call Yuzi for help. Being one step away from death, the swordswoman Blanchet still refused to frame her friend. Realizing that she won't get anything from her opponent, the dragon was angry and threw her against the wall of the house. Blanchet received very serious injuries from hitting the brick of the house. The reporter who introduced the broadcast and commented on the course of events concluded that after such injuries, the swordswoman Blanchet may never get up. The evil dragon was closing in on her opponent, who was unconscious on the ground, propping up the house to finish the job. Explosive Fist and Lazy Swordsman, seeing that the evil dragon can irreversibly harm the girl, ask her to stop. The evil dragon was not going to listen to the parades of his colleagues in the Association of Heroes, noting that she must destroy the traitor. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Blanchet stood up and asked if the superheroes had finished their negotiations with each other. Gathering her strength, the brave girl offered the evil dragon to continue the duel. Lin Naixue commented from the scene that Blanchet always sacrificed herself to help people, and now her determination is worthy of respect. The evil dragon did not have the strength to control herself from her rage. Therefore, noting that her opponent did not want to retreat, she made another attack attempt. The attack of the superheroine was stopped by an unknown defense that appeared to help the swordswoman Blanchet. Never having encountered this type of ability before, the evil dragon was shocked to see the River Lord. The dragon, who came to help the swordswoman, apologized on behalf of the judges' union for being late. Hearing this excuse, the girl was indignant because the dragon recognized her as one of the members of the Union of Judges. This behavior of the girl made the dragon point out that the girl needs to be silent and agree with everything in order to stay alive. The dragon from the Judges' Union approached the evil dragon from the Heroes Association to ask what their colleague had done to them, but he only wanted to talk to Yu. The representative of the Judges' Union noted that more powerful players can approach only after the evil dragon can defeat him. At the same time, two powerful palms of the Lord of the River prepared to slam into the place where the evil dragon was. The attack of the Lord of the River was so powerful that the representative of the Hero Association could barely restrain it. The dragon decided not to waste time in order to finish off the superhero as quickly as possible, so he applied suppression mode. The evil dragon did not understand what happened, because the two giant palms that tried to flatten him disappeared. For a moment, the representative of the Heroes Association was relieved, mistakenly thinking that the danger was over for him. At that time, the giant water hand of the River Lord under the leadership of the dragon hovered over his opponent from the Hero Association. In a moment, a powerful explosion took place at the place where the evil dragon once was. Late at night, Yu finally left the estate of the Chamber of Commerce and went out into the quiet and deserted street of Lugan City. Looking in different directions, the boy made sure that there was not a single soul around him. Hiding behind a tree, the main character took out of his pocket a manuscript of alchemy, which was given to him for study by Master Qian. The old master said, handing over the notebook, that it described the experience of a famous alchemist named Daimon and some stories from his life. Seeing that he was very interested in the manuscript, Qian Bukui told the boy that he could lend him the notebook for some time to study. Hiding behind a tree, the main character found a secret note in a notebook that only those with a spiritual rank and higher could read. The boy found this secret record and began to carefully study it. At the beginning of the recording, Diamond said that he had arrived on Earth, and on one of the planes he found a heroic stone that gives abilities even to those who are not supposed to have them. It was further told that those who arrived in a short time acquired abilities of the 4th rank and became almost equal to God, and returning to himself, taught people to open a portal to another world, the White Region. Finally, Damon said that he hid the Stone of Abilities on the ground, and the lucky person who found this notebook will be able to get it. After reading up to this place, the main character saw a glow emanating from the pages of the notebook, pointing to the place where the magic stone was hidden. A beam of light came off the notebook and hit the boy's head. Yang Shi couldn't believe that this was the white light and was the key to the place where the magic ability stone was kept. Getting on a flying raft, the main character went in search of a magic stone, amazed by how much interesting there is in this world. Meanwhile, on Changqin Street, Lin Naishui commented on the events unfolding before her eyes. Unexpectedly, a dragon appeared in front of her, which was helped by Blanchet. The dragon hastened to reassure the girl and to assure her that he was not dangerous. Looking at the camera of the quadcopter, the dragon named himself and reported that he is one of the Union of Judges, which is called to fight only evil and does not pose a threat to civilians. Smiling politely into the camera, the dragon assured that the citizens had no reason to be afraid of them. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the air, which attracted the dragon's attention. Having received the 3rd stage of the transformation of the dragon hack from the Association of Heroes, it was possible to get rid of the pressure exerted on him by the Lord of the Year. The evil dragon looked very ugly, having lost its human form. Seeing his opponent, the dragon advised Lin Naishui to stay away from the City of Events, because after losing his human account, it would seem that the dragon had also lost his mind. Noting this, the representative of the Judges' Union hurried to meet the monster that the evil dragon had turned into in the 3rd phase of transformation. The girl looked after the superhero, not understanding what exactly attracted her to him. On Changqin Street, a real battle was unfolding between two dragon superheroes from the Judges' Union who used the ability of the River Lord and the transformed evil dragon of the Heroes Association. The Lord of the Year raised his stone palm to attack the evil dragon. The evil dragon dug its teeth into the stone palm of the attacker. The representative of the Association of Heroes managed to fend off the first attack that the dragon made on him by applying the Lord of the Year. Meanwhile, in the company of Kunlun, the godfather of the main character, together with his girlfriend, carefully watched the course of events. Liu Yuan's girlfriend noticed that it was getting cooler around her. Together with the girl, they looked up and saw the night starry sky above them instead of the roof, and the other dragon's tail clinging to the wall. The height of the roof was very impressive and frightening. Liu Yuan's girlfriend. On Changqin Street, The evil dragon continued to gnash its teeth and crack its claws as it attacked his stone palm of the Year Lord. Breaking away from the giant's palm, the piece headed straight for the place where Lin Naixue was conducting her report. Seeing this, the girl seemed to curse and was already mentally preparing for her death. The dragon saw the threat that inevitably crushed the girl and stopped the attack on the representative of the Heroes Association and stopped the wreckage. The rescued girl was delighted and sincerely thanked the representative of the Union of Judges for this. The dragon, in turn, noted that the destructive power of the transformed evil dragon seemed stronger than he expected, and it occurred to him that it was time to end this slaughter. The lazy swordsman's unexpected weapon went through the dragon's body, severely chafing it. Attacking from the back of the Lord of the Year, the lazy swordsman noted that he waited a long time for the dragon to lose its vigilance. After using the wind sword chasing technique to attack, the lazy swordsman lost all his strength and fell with his sword out. The reporter from the studio noted that the dragon was seriously injured and one more attack would be enough to defeat him. But he did all this because he saved a simple reporter. Explosive Fist also came to the aid of the evil dragon and in turn attacked the Lord of the Year. Just like the lazy swordsman, the girl put all her strength into the blow, leaving the evil dragon to finish the job. Lin Naixue was forced to state that the efforts of the 3 superheroes from the association managed to injure the owner of the year used by the dragon, and now the city was turning into a swamp. The seriously wounded dragon decided to use the ability to combine streams. This ability made it possible to significantly affect the transformed and powerful evil dragon. The last thing the evil dragon saw was a representative of the Comez Judges Union, who, with the help of a strong fist, finishes the case. With a very powerful blow of the stone fist, the dragon knocked the evil dragon off its feet. The representative of the Union of Judges offered the evil dragon to surrender for the last time, because he will not pardon him like last time. A powerful stone fist gripped the defiant evil dragon of the team, leaving him unable to even move. At the place where the stone fist squeezed the transformed evil dragon, a powerful explosion occurred. When the clouds dissipated after the explosion, an untransformed evil dragon was left lying there. The dragon did not kill the representatives of the Heroes Association, but only tied them up and tied them to the pillars. After making video contact with the head of the Hero Association, Jusi Jinshui, the dragon saw how the main character was shaking with rage. Unable to contain his anger, the mechanical hero crushed the glass he was holding in his hands. When the dragon hinted at a choice by pointing to the bound swordsman and the evil dragon, Lin Naixue was unclear as to what he meant and how he wanted to use his captives. Jusi Jinshui understood the dragon's hint well, so he appeared in the night sky above Changqin Street. The mechanical hero was holding the unconscious ice adventurer by his arm. The head of the Hero Association perfectly remembered the deal he made with Yuzi, according to which, after dealing with the blue pills, he received the second ability of rank A. Supporting the ice adventurer, Jusi Jinshui suggested that the dragon, as a representative of the Judges' Union, conduct everything according to the prearranged plan. Standing in front of the dragon, the ice adventurer was amazed that his boss had managed to make a deal with the Judges' Union. After hearing from the boss that it was about 2 A-rank superheroes, the ice adventurer had to accept his fate. The mechanical hero really liked the reaction of his subordinate, and he noted that it is much easier for him to make decisions this way. Ice Adventurer tried to attack his boss. At the same moment, the laser beams cut off his arms and legs. The massacre that he saw shocked both the commentator and Lin Naixue, and even Liu Yuan's girlfriend. The godfather of the main character watched everything through binoculars and was very happy, hoping that the next part of the elixir of abilities was provided to him. Left without arms and legs, the ice adventurer was shocked and did not understand why he was being killed. Standing over the body of the ice adventurer, the dragon said that he knew perfectly well what he was punished for, namely, the use of narcotics and the killing of civilians. After delivering the ice adventurer to the Union of Judges, the mechanical hero took his captives, an evil dragon and a lazy swordsman. Jushi Zhongshui and the dragon were quite satisfied with their agreement. Suddenly, the ice adventurer's eyes began to glow with a blue glow, and at the same moment, what remained of the superhero's body exploded. When the clouds from the explosion dissipated, a renewed ice adventurer took off in place of the superhero's remains, eager to take revenge on his offenders. The fully restored ice adventurer surely threatened the superhero with imminent massacre. Jushi Jinshui suggested that the main character unite and together be the monstrosity that the ice adventurer turned into. To deal with the ice used as a weapon by the ice adventurer, the dragon used the Fire Phoenix Bird ability. The ice superhero was very confident and noted that the power of ice is enough to overcome the fire monster and make him a servant of ice power. To prove his power, the ice adventurer connected a capable freeze and began an attack with ice balls. The ice balls were able to freeze the Fire Phoenix Bird. Having flown to the frozen chest of ice, the adventurer cut it in half. Satisfied with his power, the Ice Superman pointed out that the fiery Phoenix Bird was very weak and defiantly asked to use something more serious against him. A mechanical hero joined the duel against the ice adventurer, uses explosive bullets against the opponent. Jusei Jingshui's attack on the ice adventurer ended with a powerful explosion at the place where the ice superhero was. Satisfied with himself mechanically, the hero noted that under the influence of drugs, only the quantity increases, not the quality. To finally finish off the opponent, Jusei Jingshui used the burning rays from his eyes. Firing rays hit the ice adventurer in the eyes and began to melt the ice with which he was created. Knocked down, the ice adventurer lay in a puddle of frozen ice. The dragon, who watched the duel of superheroes from afar, was very surprised that it was so easy to overcome such a powerful opponent. Because we wanted to check it. The mechanical hero noted that there was no need to check anything. He dealt with the ice adventurer. Meanwhile, the azure blue liquid with which he was composed continued to escape from the human superhero. The liquid began to increase in size and eventually exploded, almost touching the dragon and the mechanical hero Kome, who managed to jump back. Tentacles began to form at the sight of the explosion of bluish-blue liquid. Blue began to envelop the mechanical hero on his shoulders and legs, giving him the opportunity to move around. He could not understand how to counteract them. The dragon was also attacked by tentacles that wrapped around his leg and arm, and not knowing what to do, he suggested that Jusei Jingshu try to shoot at them. The place from which these tentacles came out became like an azure blue flower, inside which the reborn ice adventurer was directing the attack. The ice superhero was very pleased with his new transformation, resting himself as the winner of this duel. You will see the ice adventurer again. The mechanical hero was shocked by his transformation, but the dragon pointed out that maybe this is Binchuan's secret. All these transformations. What happened to the ice adventurer, hiding behind the corner of the house, were carefully watched by a faceless man who distributed blue pills. Watching the transformation of the ice adventurer, the faceless man lamented to himself that number 52 had finally failed. But the destructive force was stronger due to his desire. The man without a face was surprised that the more you radiate spiritual power, the more fabulous forms it takes, and decided that he needed to obtain the 3rd degree of spirituality. The distributor of the blue pills decided to wait until the end of the duel so that the heroes would weaken his subject, who was once an ice adventurer. Yuzi had been closely watching the faceless man for a long time, noting that the distributor of the blue pills is not the only hunter here who watches over his prey. Meanwhile, Lin Naixue, commenting on the events, noted that more than one quadcopter could not approach the city of battle. The girl added that the transformation of the ice adventurer is more like a dangerous infection. The dragon used his stream fusion abilities to somehow try to fend off the tentacles as they became more and more numerous. The mechanical hero was in a very difficult situation when his legs were wrapped in tentacles and he could barely fight back with his hands. The transformed body of the ice adventurer taunted his former boss, threatening to deal with the entire association of heroes after killing him. Suddenly, strange thoughts began to enter Bing Chuan's mind, that he did not immediately feel eating human flesh because it was only food for his azure blue race. The ice adventurer felt a very strong pain in his head that he could not deal with. Bing Chuan was furious, thinking that the opponents were responsible for setting his brain on fire, and now he was in pain. One of the tentacles covered the ice adventurer's head, and he felt relief from another dose of the blue drug. Seeing this, the dragon thought that before them was the real Bing Chuan, and they needed to find the body that they quartered in order to finish the job. Jusei Jingshui stated that he could get rid of this monster by dropping an explosive egg on it, but first it had to be freed from its tentacles. The dragon agreed to free the mechanical hero from the shackles of the tentacles and connected the ability of the Phoenix Firebird for this. The azure blue tentacles of the monster that had wrapped around Jusei Jingshui's legs began to tear, thereby freeing its captive. The mechanical hero was able to fly as high as possible and throw an explosive egg at the monster. The explosive egg hit exactly in the center of the azure blue monster. observing from a safe distance that in a few seconds there will be a powerful explosion of comas. The mechanical hero remembered to warn the dragon about one nuance. Zhu Si Jingshui hid from the dragon that the explosion spread over 500 m, meaning that his accomplice had no chance to escape. The dragon was stunned by such a reason from his dueling partner with the monster. The explosive egg began to activate to blast the azure blue monster to pieces. A powerful explosion took place in the place where the blue monster used to be. The explosion blew the monster into many small pieces that were no longer a threat. The dragon was also injured by the explosion, being left without legs. But the cunning mechanical hero did not know that it was only a clone. When the clouds from the explosion dissipated, it became clear that the blue monster was not finished yet. The search finger continued to grow. Another representative of the Kunlun company appeared to help the dragon and the mechanical hero, namely the superhero of sour and spicy noodles. The spicy superhero was followed by an explosive fist in defense of his boss. The rest of the superheroes, by association, also did not leave their rear and joined the resistance to the monster. Commenting on the events, Lin Naixue noted that today was probably the longest night in the city of Lugan, in which something unknown invaded. In conclusion, the girl added that there is no need to despair because hope has appeared in the city, because all available superheroes have come to its defense. The head of the radio station, hearing such inspiring words from his reporter, was moved and could not hold back tears. Finding himself without legs, the dragon decided to warn the superheroes and asked if they had all decided to become fodder for this monster. Explosive Fist asked the dragon, but what choice do they have now but to fight the monster? The dragon advised everyone to disperse because he did not want to hurt anyone. After activating the Wind Blast ability, the dragon understood that this clone would need to be sacrificed. The rest of the superheroes looked up and did not understand what the representative of the judges' union was up to. The superhero of sour and spicy noodles explained to the Explosive Fist that the skeleton of the monster is hidden very deep and someone must come closer to destroy it, even at the cost of their lives. Activating the ability of the wind explosion, the clone named Dragon directed himself towards the monster, knowing full well that this attack would end in death for him. A powerful explosion occurred at the place where the blue monster was. The explosive wave almost knocked the spicy superhero off his feet and the Explosive Fist. After the dragon used its explosive ability, not a single tentacle remained from the place where the monster used to be. The commentator was delighted with the act of the dragon, emphasizing the fact that he was a representative of the union of judges who did not back down in the face of the threat of losing his life. Lin Naixue, who was directly at the scene of the events and saw everything with her own eyes, thanked the dragon for giving a new dawn to the people of Lugan City. The dead clone's ability was returned to Yuzi by me. The main character was able to clone a new dragon, which had the same A-rank abilities as the previous one. Together with the dragon clone, Yuzi watched from the roof of the high-rise building what was happening at the scene. The mechanical hero decided to approach the place of the explosion and take a closer look at what remained of the unknown monster. In the clouds of dust after the explosion, Zhu Si Jingshui sensed some movement and asked who was there. At the place of the explosion of the unknown monster, a strange azure blue capsule hovered above the ground. Without thinking about the consequences, the mechanical hero touches an unknown capsule. The distributor of the blue pills who came to collect the capsule was outraged that someone touched his property. Sneaking up from behind, a faceless man stabs an unsuspecting mechanical hero with a sword. Zhu Si Jingshui received a sneaky blow and was surprised that his armor was not damaged, but he feels wounded, despite the fact that the alarm system did not work. The faceless man defiantly pointed out that he thought so because all superheroes rely on their magical enlightenment. The commentator, seeing the blue world sword in the hands of a faceless man, assumed that he was fighting on the side of the monster. Having flown away, the Baronic hero asked the attacker who he was and how he managed to attack him. The person without a face leaned behind the capsule, but answered the mechanical hero that he was very weak, so he did not feel the attack, and in the future he would weaken his nervous system without endangering himself. Leaning back for a second, the faceless man was left without the capsule, which was almost in his hands. Holding the azure blue capsule in his hands, Yuzi regretfully admitted that this thing ought already belong to the judges' union. The commentator was delighted to understand that Yuzi belongs to the union of judges, and he confidently assumed that thanks to the power of the superhero in the future, permanent peace awaits them. Instead, the faceless man approached the main character with a proposal to return the blue capsule, since their union Yuan Chu does not want you to be the judge. Meanwhile, the cameraman who was filming the report from the scene of the events, which was conducted by Lin Naixue, said that he could no longer film because the equipment was not working. Standing next to the crashed quadcopter, the girl assumed that it was not a matter of technology, that she was exposed to the action of the ability of the spiritual plane. The main character realized that the Yuan Chu Union deliberately disabled the equipment because they called for help, and a more powerful target is moving towards them. Deliberately provoking a conflict, Yu Zi asked the faceless man what would happen if he voted the Yuan Chu Union enemies of the judges' union. Wasting no time, the faceless man attacked the protagonist with a blue lightsaber. To counter such a serious threat, Yu Zi used the spiritual explosion ability. Since the main character had the third level of spiritual power, the blue lightsaber in the hands of the faceless man dissipated. The faceless man was surprised that anyone other than their leader, who had obtained the third degree of spiritual power 19 years ago, could possess such abilities. The protagonist remembered the spirit particles that accompanied Fei Fei. Assuming they were related to the blue race, he could not miss this chance. Realizing that Yu Zi is more powerful than him, the faceless man hastened to leave the scene of events, referring to the fact that he had a more important task. Nodding his heels, the faceless man defiantly asked the main character to keep the blue capsule, and he would take it another time. The protagonist was not going to let the faceless man go so easily, so he ordered her to stop. Using his body control ability, Yu Zi stopped the rapidly fleeing faceless man. Union representative Yuan Chu realized that he had received a very powerful spiritual blow, and his shield was already so weak that it would not last long. Taking advantage of the situation, Yu Zi continued to attack the faceless man and dealt him another powerful blow. Having received serious injuries, the faceless man was outraged by the audacity of the main character. A faceless man fell from a powerful blow, and Yu Zi flew up to him, informing him that a representative of the blue race was being held captive by the judges' union. The man without a face admitted his defeat and offered the main character to kill her. But the boy expected to use the representative of the blue race in his own way. Yu Zi promised the captive that he would have mercy on him if he would answer his questions honestly. Most importantly, the boy wanted to know how the ice adventurer was related to that blue ghetto that remained at the monster's place. The representative of the blue race realized that nothing would happen if he talked about elementary particles. The normal body of a representative of the azure blue race has many blue particles. With the beginning of the period of change, these blue elements gradually change the soul of the bearer. Sprouts of blue particles trace the location of areas of light in order to later receive the soul of a representative of the race. The more certain these sprouts are located in the body, the greater part of the power a person can absorb reveals secret techniques or combat skills. Representatives of the blue race actively distribute blue pills in order to invent for themselves a strong carrier for further resettlement. It is understood that not every carrier can withstand when the particles start to act, and once the carrier fails, they lose their rank. What you turned into, the ice adventurer, was the so-called azure blue form. After hearing the story of the representative of the blue race, the main character was very worried because he saw blue particles near his sister, so he asked if there was any way to get rid of them. The faceless man immediately understood that Yu Zi was very worried about this question. I assumed that among the subjects there is someone whom the main character values very much. The guy understood that the representative of the blue race wanted to hide something, so he hit him with the rays of the spiritual weapon. A person without a face somehow freed himself from the spiritual blow and from what he freed himself. In order to save himself, the representative of the blue race released a ray of blue fusion, and the main character realized that the captive managed to escape. The shell in which the spirit of a representative of the blue race was stored began to develop before the eyes of the surprised heroes. Neither the protagonist nor Jushi Jinshui could understand what had just happened before their eyes. In the place where the body of the representative of the azure blue race had just been, the body of Directrix Wu Yang, the head of the Hero Association of the city of Lugan, appeared. Seeing the girl, the main character assumed that the union of Yuan Chu penetrated very deeply into the Association of Heroes. Seeing the lifeless body of the head mistress of the Hero Association, Jushi Jinshui assured that he would be a witness on the side of the judges' union, as well as confirm the injuries received by the dragon. Yu Zi in turn replied that the dragon was the owner of 4 abilities, and it would not be possible to cover it with a couple of beautiful words. In order to exhaust the incident, the main character suggested to Juxi Jinxiu that Liu Yuan replace the dragon. Then, he became a receptionist in Kunlun's company. The mechanical hero agreed to this proposal, but noted that in order not to appoint his son to the Kunlun company's suitors, he must have A-rank abilities. The deal was made, and as soon as Liu Yuan obtained the A-rank ability, he would immediately become a receiver in the Kunlun company. Having mastered the relationship with the Heroes Association, Yu Zi hastened to further solve pressing issues. Having caught up with the snake, the main character ordered him to deal with the problems of the swordsman Blanchet, and followed him to the hospital where his sister was lying. After the death of Bin Chuan, the main character felt the presence of some unknown wave, so he went to the hospital to visit Fei Fei as soon as possible. The next morning, the mechanical hero gathered the members of the association and once again reported that the director of the company Kunlun, where they all work, was infected. Developing an opinion, Juxi Jingshui suggested that Wu Yang was spying for some union that was responsible for the mutation of the ice adventurer. The tone of the acting chairman of the association became very serious, and he ordered the superheroes to answer the questions as honestly as possible. After listening to the report of the mechanical hero, the superhero of sour and spicy noodles said that he understood everything and asked if it was okay to leave. Liu Yuan seemed to be standing behind all the heroes, and his father asked him to come to him. The guy was scared because he didn't understand what the matter was and where he was to blame. Juxi Jingshui informed his son that he was in the water with the union of judges, namely with Yu Zi. The mechanical hero told Liu Yuan that Yu Zi wants to see his friends in Kunlun's company, but for that, the boy needs an A-rank ability. The father advised Liu Yuan not to lose this chance, while Liu Yuan could not understand what was the matter, because the position of usher belonged to a dragon. The boy understood that his goal was to become one of the zodiac signs of the union of judges. Liu Yuan felt that his godfather opened the way to a bright future for him, while his own father forced him to run around on family matters. The boy had a feeling that he would be wasting his abilities in the position of receiver of the Kunlun company. Looking at his son, the mechanical hero understood that Yu Zi predicted everything except the character of his children. Despite the active resistance from Liu Yuan's side, the mechanical hero hugged his son and thanked him that he had already become an adult. In the morning, he found the swordswoman Blanchet, exhausted, sitting under a building on one of the streets of the city of Luhan. The snake approached the girl and held out his hand to help her stand up. Blanchet looked very bad, but she thanked me for the offer. I was the first to get up on the sword myself, barely keeping myself on my feet. Unable to hold back, the swordswoman again fell off her feet and burst into tears. Feeling guilty for the fact that the dragon died, the girl apologized to the snake. The snake calmed Blanchet, assuring her that the death of the dragon was not her fault, offered to go together because the judges' union had sent him to help the girl. Having calmed down a little, the swordswoman stretched out her hand in response to the snake's help, admitting that she would listen to his advice in the future. Meanwhile, Yu Zi, flying to the hospital where his sister was, felt a strange energy coming from outside. Having flown closer, the protagonist saw that all accesses to the hospital were blocked by a blue-blue barrier. After walking into the middle of the hospital, Yu Zi was very surprised that I would not meet a single soul on my way. Moving on, the boy saw a blue-blue portal blocking his path. Suddenly, one of the patients, who was already under the influence of the blue-blue race, jumped out of the bowels of the portal. The guy realized that all the patients who were in the hospital after the events in the supermarket were transformed into blue-blue uniforms. The patient was under the complete control of the blue-blue race and rushed towards the protagonist, shouting that he would eat him. Under the control of the blue-blue race, former patients as zombies were wanted to attack the main character. The boy knocked down the first of the attackers, preparing to resist the others. Concentrating all his strength in one blow, the main character hit him on the piece. After dealing with the blue-blue forms that the hospital patients had turned into, Yu Zi continued to advance further. Standing in the corridor of the hospital in the direction of the ward where his sister Fei Fei was, the boy really hoped that she did not have time to turn into a blue-blue uniform. On the approaches to the ward where the girl was, the main character felt resistance until he finally touched the handle that opens the door to his sister's room. Stepping inside, Yu Zi was horrified to see that the girl was circling under the roof, surrounded on all sides by blue-blue particles. This azure-blue glow permeated Fei Fei's body. The main character assumed with horror that his sister began to mutate, how many elementary particles moved from one part of the body to another. With her last strength, The girl tried to block the penetration of elementary parts of blue energy to her body. The girl was writhing from the pain that the people were giving her. Having lost the last energy, the girl again lay down on the hospital bed and began to transform, first changing the color of her hair. The main character touched his sister to bring her to consciousness. Waking up, the girl was frightened to see Yuzi in front of her, and quickly presented a piece of glass to his neck and asked who he was. The guy hurried to name himself, but Feifei didn't believe him, noting that her older brother didn't even have such a voice. Realizing that his sister would not recognize him without transformation, Yuzi quickly transformed into Yang Shi. Such a transformation did not help in any way, because Yang Shi, a coma girl, knew before falling into a coma that she could not transform like that. To prove that her brother is in front of the girl, Yang Shi recalled the incident when the girl wet the bedsheet and then asked the younger brother to sleep with her, and in the end, turned all the blame on him. After hearing this story, the girl finally calmed down and was surprised that her brother had learned to transform. Grabbing the girl's hand, the protagonist told her what was needed to get out of the hospital as soon as possible, and he would tell the rest on the way. At home, Lin Naixue welcomed Yang Shi and his sister, having prepared a delicious dinner for the occasion. The main character thanked his girlfriend for taking care of a wonderful dinner. Lin Naixue hugged her boyfriend in response and offered to celebrate that his sister Feifei had come back to life. The girl, in front of whom the dragon died, sadly noted that she felt today how weak a person can be against unknown circumstances. Unsuspecting, Lin Naixue gave the boy an example of a dragon who sacrificed his life to destroy the monster. Looking tenderly at Yang Shi, she noted that now she has learned to value every minute of her life. The young people hugged while standing in the kitchen as the flavors of the wonderful food greeted all around. Lin Naixue was so moved that she wanted her boyfriend to kiss her right now. The romantic moment was ruined by Feifei's exclamation, who asked if dinner was ready, and informed those around her that she had taken a shower. Pushing Yang Shi away from her, Lin Naixue told the girl that lunch was already waiting for her on the table. A beautifully laid table and delicious food prepared by Lin Naixue awaited all the residents of the main character's apartment. Sister Feifei sincerely thanked Lin Naixue for the dishes she had prepared, and noted that they were all her favorites. Grabbing a chicken leg, the main character's sister did not expect anyone to start tasting it with pleasure. The young people happily watched how Feifei tasted the shank with pleasure. Looking at this Sunday, the main character mentally noted that he would give everything so that his relatives could rest happily and peacefully. After breakfast, Feifei asked her brother if it was really necessary to notify her parents that she had regained consciousness. The boy sadly noted that the Heroes Association checks mutation cases in the hospital, so for a certain time the girl should be considered dead. Similarly, the main character warned his sister that there is no need to tell Lin Naixue about his abilities. Agreeing with her brother, Feifei suggested that from now on he did not take everything on himself. Let her help him. Yang Xi shared with his sister that he was chastising himself for not being able to save her by forcing her to be a part of another world. The girl reassured the main character, telling him that in return she learned a lot and demonstrated a blade that simply attacks the enemy's mental power. Extending her arms forward, Feifei asked her brother to test her ability to control a person. The girl explained that she wanted to do something to check whether the blue race was controlling her. The main character agreed, but noted that her physical body, especially from the beginning, needs to be leveled up to the S rank. Using the abilities he had, Yang Shi created an S rank ability for his sister, which used spells and illusions to destroy the opponent. Having received the ability, the girl immediately decided to try it. The guy immediately understood that this feeling was very different from the sensations he had received before. Having found himself in his sister's subconscious, the main character heard a question from an unknown voice about solving the mystery and what rules this mystery follows. An azure blue flower appeared in Feifei's subconscious, but a voice asked whether everything the main character sees could be true. The unknown asked the boy how he should go through all this while being bound by restrictions. Instead, the main character wanted to know who was addressing him. Taking the boldest steps inside his sister's subconscious, Yang Shi felt that he was falling into an abyss, and the voice added that the boy had become an unfortunate find. Finding himself alone, the main character felt complete devastation from within himself. After regaining consciousness, Yang Shi was horrified to realize that the azure blue race had almost broken his spiritual powers. The girl worriedly looked at her brother, but he assured her that everything was fine. The boy informed Feifei that the control was carried out, but warned that she had a very important task at the moment. At that moment, Lin Naixu entered the room and offered fruit to her boyfriend and his sister. The main character gladly agreed to the offer to taste delicious fruits. Left alone, the boy asked Wu Lin Naixue what she was currently working on when she opened her laptop. The girl said that she was given a new position in the editorial office because she showed herself very well in the last report. Remembering the danger the girl was exposed to at the last event, the protagonist worriedly asked her if it would be very dangerous there. Lin Naixue laughed in response and assured the boy that now everything will be safer because she will be reporting from a special booth. Touching his girlfriend, the main character imperceptibly gave her the ability of the green snake chain, which is activated when the owner of the ability is in danger. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Blanche was recuperating in the pool with Qiandodo and Yu Rong. Yu Rong told the swordswoman that the spring that fills the pool is very healing and will help the girl feel well as soon as possible. The swordswoman felt a surge of strength after barely standing on her feet. After getting up from the pool, the swordswoman told the girls that the judges' union was looking for her, waiting for a meeting. Blanche lay down on the litter to direct her consciousness to the heavenly manor, to find out what task awaits her there. Qiandodo, looking at the swordswoman, noted that what a real member of the judges' union, the girl is wonderful. She can lie on the bottom. Meanwhile, the consciousness of the blank swordswoman who ended up in the heavenly manor. Yu Zi, seeing the girl in the heavenly manor, immediately got down to business and said that the union was sending her to the territory of the Four Seas and that she had learned more about the azure blue race. The protagonist added that if the gunner completes this test task, she will be able to become a full member of the judges' union. Like a real soldier, the swordswoman Blanche got down on one knee and swore that she would immediately go on a test mission. The main character was satisfied that his deception succeeded and was glad that finally a real strong participant appeared in their small HKA research organization. Realizing that the girl was determined to complete the task, Yuzi ordered her to continue recuperating in the Qian family first. The swordswoman was not used to arguing with the direct leadership, so she bowed and went barefoot to restore the Qian family. Rabbit Mao, who was present during the conversation between Rabbit Mao and the swordswoman, watched as the girl disappeared from the imaginary space and returned to real life. When Blanche left the union representatives to judge the two, Rabbit Mao announced that she wanted to ask the boss something. Since the swordswoman Blanche was one of the Knights of the Round Table, Rabbit Mao was delighted with her and asked Rabbit Mao if she could take the girl's autograph. The guy laughed because I understood why Rabbit Mao was silent in the presence of the swordswoman. As it turned out, she met her idol. The main character decided to accept his sister Fei Fei and replace her clone, so he announced that from now on, the girl as a member of the Union of Judges will bear the name Rabbit Mao. The girl was happy. I quickly agreed because it is clear that in the future she will work together with the swordswoman Blanche. After becoming a full-fledged member of the Judges' Union, Fei Fei asked her older brother what plans he had for the future. The guy said that he wants to give the direct superhero and Liu Yuan the task of figuring out how the Knights of the Round Table are related to the azure blue race. At the same time, Blanche goes to investigate the blue race in the territory of the Four Seas. A boy named Yu Fang, who was rescued from the dungeon of the Saints' Union, is given the task of infiltrating the Hero Association, and there will be another black pawn of the Judges' Union. After telling his younger sister about his plans, Yuzi remembered that he needed to visit an old friend. Yufan was sitting on the bench in a daze, staring blankly. Having suddenly appeared behind the boy, the main character noted that he has been getting very tired lately. He needs to rest. Not expecting to see his master, Yufan was very surprised when he appeared. Placing his hand on the student's shoulder, Yuzi inquired about the success of his ward. The boy looked very upset and complained to the master that despite the fact that his body is 7 times stronger than usual, he still cannot awaken his abilities. Yuzi was surprised that Yufang had achieved such success. Kumai pointed out that usually when the body is 10 times stronger, a person can gain A-rank abilities. The main character praised the student, but provoked him to get the first place in the competition of the Heroes of the Year, if he will continue to do the same. Elevated by such an appreciation of his work, Yufang said that he is ready for anything for the sake of the Judges' Union. Unexpectedly, Yuzi sensed danger nearby and asked the boy if he could exercise a control ability to subdue the boy's body. Yufang respected his boss, so he agreed to this test without further ado. The mind control ability was exercised and the boy was under Yuzi's will. Meanwhile, a girl who was walking in the park was pushed by unknown thugs so that she fell on the asphalt. The bandits were called the Fiery Cloud Club, and they advised the girl not to interfere in her own affairs and not to interfere with others' business. A blonde in a baseball cap replied that the response to the message is not a business, and they follow the penal code of the region. Bandits from the Fire Cloud Club tried to attack the girl with a clot of dark matter, but she managed to dodge. The girl jumped high to avoid further attack by bandits. One of the bandits, whose head had bullhorns, was surprised by the behavior of their opponent and could not figure out what to do. Sensing signs of poison, the bandit with bull's horns realized that the girl had poisoned them, and at the same time his foot became a mine that had been prepared earlier. A powerful explosion rang out in the middle of the park, which was supposed to destroy the attacker. The explosive wave that went off from the detonation of the mine almost took another attacker from his place, who was a little smaller in height, but was wearing a demi-season coat. Suddenly, the second attacker felt a threat in the form of a sharp golden sword approaching his head. The second thug barely managed to duck from the blow that would have killed him. Knocked down, the bandit shouted that he did not understand why the girl had so many different abilities. Looking at the miserable bandit, the girl replied that he can ask questions, and it is important to hear the answer to them. The bandit began to transform into a representative of the blue uniform, but someone's sneaker was already flying up to his head to strike. The one who destroyed the Azure Werewolf was Yufan. Looking at the girl, Yufang said that one more such explosion would be the end of this city, but he would not like that to happen in this place, where the tests of Weijing University will be held in 6 days. The girl calmly noted that Yufan had easily destroyed a C-rank user, concluding that the boy was C-rank or higher. Taking off her baseball cap, the girl politely called herself Wang Ju, but assumed that it was possible that they would meet at the mock exams. The guy agreed, hoping that they would end up on the same team, but was very surprised by the girl's handshake. Wang Ju smiled pleasantly and invited the boy to have dinner together. Since Yufang's mind was under Yuzi's control, the boy asked the mentor what he should say to this interesting proposal. Yufang removed his hand and refused the girl, saying that he had household chores. Wang Ju was surprised by this behavior of a new acquaintance. She could not decide what the matter was. In this example, the main character showed his ward that he should never pick on girls, and how much he has a younger sister. Looking at the boy's trail, Wang Ju assumed that there would not be a single candidate who would be interested in these tests. Meanwhile, events began to unfold on Yun High Street. One of the girls raised her hand and introduced herself as a commentator named Na Bi. After Na Bi, Lin Naishui called her name, and the first commentator greeted her as a respectable journalist. Na Bi said that the rules for admission to Beijing University are very simple. In turn, Lin Naishui added that it is only necessary to complete the specified task within the stipulated time. The first reporter slyly winked and warned that boys and girls should not think that everything will be very easy, because the organizers have set many traps for those who want to. One of the candidates approached Yu Fan, who assumed that I had asked him why he did not have anti-aircraft points if he had the ability to increase physical strength. The guy replied that he does not use anti-aircraft goggles, nor does he use physical abilities. The candidate in the anti-aircraft goggles was satisfied with Yufan's answer, but assumed that there would be no miracles today. The boy learned from a new acquaintance that the organizers had invited a Purple Panther who had an S rank, and an A rank candidate named Suzy was also invited. Suddenly, Yufan's new friend looked up in surprise and drew the boy's attention to the girl who drove up to the test site. Wang Ju got out of the car to meet the boys, and after congratulating them, said that they would be together in the same team. The girl approached Yufan and reminded that last time she had agreed to act together, and asked if the boy would stick to it. She heard a dull answer from him. The candidate wearing anti-aircraft glasses brazenly entered their conversation and stated without appeal that he has the ability to multiply the force. If they unite with the girl, they will defeat everyone. The girl replied that every friend has such abilities as an impudent candidate and ordered him to get away from her and not even try to flirt. Yufan's new friend's self-confidence cooled a little at the defiant answer. Meanwhile, the organizers started the countdown and ordered the participants to prepare for the start of the tests. When the starting shot rang out, Yufang was fully focused and ready for the challenge. The competition began, and those who used aircraft were the first to start. Having soared into the sky, The participant looked down on those who used sports cars in the competition, explaining that it is possible to reach the goal faster by air. Unexpectedly, a brown swan attacked a participant who was flying on an aircraft from behind. There was a whole flock of birds, and they began to attack uninvited guests in their sky. Satisfied with a successful attack on people, the swans talked among themselves. Seeing that everything happened in the air, a reporter named Nabi Rizona noted that if it were easy to move in the sky, then everyone would use flying machines. The girl with a smile asked her classmates, Lin Naixui, if she knew what kind of monster attacked the contestants in the air. Lin Naixui replied that they had seen the attack of B-rank summoned creatures called brown swans. Observing the further progress of the competition, Nabi noted that the flying team has already completed the distance, and now the main attention is paid to the participants in sports cars. One of the candidates pulled forward in his red sports car, and she thought to herself that if there was a driving test, how difficult it could be. Suddenly, a barrier appeared on the path of the sports cars which limited the speed. One of the participants asked the other if they did not want to speed up, to which the other participant replied that the specified limit was 100 kilometers per hour. No one prevented them from breaking the rules. Having decided not to pay attention to the restrictions, the participant pressed the accelerator pedal in order to get ahead. At the same time, a participant who violated the speed limit rules was stopped by a policeman and blocked from participating in the competition. After stopping the violators, the policeman formed a number of teams and said that the hero must protect the people and not provoke road accidents, exposing people to danger. Yufan's new friend Mi, who could develop great speed, turned to see how the participants in the supercars were stopped and noted that the participation of cars is very generous. Having turned his back on the participants with supercars, the boy did not notice that a dashing grandfather appeared on his way. Carelessness on the road meant that Yufan's new comrade had a serious collision with a civilian. Having become an obstacle in the way of the future superhero, the old man fell and lost consciousness. The high-speed runner was amazed by the harvester and understood where the old man had such an injury. The rest of the participants of the competition, seeing that one of them knocked down the old man, pretended not to see him and passed by in order to get to the finish line faster. The violator, who caused serious injuries to the old man, also decided to quietly crawl away from the scene of events. The old man saw that the participant who knocked him down wanted to hide and got up and began to scold him that real heroes do not abandon someone in trouble. Crossing from rooftop to rooftop, Yufan was getting closer to his goal. According to the previous agreement, Wang Ju was traveling together with Yufan, and the boy was watching carefully to help her in case of anything. Seeing what happened below, Yufang noted that the university had prepared well by using illusions. The old man who got into an adventure looked so realistic that the girl could not imagine that it was an illusion. The guy noticed that he saw two unknown people on the horizon and ordered to prepare to move on. Wang Ju assumed that this was the last check and noted that she was fully prepared. The unknown on the nearby roof looked quite suspicious, but they were armed. As soon as she saw two unknown people on the roof, Lin Naixue was surprised that she did not know them. Her partner Nabi checked that she also confirmed that these two are not listed as students of Beijing University. The girl added that the organizers had sent a check from among the mentors for the two unknowns. A university teacher named Beijing, named Luo Chun, entered the office of the director of the educational institution. The teacher assured his boss that he would talk about the two unknowns who appeared during the tests, and let it be counted as the fact that he began to perform the duties of the class teacher. Meanwhile, one of the attackers, threatening Yu Fang and Wang Ju, decided to show off his rank B ability, namely transformation. After using his abilities, the attacker turned into a werewolf cat. This unexpected reincarnation of the attacker greatly amused Wang Ju and her companion. Yufan decided to take the werewolf cat on himself and asked the girl to deal with the second attacker. The main character who controlled the boy's brain advised him to feel every muscle of his body and feel it. The werewolf cat was very confident and boldly launched an attack on the boy. After listening to the advice of the protagonist, Yufang felt his body as if every muscle was focused on delivering a powerful blow in return. The boy's powerful rebuff greatly frightened the werewolf cat, and turning to his friends in the form of Fire Cloud, Black Arrow, and Bull's Head, he asked if they had heard of these young men. Looking at the defeated enemy, Yufang noted that he looked quite fast and powerful, but his resistance and speed were very poorly developed. The boy felt a little sorry for his opponent, and he apologized for not calculating his strength. The werewolf cat was very offended by the boy because he not only defeated him but also made him laugh. The moment Yu Fang was listening to his pitiful opponent's complaints, he felt a fireball approach him to strike. The boy barely managed to duck from the sneak attack, and a powerful fireball explosion occurred at his feet. Turning around, Yu Fang saw the second attacker using a hammer to attack his partner with fireballs, and she barely dodged. Suddenly, before the boy's eyes, a fire extinguisher seemed to materialize out of thin air. Watching Wang Ju use a fire extinguisher to fend off an attack of fireballs, the boy realized that her partner's ability is the materialization of objects. Through his disciple's eyes, Yang Shi judged the girl's ability to be very useful when considered for creating specialized equipment and gear. Meanwhile, the werewolf cat seemed to dissolve in the air and disappeared before the eyes of everyone who was watching the events. Another attacker jumping from roof to roof also pointed with his heels. Commenting on the events, Lin Naixue reported that the two attackers are members of the Fire Cloud Alliance. One of them has the ability to reincarnate and is ranked B. Demonstrating footage from the fight, Lin Naixue singled out the one who struck the werewolf and called his name outright. Na B, Lin Naixue's partner in commenting on the course of events at the competition, was delighted with the boy who defeated the werewolf cat and gave him the career of a superhero. To meet the two rather battered and pitiful assailants who were scuttling away from the scene for their lives, Master Luo Chen came out to claim the victor's laurels. Yu Fang and Wang Ju were fast approaching the finish line to get to the front lines of the winners. Seeing that they were on the 15th and 16th lines of the finishes, the young people were sure that the duel with the scoundrels who attacked them would be a great proof of their abilities. Yu Zi, who controlled his student's body to help him get into Beijing University, completed his task, to whom he informed Yu Fan that he was leaving his brain. On one of the islands, which are located somewhere among the four seas, the remains of the monster of the blue race, which managed to escape after the battle with Yu Zi. An azure blue substance penetrated the dungeon where the leader of this race was located. The leader of the blue race was waiting for a meeting with the remains of the monster to understand what was happening on Earth. The faceless person who transformed into a bluish-blue substance was named Rhodes, and the leader turned to him, sure that he was still alive. Rhodes's tentacles grew around the leader of the azure race. The azure blue substance that Rhodes turned into told the leader that Yu Zi had reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. Hearing this, the leader was very surprised, because another fighter who has the 3rd degree of spiritual power appeared on the ground. Meanwhile, in the main character's house, his sister Fei Fei worriedly told her brother that blue sprouts woke up inside her for a few seconds. Yang Shi was shocked by this event and asked his sister if it meant that she could see through other people's eyes. The girl confirmed that she saw only 3 episodes, but all of them were with the participation of other representatives of the blue race. This was very important information for the main character. He asked Fei Fei to remember where exactly those people were. From the girl's words, it became known that the first episode was in the White Tower of Losha, which is in the 2nd region. The 2nd episode was in the clubhouse, and the 3rd was in a private estate. The main character began to look for these locations as soon as possible and was delighted to find a clubhouse, so he invited his sister to see if this was the place. Fei Fei was frightened by the course of events, but immediately recognized the place where the events of the 2nd episode took place. The girl said that in the 2nd episode, she saw representatives of the blue race coming to the clubhouse to get their hair and nails done. The main character immediately remembered that there is one woman among the Knights of the Round Table. But he was surprised because, although she owns half of the company's stock, she has no ability. The girl remembered that in the 3rd episode she saw a green lawn and a fountain, some antiques, but no more details. Fei Fei was exhausted from the powerful load, so she offered her brother to download her memories for himself and check everything carefully himself. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Company office, the mechanical hero gathered his children for a serious meeting. Turning to the evil dragon, Jusi Jinshui is known in the court that he trusts the company in the hands of his youngest son and leaves the place of the heroic union to her. Liu Hong advised for her brother that his father had finally developed his abilities and agreed that he was the best fit for this position. For herself, the girl decided that she just wants to become a powerful superhero. Looking at his dragon, Jusi Jingshui said that he understood the fact that the girl had a grudge against the judges' union for her defeat, but asked her to listen to his words. Looking carefully at his daughter, the mechanical hero seriously asked her if she knew why all the representatives of the judges' union were so powerful. Her father's reminder of her defeats from the judges' union angered the girl, and she replied that she thought they were more talented and practiced a lot. The mechanical hero told his stunned daughter that the judges' union had the technology and equipment to make an elixir of abilities. In the same way, Jusi Jingshui added that creatures from other worlds helped the allies here. The main character listened to Fei Fei's advice and entered her memories to deal with a woman who held a high position in the company of Knights of the Round Table. The guy carefully examined all aspects of the woman's life, suspecting that she is a representative of the blue race. In the estate where she lived, you could see a green lawn, an antique statue, and a fountain. Together with his sister, Yang Shi decided to visit the third location where a representative of the Azure race was recorded. It turned out to be a firearms estate. The boy asked his sister not to interfere this time to see how he would solve matters, to which the girl took offense, reprimanding her brother for taking her for a set piece. Unsuspecting, the owner of the weapons estate was drinking tea on his own porch. The man was indignant when he saw unknown guests in his yard who came to him without an invitation. Wasting no time, the main character in the form of a snake attacked a representative of the blue race with powerful tentacles. The tentacles of the representative of the court union spread the estate to the ravages around the owner. A representative of the blue race took possession of the body of the head of the Bernardet family, and remaining calm, he asked the main character if he was telling the truth that the union of judges could revive the dead. The guy was amazed that someone was spreading false rumors about the union of people, and they were happy to fly all over the place. The head of the Bernardet family insisted on an answer about whether representatives of the union of judges can return the soul to a person. The snake, in turn, answered that the representatives of the blue race have advanced very far in mastering spiritual power, and therefore he does not see the point in such a question. Hearing a negative answer, the head of the Bernardet family replied that in this case he did not need representatives of the judges' union, and took out a pistol and fired. To give a powerful answer to the attacker, the main character used the ability of angry cloning. The bullet hit one of the clones and the rest were unharmed, but suddenly the bullet returned to hit another clone. The main character realized that he was dealing with a homing bullet that threatens to destroy all his clones. A representative of the blue race decided to use the rest of the charges so as not to leave any clone a chance for storage. The main character faced a serious problem, and he solved it by sneaking up behind the head of the Bernardet family to put the sword to his neck. A representative of the blue race raised his hands up and began a countdown. Counting down to 0, a powerful explosion took place at the place of the owner of the armory. The protagonist's clones carefully watched what remained at the scene of the explosion. First, the hand and then the entire head of the Bernardet family began to emit a blue glow, turning into a blue form. From a safe distance in the form of a rabbit, Mao was carefully watched by the younger sister of the main character. Raising his hands up, the head of the Bernardet family agreed that the two of them, the snake and the rabbit Mao, would defeat him. To even the odds, the host called his wife Helen. Taking the sword in her hands, Helen prepared to attack the main character's sister, who had not participated in the fight before. Seeing that a dangerous situation was developing, the main character warned Fei Fei to be more careful. The girl also took out a sword and prepared to repel an attack from the side of the assistant of the representative of the blue race. "Do not delay for a moment," Helen attacked the girl, but she immediately attacked without any extra effort. Having received a rebuff, Helen realized that in front of her was the same representative of the blue race. The girl calmly sat back on her flying chair and happily answered that, "That's how it is." Having pulled out a pistol with homing bullets, the head of the Bernardet family directed it towards the main character, fired, and warned that if the serpent approaches, he will die. The guy saw that his sister, was safe and quickly began to think about how to reduce the risks of a homing bullet. Connecting the capable superbrain, Yang Shi began to think about how to deal with this danger. Kolya came closer and closer to the main character to impress him. Finally, the idea of how to overcome the ability of the attacker occurred to the boy. Without delay, the snake stood so that there was a thick tree behind him and dodged the enemy's homing bullet. Hitting a tree post, the homing bullet exploded inside. The representative of the blue race was amazed at how quickly the boy guessed how to neutralize his ability. Concentrating the plasma blow, Snake hurried to deliver it to the opponent. The main character's sister also left her dangerous place and rushed to attack. The plasma thrown by the snake flew towards Helen, who rushed to help her husband. Somehow, the woman managed to dodge the powerful plasma blast, and it exploded behind her. Also, Helen managed to cut off the powerful sword blow that was inflicted by Rabbit Mao using an energy shield. A representative of the blue race saw that his wife was injured, and this greatly infuriated him. After taking the blue pill, Bernardet's head critically increased the number of blue particles in himself and began to transform into a blue form. Helen saw A as her husband began to transform and asked him not to do it. Running up to her husband, Helen noticed that his spiritual power was not enough for such a number of blue particles, and therefore he risked turning into a blue form. The woman kissed her husband to take some of the blue particles from him and allow him to turn into a zombie. The protagonist formed another plasma charge and waited until his opponent was left defenseless. Helen had almost brought the matter to an end, leaving her husband to protect the blue particles as the plasma charge was already flying towards them. A plasma charge thrown by the serpent hit Helen's unsuspecting husband directly in the back. Helen's husband fell to the ground and she tried to stop him, but he said that he would die soon. Surprisingly, the face of the head of the Bernardet family was happy. He thanked the representatives of the judges' union for putting an end to him, and noted that he was very tired of waiting for it. The man said that when his wife died, his life lost all meaning. Suddenly, the man turned to the woman, calling her Will, and asked to return the hairstyle of his real wife, so that he could enjoy the image of the real Helen before his death. The head of the Bernardet family admitted that representatives of the blue race promised to bring his wife back to life, but instead he had to betray humanity. The creature that was in the image of Helen confessed that she voluntarily joined the blue race to give her soul to resurrect the soul of her teacher's wife. Before his death, the man admitted that he ended up getting absorbed in his own lies, although in reality, he would have to admit that Helen had left him forever. The head of the Bernardet family offered the snake to exchange information for the life of his student Vil, whose fault is only that she fell in love with a loser who can't even respond to love. The man said that the representatives of the blue race are somehow connected with the Posy Chamber of Commerce. These were the last words that the head of the Bernardet family could convey, and Vil felt that her teacher had left this life. Looking at a couple of these losers, Rabbit Mao asked her brother if they should get rid of the girl from the Azure race. The guy forbade it, noting that it was necessary to wait. The woman admitted that when she joined the blue race, she agreed to give everything to help her teacher. Bending over to her love, the woman hugs him and dies next to him. A capable woman leaves her body with the help of the main character who received additional reinforcement. The main character's sister was offended by what happened in front of them and leaving the estate of weapons. She asked her brother if someone would love her the same way. Together with his brother, Fei heads towards the city to meet with new adventures. The girl asked her older brother where they were going now, and was surprised that he quickly transformed into Yu. Meanwhile, the Beijing University entrance trials have entered the battle competition phase. Yufang and her friend were standing on the stage of the martial arts competition. Yu was concerned about the fate of his student, so he was pleased to see that the boy adapted normally and even made friends. Mystery. After visiting the innkeeper's boy at his home, the main character praised his achievements. As a reward for the boy's dedication to his training, Yu gave the boy an A-rank ability, which meant that the more Yufan trained, the more his strength progressed. Yu said that the next goal is to take university exams, so the boy must try while the main character has other things to do. Yufang asked the teacher when he would leave him and how long he would be gone. The main character said that he was going to the 4 Seas. Carrying out the task of the godfather, Liu Yuan sneaked into Kunlun's godfather's company to break into his older sister's safe, where she kept the necessary information. The boy assumed that the password for the safe could be the year and month of birth, although this surprised him. Without hesitation, Liu Yuan entered the data on the keyboard. His assumption that the older sister was using his dates for the safe code was correct to whom he received the necessary documents. The boy was very satisfied, because he managed to quickly fulfill the task of his boss and get him documents with information on the territory of the 4 Seas. The elder sister watched Liu Yuan and thought that although she did not understand what the information was for him, she was satisfied that she had brought him joy. Godfather of the protagonist, Yak, delivered the Heavenly Manor documents to his boss as soon as possible, and Yu began to study them. As it turned out, at the beginning of the ages, there were 2 races on Earth that lived on different continents. After the war, beings from another world invaded the southern lands and rescued them. In order to redistribute the forces, the territory was divided into 4 parts, which consisted of the Association of Heroes, the Army of Ironblood, and the Association of Trade Organizations. There are also mixed lands on which all the higher-listed forces coexist, which carry out their joint protection. Whatever the Azure Blue race has to do with the Boshi Union or the Kamaya of Wisdom, everything points to the fact that they are located on the sea trains. It was to the sea terrain that the main character decided to make his first trip. Yu Zi spoke highly of the work done by his godson and promised that the Union here would thank him for it. Liu Yuan was delighted to receive such an honor, but felt that the reward would be some kind of powerful ability. The protagonist reassured the best man's boyfriend and assured him that their union would never be owed anything to anyone. After receiving another ability elixir from Yu Zi's hands, the boy asked what rank he was getting this time. After learning that it was only rank B, Liu Yuan could not hide his fascination. Instead, the main character showed that the boy received 2 abilities together, the Enhanced Werewolf and the Terror Mask ability. The boy was very happy and promised that he would do everything for the Union of Judges, and in particular for the Godfather. While having a delicious dinner, Lin Naixue informed the main character that she was being sent on a business trip to another country for a year. Hearing this, the main character offered his girlfriend to organize her campaign and go on a business trip abroad with her. Lin Naixue replied that she could take care of herself and asked the boy to work for their family. Yang Si agreed, and after drinking wine added that as soon as the situation in the world settles down, he will definitely be there. Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Qian Buqua knocked persistently on the door of the manor. Yang Shi and his sister were politely greeted by a well-mannered servant and offered to go to the room where the owner of the estate was waiting for them. The young people thanked and came to the previously planned meeting. The chairman himself, his grandson, and his assistant, Yu Rong, were waiting for the guests in the office. And upon seeing the guests, Qian Bukui greeted them and noted that he already had experience communicating with representatives of the judges' union. Qian Dodo immediately recognized the main character with whom she flew on the plane and experienced adventures related to the Star Cloak. The guy joked that he was even embarrassed that Yu Zi also saw how helpless he was. Yang Shi said that Mr. Yu Zi had given him an ability elixir and now he is an A rank. Old Master Qian's granddaughter was offended that it was so easy to get an A rank ability and asked what kind of ability Yang Shi had. Jokingly, Qian Bukui ordered the interrogation to end, and not to embarrass his ally. The guy answered that there is nothing awkward about Qian Dodo's questions, and told that he has an ability called a complex plum-style navy suit. Yu Rong remained silent the whole time, surprised that she had never heard of such an ability. The guy explained that the abilities were synthesized from 2, namely the martial arts of the underwater army and the suit in the plum style. Qian Dodo pointed to the protagonist's sister and said that she had a question. The protagonist named his younger sister subordinate as a rabbit Mao named Han Yue, who also has an A-rank ability. Fei Fei confidently added that her ability is called Ice Control. Yang Shi reported that Mr. Yu Zi had ordered him to travel the seas of the Free Union under the name of the Qian family. The boy was curious what Master Qian himself thought about it. Qian Bukui confidently replied that it was time for the Qian family to return to the Free Sea Union. Late at night, after visiting Qian Bukuya's estate, the younger sister of the main character sat on the seashore and looked at the night waves, thinking about the future. The protagonist approached the girl and, putting his hand on her shoulder, asked what she was thinking about. Fifi answered with sadness in her voice that she did not believe that tomorrow they would have to leave the city of Luhan. The girl said that she dreamed of spending the rest of her life in Luhansk and had never heard that there were such lands as the lands of the 4 seas. Yang Shi added that it became clear to him why the 3 powers that control the dash on the 4 seas, as well as the government, do not tell the people anything. It was clear to both of them that as soon as people learn about the existence of the terrain of the 4 seas, how they will learn about the fact of war with another world, why Fei Fei only sighed sadly. In the end, Fei Fei concluded that local residents are constantly under stress, but the lives of the heroes are much better. The main character touched the head of his younger sister and noted that the situation inside the Free Maritime Union is very tense, and the girl will always have to defend herself. In the morning, the main character and his sister arrived at the port of Lugan City, where the Qian family's 6-star sea liner was waiting for them. Old Master Qian said that the bottom of the ship was made of monster materials from another world and protected by 4 different alchemical substances. Qian Bukui added to use enough spiritual power to make the ship fly into the sky, shoot fire, or make a protective armor around itself. Summoning the servant who brought the artifacts on a tray, the head of the Qian family pointed out that these three important things, namely sea clothes, light armor, and the bubble, would be very necessary in the journey. The old master added that all artifacts will help travelers walk on the surface of the sea, breathe underwater, and their appearance depends on a specific person. The main character and his sister were delighted with the help provided by Master Qian, asked where the rest of his assistants were. Qian Dodo and the swordswoman Blanche headed towards the old master of his guests, ignoring the assistant Yu Rong. The girl was left alone, but she looked quite tense. Suddenly, the morning silence was broken by some commotion, which greatly upset Master Qian, and he asked his servant about the reasons. The servant reported that the representatives of the Bo Shi group had arrived, together with the young master Az from the He Lin family and Mr. He Lin himself. After hearing this information, the main character was very worried, but he realized that it was to his advantage that Bo Shi's group visited the port itself. Annoyed, Master Qian asked the servant why young Az was making such a fuss. The servant reported that at first, the He Lin family's young vacation was dominated by traveling on the 4-star liner of the Bo Shi group, who had heard about the 6-star and wanted to travel on it. Upon hearing this, Qian Bukui ordered a room to be allocated to the new guest. The servant reported that young Master Z did not want to live in Mr. Yan's platinum room. Meanwhile, Azivaska himself approached the assistant of the old master, Yu Rong, and began to pay the girl unambiguous compliments. To stop the verbal flow of the young master, Qian Bukui artificially coughed, drawing attention to himself. Seeing the head of the Qian family, young Master Az walked over and greeted him politely. Turning to the servant, the old master asked him to talk nicely about his guests. The servant politely informed the young master that his boss offered him a platinum room for the trip on the liner. Having been refused entry to room number 608, the offended young Master Az ordered his servant to find out who was staying in his room after they got on board the liner. Meanwhile, the main character had no idea that room number 608 was located in the room. Unexpectedly, the boy heard that someone defiantly wanted to break into his room. Knowing that the young Master Az was present on board, the main character realized that he must have come to find out about the relationship. The boy went to the door, and when he opened it, he saw young Master Az with 2 strong guards on the threshold. Young Si greeted the uninvited guests with a satisfied face, noting that he was waiting for them. And Z was surprised by the superior behavior of the boy and said that if he was waiting for him, he could either pack his things himself and leave the room, or his bodyguards would do it. Instead, the main character of the quest offered the young master to get acquainted with a photo album in which there are interesting photos of assistant Yu Rong. Master Aze was very interested in such a spicy proposal, but he still questioned whether the main character really had such a photo album. Yang Shi reassured his visitor, noting that he was fooling such a respectable gentleman. Aze, even more intrigued, asked the boy what the price was for the photo album. In response, the main character offered to see the photos first and then decide on the price. Having fully trusted Yang Shi, the young master left the guard outside the door and entered the boy's room. Following the main character, Az was eager to see the cherished photos and asked Yang Shi to show them to him as soon as possible. Having lured the young master into a trap, Yang Shi activated his mind control ability to completely subjugate the scoundrel. Once inside Az's mind, the main character saw a lot of interesting things that could help him understand He Lin's family. The boy was interested as a secondary representative of the He Lin family, named Bai Rong, quickly gained strength and authority. Nevertheless, the protagonist saw that despite his natural suspicion, Bai Ron somehow opened up to his nephew. Young Master Az's personality was completely subordinated to Yang Shi, and he eagerly awaited orders from the boss. The boy ordered Az to further communicate with Bai Rong and He Lin's family to find out if they were members of some sort of union. Having repeated the boy's orders, the young master was ready to carry them out. When Az left room number 608, the guard waiting for him outside the door asked if he should start taking out Yang Xi's things. For such disrespect to his new master, the young master punched the guard in the stomach, noting that the room did not suit him. Accompanied by his guard, the young master leaves the corridor in which room number 608 is located. Already at night, Leiter and the travelers swam to the giant structure. Standing on board the ship, Fei Fei was amazed by the building and asked her brother what it was. Yang Shi explained to the younger sister that they were going to the independent customs office. A man came out to meet the main character and his sister and greeted him by calling himself the head of this place, but the main character saw that he had the ability number 97 to absorb souls. The appearance of the manager was so unexpected that the boy recognized his power because he did not see him approach. Master Qian, seeing the manager, greeted him as if he were an old acquaintance. The head of customs kindly noted, shaking hands with the old master, that when he first appeared in his establishment, he was sure that he would see him again. Having greeted the old master, the manager was surprised that he took the young people with him and invited everyone to dinner. Entering together with everyone in the hall where dinner was served, the main character found himself in the center of attention of the ladies present there, who wanted to get to know him and even establish a relationship. From the attention of women, the boy felt like he was in the seventh heaven. Commenting on the actions of the women who attacked young Shi with their attention, Qiandodo noted that there is no way from where these monsters have such self-confidence to pursue the main character in such a way. Seeing that her brother is under the close attention of the opposite sex, his sister Fei Fei decided to intervene. Taking the boy's hand, she forcibly freed him from the attention of the fair sex. Turning towards Qiandodo and Yu Rong, that younger sister called for their help and asked them to free them from the intrusive admirers. Yu Rong suggested that everyone go to the famous Hotel Mushlia and have fun there as part of her company. Qiandodo supported her friend, noting that especially the event at the Shell Hotels is very popular among everyone on the territory of the Four Seas. The main character was surprised when he heard that there was some special event, and it intrigued him. The main hall of the Shell Hotel was impressive with its dimensions and decorations. The administrator greeted the guests who had just arrived and invited them to the poppy party, which was about to begin. The guy thought that it would be a party of monkeys that can reincarnate. Yu Rong asked the main character to anticipate the events, but to see everything with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Qiandodo asked Yang Shi and the rest of her friends to wait for her here while she went down to change. Giant waves began to move around the hall. It meant that the show had begun, and those who watched it were delighted. The main character found himself in a wave of foam and water. He could not understand what was happening. The presenter announced from the stage that the Mavka party was starting, but asked those present if they were ready to be free Mavkas. The boy was captured by a stream of water, and he saw that people around him were gradually turning into monkeys. This situation strained the main character a little, but he himself did not feel any transformation. Swimming up from behind, the surprised Qiandodo asked the boy why he didn't turn into a seagull. Everyone around the main character has long ago received wagging fishtails, and only he was helplessly kicking his feet in the water. Finally, Yang Shi also turned into a maw. Sooner or later, the appearance of another beast caught his attention. A white shark suddenly appeared among the defenseless monkeys with a mouthful of sharp teeth. Meanwhile, the monster shark continued to terrorize the monkey party members. The main character could not understand who was in front of him, a transformed person or a real monster. The boy decided to use the ancient dragon's ability to check who was in front of him, and touched the shark's fin. From touching the main character to his fin, the monster explodes. At the same moment, with a blow of its tail, the monster shark threw Yang Shi away from her. After receiving a powerful tail blow, the main character came to the conclusion that this killer shark was sent on purpose to check on him and his sister. In order not to arouse anyone's suspicions, the boy realized that it is impossible to show too much strength. To begin with, he decided to study the habits of the beast. Suddenly, at the place of the fight with the shark, Blanche appeared, who wanted to cut her in half with her sword. But the shark simply bit the sword with her mouth. Seeing how the shark monster behaved with Blanche's sword, Yu Rong's assistant fearfully assumed that before them was an S or A rank monster only at the highest level. The wounded swordswoman flew to Yu Rong, who was amazed at her condition. Meanwhile, Qiandodo, shocked by the events, drew Yu Rong's attention to what was happening before her eyes. Fei Fei appeared before the shark as a monster, intending to fight him. The girl used the ability of ice freezing against the huge fish, and finding herself in the depths of the ice, the shark fell to the bottom. The participants of the monkey party looked frightened from their hiding place, assuming that they were saved. Hopes for a quick death of the monster were not destined to come true because the shark, having easily thrown off the ice, floated to the surface. Monsters felt their power and, emerging from the depths, immediately tried to attack the main character. The boy was left with nothing. How to use the verbal style ability to protect himself from the attack of the monster. In order to finally deal with the monster shark, the main character decided to use the light gloves that he won at the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce auction. Young Shi gave the monster shark a powerful blow with a light artifact. The result of the blow exceeded all expectations and really surprised the main character. Having swam closer, the boy could not make out whether the creature was dead or just wounded. Having found out that the shark is dead, the main character began to think about the fact that he could be exposed because he instantly hit the monster. The boy began to beat the dead shark's body to at least somehow hide the fact that he had killed it with one blow. Yang Shi's trick was successful because everyone saw from afar that he hit the shark dozens of times. The girls watched the play that the main character put on for them and decided whether it was worth helping him or whether he would manage on his own. Finally, pretending to be exhausted, the boy falls next to the monster's body. After defeating the shark, the main character transformed into a man again, throwing away Mavka's fins. The reward for the victory was a new ability that the boy took from the body of the killed shark. Seeing that her brother looked bad, Fei asked caringly if everything was okay with him. The boy assured her that everything was fine, but noted that these 4 seas are really deep. Approaching the protagonist, Yu Rong's assistant noted that he did well and offered to return to the shore to treat his injuries. The swordswoman Blanche, taking Yang Xi in her arms, scolded the boy that it was not necessary to fight the monsters alone, but to attack together more effectively. The main character realized that in this situation, it would be best to pretend to be wounded. The head of the Qian family came to visit the boy pretending to be seriously injured. The main character wanted to tell the old master the truth, but he calmed him down with an understanding look. Raising his hand in a reassuring gesture, Master Qian noted that he already understood the protagonist's train of thought and agreed that the boy's true power should be hidden. Yang Shi worriedly asked the old master if he knew who sent the killer shark. Qian Bukui replied that they were being watched by many security forces and anyone could have done it. The old man said that when they reach the island of love on their liner, I will be under the control of the Union of Love, which is managed by the Uruk family. The guy asked the old master whether this is the same Uruk family, whose representative is the scholar scandal at the auction. Finally, Master Qian added that his family had spread rumors that Yang Shi was seriously injured, so the boy would have to spend several days in bed. The main character and his sister rested in deck chairs basking in the sun. Unexpectedly, the girl stood up and frightenedly informed her brother that she had again seen representatives of the blue race. The boy looked worriedly at Fei and noted that the cases had become more frequent in the afternoon, so it was necessary to find the Stone of Wisdom as soon as possible. The girl assured Yang Shi that when I get better, she will even be able to calculate where the base of the blue race is located. The main character assured that his wish was for his sister to be healthy and safe. Fei is now with her brother, but she began to ask him that he delved into her memories and might find something interesting there. After listening to his sister, the protagonist entered her memory to take a closer look at the new details from her vision. Through the eyes of one of the representatives of the blue race, Fei first saw a large tower, and then, with the same eyes, she saw an unknown man being strangled. The girl saw a representative of the blue race dissolving something in water. A crowd of teenagers who watched the dissolution of an unknown substance were subordinates of a representative of the blue race. The protagonist understood that this time, the girl looked at the events through the eyes of an old man who was under the influence of the blue race. Meanwhile, on the island of love, the younger Master Zi, sitting by a huge pool, the water of which was covered with rose petals, was waiting for a girl who was heading towards him. The woman's name was Izima Uruk, and she was one of the top 10 in the 4 seas. Approaching the young master, the woman asked if he missed her and reported that she missed him very much. Having shown the boy a style berry, Izima offered him to play a little. Holding her lips to hers, the woman provoked the young master for a kiss, but he wanted to see her. The woman understood what the boy wanted, and while leaving the room with the pool, she offered him to wait for her and promised to play a very interesting game with him. In the corridors, Izima was met by her nephew, who asked if she knew a master of spiritual abilities named Yu Zi. Lying on the couch, the woman there did not ask V's nephew if this Yu Zi reminded her of him and if he was handsome. Yuan Chu was surprised by such questions from his aunt, but asked if she remembered her acquaintance with Yu Zi to help win him over to the side of the Uruk family. Returning to the pool where I had to wait for my young lover, Izima Uruk saw that the water in the pool had turned red. The woman was shocked to hear about the fate of the young Master Jer. By the pool, an angry groom named Voyin Raz was waiting for Izima, who scolded her for cheating on him. Pointing a sword at the woman, the man now threatened to kill her personally. The warrior of roses was very indignant at such shameful behavior of his bride. The woman remarked that the warrior could only offend women instead of finding her a new lover. In response, the warrior stated that he had just killed her boyfriend, to which Izima declared that her fiancé would not have the courage to kill her real boyfriend. Stunned by such frankness, the warrior grabbed the woman by the neck to find out who her real boyfriend was. Appearing very frightened, the woman admitted that her real boyfriend is a member of the judges' union, and his name is UZ, and that she was constantly cheating on him. Such blatant disrespect on the part of the bride infuriated the warrior, but he vowed to find UZ and kill him. From such frequent references to himself, the protagonist's coma began to hiccup. Looking at the sea, the boy saw the silhouette of an unknown sea vehicle, which worried him a lot. An unknown submarine was approaching the Cheon family liner at high speed. Cheon Dodo appeared on the deck and called the main character to the captain's cabin because the pirates had captured their dolphin liner. The captain said that they were captured by a pirate group called the Falling Star Pirates, which is led by the bandit Fan Pei, with the rank of S. In addition to the leader, the group consists of 3 main members, such as a magical fox, a seaweed monster, and a deep-sea tyrant. The captain added that the defense works in 3 minutes. The ship and passengers are in danger, but asked for help from Chanbukuya and Yangshita. The old master suggested that the pirates had attacked on purpose to test the strength of the Cheon family and the judges' union. The main character was satisfied and mentally rejoiced because people had never wanted to teach him something like that. The guy asked to leave the pirate leader's sister to him and me, and in the end he offered to find out about the old master and his crew. Hearing this, Yurong's assistant blocked the boy's way, arguing that he had not yet recovered. Seeing this, Master Kion advised the girl not to disturb the boy and assured him that he had practically recovered. Yurong could not be convinced by her boss's words, so she was sure that serious wounds did not recover so quickly. To end the discussion, the main character suggested to start attacking the pirates already and not to waste a single second on small talk. An alarm sounded on board the dolphin liner, and all passengers were locked in their cabins. The pirate ship rammed the Cheon family's sea liner with its nose. The leader of the pirates, the undead mage Fan Pei, informed his subordinates that they had attacked the dolphin liner and asked what his army wanted. Pirates really wanted to get gold and money, as well as beautiful girls. Most of all, of course, they wanted to kill. One by one, the pirates jumped off their ship and attacked the Cheon family liner on the water. Yangtze, in turn, jumped out from the side of the dolphin sea liner and ran across the water towards the attackers. The main character jumped not only on the water, but also on the heads of stunned pirates. One of the henchmen of the leader, named the Magical Fox, turned to Yangtze and offered to find him an opponent stronger than ordinary pirates. Wasting no time, the girl rushed at the main character, attacking him with powerful hands. Moving very quickly through the water, the main character bypassed the Magical Fox, which could not even touch it. Having caught the lick, the girl decided to use the Godfather's spiritual weapon against Yangtze, ordering the boy not to lose his temper and to engage in a duel. Quickly figuring out which weapon the Magic Fox uses, the main character with a smile decided to show which of them has the highest spiritual power. Running up to the opponent, the boy grabbed her by the throat. The Magical Fox was forced to admit that the main character was able to repel her spiritual powers, but she had other surprises in store for the opponent. Fei Fei, who was watching her brother's duel with the Magical Fox, saw that a skeleton with a sword was approaching the boy from behind, and was ashamed to warn him. The skeleton defiantly brought the sword over the main character's head, wanting to destroy him. The warned young man felt the danger of coma, but an interesting idea came to his mind, which he considered to implement. As the skeleton's sword began to quickly descend, striking, the main character quickly turned around using the Magical Fox as a living shield. Holding the body of a pot-bellied fox in his hands, the boy managed to take her ability away from her. Looking at the new acquisition, Yang Shi noted that the magic fox had killed many people in this life, and perhaps in the next life, she would be born a good person. Meanwhile, Fan Pei's next henchman, a godfather named Deep Sea Tyrant, tried to attack Yu Rong. The girl dodged the tyrant's blows so quickly that he called for help, a monster made of algae that must have a trap. The monster replied that the trap for the girl was already ready, and gladly joined the attackers on Yuran. The girl was shocked by the number of tentacles that reached towards her, preventing her from using her ability to move quickly. When the tentacles completely immobilized Yurong, the Blanchet swordswoman rushed to her aid. The help of the swordswoman was very timely because she was able to cut the tentacles, which were made of algae. Seeing how his trap was easily destroyed, the seaweed monster became enraged. A new attack of algae tentacles now threatened both of the girls. Fei quickly came to the aid of her sisters, using the ability of Ice. The algae that loomed over the girls quickly froze and crumbled into small lollipops. The captain saw through the binoculars as the main character, and the girls are dealing with the henchmen of the pirate leader. Commenting on the events he saw through the binoculars, the captain noted that Yang Shi killed the magic fox, and Yu Rong and the swordswoman, with the help of Fei, successfully got out of the algae monster's trouble. Qian Dodo told the captain that she also wanted to fight, but unfortunately she could only watch. The Qian family ship was in a protected circle, and the pirates could not get at it. The leader on the radio tapped his staff on the deck, and the main character threatened to turn his skull into a urinal. Fan Pei decided to use a spiritual weapon against his opponent and curse him. With the help of spiritual weapons, the leader of the pirates decided to create another powerful fighter who would destroy the enemy. A monkey skeleton was created to attack Yang Shi, a very powerful monster that was almost impossible to kill. Proudly looking at his creation, Fan Pei defiantly noted that the monster was almost an S rank, and the superior asked the main character how long he could hold out against it. The pirate's threats in no way affected the boy's reaction to the new monster. He only noted that he had watched Who Will Win. Raising sticks in his hands, the monkey skeleton hastened to attack the main character. The blow was so powerful that there was an explosion on the spot, but Yang Shi was able to dodge quickly. The monster that the pirate leader made was very powerful, but quite slow, and therefore the main character was always ahead of him. The boy tried to attack the monster from behind and delivered a powerful kick. The monkey skeleton monster had a very powerful tail, which threw the main character off his back. Going behind the monster again, Yang Shi again faced the problem of having a tail and the impossibility of attacking for it. To get rid of such a problem, the main character decided to use a glove of light. Approaching from behind, the boy managed to grab the tail of the monkey skeleton with gloves of light. With a strong tug, the main character tore off the powerful weapon from the monster. Having accelerated well, Yang Shi delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's back. After such a blow, the monster fell to the ground with all its force, showing no sign of life. Clapping his hands, the protagonist asked the leader of the pirates, "What did you say about the invincible monster?" Enraged at the loss of a powerful weapon, Fan Pei defiantly declared that if the boy wanted to die quickly, he would arrange it for him. Fan Pei, being an undead mage, began to threaten the main character by turning his skeleton into monsters that would destroy the guy's friends. Wasting no time, Mok began to cast spells, constructing another skeletal monster. Those who were on the dolphin liner saw something terrible in the sky and began to point their fingers at it. A skeletal dragon appeared in the sky above the Qian family's sea liner, spewing dangerous energy from its mouth. This was another creation of Fan Pei's sorcery. People who fell under the influence of the energy that flowed from the mouth of the dragon cried that they were in a lot of pain and that they did not want to die. The only one who was not scared by the skeleton dragon was the main character, who noted that if this is the last tour in Fan Pei's sleeve, then he is not such a powerful magician. Armed with gloves of light, Yang Shi declared that the dragon was too weak a victim and he could fight someone stronger. Observing this duel, they noticed that the undead mage had an S rank and possessed spiritual powers, and they thought that Yang Shi was taking it too lightly. The skeletal dragon began attacking the boy with blasts of its dead breath energy. The main character barely had time to dodge all the powerful explosions. Moving away from the skeleton dragon's attacks, the boy got closer and closer to the monster's body. Finally, the main character got close enough that it was time to use the gloves of light to strike the monster. Fan Pei was very confident in his next monster, so he advised the boy to stop resisting and surrender. To avoid the poisonous energy of the dead breath, the protagonist used a shield that reflected these attacks. Step by step, under the frantic pressure of the energy of the dead breath, the boy approached the monster's body. There were already a few steps left to be able to make contact with the monster, but it was very difficult to do them because the Dragon of the Furious was exploding with its dead breath. Finally, the main character was able to reach with his hand, put a glove of light on it, to the mouth of the dragon and cling to it. Not understanding what was happening, the undead mage still felt victorious and commented on the course of the duel, noting that there was no point in grabbing the dragon either. Using his magic staff, Fan Pei tried to come to the aid of the dragon by empowering it with his magic. Using his level 3 spiritual power abilities, the boy easily repelled the sorcerer's attack. After dealing with the skeleton dragon, the main character noted that it is enough to fight monsters when you can destroy the one who produces these monsters. Finally, Fanpei guessed that he was the main character's target. This discovery scared him a lot. The captain of the pirates tried to escape with the Bixt, but he was overtaken by Yang Shi's fist armed with a glove of light. The last thing Fanpei felt in his life was surprise that he had been defeated earlier, or that he was able to capture someone from the judges' union. The pirates who attacked the liner of the Qian family raised their heads and saw that not only the monsters, but also their boss who produced them had died. Realizing that their business was bad, the pirates decided to stop the attack and return to their ship. The protagonist carefully watched the bandits return to their boat. One of the pirates, who was swimming very fast, caught the boy's unexpected attention. Carefully watching the speed swimmer, Yang Shi understood that in which case he could be dangerous for the dolphin liner. The protagonist decided to use Yuzi's clone to reconnoiter the situation. Yuzi's clone dived after the dangerous high-speed pirate swimmer. Yuzi carefully followed the direction of his target under the water. The clone understood that the swimmer was not trying to disappear, but was swimming to the designated goal. Having reached the shore, the pirate went on it to continue his journey. On the shore, the entrance to the cave that the pirate had entered was visible, and Yuzi's clone was watching all of this. Carefully following the disappeared pirate in the cave, the clone pondered whether this cave could be the lair of the Falling Star Pirate Guild. Meanwhile, the parade that reached the cave told about the death of all three bosses, but the godson of the pirate leader did not want to believe it. The frightened pirate once again reported that the magic fox, the seaweed monster, the tyrant of the deep sea, and even the undead mage himself died at the hands of one of the judges' union. Realizing that the pirate union had lost all its influential members, the rest of them grabbed their heads, not understanding why the boss decided to attack the Qian family ship. Fan Pei's godson pushed the pirate away, but angrily shouted that if it wasn't better for the representatives of their union to die, then it was necessary to become stronger and take revenge. After listening to the thoughts of the godfather, one of the pirates offered to split up. The other pirates were not so determined, so they proposed to split up one by one and go their separate ways. The godfather was angry and wanted revenge, so he did not want the pirates to leave. Hitting one of the pirates with a cross, he noted that they all now belonged to him, as the inheritance of his godson also belongs to him. Lifting one of the pirates by the neck, the godfather strangled him in front of the others. Holding the lifeless body, the new leader of the pirates ordered all those who do not want to be dead to gather around him, and he guarantees them a good future. Throwing the body on the deck of the ship, the leader noted that if many pirates died, then the two girls whom they captured, and who have rank B, will end up in the hands of the pirates. The opportunity to have fun with female captives was enthusiastically accepted by the pirates. Two poor female captives were sitting in a pirate's hut waiting for their fate. One of the pirates entered the cage and grabbed one of the girls who was reading and calling for help. The girl immediately understood what fate had befallen her, and that strength was repelling the pirate. Yuzi's clone carefully observed the shameful events unfolding before his eyes and prepared to intervene. Using the mass shot ability, the clone hit all the pirates at once. The girl was even more frightened when she saw that the pirate who was harassing her fell dead. Left alone, Fanpei's godfather was very frightened and could not understand what was happening. The pirate who came from the ship was barely alive, but assumed that the hero who killed all the leadership followed him and is now at the pirate base. The surviving pirate was angry at the new leader, whom he named Liu Qi, and promised to take him with him if he died. Sitting on a barely alive pirate, Liu Qi tried to strangle him, wanting him to die during the battle and not bring the scout with him. Having strangled his brother, Liu Qi stood on his knees and began to beg for mercy. He offered the unworthy to submit to anyone who came to their island and proved to be stronger than him. Liu Qi was very surprised when he felt someone's sword cut through him. Stabbing the worthless pirate, Yuzi's clone pretended to apologize, noting that he already had a godfather. Looking into the eyes of the one who sent him to the other world, Liu Qi managed to say that he tried very hard to become the best among the four seas. In the end, the main character deprived Liu Qi of the ability called Red Copper Armor. This ability was quite weak, and therefore the main character decided to strengthen it by getting the golden armor of the God of Fire. After opening the butcher shop, the protagonist informed the female pirates that they were free. The guy decided to leave a third of the pirates' treasure to the captives, figuring that it would be enough to survive. Hearing this news, the girls could not believe their ears, hugged and cried from happiness that they were saved. Having completed the task, the UZ clone went to the shore of the four seas and, looking at the moon, began to think. After the fight with the pirates, UZ realized that in the terrain of the four seas, even an S-rank ability was quite weak, so he decided to try to improve his ability to SS rank. The process of perfecting the powerful ability began, and the ability of the S-rank golden armor of the fire god was transformed into the SS rank golden armor of the demon god. The improved ability really pleased the boy, and he decided not to stop improving other abilities. The first attempt to disassemble the ability of the golden armor of the demon god of SS rank ended with great surprise of the main character. The boy was surprised that the ability to steal did not work. After concentrating, the clone decided to improve his other abilities because he realized that the potential of the SS rank ability was very high. UZ's clone began to wonder if it was related to the third stage, or if the power of the ability in the world was determined by it. Looking carefully at the layer of ability, the boy realized that it was impossible to disassemble it up to the third stage. Having planned another clone, the first thing to do is to try all the SS rank abilities on it one by one. The new clone agreed to be a test subject, but assured that he would help find out all the details. To begin with, the first clone UZ decided to fix the third ability of the SS rank golden armor of the demon god, turning the second clone into a powerful monkey with a demonic spear. The first clone decided to take out the golden armor by using a physical, spiritual, and elemental attack against it at the same time. The demon god's golden armor absorbed 3 attacks at once. Continuing the trial, the first clone struck with an S-rank wind element. The test clone reported that the golden armor absorbed this powerful blow as well. I already suffered from another clan, and tried for the third degree of ability which could be called a sword against a sword. As the two clones crossed swords, a powerful explosion occurred at the site of their duel. On the ship, the cook was sleeping peacefully with a bottle of beer overturned. The sudden jolt and shaking of the ship woke him up and scared him. Looking through the binoculars, the cat saw a powerful glow on the shore. The first clone stood stunned on the shore, realizing the full power of the third degree. The test clown was also impressed, and noted that he couldn't wait to see which one of them was stronger using this explosion. The first clone, after connecting the ability of the golden armor of the demon god, decided to correct the power of flight. Having soared high above the ground, clone planned the sea and dived into it. The clone sank lower and lower into the abyss of the four seas. Having reached a certain depth, the clone tested the ability of the fragments of the golden eye, hitting the fish wandering on the bottom with them. Cock, who watched all this with binoculars, was amazed by the underwater fiery glow. The unlucky cook was kicking himself for the fact that it must have happened to him after he drank too much alcohol yesterday. In the morning, the main character and Old Master Qian went on the deck of the sea liner Dolphin to enjoy the scenery. The Old Master told the boy that now they are approaching the first island of the archipelago, which is called Bai Lu. When asked by Yang Shi about the subjugation of this island, the Old Master said that the island is controlled by the Bai Lu Association. Their leader, named Li Yu, has the number 39, and the ability is the Stitched Spring Sword. Qian Bukui warned the boy not to underestimate them, because when the Qian family fell, they had offered to take their place many times. After some time, the dolphin liner entered the seaport of Bai Lu Island. At the port, representatives of the Qian family and the Judges' Union were politely met by the island's leaders, Li Yu and Li Taiwei. The owner of the island greeted the head of the Fanhai Chamber of Commerce, assuring that their visit was very important to them. Li Taiwei came close to the main character and began to discharge him unceremoniously. The boy was upset because he could not understand the strange behavior of the girl. Li Yu, addressing the Old Master, noted that he had brought talented youth and asked him to name his fellow travelers. Master Qian replied that they were his students and asked Li Yu not to use the term talented against them as inappropriate. After patting Yang Shi, who was surprised by such behavior, Li Yu noted that the boy looks quite stocky, and he is sure that she will take his place in the four seas. Finally, Li Yu introduced Li Taiwei as having the 43rd rank of the fourth sea, and on the field for the young people to get to know each other. The protagonist reached out and shook the girl's hand. It was also announced that the Bai Lu Association had prepared a banquet for the guests and offered to stay in a luxurious island hotel where he wanted to take them. Heading towards the banquet room, the boy heard the joyful laughter of the passengers of their liner. At the banquet, the main character had to drink a lot, although he refused. When he finally returned to his room, young Shi felt very bad after the alcohol he had consumed, so he wanted to rest. An unexpected knock on the door woke the boy from the bed. Li Tsai Wei stood at the threshold of the main character's hotel room and greeted him, and suggested that he visit an interesting city on the island. The request was even more strange because the girl offered to go there only together. The guy complained that he was very exhausted, and while trying to close the door, he apologized and offered to make the trip another time. Not wanting to listen to the main character, the girl knocked on the door of his room again. Meanwhile, a woman named Night Spider scolded Li Yu for the task he gave Li Tsai Wei and reminded him that the girl had grown up before her eyes. The woman was in despair and scolded the owner of the island that it was impossible to look at it. Li Yu mastered the woman by proving that there is no benefit without sacrifices, and asked to suggest another option to lure Yang Shi as the girl was not attracted. The man was promised to leave the Qian family with the support of the judges' union, and also give the Bailu Association the status of a union. Confidently looking into the eyes of the Night Spider, Li Yu said that I can sacrifice Li Tai Wei before that. Meanwhile, Li Tsai Wei herself, pretending to be drunk, was able to sneak into the main character's room and get into bed. The guy was surprised at the girl's condition, because he did not remember that she drank heavily at the banquet. Yang Shi intends to understand what is going on in this hotel, and first of all, why is it so hot? The temperature continued to rise, and even a cold shower did not help the main character. Suddenly, the door to the bathroom opened. This unexpected event surprised the main character very much. Li Tsai Wei was standing at the door of the bathroom, saying that she was also very hot. The frightened boy wrapped the girl just with it to cover her nail, but she asked him not to touch her. "You mean the channel?" Touching the girl, the guy felt that her body was very cold. The main character realized that something was happening to both of them, the best man, and the matter had already gone too far, and it was time to make a critical decision. To bring Li Tai Wei to her senses, Yang Shi had to slap the girl. While getting dressed, the boy guessed that he and the girl had been drugged, but with the help of the spiritual power of the third degree, he suppressed the psychedelic effect, and Li Tai Wei did not. To prevent his new acquaintance from causing unnecessary trouble, the main character was forced to tie her hands and feet. Yang Shi puzzled over who was capable of such a deed, but he threw people from the Dolphin and Bailu Association immediately because Li Tai Wei was Li Yu's own daughter. Suddenly, an indignant Li Yu appeared in the main character's room and called the guy a scumbag from the threshold. A Night Spider entered the room together with the Lord of the Bailu Association, and together they looked very surprised because they saw something they did not expect. The protagonist looked at the uninvited guests with surprise, because he could not be accused of anything illegal. Night Spider ran up to Li Tai Wei and tried to calm her down and bring her back to her senses. The main character was very indignant when he realized that Li Tai Wei's father and aunt drugged them and were waiting outside to frame him if he turned out to be a pervert. The girl began to regain consciousness little by little, but opened her eyes. Seeing her aunt, she rushed to hug her and cry, saying that she had almost done something bad. Suddenly, Li Tai Wei realized that the presence of Aunt Ye and her father looked suspicious. The girl moved away from the Night Spider and asked what they and their father were doing here. Aunt Ye did not know how to answer her niece's question and looked very depressed. In turn, Li Tai Wei's father began to behave aggressively towards his daughter and reproached her for not respecting adults. The girl already understood the purpose of drugging her and Yang Shi and indignantly asked her father if adults should do this. Pointing to the main character, Li Tai Wei admitted that she promised her father to get close to the boy, but not to have sex with him under the influence of drugs. Not expecting such an answer from his daughter, the bewildered father reminded the girl who he was for her. This reminder infuriated Li Tai Wei even more, and she asked Li Yu about what kind of father would send his daughter to bed with a man he knew. Aunt Ye hugged her niece and asked her brother to finally shut the door and admit the fact that they were to blame for this incident, and urged the girl not to act like that again. Li Tai Wei looked at her aunt gratefully and burst into tears. The protagonist watched as the girl, wrapped in a sheet, hugged and cried on Aunt Ye's shoulder. Li Yu didn't know how to answer this, because he got into a very unpleasant story. Seeing that the situation had settled down, the main character offered to leave the women in this room and move to another one himself. Night Spider asked the boy to wait in the dressing room while she put on Li Tai Wei and then discussed the situation. When Yang Shi returned from the dressing room, Aunt Ye bowed low to him and apologized on behalf of the entire Bailu Association. The guy replied that there is no need to apologize, because no one was hurt by their actions, because the planned name requires the consent of both parties. Entye appreciated the protagonist's noble response and asked him to keep what happened a secret, because Li Tai Wei was also a victim. The guy agreed and added that he would not allow her niece's virginity to be defiled. Gratefully looking at the main character, the Night Spider expressed the hope that she and Li Tai Wei would still get to know each other better after this event. It was clear that at first Li's family tried to use action, and now with the help of words they want to bring him closer to the girl. Li Tai Wei also understood this, humiliating blood for her from her relatives, and took her aunt by the hand and dragged her out of the main character's room. Left alone, the boy thought that tonight was full of surprises. Less than a second after this thought flashed through Yang Shi's mind, there was another knock on the door of his room. Looking up in surprise, the main character asked loudly, "What happened again?" The boy opened the door and saw Li Tai Wei in front of him again. The girl came to personally thank his mother for not taking advantage of the situation and protecting her. After thanking the protagonist, Li Tai Wei quickly ran away, leaving him alone. The guy looked after the girl running away, but concluded that she was quite attractive. The next morning, people gathered at the port of Bailu Island to see off the dolphin liner. Li Yu patted the protagonist on the shoulder, but complained that he was leaving their island so quickly, even though he could have gotten him a good son-in-law. Looking at the head of the Bailu Association, the boy praised his acting skills very highly. In order not to offend Li Yu, the main character noted that the girl did not even come to say goodbye to him. The head of the association, Bailu, pretended that he did not understand the boy's hint, and advised to leave because now is the best time to set sail. Passengers of the dolphin liner, one by one, began to climb the steep stairs of the trap to the ship. The attention of the main character and the old master was suddenly attracted by a loud noise in the sky. A rose warrior appeared in the air, shouting that he wanted to meet Yu Zi. Everyone who was present at the port raised their heads and began to lively discuss why a soldier should look for a representative of the Union of Judges. Yang Shi was no less surprised than the rest by the appearance of a hero unknown to him. Master Qian explained to the boy that this is a warrior who follows number 72 in terms of skill, and he also wondered what grudge this hero harbored against Yu Zi. The protagonist replied to Qian Buku that he had not seen Mr. Yu Zi for a long time, so he did not know what had happened. In order to clarify the situation, the old master said that in some sense he knew Yu Zi, and asked the warrior why he was looking for him. The warrior told that he did not want to fight with the Union of Judges, but his bride cheated on him with Yu Zi, and that is why he came to take revenge. The people who were in the port at that moment were shocked by such information about one of the leaders of the Union of Judges and began to discuss it briskly. After hearing the answer of the Warrior of Roses, the protagonist immediately understood that the Uruk family is involved in this story, which wants to set up a union of judges. The warrior continued to provoke the representatives of the judges' union, calling them a bunch of cowards. Finally, after he sufficiently offended the union of judges, the warrior realized that his goal was achieved and that it was time for him to sow. The head of the Bailu Association turned to the warrior and noted that no one is allowed to insult the judges' union with impunity in his presence. The situation for the Du warrior was beginning to turn out not in his favor, and he was quick to point out that it was only his and Yu Zi's business. Without flinching, Li Yu attacked the warrior with a drawn spring sword, and he in turn pointed out that there was no need for the head of the Bailu Association to get involved in this matter. Li Yu pointed out that no one could harm the judges in his presence, and the advice in the Qian family was to sew up as soon as possible while he detained the warrior. The warrior, connecting his ability, replied that he didn't care about the spring sword and the origins of the Qian family, he only needed Yu Zi. In fact, the warrior was very frightened that such a high-ranking hero as Li Yu, with his ability of the stitched spring sword, sided with the judges' union. Meanwhile, Li Yu's leg was unexpectedly entangled by the golden dragon, preventing him from continuing his battle with the warrior. After getting rid of one opponent, the Rose Warrior decided to attack Yang Shi, knowing that he was a representative of the judges' union. Using a light glove, the boy struck back at the attacker. The main character put into the blow the maximum power that the light glove was capable of. Unexpectedly for the Rose Warrior, a clone appeared behind him, using the ability of the golden armor of the demon god. The appearance of a powerful adversary in the person of a representative of the court union greatly frightened the warrior. Defending himself, the warrior threw the main character away from him. Looking at the representative of the judges' union who was wearing the golden armor of the demon god, the warrior said that his goal was to lure the judges to the side of the dragon Sang. The warrior turned around and immediately recognized the monkey from the union of courts in front of him and tried to politely address him. Instead, the monkey was determined and ordered the warrior to spread the blanket and prepare to fight. In response, the warrior pointed out that the incident that happened had nothing to do with the monkey, but asked to call Yutsu again. The monkey in the golden armor of the demon god declared that the warrior had defiled his brother's good name. But in order to meet Yuzi, you must first fight him. Hearing this, the warrior silently looked at the monkey from the union of courts. Not wanting to talk anymore, the monkey gave the warrior a quick, powerful push, to which the opponent could not even react. The splash of sea waves meant that the warrior was thrown into the water. Having climbed to the surface, the monkey opponent attacks him again after seeing him. The monkey delivered another powerful kick to the warrior. Deciding to defend himself, the warrior used the aura of the Sword of Raz over himself. The aura of the sword did not help the warrior much, and he received another powerful blow from the monkey. Having knocked the warrior off his feet, the monkey continued to drive him to the bottom of the sea with powerful blows. Seeing that the warrior could no longer fight back, the representative of the zodiacs of the Union of Judges pushed away from his body with his foot. Strongly pushing away from the warrior, the monkey, in front of the surprised observers present in the port, flew over the sea and with a glance asked the opponent if he had all his strength. People who watched what was happening in front of their eyes unequivocally recognized that the representatives of the judges' union are very powerful opponents who must be reckoned with. The head of the association, Bai Lu, seeing all the power of the zodiac signs of the judges' union, decided never to fight with them again. Number 28 Dragon Gnats, who watched the fight, concluded that the union of judges is quite powerful. You need to be vigilant with them. When the humiliated Rose Warrior reached the shore again, the monkey from the Union of Judges offered him to show his true strength, promising in return that he would spare him if possible. Taking out his sword again, the warrior began to threaten the monkey that now will demonstrate such strength that will definitely surprise the representative of the Union of Judges. Concentrating his last strength, the Rose Warrior shot a powerful beam of energy from his sword into the sky, opening the process of detransformation. The spirit of the Sword Warrior, who transformed into a human after Tu's thoughtless act, called the warrior a fool. The Warrior of Roses replied that he was tired of the fact that all laurels belonged to the spirit of the sword. Where the transformed spirit of the sword was forced to descend to earth, the spirit of the sword looked like an old man, and approaching the monkey and calling himself Uyan Sandu, he told that he had flown by and wanted to help the needy, but he did not have time. Such a lie greatly impressed the monkey, but the representative of the judges' union did not pretend. After calling, the old man turned away from the warrior and whispered something. Uyan Sandu hissed and ordered the number 2 dragon Sang to kill the warrior. Hearing the order without any objections, the dragon began to carry it out. The warrior looked around in horror at the dragon attacking him, because he could not understand such treachery on the part of the sword spirit. Unexpectedly, a monkey from the Union of Judges appeared on the path of the dragon's attack, and stopping him, he declared that no one could attack his prey without his permission. The old man was surprised by the monkey's behavior and replied that he was just helping the Chan family to breathe garbage. Meanwhile, the monkey, in order not to lose the opportunity, decided to collect abilities from the dragon Sang. That the representative of the Union of Judges received from the dragon San, he liked it very much. The warrior was outraged by the fact that the old man tried to kill him on the sly and right at him asking how he dared to do such a thing. Ouyang Sangdu smiled restrainedly and replied that there was nothing wrong with him trying to kill the warrior. In turn, Voin Raz admitted that on the order of Ouyang Sandu, he lured representatives of the judges' union. Suddenly, the warrior felt someone squeezing his neck and it scared him very much. The warrior guessed that the old man was trying to kill him with the help of a third summoned creature. From the outside, it all looked like suicide, but the expression on the warrior's face indicated that he was doing it under duress. In the end, the warrior could no longer resist, and his own sword pierced his own. Watching what was happening from the deck of the ship, the swordswoman Blanche could not understand what had happened, but Yu Rong explained that the Rose Warrior was killed with the help of a third summoned creature. The monkey flew into the air, and pointing a spear at Uyan Sandu, accused him of killing the person with the serial number, thus breaking the law. The old man pretended not to understand anything, insisting that the soldier had committed suicide. Looking at Uyan Sandu, the monkey noticed that his clothes resembled those of the azure race in Feifei's memories. Confidently, looking in the direction of the old monkey and the golden armor of the god, my mother said that she hoped that their duel would be more interesting than the battle with the warrior. In turn, Uyan Sandu advised Monkey to keep his self-confidence after he dared to cross his path. The monkey felt that the old man was trying to attack him with an invisible dragon in the same way. Having connected the ability of the fragment of the golden eye, he had burned the invisible opponent to smithereens in an instant. Looking at the breathing dragon, Uyan Kandu sadly vowed to avenge him. To attack the representative of the court union, the old man summoned another creature, but it was an even bigger dragon with the most powerful abilities. The demon god's golden-armored monkey and the mighty sea dragon stood facing each other, preparing for a duel. Old Master Tuyan told the main character that the sea dragon Sang was number 26 and hoped that the monkey master could withstand his attack. Yang Shi reassured the old master, assured him that the monkey master had the necessary skills and abilities to face the dragon. In the meantime, the monkey launched a powerful attack against the dragon, instantly hitting him with blow after blow, but none of them reached the target. The monkey's powerful blow hit the dangerous monster right in the mouth, leaving it with no chance of survival. Stunned, Uyan Sangdu could not understand what was happening before his eyes. The old man watched in amazement as his second dragon died at the hands of a representative of the judges' union. Wanting to take revenge on Mr. Monkey, Uyan Sandu began to create a third summoned being. From the depths of the sea, the third for today, an even more powerful dragon appeared on the surface. His whole appearance expressed surprise that the old man had called him. Seeing Uyang Tsang, the third dragon, Tsang was surprised to note that he had not touched him for 10 years, and immediately asked if the old man had prepared an offering for him. Uyan Sandu asked the dragon for 10 days to prepare 10% better prey for him. Dragon Sang knew how to bargain well, so he set his demands on the old man, giving him 7 days and 20% better loot. Pinned to the wall, Uyang Sandu agreed to prepare the prey for the dragon within 7 days and 20% better. Flying up to Mr. Monkey, the huge dragon behaved very arrogantly, asking the clone of the main character if he wanted him whole or if the dragon could swallow him. Seeing the giant opponent, Yurong immediately understood that Uyan Kandu had called for help from an ancient being. Feifei saw that the situation was getting out of control and asked the old master if Mr. Monkey would have problems with the ancient creature. Qian Bukui explained to the girl that the ancient creature used to help people in the fight against monsters, but got out of control, and now if the master were to lose, he would eat everyone on the ship. Since Mr. Monkey was a clone of her brother, she wanted him to win anything. Mr. Monkey was very confident in himself, and noted that it is not yet known who he will eat, untwisting the spear with one hand. Accumulating the powerful energy of the spear, which was spun up to enormous speed, Mr. Monkey went to attack the summoned creature. Having flown right up to the monster's face, the monkey struck him with a powerful spear. The blow was so powerful that the dragon's armor cracked. Drakonov cried out in pain, but this made him very angry, and he decided to give a decent answer to the monkey lady. The mighty paw of the summoned creature straightened up to attack the protagonist's clone. In turn, he also rushed towards the attacker to attack him. The monkey lord struck another powerful blow with his spear at the dragon's torso. The enraged dragon rushed towards the monkey lord, wanting to kill him instantly. The monkey in golden demon armor stood waiting for the attack from the huge dragon and didn't even move, which surprised the monster very alarmingly. The monkey lord clone was determined to take the giant dragon's blow. The summoned ancient creature sent a powerful blast towards the monkey lord, but to his surprise, did not cause any damage to the opponent. Having repelled the attack of the ancient creature, Mr. Monkey noted that now it was his turn to answer. Mr. Monkey jumped to find himself facing the giant creature's face. Seeing the opponent in front of his mouth, the godfather of the dragon threw a powerful blow in his direction. Using the abilities of his spear, the monkey master absorbed the energy of the blow that the dragon directed at him. Condescendingly asking the ancient creature if he had finished, Mr. Monkey declared that it was now his turn to strike. Having concentrated the energy of the attacker, the spear of the monkey master began to take on gigantic dimensions, which he used to inflict a powerful blow on the monster. Having received in his hands a powerful weapon, which corresponded to the size of the dragon, Mr. Monkey began to hit the spear wherever he could hit. The ancient being, who did not expect to meet someone on earth who could oppose her, began to cry out for Uyang Sandu to call her back, because she no longer wanted any offerings. To prepare for the last blow, Mr. Monkey said that he would advise the ancient creature to stand still because he wants to try dragon meat. With a blow of the spear, the half-monkey pierced the summoned ancient creature, and the gigantic dragon dissolved in the air. After dealing with the third summoned creature used by Uyan Sandu, the monkey master calmly asked the old man if he had any other countermeasures. In his mind, Mr. Monkey wanted the old man to use some countermeasures against him from the arsenal of the blue race. Instead, Uyang Sang's body shattered into a pile of baby dragons, threatening the monkey lord with another revenge. Seeing how the old man was trying to point his heels, spreading his body on a bunch of small dragons, he understood that he was dealing with a clone. After catching one of the small dragons, Mr. Mappa was amazed because he managed to catch the very one in which the body of Uyang Sandu was hiding. Having found himself in the strong hands of the protagonist's clone, the old man cried out, trying to find out what he wanted from him. Mr. the Monkey noted that he knows not only his condition, but also his personality, and asked how he could be a traitor to humanity. Well, having the opportunity to hide something, Uyang Sandu was forced to transform into a human. Taking human form, Uyang Sandu noted that the monkey master was talking to him, and he always fought on the side of people and protected them. The old man began to accuse Mr. Monkey of talking him into killing him under that pretext, and insulted the clone of the main character by calling him treacherous. Taking the old man by the neck, Mr. Monkey pointed out to him that even on the verge of death, he does not want to use the abilities of the blue race. Mr. Monkey suggested that Uyang Sang stop pretending that he knew nothing about the blue race. Pretending that he did not understand what he was being asked about, the old man began to threaten the opponent that he was from the Uyan family, and that if something happened to him, his nephew would take revenge for him. The main character's sister was outraged by the fact that such a powerful superhero as Uyang Sandu is hiding behind the name of her nephew. Yu Rong is informed that his nephew has the 6th number and is called the Wind God, named Uyang Guanhe, and he has a very powerful influence on the affairs of all 4 seas. After hearing this, Fai, what a powerful enemy to be can be a nephew, asked Yu Rong to forget what she said. Mr. Monkey did not pay any attention to the authority of the old man's nephew, but the city held his hand by his neck. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Uyang's nephew Sangdu appeared and asked if the monkey master wanted to kill his old man. Mr. Monkey calmly replied that his uncle's soul was already his, and advised him not to hope that he would let him go. Uyan Guanhe was standing behind Old Master Qian, and when he noticed that the monkey lord was behaving calmly, he just laughed. Seeing that help had gone to him, Uyang Sandu began to beg his nephew to save him, promising to always be in his debt. In turn, the nephew noted that when the old man was leaving the island, he assured him that he would not ask anyone for help. In the same way, Uyang Guanhe asked about the dragon who demands offerings, whether he will cope with the heroes of the top 20. The old man had to confess to his nephew that he had already challenged the ancient creature, but the monkey master killed him. Hearing that Mr. Monkey killed a powerful monster, the nephew approached him and offered to work for him. Mr. Monkey refused, noting that when they started cooperating with the Union of Judges, he swore to serve only the leader of the union. After finishing the conversation with his nephew, Mr. Monkey noted that if he had nothing more to say, he could step aside. Uyang Guanhe agreed with Mr. Monkey, but reminded him that if he kills a person with a number without a valid reason, he will be punished. Approaching the shelter of Mr. Monkey, the nephew looked into his eyes and asked seriously if he really expected to defeat him. Mr. Monkey honestly admitted to Uyang Guanhe that now it is unlikely that he will defeat him, but someday in the future, yes, for sure. Squeezing the old man's neck even tighter, Mr. Monkey informed his nephew that he had a reason to kill his uncle. At that time, suddenly, Uyan Sangdu began to change in color, turning into a representative of the azure blue race. Realizing that I had exposed him, the old man began to threaten Mr. Mavpi that he would kill him. Seeing that his uncle belonged to the azure race, Uyang Guanhe could not hide his surprise. The nephew was outraged by the fact that he never suspected that his uncle would be able to disgrace their family like that. Uyan Sandu replied that the nephew controls the position of the head of the family, so the uncle has no place there. The nephew was desperate because his uncle had been using the family for the last couple of years to strengthen his position and realize his goals. The old man had nothing to hide, and he confessed to his nephew that the Uyan family had become useless to him. Unexpectedly, the monkey lord used a powerful blow against Uyan Sang. The blow fell on the face of the traitor, and the representative of the blue raced the waters of the four seas. Looking at Ouyang's nephew, Sandu, Mr. Monkey said that he had enough reason to kill this scumbag. Realizing what a powerful force he was up against, Ouyang Guanhe proposed a deal in which he forgets what he saw. The Union of Judges takes the seventh island into defense for a year. Mr. Monkey rushed down to where the participants of the dolphin trip were waiting for him. Approaching Yang Shi, Mr. Monkey thanked him for his brave participation in the fight. For his feat, the boy was awarded one of the titles of the Judges Union, which was called the Moon Crow. The dolphin liner left the island that belonged to the Bailu Association, leaving Mr. Monkey on it. Fei Fei and the old master waved him goodbye and wished him luck. Sitting on a cloud, Mr. Mav thought about the need to expand the Union of Judges in order to further deal with the terrain of the four seas. The main character moved the heavenly manner. You were thinking that their Union of Judges is more like an online trade, while the other families resemble a traditional market. The boy understood that the search for new members of the Judges Union rested entirely on him. In order not to waste time, the main character decided to upgrade his contact ability to rank S. As a result, Yang Shi received the ability of spiritual contact, which consisted in distracting enemies and contacting a person at any distance. With the help of the seal, the boy decided to force all members of the Judges Union to wear masks, and then they get the right to enter the heavenly manor. It occurred to the main character that there should be 12 zodiac signs and 28 constellations in the Union of Judges. Having created additional masks, the boy decided to send them all over the four seas. Yang Shi's plan was that those who wanted to obtain the ability elixir would start searching for the heavenly masks. The protagonist accumulated a lot of dark matter, which was enough to improve some abilities to the rank of SS, and the boy could not decide which one. Having decided to improve the ability of the superbrain, the boy received the ability to enlarge the brain to improve 5 senses and endows the 6th with intuition and the 7th with knowledge. The new superpower had a 3rd rank, and as a result she had 4 skills at once. The boy could understand intuition, but he could not understand what knowledge was. To deal with the 7th skill, the main character decided to use it. Having applied a new ability, the Kamgan hero felt that thoughts seemed to materialize in his head. The guy decided to try to create what came to his mind. A very attractive girl appeared before Yang Shi's eyes, smiling sweetly at him. The main character was surprised because he saw that the ability accurately conveys what was in his mind. The newly created girl gently smiled at the creator, but they called him an older brother. The guy could not understand why the girl turned to him like that, and thought that there must have been some malfunction in her mind. The protagonist ordered the girl to call him master, and explained that other new representatives of the Judges Union might appear. The stone steles for the new members of the Judges Union, such as the White Tiger, the Green Dragon, the Phoenix Mysterious Turtle, were erected in the heavenly manor. 4 fortresses of 7 constellations each were created, in which 9 heavenly spirits are temporarily located. Looking carefully at the newcomer, the main character asked in which fortress she wanted to be. The girl replied that she is a part of her master, and his thoughts and her thoughts, and asked to make her a phoenix. After advising the newly made girl to put something on herself from her clothes, the boy left her the phoenix design. A new member of the Judges Union named Phoenix was created. Looking at the attractive girl, the main character regretted that she was more a figment of his imagination. She was so perfect. Leaving the heavenly manor, the boy fooled the Phoenix into keeping everything under control. Phoenix confirmed that she is completely subordinate to her master. At that time, his sister knocked on the door of the main character's cabin, conveying the request of the old Master Qian to go on deck to participate in the sea ceremony. Fei Fei grabbed her brother's hand and pulled her up the mountain, promising that something interesting was waiting for them. Those present on the deck of the dolphin liner were happy to see Yang Shi, because they were only waiting for him to start the sea ceremony. Seeing that everyone was gathered, the captain of the liner ordered to start the sea ceremony. The chairman of the Bailu Association appeared on board the dolphin liner, accompanied by his daughter, noting that he had come to see off his friends. The head of the Qian family and the head of the Bailu Association thanked each other for their cooperation and promised that they would always face the monsters together. Finally, Li Yu unexpectedly announced that his daughter wants to join the dolphin liner. The main character did not expect that Li Cai Wei would want to join them. I did not know how to react. The boy could not understand why earlier she was able to go against her father's will and now obeyed him. Instead, the girl asked that old Master Qian, who headed the Com expedition, take her under his wing. After hearing this request of Li Cai Wei, The main character made sure that she was doing it from the bottom of her heart and according to her desire. Convinced of this, the young man gladly extended his hand to the new member of their crew, then invited her on board. The expedition on the territory of the Four Seas was supplemented by another member. A week later, after stepping on the ship's deck, the head of the Qian family told young Shi that we were approaching their family island, which was called Fan Chu. Looking at the approaching land, the main character reflected on the fact that it is now time to show the territories of the Four Seas what the union of ships is capable of. The inhabitants of the island were very happy to see that the main representatives of their family finally gathered the strength to visit him. Qian Bukui greeted the residents of the island, then apologized for the delay, and also announced that they are now working together with the judges' union. The old master's assistant, Yu Rong, and his granddaughter Qian Dodo could not hold back their tears at such a sensual moment of reuniting with their family island. Leaving the dolphin liner in the port, the representatives of the expedition went to the main estate of the Qian family. Young Shi informed the old master that when the representatives of the Union of Judges appeared on the island of whom they would begin the first stage of their plan. Master Qian was overjoyed at this news and asked if his family needed to prepare in any way. The main character stunned the old master with the news that Phoenix, who is higher in status than all the zodiacs, and even all supreme courts, will arrive on the island because she creates elixirs. Addressing the head of the Qian family, the boy asked him to find a few journalists who could vividly cover the future activities of the Judges' Union in the territory of the Four Seas. Young Shi noted that the press conference will be called the Heavenly Spirit Plan. Handing the boy delicious coffee, the old master thanked him for sharing his plans for the press conference and promised to organize everything at the highest level. Phoenix showed the main character the estate of the White Tiger, who appreciated it very much, but questioned how everything would work. In White Tiger manner, 3 types of missions were presented: a normal mission, an information-gathering mission, and a secret mission. The usual mission was to collect daily resources in something similar to a group of activists fighting monsters. The girl reported that the collection task will be to obtain abilities together with dark energy, with the subsequent conversion of 10% of the gain into points to use this weapon improvement. The boy was amazed at how well Phoenix, using the ability of knowledge, organized the task. The girl modestly noted that her thoughts are just a reproduction of her master's thoughts. Finally, leaving the main character alone, Phoenix noted that the secret mission will consist of espionage and murder. As for the distribution of masks, the girl said that he needs an exact place and time when it will start, and they will provide information with the help of spiritual labels. The guy agreed that the distribution of masks is a good way to draw attention to the elixir of abilities. Looking at the clock, the main character noted that weapons will appear on you soon. Meanwhile, on the island, Fan Chu, in one of the unknown pastures, an unknown boy was sleeping. A famous boy dreamed that he had to become stronger in order to save his sister from a demonic cave. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A real thunderstorm began. The boy jumped up in fright, not understanding what was happening after his sleep. An even more unknown boy was shocked when one of the masks created by the main character flew up to him. The guy was very indignant, not understanding what was happening. An unexpected mask brought the boy to an unknown place, and for a moment he was so scared that he thought he had died. A representative of the union, a judge named Raven, came out of one of the doors and told the boy that he was their first lucky winner. Placing her hand on the boy's head, she noted that he had become a heavenly star. After asking, the Raven learned that the boy's name was Augustus. The Raven ordered the boy to put on his mask, and when someone asked him about something in the future, not to answer anything. The boy thanked him, and the Raven invited him to tell more about the course of events. After the tour of the heavenly estate, Augustus looked very confused, and seeing this, the Raven noted that, as a new member of the court union, he should have a more positive attitude. August raised his eyes and sadly noted that there are no abilities, but they won't even be able to cope with the task of killing an R-rank monster. Raven turned to Phoenix for advice, because he himself could not decide how best to act. Phoenix advised that novices without abilities be allowed to exchange their collected points for C-rank elixir, but they must return these points within a month. Voron noted that with rank C, newbies will be able to perform missions of rank P. If you count, he will have to kill 1 monster of rank D every day. The Raven also added that he thinks that forcing newcomers to fight from the very beginning is not very noble. In turn, Phoenix noted that no one forces novices to fight. They can earn points by collecting resources. Raven had to agree with Phoenix's argument and called this process a loan of help. Having led the lucky man to the magic drum, the crow noted that Tom had a chance to try his luck in the lottery. The boy spun the reel and a rank B ability came out. The raven noted that the boy was lucky and advised him to return and wait for the reward that would be delivered to him. Meanwhile, in one village, a rooster announced that the morning had begun. After visiting the heavenly estate, Augustus woke up with a powerful blow from a whip. The farmer admonished the boy for sleeping too long, scolding him for selling his sister cheaply. The blows of the whip fell very tightly on Augustus, and he cried out for the beating to stop. Beating the defenseless boy gave the farmer great pleasure, and his cries made him want to continue beating even more. Tired of hitting his employee, the farmer ordered him to get to work. Coming to his senses, August looked at the mask and remembered that he had won the ability of rank B, which had to be delivered to him by the representatives of the judges' union, but considered it all a dream. At that time, Phoenix appeared in front of the boy and called him a heavenly star, and handed him a glass with an elixir of abilities and ordered him to drink it. The boy looked in disbelief at the glass that Phoenix held out to him. He still couldn't figure out if it was the truth. Everything is happening to him. Finally gathering courage, Augustus drank everything down to the last drop. Meanwhile, the farmer continued to abuse his servant, and while visiting the woman, he heard an inexplicable movement behind him. Seeing Augustus in the mask of a heavenly star, the farmer became even more angry and decided to give the boy another scolding. Without putting the matter in a long drawer, the farmer tried to kick the boy in the mask. Augustus managed to grab the fat farmer by the leg and at the same time asked to whom exactly he sold his sister. The frightened farmer admitted that he had sold August's sister to the Star Club and asked what the boy could do about it. Having delivered a powerful kick to the farmer, August noted that because of such scumbags like him, the dash on the 4 seas had become such a hole. Having dealt with the farmer, August decided to go to the Star Club to save his sister. Seeing her brother, the girl assumed his fate and asked to run away as soon as possible, but August said that he had come to save her. One of the members of the Star Club, looking like a modified tiger, noted that he had already paid the farmer for his sister, and now the girl was his property. Augustus, who already had rank B abilities, pointed out that no one can kidnap people, and forcefully grabbed the tiger's head. The tiger did not expect such power from the boy, and therefore he was quickly killed. The reporters who watched the duel were amazed because the guy very quickly killed a representative of rank B. Besides, he was wearing a mask that is similar to those worn by judges suddenly. Raven watched everything that was happening behind one of the offices of the White Tiger Estate and was pleased to see that the first stage of the presentation went perfectly. The morning came at the entrance to the cave where the leader of the blue race was located. Inside the cave, the leader watched the blue flowers, what remained of his representatives who lost their bodies. One of the flowers was Uyan Tsandu, the godfather, addressing whom the chief of the blue race said that his death had spoiled the plans, and he was very disappointed. The flower with the consciousness of Uyansang replied that she was not guilty, because she was counted by a person who must die. This made the leader even more angry. He looked at the flower with an ashen look. Having calmed down, the chief of the Azure Blue race said that since Uyang Sangdu had lost his body, it was necessary to find someone else on the lunar island and to show the power of the sea territories. After coming to his senses, Uyang told Sandu that their plan was progressing well, and the opponents were in for an unpleasant surprise. The leader informed the rest of the incorporeal members of the Azure race that a press conference would be held on the island soon, and they continued to monitor the situation. Yang Shi rested, thinking that it might make sense to connect Arthur to find out about the castle that Feifei saw. In order to connect with Arthur's consciousness, the main character used the ability to control the puppet. Arthur was on the island of the 3rd chain of Posey. The boy felt that someone hit his consciousness and realized that it was his boss, Yang Shi. The main character learned from his subordinate that he was going to a family dinner. Arthur reported that his brother Chris Green, number 37, and his sister Victoria, a confident B-rank user, would be at the family dinner. The guy sent Arthur a photo of the castle that Feifei had seen, but asked to learn more about its location. Meanwhile, at the family dinner, everyone gathered around a huge table. After looking at the photo of the castle, Arthur noted that he could not remember where it was, but he would find out exactly where it was. Arthur's sister Victoria joyfully ran up to her older brother and greeted him. Since Arthur's body was controlled by the main character, the guy advised to kiss her on the forehead when meeting as a courtesy. The main character gave the task to Arthur to talk with his brother for the time being, while the boy will have time to study everyone present. Young Shi used the ability to study the thoughts of the people around him. Studying brother Arthur, the main character asked if the power of a rat could be higher than the 3rd degree. Meanwhile, Chris Green himself felt that someone was using research magic against him. Advice to Arthur to be more careful with his brother, the main character left his consciousness. Waking up in the White Tiger manner, Yang Shi received a folder from Phoenix with information about a new member. Studying the documents, the boy asked who would come to the press conference today. Phoenix reported that there will be major mass media and websites in the spring, and almost all organizations have sent their representatives. Phoenix also reported that the only one that did not send a representative was the Ouyang Union, because they were far from the place of the press conference. The girl reminded the main character that the press conference was about to start and he needed to prepare, to which he noted that it was time for him to act. Opening the door of the large hall where the conference was supposed to take place, the boy asked Mr. Monkey if he was ready to take part in it with him. Confirming his readiness, Mr. Monkey noted that from this day on, none of the unions will be able to stop him. Mr. Monkey, together with the main character, opened the door to a large hall where journalists were waiting for them. Descending from the heavenly estate to the ground, Mr. Monkey and the main character impressed the journalists. Once on the stage, the representatives of the judges' union greeted the journalists and announced that the press conference had begun. Yang Shi felt confident on the stage and understood that this was a prime time for the presentation of his union of judges in the territory of the 4 Seas. Aunt Izima Uruk, together with her nephew Yuan Chu, also attended the press conference of the judges' union. Izima Uruk looked at her nephew with eyes that betrayed the presence of the blue race in her and asked if he was comfortable with her. Yuan Chu paid no attention to the woman, and she wondered if he wanted to be like Walton. The director of the Uruk family returned and made a remark to her representatives to behave more quietly. Finally, the nephew answered his aunt that it was a great honor for him to sit next to her. Meanwhile, Phoenix arrived on the scene of the press conference, deciding from the heavenly estate of the Union of Judges. Those present in the hall noted that Phoenix's body and energy were very powerful, and judging by the mask, she was also one of the judges. Suddenly, looking at Phoenix, Yuan Chu felt a familiar spiritual power in her. Yang Si and Mr. had advice congratulated Phoenix on the press conference stage. Aunt Izima was surprised that she had not heard anything about Phoenix, despite the fact that the girl is even higher in rank than the Monkey Lord. Looking at Yang Shi, who was named Moonraven in the Judges Association, Miss Phoenix noted that he had done a good job organizing the press conference and wanted to celebrate him by raising the level of his abilities. The main character thought that the elixir of abilities does not need any information technology. It exists only in a physical state. Wanting to demonstrate the capabilities of the judges' union, the boy swallowed the ability elixir in one go. Journalists who watched the action on the stage were interested in whether this is exactly how the real elixir of abilities looks, or from the side it looks like ordinary fruit juice. In front of many hundreds of witnesses, Yang Shi began to improve until she gained an S-rank ability, which was called Plum-Style Naval Battlesuit. Having improved his abilities, the main character turned to journalists, with the statement that the Union of Judges heard a lot that humanity faced attacks from monsters. Due to the fact that monsters are constantly attacking the Earth, the Union of Judges decided to present a program called The Plan of Heavenly Spirits. Yang Shi announced that the Union Court is opening 36 vacancies for the Lord of the Heavenly Spirits, who are represented in the form of masks. What the main character just told is part of the written plan. The boy noted that only the Starry Sky mask remains here, and the rest will be sent across the 4 seas. The Star Sky mask will be the prize for the one who can win in a series of duels in the arena. In the hall, a guy named Number 4 from Qinghua Island, named Zi Ning, got up and raised a prosthetic excuse that it is impossible to win a mask from such professionals as representatives of the referee union. The main character offered the boy not to be intimidated, because he had prepared a gift for him. Yang Shi emphasized that young people will be able to obtain the B-rank ability elixir called the Star Cloak. Yuan Chu politely offered a girl named Tan Tai to receive the elixir first. The girl thanked and took a step forward, calling herself the Number 5 of Feng Yuan Island. Taking out a weapon, the girl called herself a rainflower swordsman named Tan Tai Yao. Wasting time, the girl used the abilities of her sword and attacked the main character. In turn, Yang Shi used the Foggy Step ability to avoid being impressed by the opponent's swords. The main character grabbed the first of the swords that tried to hit him with 2 fingers and stopped him. The boy flew up, holding the attacker's sword with only 2 fingers, proving that his ability had been activated to rank S. Tan Tai was amazed at how easily the main character held her powerful sword. Yang Shi's fingers began to tremble slightly as he shook Tan Tai's sword. The boy saw that many other swords were coming at him, which the girl had activated using her ability. The main character watched carefully, guessing the moment when he would be able to get rid of the danger. Using the explosive sea wave ability, the boy broke not only Tan Tai's sword, but also the rest of the weapons. The girl saw that after using the elixir, the strength of her opponent increased, but she was not going to give up, so she decided to attack with more force. The main character did not expect a second attack from the opponent, and delivered an explosive blow himself. The impact was so powerful that the ears of the audience present at the press conference were deafened. Stepping on top of the girl's sword, the protagonist thanked her for a wonderful duel. A guy from Qinghua Island named Zi Ning noted that winning over a girl does not add to Yang Shi's influence and offered his candidacy for the role of his opponent. Hearing these words, the girl left the arena in despair. Ji Ning was very confident because he possessed the lightning god's flying fire claw ability. Wasting no time, the boy attacked the main character. The audience was amazed at the use of this ability, as Ji Ning only used it in duels with S-rank monsters. Having intercepted the attacker's hand, the main character realized that he was quite strong, so the boy needed a quick improvement. Instead, Ji Ning was sure that the main character would not be able to withstand his attack any longer. Opponents pointed towards Yang Shi with enough energy to crush him. In turn, the main character calmly restrained the enemy's energy blow and began to absorb his strength. It was too late when Zi Ning realized that Yang Shi was hiding his true abilities, so he called him a liar. When the protagonist's opponent completely lost his strength, the boy broke his arm and Zi Ning was forced to kneel in pain. After defeating another opponent, Yang Shi simply turned to Arthur's older brother, Chris Green, and invited him to try a duel with him. Chris Green replied that his sister Victoria also wants to fly, and her older brother will do it to defeat the main character. Two must-have opponents looked carefully at each other. The boy knew that Chris Green's spiritual power was much higher than the 3rd stage, so he decided to seal an ability sphere in his body to track him from a distance. Meanwhile, the protagonist's opponent prepared for a duel. Since Yang Shi's opponent had the Blood Viscount's ability, he was weak against the garlic and light gloves that the boy decided to use. By giving Chris Green a powerful blow with a light glove, the main character decided to put an F-rank ability in his body in this way. The boy's blow with the light gloves sent the opponent far away. Yang Shi understood very well that the opponent possessed 3rd-grade spiritual power, so he was surprised that Chris Green constantly avoided a fight with him by hiding his abilities. In the next attack of the opponent, the main character used the ability of the explosive sea wave. The echo of the explosion was so powerful that the ears of those present were deafened, but Chris Green managed to transform into some unknown substance and avoided injury. From an unknown substance, the main character's adversary turned into a man again, regaining his human form. Having just returned to human form, Chris Green received a powerful blow from which he did not have time to dodge. Along with the blow, the boy placed an ability in the opponent's body that will help track him at a distance. Yang Shi's opponent was behaving very strangely, and the boy could not understand why, having the 3rd degree of spiritual power, he did not manifest it. The main character continued to attack the opponent, trying to hit him in the face. Chris Green put his hands forward to block an opponent's shot. Due to the blockade applied by the opponent, the boy was unexpectedly pushed away from Chris Green by several meters. Clutching his bruised chest, Yang Shi had to admit that he was dealing with the strongest fighter in the 4 seas. The guy recognized that Chris Green was worthy of taking the elixir of abilities and handed the opponent a glass of liquid, advising him to drink it as soon as possible. The opponent of the main character was very surprised by such generosity. Chris Green did not want to test the unknown liquid on himself, so he offered his younger sister Victoria to try the elixir of abilities. In his mind, the main character understood that very soon the technology of the elixir of abilities will be widely known, and Chris Green is the first who is not a member of the judges' union who can try it. Instead of Chris Green, his sister Victoria used the ability without hesitation. After taking the elixir of abilities, Victoria immediately rose into the air, noting in amazement that she can fly. Journalists present at the entire presentation of the elixir of abilities were amazed that the girl immediately mastered the technique of levitation after using it. Addressing the audience, Yang Shi stated that they had witnessed the effectiveness of the ability elixir and offered to continue the competition. Addressing the people in the hall, The main character announced that he was inviting a representative of the Campbell family named Ni Xiao Guan to the stage. The boy ran to the stage with pleasure, sure that he will receive a mask with a smile from the main character. Walton from the Chamber of Commerce also wanted to participate in the competition as an opponent of Nie Xiao Guan. The audience argued among themselves that the S-rank elixirs were nothing because Walton was using a sequence. After looking at Walton, the main character concluded that the boy looks quite strange. It seemed that a puppet would fight instead of Walton. Izima Uruk, who carefully observed the course of events on the stage, also noted that Walton's face looked somewhat stupid. After voicing her opinion to her nephew, Izima added that the facial expression in principle has no meaning when its owner will soon die. With his first signature strike, Ni Xiaoguan knocked his opponent off his feet. Seeing this, Yuan Chu remarked that it all looked quite strange because the boy had just been slapped in the face. Nie Xiaoguan was already planning to celebrate his victory when he saw with his own eyes that his opponent stood up and wanted to continue the duel. Walton stood up and, armed with 2 maces, noted that everything was just beginning. Walton's attack was so swift that Ni Xiaoguan did not have time to understand what was happening. Standing up after the opponent's blows, Ni Xiaoguan prepared for the next attack. Swiftly flying towards Walton, Ni Xiaoguan began to deliver a series of powerful blows to his opponent. With his speed and strength, Ni Xiaoguan was able to knock the opponent down again. As he suffered many injuries, Walton let out a powerful, inhuman wail. In front of the eyes of those present, Walton's body allegedly lost some fangs that prevented him from fighting at full strength. Suddenly, Walton's body turned into a marionette of the blue race. After finally turning into an azure puppet, Walton grabbed the terrified Ni Xiaoguan. Ni Xiaoguan had never heard of the azure blue race, so he assumed that his opponent was simply abandoned by something blue. Those from the audience who were closer to the stage began to run away in panic, fearing that the unknown blue marionette would touch them. Phoenix walked over to the azure blue substance that looked motionless. The girl didn't have time to react, but the puppet jumped up and tried to attack her. But Mr. Monkey came to the rescue and set up a blockade. With a powerful blow, Mr. Monkey threw the azure blue puppet away from him. Mr. Monkey took out his spear and decided to use it to finish off the representative of the blue race. The powerful spear of the Monkey Master knocked the blue marionette off its feet but pierced it through. Suddenly, Izima Uruk appeared behind Mr. Monkey, who started mocking the judges' union and pointed out that they were faced with a difficult problem, that city where the spear hit. And on the monkeys, a portal appeared from the blue race, which absorbed the weapon. A powerful hand was formed from the azure blue substance that grabbed Mr. Monkey, who did not expect such a course of events. A powerful hand grabbed Mr. Monkey and pulled him into a portal formed by a bluish-blue substance. The place where once was the portal in which Mr. Monkey disappeared shone. Izima Uruk was very confident and challenged Phoenix to fight by threatening her with an ability called Mooncrow Country. Without wasting time, Aunt Uruk attacked the main character with the ability of the Mooncrow Country. Everything around Izima began to be engulfed in a black mist. The woman wanted everything around her to sink into the world of dreams created for her. The skull that was created together with Aunt Uruk's dream world crept up to Phoenix and slyly bit her from behind. The same girl seemed to have dissolved into thin air. Izima Uruk was very proud of herself, because a heroine with the 3rd degree of spiritual power could not resist her ability. Instead, Phoenix found herself in an incomprehensible space among the clouds. 1,000 small toothy monsters flew to attack the girl. Phoenix came to her senses in time and began to very successfully repel the toothy monsters. Observing what was happening in the world of her invented dreams, Aunt Uruk was sure that no one could resist the attack of her lunar ravens. Phoenix began to burn the godmother by burning the monsters attacking her, and this threw Izima off balance because she expected the girl to fall. To get rid of the girl, Izima Uruk first tried to immerse the girl in the world of dreams, where Kamali, located at the bottom of the ocean, did not harm the Phoenix in any way. In the next dream world, Aunt Uruk threw Phoenix into a solid flame, but this did not affect the girl either. The last thing Izima was able to do in the next world of dreams was to chain the girl to the icy depths, and for a moment, the aunt seemed to have won. Izima Uruk felt that finally the girl will not be able to get out of this reality that she created around Phoenix. But in front of the woman's eyes, Phoenix split the icy depths and was free again. Aunt Uruk was in a panic because she had almost reached the 3rd degree of spiritual power, and now the girl had brought down everything. Phoenix, who was at the 3rd level of spiritual power, began to destroy the world of dreams created around her by Izima Uruk. Auntie Uruk's dream world was carefully created. From the understanding of her loss, she cried out asking what the girl has, what kind of monsters she is, who will be able to cope with her abilities. Kneeling in front of the phoenix as a representative of the judges' union, the woman gave her real name. She turned out to be Mandina Pessi. The girl accused Mandine Pessi of crimes against dignity. As a punishment for crimes against dignity, Phoenix prescribed fiery torture. The spirit of the blue race that possessed Mandina Pessi's body was not going to endure the torture and therefore decided to escape. Anticipating that a representative of the blue race would try to escape, the protagonist surrounded the place above the stage with traps. Chris Green came to the main character's aid to let the enemy escape using his vampiric abilities. The spirit of the blue race was very fond of him when he realized that he would not be able to escape, and he was completely under the influence of vampiric energy. Wrapping the spirit of the blue race in vampiric energy, Chris Green drew him to himself. Suddenly, Chris Green's booty is out of his control. Seeing that the spirit of the blue race bound by vampiric energy passed to the main character, Chris Green had to admit that the boy was very powerful. Being in captivity of vampiric energy, the spirit of the blue race died. Yang Si carefully looked at Chris Green and thought that this guy should be treated with caution because he did not use his powers in a duel. Holding the dead spirit of the blue race in his hands, the main character planned to try to take away the ability from him. The attempt to obtain the TNU sphere of blue ability was very successful and rare because it originates from a blue material plant in which many skills are concentrated. Yang Shi was very pleased to receive such a powerful ability from another civilization. Phoenix made sure that the threat no longer existed and announced that she was leaving the press conference. After the death of the representative of the blue race, the portal that sucked Mr. Monkey disappeared, and one of the judges returned to the scene of the press conference. Mr. Monkey, with disgust, noted that the bluish-blue substance that absorbed him was very unpleasant to the touch. Hugging the main character in a friendly way, Mr. Monkey also said that he was leaving the press conference and leaving the rest of the communication to Yang Shi. The main character held out a smiling mask to Ni Xiaoguan, who still couldn't move away from the fight with the representative of the Azure race, and assured that it belonged to him by right. Returning together with the Phoenix to the White Tiger estate, the main character was informed about the number of masks that had already spread across the 4 seas. The girl informed Yang Shi that among the heroes of the 4 seas there is one acquaintance of a boy named Lord of Dragons. This information really surprised the main character of the Best Man because he could not understand when this boy would move to the territory of the 4 seas. Phoenix heard the worried voice of her boss and asked if Yang Shi wanted to get rid of him. The guy said that he would allow him to work and benefit the judges' union because they still have free cities. Looking at their latest loot, the protagonist stated that they had collected enough S-rank spheres to refine the cube from the parallel universe to SS rank. The improvement of the cube from the parallel universe was successful, but revealed some problems. It became obvious to the protagonist that living beings cannot penetrate into the parallel universe, and any life form that gets there can die. To check this, the boy opened the Gate of Luck to find out what will happen to the fish that gets there. The Gates of Fate swallowed the fish and immediately pushed it out until it was no longer alive. It was clear that the parallel universe collects vital energy, so it cannot move living beings. It occurred to the boy that he could try to attack a living creature with the Gates of Fate. Reactivating the Gate of Luck, the main character attacked the fish, which remained alive. From this experience, it was possible to conclude that the World Vortex is a space-type skill, and this means that it can absorb an enemy attack. The main character decided to create another member of the Judges' Union named Mr. Pig, and give him this ability to the rank of SS to strengthen his combat power. Mr. Pig turned out to be a very good and powerful image. Phoenix broke the news to Mr. Pig that the Hero Association was capturing other worlds to gain intermediary status. Mr. Pig noted that the blue race is also from another dimension, but they do not need intermediaries. The protagonist guessed that people from another dimension and the blue race are not on the same side because they have different means of transferring abilities. Likewise, Phoenix reported to Mr. Pig that Feifei, Qiandodo, Yurong, and swordswoman Blanchet had arrived at the Turtle Manor. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Blanchet and Qiandodo of the Turtle Estate were discussing that many tasks had been done to obtain the Elixir of Abilities. Qiandodo pointed out that in order for swordswoman Blanching to be able to obtain an S-rank ability, she would need to kill 18 monsters. Hearing this, I regretted that such a number of monsters might be too much. In turn, Fei Fei added that in addition to fighting monsters, there are various ways to earn points, such as collecting rescue resources and personal skills. Unexpectedly, a loud voice that sounded in the hall of the turtle estate called everyone to silence. Yu Zi appeared before the girls and announced that according to the plan of the zodiac signs, all members receive a loan as startup capital. Everyone present liked this message very much, and Yu Rong and Qian Dodo hugged each other with meaningful signs. Swordswoman Blanche asked Yu Zi if this meant that they could now receive the elixir of abilities, and received an affirmative answer. Yu Zi spoke about the list of abilities and asked those present to choose one or two as soon as possible. It was clear that the stronger the key members of the Judges' Union, the faster they would gather this information, thereby giving humanity a chance to be saved. Finally, the dolphin liner reached Banana Island and entered its port. Uncle Fu told the main character when they were on the bank of the picturesque river that this is the last island where they can rest before getting to the 5th defense island. The boy looked at the river flowing in front of his feet and noted that it looked very beautiful. The main character's companion said that this is the main water resource of the Banana Island, and it is said that whoever tastes the water from this river will have a lot of luck. Yang Shi scooped water from the magical river and decided to treat her. Looking closely, the protagonist saw many small particles in the water and immediately remembered that this was one of the episodes his sister had seen. The boy could not understand why people from the blue race poured their powder into the lunar river. The main character became interested in where the source of the moon river is, and he asked Uncle Fu about it. The accompanying guy answered that the source of the lunar river is in the middle part of the Jitsang mountain on the Banana Island. Having seen the source of the lunar river with his own eyes, the main character realized that even if he used this water for 6 months, he would still not be able to mutate a representative of the blue race. The guy looked confused because he had no idea what the representatives of the blue race were thinking. In order to somehow control the process, Yang Shi decided to create a secret headquarters that would keep an eye on the source of the Moon River. Mentally, the main character summoned the snake and ordered him to watch what would happen near this source. In a few days, the dolphin liner arrived at the first island of the archipelago and the 5th defense island. On the shore, the travelers were met by Duan Libang with his guards, who asked with whom the Union of Judges had come, with Mr. Monkey or Yu Zi. The protagonist replied that the Union of Judges entrusted him as one of the constellation to protect the 5th defensive island. Hearing this, Duan Libang looked very disappointed, as he had hoped for a stronger defense from the Judges' Union. The boy smiled in his mind because he could not tell the intelligent owner of the island that he could be Mr. Monkey and Yu Tzu and even Mao's rabbit at the same time. In the same way, the main character introduced the 3 girls who were standing behind him, noting that they are all S-rank heroes. Duan Libang will point out that you can't take anyone's word for it because someone is called an S-rank hero. One of the guards of the head of the island said that it will be necessary to find out during the tests whether any of the girls has an S rank, because in the future they will have to fight with monsters side by side. Instead, the other guard, named the Fiery Fighter, refused to fight with the girls, noting that they did not look very weak, and if he broke bones, he would not be able to compensate. Yang Shi was indignant at such an arrogant attitude of the firefighter towards his team, offered him to choose one of the girls, and in case of his victory, give him the light glove. Realizing that he had no other choice but to fight, the fiery fighter chose the swordswoman Blanche as his opponent. The Lord of Stones decided to fight the swordswoman first, but at first he advised the girl to surrender because he could harm her. The swordsman's opponent spun the stones in a circle to strike them and hit the girl. Showing his superior attitude towards the opponent, the Lord of the Fireplaces said that he will not hit her in the face because he is a gentleman. She replied that the words of the owner of the stones did not affect her in any way because she passed more difficult exams. The girl focused her gaze on the stones attacking her and struck them with a powerful blow with her sword. Having repelled the attack of the stones, the swordswoman quickly moved to a counterattack and moved towards the stunned enemy. Gathering himself in time, the Lord of Stones tried to make a protective shield against the swordswoman's attack. With a powerful blow, Blanche broke the shield blocking the road to the enemy, and the people of Camion were pitifully scattered. The owner of the stones was frightened by the fact that he saw the sword Blanche in front of his face. Realizing in time that his bodyguards could not resist the representatives of the main character's team, Duan Libang offered to end the duel and look into the commander's house. After listening to the proposal, The protagonist, together with his team, chased Duan Li Ban deep into the fifth defensive island. After such a reception on the defense island, it occurred to the main character that the whole world needs to have strength in order to successfully conduct negotiations. The representatives of the Hero Association crossed the borders of the White Zone and found themselves in another dimension, and began their duel with the monsters. Lo Mun, which association of heroes also sent on an expedition to another dimension, heard somewhere that the real inhabitants of the whole world live on the seabed, and to photograph them. A representative of another world sat in her shell thinking about how many people are stupid creatures. The girl thought that if the city government sent one of them to teach the people, then the people would kill him, because they only trust their own strategies. The shell told the girl to think in the big crystal to put her thoughts in order, and the girl thought of a crystal cave that can be sold well on the plain. The unexpected girl saw that someone was approaching her and gave the command to other representatives of her world to run away. Luo Mun used her power against the fugitives to stop them, because she was sure that her resources would be enough. The shell was stopped by the powerful energy of the evil dragon, but the girl from another dimension jumped out of it and aimed a bow at the attacker. The bow shot was so fast that Luo Mun barely had time to deflect. The evil dragon was very surprised when she saw that the arrow that did not hit her returned and was again directed at her impression. The representative of another dimension was satisfied that it was not so easy to escape from a homing arrow. The girl used magic against the evil dragon, ordering the underwater ones in the tree to restrain her opponent's movements. Once again occupying the city in her shell, the girl from another dimension was surprised that her opponent did not possess the techniques of magic, although she nevertheless entered into a duel with her. Well, the native inhabitant of the parallel universe ran away from the scene of the events. The evil dragon, who cooperated with the Union of Judges, gave a recording of her contact with a representative of another universe to the main character so that he could analyze everything. From this record, it was clear that the people who arrived in another dimension want to give battle to the local residents of the Osid Plain, but they need to be stronger in order to win. From the information provided, it was clear that the inhabitants of another universe are ahead of people in using energy and pumping out their abilities. In turn, Phoenix noted that there are more people in number, and real geniuses often appear among them. The main character asked Phoenix how the plan of the heavenly spirits was going, and whether everyone had already received their masks. The girl reported that all three clans had already found them, but Xiao Guan's mask had been stolen by people from the Wu Yang family. Meanwhile, in the family of Wu Yang, the father left a mask stolen by them to his daughter named Jingju, and warned the girl not to cross the borders of the Judges' Union. The girl noted that the representatives of the Union of Judges have mastered the technique of creating an elixir of abilities, and if their clan does not conquer them, that some other clan will do it. After listening to his daughter's opinion, the eldest of the family, Wu Yan, noted that it would be so easy to deal with representatives of Iron Blood and the Association of Heroes as judges. In the end, Jingju asked her father to bring him the elixir of abilities, which she managed to exchange. The father thanked him but refused, noting that he still had a lot of work to do in the clan. Meanwhile, the top three of the 4 Cs, named Ouyang Xuan, was meditating in his room when he heard someone approaching and opened his eyes. Jingju approached her nephew, and holding out the mask, she pointed out that her father left it for her. But she wants to give the mask to Ouyang Xuan that he tried the power elixir. At the same time, the girl added that it is forbidden for the nephew to wear a mask because he is a descendant of a trade association, so he does not have to take risks with himself. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief of the Iron Blood Army ordered Tan Yan to deal with the Judge Union. The leaders of the Hero Association at the meeting discussed the fact that people from another dimension are increasing their abilities and insect powers, while the representatives of the Earth are weakening. The monk proposed the method of meditation as the only thing that can save humanity. At that time, the monk complained that people on Earth could not teach others how to meditate, although people from another dimension could. The interlocutor of the monk suggested that the elixir of abilities could entertain the odds and strengthen humanity. The monk agreed that this could be a solution, but doubted that the elixir was capable of creating heroes equal to them in strength. The gray-haired man who was talking to the monk agreed, but laughingly added that the elixir of abilities could overcome him in strength. Finally, the monk said that he would leave the question of the Union of Judges to Yu Wei. Observing the competitors, Yang Shi came to the conclusion that instead of looking for the Wisdom Stone, They were trying to find out how people from another world were pumped. Ouyang Lan went to see his younger brother in the meditation room, and Ouyang Xuan asked if he had received his ability. The boy replied with pride that he had chosen the Dragon Messenger ability. The older brother was very grateful to the younger one for the opportunity to get the ability. Phoenix suddenly appeared in the city where the brothers met. Ouyang Xuan was stunned by the power of the girl because he didn't even hear her approach. Turning to Ouyang Lan, Phoenix called him a celestial star and asked if he was ready to accept the power elixir. The boy received from Phoenix a glass with the liquid of the elixir of abilities, which he had been waiting for so long. Taking the ability elixir for the first time, Ouyang Lan questioned whether he should use it now. After receiving confirmation from the representative of the judges' union, the boy immediately drank the glass with the elixir. Ouyang Lan still couldn't believe that he had received a powerful ability, so he immediately decided to test it. The dragon that appeared confirmed that Ouyang Lan possessed a powerful ability, which made him very happy. With her mission accomplished, Phoenix was about to leave the brothers when Ouyang Xuan asked her to stop to ask one question. The boy said that the task of the masks of heavenly spirits is to destroy monsters, but he knows that some part of the corpses of monsters is an ingredient of the elixir of abilities. Ouyang Xuan's question was whether or not that part of the monster's trumpet was the same ability activator mentioned in alchemy. Phoenix was surprised that in Ouyang's family, the ability gene is called an activator. The guy was also surprised that in the union of judges, the activator is called the ability gene. The main character watched Phoenix's dialogue with Ouyang Xuan and came to the conclusion that the boy is too developed for me to become his subordinate. Meanwhile, at the judge's secret base on Jitsang Mountain on Banana Island, Snake rested watching the source of the Moon River. Yang Shi noted that the base was set up very well and gave the snake an SS rank ability that subjugated the plasma to be used against the enemies. Unexpectedly, the main character felt that the F-rank sphere of the Godfather, which he placed to control Chris Green's actions, was activated. To see what was happening in this family, the boy again connected the control over Arthur's body. It became clear that there is a general family gathering in the Green family. Chris Green said that the last time when the Kum family was broken, their organization had a second chance to get the elite of the third degree. Addressing the family, Chris Green suggested that they become masters of the blue race. The head of the Green family called for the arrest of members to sacrifice their bodies to save humanity. The main character, controlling Arthur Puffs, pondered that the betrayal of humanity is the betrayal of humanity, and where it needs to be wrapped in a beautiful wrapper. Unexpectedly for everyone, the youngest of the Green family, you said your opinion that you don't want to be a monster and asked to let him go home. Chris Green was very indignant when he heard that he was called a monster. The younger brother was very determined and said that he was not afraid of his older brother. Grabbing the frightened younger brother by the arm, Chris Green pulled him towards the room. Looking the boys in the eyes, the eldest in the Green family said that every sacrifice is worth it to prevent humanity from dying out. After these words, Chris Green grabbed the child by the neck and began to strangle him in front of the rest of his family. Standing next to the murder of the younger brother, the elder Green once again asked the brothers what they now think about his proposal. Arthur and the other brother decided not to test fate and said that they would follow the elder for the sake of saving civilization. Having obtained the consent of the brothers, Chris Green happily invited everyone to return to the Banana Island to collect seasonal fruits. The protagonist kept Arthur's body under control. Being in the VIP room of the Banana Island Hotel, he had only 3 hours to understand the plans of the blue race. Meanwhile, Chris Green was able to kidnap and bind the number 66 of an 8-armed fist fighter named Nai Peng Bossalan. While communicating with the bound opponent, Chris Green felt his superiority and noted that he invited him for a business conversation. He defiantly told Nai Pen that he wanted to show him an interesting show. Such an offer scared the weeping boy very much because he did not expect anything good from his kidnapper. Chris Green demonstrated to his prisoner how a large truck wipes a car. The driver of the car cannot understand what is happening to the driver of the truck that rammed him. The car driver is even more frightened by the fact that the person who rammed him has a broken leg, but he does not feel pain and approaches him. The injured driver is very frightened and says that he will call the police, while the driver of the truck with a broken leg approaches him. Suddenly, the truck driver turns into a powerful monster. After seeing this event, Nai Peng Bossalan realized that his captors were spreading an unknown virus on Banana Island. Chris Green assured him that he does not use such nice technologies, but uses the driving forces of the blue race. Nai Peng learned that the residents of Banana Island have been drinking water with small particles added by the Azure Blue race for several months. Sensing his impunity, Chris Green said that there are several thousand residents on the island who will receive the third degree because of these shares. The fist fighter was shown how monsters harvest Azure Blue energy from human corpses, actually feeding on them. The main character saw all this through the eyes of Arthur and tried to quickly come up with how to prevent the insidious plans of the Blue race. Nai Peng cried out that the Green family had gone mad using the islanders to create a third-rank elite. Breaking the shackles that restrained him, the fist fighter said that he would do anything to stop the Blue race. Once free, Nai Peng immediately attacked Chris Green. Fist Hugger's sneaky opponent quickly countered the attack with a blast of plasma that seared Nai Peng's arm. The fist fighter held on to his wounded hand and could not understand how he ended up defeated so quickly. In turn, Chris Green wasted no time and delivered 3 more plasma blows to immobilize Nai Peng. Having immobilized the fist fighter, Chris Green said that he would cut off his limbs and destroy the neural connections with his brain, making him food for the Blue race. Turning to his henchman named Uncle Bejuk, he instructed him to look after the prisoner while he dealt with the rest of the opponents. Hearing all this, the fist fighter understood what kind of trouble he got into. The main character also saw with Arthur's eyes what a bad situation the fist fighter is in and decided to help him. Approaching Baijun's uncle, Arthur offered to tie up Nai Peng and how much he was a supermaster. In response, Arthur heard that Chris Green had already injured the fist fighter, and now only the spiritual power of the third degree could restore his neural connections. Arthur nevertheless insisted that he would tie up Nai Peng for safety's sake. A fist fighter, you will see how Arthur approaches him, called him a scum who betrays the human race. In order not to arouse suspicion in Uncle Baijun, Arthur advised the prisoner to close his mouth, because food should not talk. Through Arthur, the main character touched the fist fighter's hand and restored neural connections with the brain. With the help of the spiritual power of the third degree, the part of the Blue race was split, and the fist fighter understood that he was being helped. After tying Nai Peng, Arthur showed off his skill to Uncle Baijun. Baijun, who did not suspect anything, admitted that the work was not bad. Confident of his safety, Uncle Baijun suddenly heard behind him that someone wished him dead. Chris Green sensed that something had gone wrong. Looking at the windows of the VIP room where he left his prisoner, Chris Green realized that Baijun was dead. When Chris Green returned to the room, he saw that indeed his uncle was lying dead from a wound that only Nai Peng could have inflicted. Suddenly, some powerful force lifted Chris Green into the air. The frightened head of the Green family wanted to know who was attacking him in the dark. Twisting, Chris Green threw a blow at the attacker but only hit the void. The main character who controlled Arthur's body asked Chris Green what happened and why he was so upset. Chris Green noted that for the 3rd time he feels the presence of Phoenix, but he cannot impress her. Looking at Arthur, Chris Green finally guessed that Arthur was under the influence of the Judges' Union from the very moment he arrived on Banana Island. Chris Green added that the leader of the Blue race wants to deal with the Judges' Union, and Arthur's death will be a good start for everything. The protagonist watched as he was attacked by Chris Green, thinking that the snake was tasked with dealing with the 3 causes of the mutation, and his job was only to detain the attacker. Chris Green heard from the boy that he was endangering his younger brother and could even kill him, but would not harm the judges. In response, Chris Green noted that his brother's death would be noble. Using the ability of the night enemy country towards the opponent, Chris Green tried to destroy him as soon as possible. The Phoenix, which appeared in time, smashed the ability of the country of night ravens into small pieces with one movement. Nai Peng, who saw that the girl successfully coped with the attack from Chris Green, said that he was running outside to deal with the monsters. Chris Green saw the action of the fist fighter as an attempt to escape. To prevent him from escaping, Nai Peng threw a powerful plasma ball at his back. Controlling Arthur's body, the main character realized that among those who can deal with the monsters on the Banana Island, he is the only one who is a tough fighter. Arthur tried to stop the plasma blow, developing it with his sword, but unexpectedly felt that he was struck. Chris Green stuck the plasma blade into his younger brother's body, calmly noting that he was his main target. Meanwhile, the monsters were moving around the business district of Banana Island. One of the residents, named Ken D, broadcast live from his phone about how the monsters are moving through the business center, killing everyone in their path. Suddenly, a man in uniform stood in the monster's path. The guy doing the live broadcast recognized the man in the uniform of his brother, Sheriff Ferrero, and prayed that the 8-armed fist fighter would come to his aid as soon as possible. The sheriff also understood that he only needed to detain the monster until one of the superheroes came to help. Looking around in different directions, the sheriff realized with horror that he was alone with a powerful monster. Monsters came even closer to the sheriff, wanting to taste them. The last thing the sheriff saw was how the monster's jaws closed, trying to swallow him. The monster came very close to the sheriff, and he cried out for help out of fear. The suddenly appearing 3 powerful arrows knocked the monster off his feet and pinned him to the floor. The saved Sheriff Ferrero could not realize his happiness, because he had already said goodbye to life. The one who was able to kill the monster and help the sheriff was a representative of the Union of Judges named Snakes. In the end, the snake took away the ability from the monster and incinerated his body. The ability that he took from the snake monster was very powerful. It was called Azure Blue Lineage with Mutation. Having received this ability, the main character pondered whether she could rid his sister of part of the influence of the blue race. The snake decided to try the new ability on a warrior from the Qian family who had lost consciousness named Qian Buchue. The unexpectedly rescued sheriff grabbed the snake by the leg and began to ask to become one of them. Meanwhile, the protagonist left the body of the murdered Arthur. Chris Green could not understand why he felt such a powerful growth inside him. Suddenly, Chris Green heard a voice out of nowhere, who appointed himself as his judge. Phoenix appeared before Chris Green and accused him of committing the sin of greed. The accused was very frightened and sweat was rolling down his face. Phoenix prescribed lightning torture to the accused of greed. After being struck by lightning, Chris Green began to cry out in pain. Phoenix observed that the representative of the blue race was able to leave the body of Chris Green due to the powerful pain. While leaving the hotel, Phoenix advised Chris Green, who felt a powerful pain from lightning, to repent of his crime. Creeping up to Arthur, Chris Green saw that he had killed his younger brother. Lifting Arthur's body in his arms, Chris Green could not understand why you felt such a powerful inner anger. Chris Green left his dead brother at the hotel, while he himself flew out in the form of carrion. At the same time, the monsters continued to attack the business district of Banana Island, killing everyone in their path. In order to save people, an 8-armed and fist fighter flew up to the monster and struck him with a powerful blow to the head. Holding the monster pinned to the floor, Nai Peng advised those around him to sew up as soon as possible because he could not hold the monster for long. Finally, the monster broke free and struck the fist fighter with a powerful blow that sent him flying. Nai Peng fell to the ground from a mighty height, and seeing this, the monster celebrated the victory. Coming to his senses after the fall of the 8-armed fist fighter, he decided to use his last powerful ability against the monster. Having climbed to the roof of the building, the 8-armed fist fighter began to heat up. Nai Peng was in a lot of pain, but it was a side effect of the ability. Having reached a sufficient level of realization of the ability, the fist fighter rushed to attack the monster. Superheroes managed to work through the monster without leaving him a chance to exist. The rescued people had to admit that they had seen the best attack of the 8-armed fist fighter. Together with the people he saved, the superhero himself felt great satisfaction from his act. Nai Peng suddenly sensed danger, and within a minute Chris Green's sword was presented to his head. Kulaknia Boetz was confused because he thought that he had managed to get rid of his opponent. Wasting no time, Chris Green killed the superhero by throwing him off the roof. Those saved by Nai Peng looked in amazement at what happened to their idol. Pulling the fist fighter's corpse to the slain and the monster, Chris Green pointed out that the deceased had not even reached the 3rd degree of spiritual power. Sensing the blue particles in the body of the deceased, the monster woke up and began to absorb them into itself. Chris Green saw that the monster was using azure blue energy to rehabilitate him, but pointed out that there was no point in treating such a loser. After hearing this statement, the monster was furious, while 3 powerful lightning bolts pierced his skull. Firing lightning bolts at the monster's head, Chris Green felt the energy increase in his body, and it made him very happy. Chris Green has absorbed a lot of energy, and it will be interesting to see how much he surpasses his blue boss. Suddenly, a familiar voice pulled Chris Green out of his pleasant dream world. Seeing the snake in front of him, Chris Green was even happy, noting that he appeared just in time to become a test subject of his new weapon. The behavior of the snake confused Chris Green a little, and he asked the representative of the constellation why he does not attack, because Chris Green is gaining strength every minute. The snake, in turn, said that he was waiting for him to gain maximum strength because it is not interesting to fight a weak opponent. Holding out the 3 fingers he used to attack the monster, Chris Green defiantly stated that he would be able to break the snake's body into small pieces. Straightening his sword forward, Chris Green without further delay began to attack, noting that he had reached the 3rd degree of spiritual power. The attacking sword pierced through the snake's body, but did not harm the Judge Union representative in any way. It turned out that Snake was able to change his body using the ability to exchange shadows. At the same time, Snake attacked Chris Green with 3 powerful energy arrows. Chris Green was a trained fighter, so he used the armor. The Snake guessed what a successful confrontation of Chris Green is. It is based on the fact that the opponent will predict his behavior. Concentrating his energy to use the Firestorm ability, Snake thought that the best thing about this duel was to delay time. Unexpectedly for Chris Green, a large number of plasma spheres flew into his run. In order to save himself, Chris Green's body disintegrated into many flying bats. The tactic didn't really help Chris Green, because every plasma sphere hit the flying bat. Gathering again into the personality of a person, Chris Green concluded that the strength of skills does not solve anything in a battle. Tactics are needed. Then the weaker can defeat the stronger. Preparing to counterattack, Chris Green defiantly asked the Snake how many more times he could use such powerful attacks. Chris Green's arrogance and bravado quickly disappeared when he received a powerful blow to the back from the Monkey Lord's spear. Falling Chris Green was horrified to see that Mr. Monkey and Phoenix came to help Snake. With 3 representatives of the constellation in his opponents, Chris Green found nothing better than to escape through the blue portal. Mr. Monkey was surprised because Chris Green escaped even with his spirit seal activated. Phoenix added that Chris Green had to spend a lot of small azure particles to punch a hole in the seal. Having lost the main opponent Phoenix, Snake and Mr. Monkey rushed to save the inhabitants of the Banana Island from monsters. At the Phoenix White Tiger Manor, Yang Shi reported that after the incident on Banana Island, the Judges Union became known throughout the 4 seas. The girl added that a lot of people want to join the union, but its number is limited. 36 people joined the Qian family. Phoenix warned the main character that many spies would be able to infiltrate the Qian family, but the boy reassured her, assuring that the family would be able to handle it. Since there was no more business for him in the 4 seas, Yang Shi informed Phoenix that it was time for him to return to Lugan City. Yuzi, having returned to Luhan, stood on the roof of a high-rise building, and inhaling the aromas of the morning city, he was sincerely glad to return home. The boys were brainwashed into thinking that it was time to upgrade their control ability from the S rank to the SS rank. The result of his refinement was a gray orb that held the iron control ability and had the divine metal skill. The presence of the new ability of the divine metal skill made the protagonist very happy. The morning silence of the city of Luhan was interrupted by a cry for help, and looking down, the boy saw an S-rank monster that attacked the city. The monster threatened everyone who could get in his way. The monster moved very fast, and it was called Night Demonic Fox. Drone observers vote on the attack of the S-rank monster and the location of Orchid Street where the heroes had to go. Liu Yuan and another hero turned out to be closer to the scene, and my car approached to help as quickly as possible. 2 heroes arrived in time to save people and were ready to attack the monster. Swordsman was the first to attack the Night Demonic Fox. Transforming into a powerful werewolf, Liu Yuan also prepared to attack the monster. The commentator reported that an S-rank hero named Law Kudno will need 2 hours to get to the scene of the events, so it is not known whether these 2 young superheroes will be able to cope. With a burst of energy, the Night Demonic Fox threw the swordsman away from him. Having finally turned into a powerful shapeshifter, Liu Yuan engaged in a duel with a powerful monster. Firmly holding the demonic fox in his hands, Liu Yuan told the lazy swordsman that it was time to act faster to strike down the monster. Wasting time, the lazy swordsman tried to attack the Night Demonic Fox. The Night Demonic Fox saw the blades of the sword in front of her eyes as something unknown attacked from behind. The lazy swordsman was surprised by the behavior of the monster, who howled in pain. At the same time, a powerful arrow flew into the monster's eye, and the fox fell to its fate, showing no signs of life. The archer who struck the monster's eyes with an arrow was named Lu Zi Tian. The protagonist realized that the girl was hiding something because she was able to reach the S rank in a very short period of time. The commentator announced that everything is over on Orchid Street and there are no victims because some unknown person used a metal attack. The reporter suddenly thought that only Yuzi can use the metal attack, and this conclusion made him very happy. Suddenly, the sky above Orchid Street became cloudy, and the lazy swordsman and Liu Yuan saw and understood the phenomenon. In a minute, it became clear to everyone that the Night Demonic Fox had activated the Night Uprising ability. Activated, the Night Demonic Fox let out a powerful bark into the night sky. Lu Xitian was in despair because she couldn't tell where she needed to aim. The monster navigated very well at night and moved quickly. The news anchor also emphasized in his report that the night fox makes good use of darkness for camouflage. Meanwhile, the monster instantly moved from place to place so as not to become an easy mouse. The werewolf hero calculated the movement of the monster, and grabbing it by its hind legs, shouted for someone to kiss the monster while it was holding it. Wasting no time, the archer instantly responded to the request and lowered her ant. The fire arrow struck the night monster's eyes again, blinding him. The enraged monster hit the werewolf in the chest with all its might with its powerful paw. Frightened Liu Yuan thought that he was experiencing his last moments and regretted that he did not see his godson again. It was as if a voice addressed the boy from heaven and called him a complete fool. The protagonist's godfather sat in despair, not understanding who offended him. Meanwhile, Yuzi's night demonic fox final death blow. The main character stood over the corpse of the monster, looking around and realizing that it no longer reactivated. Seeing his godson, the werewolf was completely moved, thinking that he had come to save him. Yuzi approached the archer and, after calling her by name, reacted very favorably to her activities. Lu Zitian was a little shocked because the famous superhero flew away from her without saying another word. Meanwhile, the main anchor of the TV channel approached Lin Naixue, put his hand on her shoulder, and thanked her for the good report about the metal savior. The girl thanked for the positive feedback, and if she didn't need anything else, she was going to go home. The chief reporter called the girl and asked her to stop. Coming closer, the chief reporter of the TV channel noted that Lin Naixue is very good at making reports, and this can also contribute to his career reputation. After hearing gratitude from the girl, the chief reporter offered to have dinner together. The girl was shocked by such a proposal, but did not know how to behave. At the same moment, Yang Shi appeared next to Lin Naixue and told the insolent reporter that he and his girlfriend had a date planned. Lin Naixue was surprised by the unexpected appearance of her boyfriend, whom she did not expect to see in the near future. Leaving the TV studio together, the girl asked the main character why he didn't warn that he was coming, to which Yang Shi replied that he wanted to make a surprise. Lin Naixue looked at the main character with emotion and asked how far he had come to her. Looking after his girlfriend from the roof of the building, Yuzi decided that it would be more peaceful if Yang Shi's clone stayed by her side for the time being. The joyful godfather of the main character came to the office of the union judge in the city of Luhan. Seeing Liu Yuan and hearing the mournful story of how the boy missed his godson, the main character suggested that he go to the lands of the four seas. Not believing his luck, the boy once again asked the boss if he was awake. Yuzi confirmed that he wants to take his godson to those cities where real masters and elite live. Returning to the boy, the main character asked, "What do you think about this?" Liu Yuan could not contain his emotions and knelt before his boss as a sign of gratitude for such an offer. The main character reassured the godfather that he was grateful for such offers, but noted that his current rank could hinder the trip. Yuzi suggested that the boy lend some of the points so that you can get an S rank right away. While talking in the turtle estate, the main character asked what kind of ability the boy wanted to upgrade to the S rank level. Liu Yuan stated that he would like to obtain an S rank ancestral werewolf and further develop only this one ability. The protagonist approved such a decision of his protege and called it very wise and promised to fulfill the promise he had made earlier. The boy felt a surge of joy again because Yuzi once promised to become his real father. Handing Liu Yuan the tree wolf constellation mask, the main character noted that it was now his. The cross of the main character looked a little depressed because he thought about what they would be able to become as a son and father when the union of judges was finally organized. Yuzi assured the boy that that day would come soon, but Liu Yuan squeezed his hand hard. The main character was curious about what his godson thought, and he explained that the timber wolf belongs to the castle of the white tiger and Liu Yuan, and another zodiac will travel there. After ordering the boy to sort out his affairs and leave, Yuzi left him full of emotions and hopes. Wearing the mask of a tree wolf, Liu Yuan felt that interesting adventures were waiting for him. The boy dreamed that he once headed the union of judges. Yuzi decided to visit his wards further. Flying closer, the main character saw that his younger ward, named Yu Fang, was training on the roof, doing a lot of push-ups. Since the boy only knew Snake from the judges' union, Yuzi's presence made him nervous, but he immediately sensed his teacher's aura. The boy gratefully greeted his teacher, who came to learn about his affairs. Yuzi suddenly spoke about the fact that the boy took first place in the competition and asked if he had received an invitation to the Hero Association yet. Yu Fang said that he, Lu Jiqian, Luo Su, Luo Chao, and Wang Ju had already received such invitations. The main character asked the ward how closely he knew the archer Lu Jitian, and the boy replied that he had eaten a dot together several times. Yuzi wondered if the girl had any special habit. The guy replied that Luchitsa really likes to meditate. In his mind, the main character couldn't believe that the girl had learned to meditate by herself. But if that was the case, it explained very simply how she got the S rank. Leaving all his wards to last, the main character advised him to train for victory. The boy assured that when he will become the strongest weapon in the hands of his teacher. Lu Zitian sat alone in a forest clearing in the city of Lugan and immersed herself in meditation. The protagonist quietly sneaked up to see if the girl was really meditating. Hearing an unknown noise, Lu Zitian opened her eyes and became alert. Armed with a bow, the girl ordered the intruder to come out of hiding. The main character came out of the bushes and, raising his hands, assured the girl that he had come in peace, offering Lu Zitian a deal. The girl tensely looked at the interlocutor and asked what he meant by the word agreement. Yuzi noted that he knew the secret of the girl's rapid increase in ability rank. Lu Zitian looked in the direction of her face in fear, realizing in her mind that she had been exposed. The protagonist offered the girl to raise her level to the rank of SS, as well as guarantee her lifelong safety by the judges' union, or give Lu Jiqian unlimited luck that will never end. The girl did not even imagine that the next level after the S rank is the SS rank, or the so-called third degree of spiritual development. Lu Zitian wondered why a union that could enhance abilities to the highest level was interested in her little secret. From the story of the protagonist of the action, we learned that elixirs can strengthen the abilities of a limited circle of people, while meditation can completely strengthen all humanity. After hearing the whole story from Yuji's mouth, Lu Jitian still could not believe that her secret would serve all people. In the end, the girl said that her spiritual skill called meditation can accelerate the increase of human strength in a short period of time. But Lu Zitian noted that her personal hunting magic meditation was not universal, but suited only to her abilities. The main character asked whether it turns out that her meditation helps to strengthen only her personal skills. Yuzi assured the girl that even if it is not a problem and everything can always be improved. Yang Shi understood that with the help of hunting magic meditation and copies of the girl's abilities, a powerful army could be created. Without thinking for a long time, Lu Zitian assured the main character that if the offer of lifetime protection is valid, then she chooses to cooperate with the judges' union. Having secured the consent of the girl, the main character gave her a mask of a moon deer belonging to the Phoenix constellation, and promised that if the Phoenix appeared, he would take care of her. Before accepting the mask, the girl said once again that her method is universal and suitable only for her abilities. Yuzi assured the girl that this was not a problem, and that he only needed to take a sample of her gene abilities to create an elixir. The girl was frightened and left, not understanding how this could affect her future fate. The protagonist assured Lu Jiqian that Genu's selection of abilities would not affect the power in any way, and he would need 2 to 3 minutes for this. Having put the girl on a flat stone, and the main character ordered her not to make any brain resistance, Lu Zitian felt a pleasant sensation for a moment, but it all stopped immediately. Confusedly looking around, the girl could not understand that such a serious process took so little time. Taking samples of the meditative hunting ability, the main character is a recluse to study over me. Having opened the ancient tablets, the boy decided to check how meditation works by collecting dark matter. Meanwhile, in the front world, the monsters were moving to active attacking actions. The inhabitants of the front world were doing as they could, including using the abilities of the three-eyed demon boss and sending flaming arrows in the direction of the monsters. Having passed the triple boost, the arrow flew in the direction of the monster. Meanwhile, in the Black Turtle Castle, Yang Shi came to the conclusion that meditation is a good help in transitioning from F rank to D rank. In turn, the guy is prone to large-scale absorption of black energy, and this is why meditation in his case does not work well. The main character could not solve the question of what is the limit of hunting magic meditation, and where does the power of meditation come from people from another world. After all the studies, Yang Shi came to the conclusion that he would only be able to deal with these issues when he mastered the meditation of people from another world and the research on the Osid plane. The protagonist pointed to his godson on the space that spread before them, calling it the terrain of the 4 seas where the best professionals and the elite are gathered. Flying up to the 5th defense island, Yuzi advised the boy to control himself because now he will meet the end of the union of judges. At the port of the Fifth Guard Island, the main character and his godson were met by the Moon Crow who was in charge of the island, the head of the Qian family, and several of his assistants. Yu Zi introduced his godson to everyone present, calling him a timber wolf and asking his friends to look after him. Liu Yuan also greeted those present and expressed the hope that they would find a common language. Moonraven, as the head of the island's defense, addressed the boy by name and invited him to be a part of their society on his behalf. Liu Yuan looked at his godson very surprised because the Moonraven had revealed his true name, and now the boy knew what to do. The main character calmed him down by assuring him that he had personally trained the Moonraven, and before arriving he told him some details about Liu Yuan. In a whisper, Yu Zi informed his student that the Moonraven was in charge of the defense of the Fifth Island, and Liu Yuan was specially introduced to the Moonraven so that the boy could learn from him. The guy understood differently, thinking that his godson was not very good at relations with moon crows, and put him to remember. In his reasoning, Liu Yuan came to the conclusion that the main character is afraid that the moon crow will take power on the island and get out of control. The boy was full of satisfaction that his godfather trusted only him. Grateful for this trust, Liu Yuan returned to the protagonist and assured him that they would regain control of the island. After hearing this from his godson, Yu Zi began to doubt whether the boy understood everything correctly. Turning to the old master, the main character suggested that he chat somewhere in a secluded place. Secluded in the reception room, the main character informed the old master that the Union of Judges was planning to conduct a very serious experiment, and asked if the Qian family was interested in it. Master Qian was interested in the proposal, but would like to know more about the research. Yu Zi surprised the old master very much when he asked if he knew anything about the meditation method. It was important for the main character that his vis-a-vis understood who was telling the story, and he questioned whether the master understood exactly what was being said. The head of the family said that he learned about me meditation from his son, Qian Yu Kui, but the most important thing is that only an expert can possess. The master also added that the meditation method used by people from another world is more advanced than the one used by humans. The main character reported that now, the Union of Judges has a method of hunting magic with the help of which you can teach meditation to other people. The boy said that in order to speed up his studies, it is necessary to use low-ranking elixirs. In turn, the old master asked if he could help. Yu Zi reported that for the first stage of the experiment, 100 boys and girls were wanted who were very resistant to the tests. Master Qian assured that he had some training and offered to make arrangements for the place of conducting research. The protagonist offered to use the Banana Island for research, and when the time came they would meet there. After moving to the Heavenly Manor, Yang Shi met with a phoenix who reported that she knew something about the world of archery. The girl reported that during meditation, spiritual power also changes, and this change is caused by the absorption of dark energy by the body. However, gathering dark energy in its true form in the form of cubes is different. Phoenix called it magical energy, which, after entering the body, begins to flow there along special streams. Archery light can not only adjust the dark energy gathering process, but also use it for individual skills. The main character from Phoenix's report realized that the world has the irreplaceable effect. In order to keep everything under control, the main character realized that he had to create his own light. With the power of thought, Yang Shi began to create his own archery world. The guy decided to transfer everything to the space of the heavenly estate and visualize it. Members of the Union of Judges who were present in the heavenly estate saw a visualized witness of archery. The main character asked his subordinates if they felt any feelings. Phoenix came to find out the name of the group of people who belonged to the castle of the Black Turtle. Yang Shi called this group of people the Hunting Magic Squad. Luo Moon was amazed at the number of people on the lawn who had come to Yu Zi's call to hand over ability gene samples. Approaching Junior Master Wu Yan, the evil dragon felt such a powerful energy drain from him, as if he had just come out of a battle. Younger Wu Yang asked the evil dragon if she represented the Judges' Union. Those present were stunned by the young master's brother, who was wearing a mask that had been stolen by Ni Xiaoguan. Finally, Yu Zi flew to the clearing and thanked everyone for having gathered on time. Surprised, Luo Moon asked the young hero if the judge himself had been sent to collect samples of ability genes. Yu Zi also greeted the evil dragon, noting that they had not seen her for a long time. Luo Moon added the commanders through the side of the main character that now she is not inferior to him in anything, but later she is sure that she will outrun her. Yu Zi saw that the evil dragon was in a good mood and offered to start taking away Jen's ability from her. The protagonist advised Luo Mun to relax and not resist using his spiritual power. Younger Wu Yang carefully observed how the gene ability collection was taking place, trying to understand this process. Within a minute, Yu Zi informed the evil dragon that he had already taken a sample of his gen ability. Seeing the surprise on Luo Mun's face, the main character pointed out that there is no need to peel off the skin to collect the power gene samples. Junior Master Wu Yang was more stunned than anyone, in front of whom the collection of Genu's abilities took place, and he didn't even feel anything. The boy strained even more to feel how the ability gene would be obtained from another candidate. Carefully watching Yu Zi select the ability gene from the candidates, Junior Wu Yang tried very carefully to understand everything. Remaining in the meadow with the subjects, the main character noted that the union of judges produced an elixir and distributed it to them through a parallel universe. Those who participated in the gathering of ability genes began to disperse. Only the younger Wu Yang, who fell to his knees, and his brother remained. The boy asked the protagonist to wait and listen to him. Junior Master Wu Yang was very nervous and wanted to ask Yu Zi about his gen abilities experiments. The main character was forced to refuse the boy despite the fact that he was a student of the God of Storms, because it was about abilities. The boy could not accept the refusal, so he wished for the honor of the Wu Yang family that he would not tell anyone. Approaching the main character, the junior master, Wu Yan, searched and reported that he had secret information that he would gladly exchange for information about the ability gene. Yu Zi was interested but asked the boy why he needed information about the ability gene. The young master glanced slyly at Wu Yang and asked if the elder knew that the top masters of the 4 seas could use something like the ability gene. The protagonist learned that even the boy's father, named God of Storms, uses meditation techniques to improve and strengthen his abilities. The boy reported that the most powerful call it a path, and each hero has his own path. It was clear that the younger Wu Yang, who wants to find his way based on the information of the union of judges, the main character decided to help the younger master a little to advance in meditation. The boy learned from Wu Yang that in a few days there will be an experiment called Meditation of Hunting Magic on the Banana Island. The liner Dolphin stood moored in the port of Banana Island. The girl looked into the cabin of her fellow traveler and ordered him to go up on deck. The boy and the girl were moving towards the exit from the ship when suddenly he asked the girl to stop. The girl decided to stop, and then the guy called himself Qian Wei Chen and asked his interlocutor to give his name as well. The boy's request surprised the girl very much because they had traveled a very long way to the Banana Island together, and Qian Wei Chen had no desire to meet. The girl's name was Yang Chu Yu. Ta assumed that she might be a relative of Mr. Yang Shi. Qian Wei Chen jokingly suggested that she might be Mr. Yang Shi's aunt. Yang Chu Yu continues to joke by noting that if the guy calls Mr. Yang Shi with his brother, and she will be the main character's aunt, then Qian Wei Chen will be her grandson. The guys liked this idea all the more because the grandmother always gave him pocket money when meeting. The boy and the girl looked in the direction of the main character, but was afraid that he heard their jokes from afar. Unexpectedly, the pranksters felt the horror as if someone was watching them. After looking closely, the young people realized that Yu Zi did not pay attention to them at all. The main character's behavior calmed Qian Wei Chen and Yang Chu Yu, who at first thought their jokes had been heard. At that time, Yu Zi heard everything perfectly, but in his mind, he decided to remember his aunt and the proud boy. Having gathered all those willing around him, the main character asked if they dreamed of becoming stronger. All those present answered in the affirmative with one voice that they want to be the strongest. In order to offend the strongest insects, the main character made a wave of spiritual power. Candidates began to be swept off their feet, and few managed to stay on their feet. Qian Wei Chen, barely able to stay on his feet, reflected on the fact that the judges conduct the selection too harshly. The main character announced that 18 people who fall last are counted as those who won the competition. The next day, all those who passed the competition gathered in the heavenly manor on the summit of knowledge. Those present were told that the fate of all humanity depends on the research in which they participate. The main character said that although abilities arise spontaneously, but with the help of hunting magic meditation, people can develop them in a controlled and independent manner. It became clear to those present that ordinary people can also generate abilities for themselves. Yu Tzu noted that in order to understand how effective meditation is, the research participants will be divided into 2 groups. The main character's idea was that 9 people would receive F-rank abilities. The remaining 9 would have to awaken their abilities through meditation. those participants of the experiment who wanted to develop the ability to use hunting magic meditation to take a step forward. Yang Chu-yu, along with his friend Qian Wei-chun, were the first to step forward for the sake of all mankind, and the protagonist noted that the research had begun. Wanting to independently develop their abilities with the help of meditation, they adopted the lotus position. The main character proved to the participants that the universality of this meditation is very small, so that it can be developed by anyone who wants to. Yangshi suddenly felt that the island chain and the southern continent were crowding him together. This event made the main character think that what he was just talking about happened very quickly. The forces of monsters began to gather to the fifth guard island to attack it. The Lunar Raven, who led the defense of the guard island, ordered all the heroes to prepare for battle and obey his commands. Liu Yuan was the first to fight the monster, taking on his heroic form of a werewolf. Grabbing the monster's hand, Liu Yuan effortlessly drowned the monster. Observing the actions of the werewolf, the Lunar Raven concluded that at this stage the battle is taking place with the advantage of the heroes. Unexpectedly, the fist of one of the monsters appeared in front of the lunar enemy's face. After receiving a powerful blow, the head of the island's defense flew away. From a powerful blow, the Lunar Raven ended up on the bottom of the sea, facing the monster, with its feet up. The representative of the Union of Judges was not afraid, but meant that he was choosing a monster for battle. Suddenly, one of the mice from another world swam to the monster on its shells. Turning to the giant crocodile, the girl asked if he wanted to hide and rest a little. Yang Shi was very pleased because at first he thought of pretending to be a monster to enter another world. But now he can make the other educated woman his puppet and learn their meditation. The main character has connected the abilities of puppet control to come to the implementation of his plan. At the same time, the representative of the other world began to suspect something because there was not a single scratch on the fighting crocodile that Yang Shi pretended to be, but he pretended to be dead. The girl shyly covered her chest, realizing that the crocodile was looking at her. At the same moment, the foreign woman fell under the influence of the main character called puppet control. Having found himself in the girl's subconscious, Yang Si began to look for something related to meditation in the windows of memories. In one of the windows, the boys got lucky, and he found what he was looking for. Suddenly, the control of the puppet that the main character was using was rudely interrupted. The guy realized that when he started to interact with the memories of meditation, some kind of magical seal was activated. While being in the body of a girl from another world, Yang Shi realized that the protection had worked and had to burn his body. But the boy managed to quickly fix everything. Meanwhile, on the defense island, the monsters retreated and the heroes celebrated their victory. In fact, the girl with the consciousness possessed by the main character drove away the monsters and temporarily left the territory of the Four Seas. Events began to unfold on the 9th island of the Red Frost Archipelago. The main character through the eyes of the girl saw how things were arranged on the captured islands, walking among bones and corpses in the midst of Smarad and they. Walking on the island, the boy assumed that after the conquest, the other world did not restore this territory, and they became a breeding ground for various monsters. Looking closely, the main character saw that only in the center was the reconstruction of an estate, and 2 more administrative buildings and a military fleet were also visible. In the guise of a girl from another world, Yang Shi walked into the Red Frost Island Guild residence. In the guild, the girl met her colleague, and calling her by name Anastas, asked if she really wanted to receive a reward for the mission. The girl agreed, and received a reward of 10 Gamma-rank magic crystals. After receiving the Gamma crystals, the protagonist thought about the fact that although he had the equivalent of 100 units of dark energy in his hands, he had no idea how to use them. After leaving the guild building, the main character decided to better find the Stone of Wisdom, the energy of which he already felt. Determined to find the Stone of Wisdom, the main character flies off in the body of a girl from another world to finally get it. The girl's consciousness led Yang Shi to the entrance of an unknown cave. As soon as the girl was at the entrance, a huge snake guarding the cave appeared from above. The appearance of the snake did not impress Anastas in any way, and she resolutely ordered the monster to sew up. Surprisingly, the monster obeyed the girl's order and crawled away from the entrance to the cave. The boy was amazed by such an ability of a girl from another world, and assumed that if he learned how to control monsters in this way, it would be possible to easily defeat their army. Stepping on, the main character came to the conclusion that these caves have been inhabited for a long time, but he assumed that Master Damon could also be here. After passing through another door, young Shi found himself in the next room in front of a blank wall. Unexpectedly, a glow in the form of a labyrinth appeared from the forehead, slightly scaring the main character. Anastas projected brightly onto the wall, where the same labyrinth was depicted. All sides of the labyrinth that served as a key coincided. The wall opened, and a large box appeared in the middle of the next room. The main character began to carefully examine the strange box. Suddenly, as if out of thin air, the spirit of Master Diamond appeared in the room, who kindly asked if the girl had found his gift yet. The spirit of the master asked if it was true that Anastas was from the Cecil family, and if the colonists from the Ocid Plain had managed to pass the protective front of the islands thanks to the chemical reference book. The appearance of a girl from another world upset Diamond. He hoped that the blue star would work a miracle. Realizing what was happening, the main character transformed into his normal body and noted that he was the one who entered the master's directory. The spirit of the master was immediately amused, asked what was the boy's name. The main character was named Liu Yuan. Master Damon had been alone for quite some time, so he asked the boy to talk to him. After a while, young Shi, tired of the chatter, asked the master if he could get the wisdom stone already. The master noted that in order to have a stone of wisdom, you need to pass some tests. Finally, Master Damon prepared to show Yang Shi the main wonder of the Ocid Plain. A stone of wisdom appeared before the eyes of the main character, which was filled with magic and constantly changed. The boy reached out to take it immediately. The main character was very surprised when he felt how his hand calmly passed through the stone. Master Damon was surprised that the boy could not get the stone and hurried him. The next attempt to pick up the stone also failed. No matter how much the main character tried to pick up the stone, nothing came out of it. As the spirit of the master pointed out, the situation when a boy sees a stone and cannot take it in his hands means that he hates it. The main character heard that someone was coming and asked the master to hide. Master Diamond noted that he had been hiding for so long, and now he does not want to do that anymore. The boy barely managed to pull the wall back. Remaining behind the wall, Master Damon's spirit cried out that the boy could not do this to him. The main character was barely able to transform back into Mrs. Anastas when she was asked, "What makes you?" In the room appeared the son of the Lord of the Bright City named Duran Kate, who asked what Mrs. Anastas was doing in the cave. The main character realized that Duran Kate is one of those who would like to marry Miss Anastas because she has a very good pedigree. Annoyed, the girl replied to Duran Kate that he couldn't avoid it. The boy was persistent, but reminded Miss Anastas that he had already done a lot to her and when she would stop resisting. Duran Kate openly declared that he wanted the girl to become his wife for the sake of procreation. Suddenly, the boy transformed into a devil. The girl barely had time to jump back and shoot him with a blight arrow. A powerful jet of flame flew out of the transformed Duran Keith towards the girl. The arrow fired by Miss Anastas hit this stream of fire and burned. The boy advised Anastas to think better and promised that if she does not read, he will be gentler with her. Anastas jumped into a puddle of red-hot plasma, declaring that she would rather die than he thought. Duran Kate decided that the girl had lost her mind, because after falling into a puddle of hot plasma, she should have died at the same moment. The guy wanted to save his future bride because he followed her into a pool of hot plasma. To his surprise, Duran Kate did not find any parts of the girl, and his followers assumed that she had escaped. Meanwhile, the main character decided that it was better for him to take control of Duran Kate's mind than to use Miss Anastas. The main character, in the person of Duran Keith, was walking along the corridor of the dungeon and heard how someone driving towards him blamed him for his failure on the love front and the fact that he had killed Mrs. Anastas. Yang Shi asked the stranger if he was such a person that his business would be bypassed. The stranger replied that he was an ordinary mercenary. In the memoirs of Duran Keith, finding this can be a wanted Bright Place criminal whose hand was cut off by his father. Opposite the main character was a man armed with 2 knives who said that the restoration of the hand is a lot, and he wants to return that pain to Duran Keith and his father. Duran Keith's assistant reported that when the mercenary hunted his father, he was almost at the 3rd rank, and now, most of all, he has become even stronger. Suddenly, the attacker disappeared from the main character's field of view. At the same moment, the boy was barely able to dodge the knife that went across his face, and the attacker noted that his opponent had predicted his movements. The mercenary disappeared somewhere, leaving room for a duel, but instead the main character was startled by some noise. After breaking the wall in the room, the spirit of Master Damon appeared and noted that this alchemical matrix can be used. The master flew out specifically to tell the main character how to properly behave with the Stone of Wisdom. The newly appeared mercenary seeing that Duran Keith had a wisdom stone, noted that now the boy had nothing to look forward to. One of Duran Keith's bodyguards suggested the boss and tell everything to his father to run away while he apprehends the mercenary. Instead, the second, more senior guard ordered the first to run away with the boss because his wife and children were waiting at home. Observing the interaction of his guards, the main character realized that in this world, they also have their joys and their troubles. But there is no difference between good and evil, only between the strong and the weak. Master Diamond pointed out that the guards are too low to stop him. The Master Spirit insisted that he be hit harder because the more energy he absorbed, the faster he would move. Meanwhile, the mercenary opened the box in which the Stone of Wisdom was kept and, trying to take it, declared that this thing now belonged to him. Just like the protagonist, the mercenary failed to get hold of the Wisdom Stone. Not being able to grab the Stone of Wisdom, the mercenary shouted indignantly with rage. Duran Keith is under Yang Shi's control. I guess that means the Wisdom Stone has not chosen a mercenary as its owner. To protect their boss and repel the mercenary, Duran Keith's bodyguards turned into sea devils. With the first blow, the mercenary wounded the younger guard with his knife. The eldest of the guards managed to stand in the way so that the mercenary did not finish off the youngest. Seeing the transformed boss behind him, the older boy asked him to burn the mercenary with dragon fire. Without forcing himself to ask twice, Duran Keith released a powerful flame at the mercenary. The mercenary did not expect such a powerful fire attack, but deflected from it. Duran Keith and his bodyguard were in despair at not hitting their opponent. In order to strengthen the alchemical matrix and become more powerful and fast, Master Damon absorbed all the energy that just appeared near him. Concentrating an insane amount of energy into the spirit of the master, he directed the staff upwards. From the master's finger came such a powerful energy beam that pierced the roof of the dungeon. Looking at the work of his hands, Master Diamond noted that he had not seen the sky for a long time, and advised the greedy and strong man to return as soon as possible. Suddenly, a huge pink bird appeared in the sky. He flew over the people who watched his actions in surprise and headed to the place where the old master had punched a hole in the dungeon. Master Damon's spirit flew to Duran Keith and ordered him to listen carefully, otherwise he would reveal all of Yang Shi's true account. The main character carefully looked at Master Damon, but assumed that the Stone of Wisdom was his movement from the right. The spirit was surprised that it was so quickly bitten by a person, to which the main character pointed out that it could be useful for the master, and asked what he could do for him. Master Damon asked the boy to force people to fight because the more people die, the more the spirit will enjoy. The main character understood that the master wanted to gather as much energy as possible during the battle and run away, but everything was fine with this guy. The junior guard, turning to his boss, advises him to wait for the master of the White Snake, who is on the 4th degree, and will give advice to the mercenary. Hearing this, the mercenary decided that it would be best to turn on his heels to expose himself to safety and deal with the enemies another time. Unexpectedly for everyone, the mercenary who tried to escape several times was hit by a powerful energy blow. This powerful blow knocked a person off his feet, and it seemed as if he had killed him. The elder of the guards suggested the boss to come and check the condition of the mercenary. The main character could not understand why it was not wise to kill the mercenary, because it would be better to subjugate him, but he decided to wait to see what happens next. Suddenly, the entire mercenary began to seep with energy. Standing up, the mercenary announced that he had received the ability to reproduce endlessly. No one expected such a turn of events, while the mercenary himself shouted that he was immortal and ordered Duran Keith to prepare to die. In order to attract the pink bird that was flying nearby, the main character stabbed the guard with a knife. Sensing the smell of fresh blood, the bird flew closer to the hole made by Master Damon. Unexpectedly, the mercenary received a powerful energy blow from the pink bird. After such a powerful blow, the mercenary testified himself even more confidently, noting that he is not vulnerable. Following the strike of the pink bird, Duran's uncle named Swordsman the White Snake and his men flew into the hole. Duran Keith's uncle was very indignant that someone had dared to insult his nephew and wanted to settle with him as soon as possible. The nephew explained to the uncle that the mercenary did not have the courage to attack their father, so he decided to deal with him. The uncle reassured the boy and advised him not to worry anymore, because help arrived in time. Meanwhile, the mercenary was very confident and suggested that everyone present attack him at the same time. The mercenary promised to show everyone what a real master is capable of. Approaching the White Snake, he noted that no one needs to attack the mercenary, and he himself makes a cutlet out of him. Going out alone against the hired killer, Uncle White Snake defiantly said that he would see how long his opponent would be against a powerful white sword. The sword flew up and turned into a huge white snake that began to attack the mercenary. Together with the white snake, a powerful fog enveloped the place of the duel and greatly hindered the hired killer. The mercenary stabbed his leg with a knife to somehow regain consciousness, but it did not help. The man was very frightened by the fact that nothing helps him to pull himself together. Meanwhile, the white snake completely wrapped around the mercenary and began to strangle him. Meanwhile, the uncle asked his nephew if the purple crystal was really the true stone of wisdom. Durand Kate noted that only one thing is certain, that this wonderful crystal belongs to Uncle White Snake. The white snake laughed with satisfaction and assured his nephew that as soon as he received the stone of wisdom, he would immediately share it with him. Master Damon's spirit, looking at how the white snake was the soul of a hired assassin, was forced to admit that without him, there was no use even when he received eternal life. Looking at the helpless mercenary, the spirit of the master decided that it was time for him to do his own thing. To gain control over the hired killer's body, the spirit of the master entered it through his eyes. After receiving his own body, Master Diamond immediately got rid of the snake that was strangling him. The old spirit was pleased to get rid of the white snake so quickly. Durand Kate's uncle, seeing that the criminal was at large, said that he was just lucky, and now I will receive the last death blow. The white snake launched a powerful attack called the Snake Waterfall. Thousands of white snakes began to fall from the sky and crawl everywhere. It was known that the final attack by white snakes has no radius of action, and both their own and strangers fall under it. White snakes began to spread among them, frightening with their number. Suddenly, a monster called the Flying Whale appeared in the sky. In a minute, the Flying Whale released a world-destroying ray at the snakes. The world beam sliced the senior guard in half right in front of his younger colleague. This death greatly affected those present and shocked them. The younger god turned into a sea demon and hurried to avenge his friend. The guard was stopped by his boss, who said that he would deal with the Flying Whale himself. Durand Kate drew the attention of the transformed guard that the corpses began to disappear. An alchemical pattern appeared on the floor which absorbed corpses. The bodies of the dead began to decompose into pink particles. The rest of the people who were alive felt the strengthening of their abilities, and this surprised them very much. Keeping the body of Durand Keith under control, the main character realized that the death of one gives the opportunity for the rest to grow stronger. Turning to his nephew, the white snake asked him to stay close because the situation had changed a little. The white snake also added that every fallen fighter radiates his energy, and it is absorbed by those who are alive and strengthens them to the second degree. Durand Kate's uncle was amazed that if his subordinates will strengthen so quickly, then the gap between him, who has the third degree, and them will critically decrease. Master Damon's spirit eavesdropped from the hiding place like a white snake, lamenting that, with the strengthening of his subordinates, he would lose his advantages. Having overheard the uncle's conversation with his nephew, the spirit of the master was very pleased with himself, because he made the course of events such that Durand Kate would not stand aside, but would intervene in the situation. Looking at people who very quickly strengthened their abilities, Master Damon mentally advised them to fight and kill each other. One of the transformed who quickly received reinforcements decided to attack the white snake. Not long after thinking about Durand Kate's blood-hungry uncle, she killed him in front of his friends. People realized that they were only food in the hands of more advanced heroes and decided to run away. Uncle ordered his nephew to hold on to him, then he has a chance to get out of this story alive. Durand Kate asked his uncle what reasons he had for not killing the knife-wielding mercenary. I heard from my nephew that he wanted the mercenary dead. My uncle was very approving of this. You said that you see him as the true heir of the Kate family. When he saw that people were not going to fight, the mercenary was very surprised, because he needed more corpses to appear with a second leg, due to which he could feed himself with energy. Seeing that his proposal did not respond to people, the mercenary began to actively collect pink energy on his own. Seeing this, people began to run even faster to avoid being eaten. People had to run far because they found themselves in a confined space and leaned against the wall. The Queen of the Plucked Lotus and Mr. Yam Mad also came to feed on the energy of ordinary mortals. The girl flew over the crowd and began firing at unarmed people with the goal of how to kill them. The white snake was outraged by this behavior. They admit that for the sake of reinforcement, some heroes went on a mass murder of the inhabitants of the city. Seeing how angry the white snake behaved, Mr. Yam Mad suggested that he calm down, noting that he would open the same way in their place. The spirit of Master Damon, who watched all this from his hiding place, was very pleased that people began to kill each other with renewed vigor. Many of those killed on the ground began to decompose and enrich those who remained alive with new energy power. Gaining more and more energy, Mr. Yam Mad boldly announced his plan to the White Snake, which was that he would reach the 3rd degree, and it would be unrealistic to fight him. A white snake flew over the crowd and filled everything around with explosive gas. Having delivered a powerful blow to the explosive gas with his sword, the White Snake decided to blow everyone up. A powerful explosion occurred at the place where the most gas was concentrated. The Torn Lotus Queen and Mr. Yam Mud managed to rise above the explosion and were unharmed. Mr. Yam Mud is outraged by such a suicidal act of the White Snake and could not understand why it went this way. Having been left without an arm after the explosion, the White Snake noted that he has his own vision and his own implementation plan. The mercenary who also survived tried to attack the White Snake from behind with his knife. White Snake and the mercenary simultaneously jab each other with their weapons. Memones was very pleased with himself because before that he had constant regeneration, which was supposed to protect him even now. The White Snake allowed himself to doubt this with a smile. Suddenly, the mercenary felt that his wounds were not healing and was stunned by this. Instead, the White Snake recovered very quickly and grew back its severed arm. The last thing the mercenary understood was that the Stone of Wisdom had chosen a White Snake. The White Snake was happy to kick the entire dead enemy. Going against the team of monsters brought with them by the Queen of the Torn Lotus and Mr. Yam Mad, the White Snake noted that although their strength was equal, he received the ability to regenerate. To balance the odds, Mr. Yam Mud ordered the subordinate monsters to grab the young Master Keith. The main character, who kept the body of Duran Keith under control, decided to fight back against the insolent opponents. In front of the stunned raiders, the White Snake's nephew transformed into a fire dragon of the 3rd degree of spiritual power. Seeing the level of their new opponent, Mr. Yam Mad and his henchmen immediately lost the desire to attack young Keith. With one move, Duran Kate was able to kill at once 3 opponents who possessed the 3rd degree. The fiery dragon noted that if someone becomes the owner of the 3rd degree, he will still not be able to resist someone who has a very good pedigree. Meanwhile, the pink particles continued to fall on people, making them stronger. The nephew offered the White Snakes to fight together against the 5 remaining monsters. After seeing how his nephew easily killed 3 rank 3 heroes, the White Snake was a little frightened by his relative's power. Duran Keith's uncle began to look at his nephew with distrust, suspecting him that he wanted to get stronger for the deaths of many people. The spirit of Master Damon, who was watching what was happening, saw that the voice of the White Snake agreed with his nephew that it would be better to fight the enemy together. In the same way, Master Damon highly appreciated the abilities of Yang Shi, who, while in Duran Keith's body, killed 3 carriers of the 3rd degree with one blow. Meanwhile, Mr. Yam Mad used his ability against the Broken Lotus Queen. Yam Mad sneakily attacked the girl from behind and entangled her hands and feet with a strong rope. Having confused his partner, the scoundrel began to strangle her to death. Having killed the Queen of the Thwarted, Mr. Yam Mud completely took her energy and strengthened himself many times. The White Snake saw this massacre, but I will note that Mr. Yam Mud surpassed himself in cruelty. The nephew heard the White Snake's suggestion to take control of Mr. Yam Mud first, and immediately agreed to it. The main character reflected that Mr. Yam Mud is very treacherous, and although the representatives of the other world lost 90% of their army, they got 3 warriors of the 3rd degree. Meanwhile, the treacherous Yam Mud offered the White Snake to deal with the fiery dragon that the nephew had turned into. The White Snake rejected such a shameful offer from his opponent and ordered his nephew to attack him as soon as possible. Realizing that he had very little chance of survival, Mr. Yam Mad decided to run away, heading in the direction of the flying whale. The flying whale made a powerful sound that made Mr. Yam Mad stop. Hearing the sound made by the whale, the White Snake was immediately able to understand that an enemy of the 4th degree had appeared. Looking at the whale, Mr. Yam Mad could not figure out where another powerful opponent came from. Instead of a whale, the Master of Light Eclipse, one of the more powerful carriers of the 4th degree, appeared before the participants of the duel. Seeing him, Yam Mud, that White Snake immediately cried out in despair, seeing in front of them a representative of the powerful Alfonso family. The 2 former opponents politely bowed their heads in greeting to the more powerful hero. Looking at the battlefield, the memory of the Light Eclipse noted with satisfaction that Master Damon was not looking for it, but really found the Stone of Wisdom in these places. Tears of joy rolled down the cheeks of the Master of Light Eclipse when he imagined that with the help of wisdom stones, he would be able to revive his daughter. In his mind, the Lord of the Fourth Degree decided that he would do everything to revive his daughter, even if Master Damon was against it. But all humanity would remain without hope. Having made such a decision, the Lord of the Light Eclipse extended his hand to the Stone of Wisdom. Master Damon was horrified to realize that the Master of the Light Eclipse has an energy absolutely identical to him. That is, he can remove Damon's seal. Mr. Light Eclipse took a few steps and passed through the barrier that no one could cross until now. The protagonist saw that he understood the potential of a person of the Fourth Degree. Master Damon's spirit offered the survivors to target them 3 times in order for them to attack the Lord of the Light Eclipse. Everyone present looked intently at Mr. Light Eclipse. The White Snake carefully asked if the Lord of the Light Eclipse really wanted to get the Wisdom Stone. Hearing an affirmative answer, Duran Kate's uncle got up on the ground and suggested that the Lord of the Light Eclipse first ask his sword. Mr. Light Eclipse was very surprised that the White Snake dared to stop him. Looking carefully at the fiery dragon, Mr. World Eclipse asked if I was also on the side of the White Snake. The main character, who controlled the body and consciousness of Duran Keith, mentally decided to open up and hold another ace up his sleeve. After fighting, the fiery dragon assured that he would fight on the side of the White Snake. Mr. Yam Mad unexpectedly said that he would also like to experience the power of the Fourth Degree. Looking with slight irony at his opponents, the Lord of the Fourth Degree declared that he would play with them first. The White Snake used his most powerful snake against the Light Blackout. With a presist in his eyes, the Lord of the Fourth Degree asked if they were aware that they were on different levels with him. Mr. Light Eclipse noted that he only needs one finger to repel all attempts, and so on him whom, because this is the difference between T of the third and fourth degree. With a light snap of his fingers, the opponent sent an incomprehensible sphere in the direction of the White Snake. The White Snake opened its mouth and swallowed the sphere. Seeing that this Mr. Light Eclipse mentally gave the command to destroy, the snake began to disintegrate from the explosion. Together with the totemic White Snake, its owner, Duran Kate's uncle, began to crumble. Since the White Snake had the ability to regenerate, which I gave him the Stone of Wisdom, his hand quickly grew back. Mr. Light Eclipse was not going to stop and attacked Yam Mad. Torn in half, Mr. Yam Mad admitted that it was a mistake to fight the Lord of the Fourth Degree on the side of those who were weaker. The next light sphere was directed by Mr. Light Eclipse in the direction of the fiery dragon, which was trying to hide so as not to be hit. Catching up with his sphere, the main character destroyed it. Master Diamond's spirit pointed out that most likely only a master of the Fourth Degree could defeat the Light Eclipse. Meanwhile, the White Snake could not believe that his nephew was stronger than him. Hiding behind the wall, the White Snake began to observe the events on the street. The White Daredevil also managed to block the blow of the Light Eclipse master aimed at him. Mr. Light Eclipse was very confident in himself and did not believe that the White Snake would be able to block his blow. Master Damon's spirit felt that the White Snake was about to receive the Fourth Degree. The White Snake hovered in the sky without moving and trying to improve its abilities. Suddenly, the White Snake began to enjoy the energy seeping in from all sides. Having become stronger, accompanied by his and Dark Snake's, Duran Kate's uncle again attacked Mr. Light Eclipse. Master Damon's spirit was rooting against the Lord of Light Eclipse and wished the White Snake to use more power and break the seal. Mr. Light Eclipse also saw a threat in the White Snake because he almost broke the seal and did not increase his capabilities. The main character transformed in reverse into Duran Keith and felt that the White Snake was almost approaching the fourth stage. Young Shi wondered if the White Snake could now split or melt or turn into energy. Attacked from all sides, Mr. Light Eclipse began to tell that he wants to resurrect his daughter, and therefore he has nothing to do with the problems of humanity. Master Damon's spirit advised the opponents of Mr. World Eclipse to increase their efforts a little more because the seal is almost broken. Suddenly, the master saw that Mr. Light Eclipse wanted to carry out an insidious secret attack and decided to prevent him. The Lord of the Fourth Stage fired several arrows of light towards his opponents. Before hitting the target, the arrows hit the energy barrier that was placed in them by the spirit of the Daemon Master. The spirit of the Master was satisfied, and he managed to weaken the light arrows as much as possible. Noting that only the Wisdom Stone has a price, Mr. Light Eclipse continued to fire arrows at the White Snake. A new batch of arrows broke through the protective barrier that the spirit of the Master put on them. All the arrows hit the target and caused the White Snake a lot of pain. Together with the White, The white snake felt that he was within steps of the transition to the fourth degree. A sudden explosion showed that there had been a transition between degrees. Having overcome various difficulties, the white snake received the fourth degree of spiritual development. Looking at the white snake, Mr. Light Eclipse noted that his attacks were probably a little late. The white snake agreed that his opponent was a little late and asked if you could thank him by offering to inflict twice as much pain as he received from him. Looking in the direction of Mr. Yam Mad, the white snake said that he had to perform another mission, and wondering what he meant, Mr. Yam Mad cried out in terror. The white totem snake swallowed Mr. Yam Mad without delay. Pointing to Mr. Light Eclipse, the white snake swore to his nephew that I would only win from him and share the Stone of Wisdom with Duran Keith. In turn, Mr. Light Eclipse advised his uncle not to hurry because he was expecting 2 lords of the fourth degree who were coming to help him. The white snake became alert and reported that it felt the approach of 2 powerful analytical fields. At the same moment, an azure blue master, number 003 wind god named Ouyang Guang He, appeared to help the black light eclipse master. Seeing the Stone of Wisdom, these 2 also wanted to have it. Addressing the new arrivals, the representative of the Alfonso family said that he was offering a deal to give the white snake and his nephew in exchange for the Wisdom Stone. The representative of the blue race noted that the Alfonso family is one of the richest and most influential on the planet. Mr. Light Eclipse rudely replied that he did not consider it necessary to listen to the opinion of dirty representatives of the blue race. Number 003 Ouyang Guang Haye called for an end to idle chatter and pointed out that the Wisdom Stone must belong to their family. Master Damon's spirit was very annoyed by the fact that a fight between such powerful opponents could not begin. In order to speed up the events, the spirit of the master suggested to the wind god that the white snake, as a representative of the Osid plane, has already caused a lot of trouble and it needs to be stopped. Heeding the advice of the spirit, Ouyang Guang, he decided to attack the white snake with a blow of pure wind to destroy this threat to the planet. Having concentrated all his energy, the god of the wind delivered a powerful blow to the white snake's nose. Instead, Ouyang Guang He's fist went through the void without harming the opponent in any way. Seeing that the wind god could not cope, the Lord of Light Eclipse decided to join the fight. To help the wind god, Mr. Light Eclipse used the Shield of Righteous Light technique. The white snake received a powerful blow, but realized that these 2 forces that attacked it absorbed each other, but realized that it could not cope with 2 opponents. Politely turning to the Lord of the Light Eclipse, the white snake noted what mercy could do for him. Suddenly, the white snake felt someone stab him with a sword from behind, which surprised him very much. A representative of the blue race sneaked up from behind and struck the white snake to death. The main character who controlled the bodies of the nephew of the white snake was amazed by such treachery. The last thing that the white snake could advise Duran Kate was to sew up as soon as possible. Yang Shi, although he was the white snake's nephew for only half a day, he managed to like the white snake, so the boy promised to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, the Wisdom Stone that had come to life pushed its casket back against the wall, laughing. Demonically laughing, the Stone of Wisdom flew up. Yang Shi remembered that only the demonic writing he possessed could subdue the stone. The main character received a demonic letter from Master Qian, once together with Master Bitch Diamond's chemistry diaries. Meanwhile, the Stone of Wisdom felt that he was completely free, and he was very happy about it. The trio of losers looked up at the stone they couldn't even get close to, and continued to discuss who it belonged to. A confident voice that said that the Stone of Wisdom belongs to the Union of Judges forced those present to return. Mr. Pig from the Union of Judges appeared behind the backs of those present, holding a demonic letter in his hand. Heading to its owner, the Stone of Wisdom was forced to admit that Master Damon had outplayed him again. Finally, the Stone of Wisdom was taken in hand. It found its master in the face of one of the zodiacs of the Union of Judges. The representative of the blue race, the Lord of Light Eclipse, and the Wind God surrounded the Pig Lord who held the stone in his hands from all sides. Mr. Light Eclipse could not understand where the new competitor came from, so you simply ordered him to give him the stone. A representative of the blue race was also surprised to see one of the judges with his own eyes. The Wind God offered a deal according to which the judges would share the Stone of Wisdom with him. Then you would help Mr. Pig to escape. Mr. Pig apologized to the God of Wind and thanked him for the offer, noting that the stone and wisdom were very much needed by their union. Ouyang Guang. He seriously inquired of Mr. Pig how the judges' union wanted to use the wisdom stone. Mr. Pig replied to the Wind God that they needed at least a wisdom stone to revive the dragon. The god of war was shocked when he heard that people could be resurrected with the help of a stone. A representative of the blue race confirmed that the stone of wisdom can be used anywhere, but first of all it was used for resurrection. Having heard about the resurrection, the gentleman could not stand the light eclipse and cried out for the stone to be given to him, because if not, he will destroy the union of judges. The blue warrior noted that he supports Alphonse's family in the fight against the union of insect judges, with whom they have been at enmity for a long time. Touching Mr. Pig's shoulder, the wind god also noted that the artifact belongs to all of humanity, and the union of judges cannot so easily appropriate it. Mr. Pig appreciated the noble behavior of the wind god, but replied that 2 representatives who have the 4th degree are not a problem for him. Mr. Pig's answer surprised Ouyang Guanghe, because the 4th degree is a very serious and dangerous level. The god of war added that if Mr. Pig is confident in himself, then he will not interfere, noting that he allows the 2 opponents to do their best, but at the same time he will only observe. Mr. Light Eclipse and the representative of the blue race looked at each other, trying to figure out who would start attacking. Mr. Pig, seeing the lack of determination of his opponents, said that if they are not going to fight, he will leave. Having lost his patience, Mr. Light eclipsed to the right a powerful blow in the direction of Mr. Pig. The beam hit Mr. Pig in the side, but did not harm him in any way. Mr. Pig thanked that his opponent showed great strength, but apologized that she did not work on him. Using the ability of teleportation, Mr. Pig invited all those present as a guest to the union of judges. Before the eyes of the stunned heroes, the teleportation portal collapses, and Mr. Pig disappears from the room together with the Stone of Wisdom. The god of the wind was more surprised than anyone, because after such a powerful light blow, which was inflicted on him by the master of light eclipse, he should have died. The representative of the blue race was also amazed, because he did not understand how a simple zodiac sign could survive the impact of the beam. The main character from the body of Duran Keith watched the surprise of his opponents and could barely contain his laughter. Mr. Pig successfully teleported to Team Mission Number 5, leaving the Wisdom Stone in the virtual cube. Yang Shi thought that after going through great trials and the death of loved ones, he finally had the Stone of Wisdom in his hands. The only thing that cheered up the mood of the main character was that he would now use all the capabilities of the artifact to the fullest. The god of the wind noted that since the Stone of Wisdom disappeared, it also leaves the scene of events. Watching as Ouyang Guanghe, Mr. Light Eclipse understood whether the stone and his last hope for the resurrection of his daughter might not give up. Seeing the light eclipse of the master, the Azure Blue offered him help in finding a union of judges if he dares to go on the terrain of the 4 seas. Mr. Light Eclipse was indignant and said that he does not consider blue people to be people and despises judges more than judges. With these words, Mr. Light Eclipse dissolved into the air. The representative of the blue race noted that his vis-a-vis acted rashly. The main character in the form of the nephew of the white snake approached the blue from behind, and he quickly turned around. With horror, Yang Shi imagined for a moment that the blue scum could predict the future. Turning to Duran Keith, Blue noted that it was necessary to commemorate the death of his relative because he was the lord of the 4th degree. Before leaving the place of events, Blue noted that out of many people, only a few can understand the true meaning of obtaining the 4th degree as only the beginning of the great path. Meanwhile, the main character was in the estate of a mysterious turtle and tried to talk to the Stone of Wisdom, whether it was the spirit of Master Damon who sat there. The bound Stone of Wisdom lay motionless. The Stone of Wisdom suddenly flew up and asked to be untied. Master Damon, who appeared from the stone, grabbed his head and noted that he was collecting energy for the regeneration of bodies, and only a small part became a source of energy. The main character asked the spirit of the master why he needed a source of energy. The guy's interlocutor did not want to ask questions until he gave him access to oxygen. Master Damon said that he turned into the Stone of Wisdom because he soaked in all kinds of energy there and turned them into internal sources. Because the source of energy allows you to fulfill your wishes. The spirit offered to give the main character 1/3 of the energy, but in return he would set him free. To begin with, the guy suggested that the spirit of the master fulfill his little dream. Master Damon was very happy to think that he had managed to convince the boy to let him go and offered his best wishes. Yang Shi carefully looked at his interlocutor and wished to be the strongest in the Osid plane. Such a desire confused Master Damon's spirit. Seeing the spirit's reaction, the boy suggested that he change Osid so that no one could attack the azure plane. Such correction of desire further stunned the Daemon Master's spirit. After a few hours, the main character admitted that he was just mocking the spirit of the old master, but now he seriously said that he wanted to. The boy called Feifei and ordered the spirit to turn his sister back into a normal person. The spirit of the old master agreed, noted that it would not be a problem for him. The girl was a little scared when she came under a powerful energy beam. Yang Shi advised the girl not to worry, and that she would surely return to normal soon. The process began, and the main character's sister floated in a powerful energy beam. Looking at Feifei, he thought to himself that now he must see that nothing bad happened to his sister. After a brief stay in the energy flow, Feifei let herself down on the floor again. This time, his real sister appeared in front of the main character without admixtures of the blue race. Yang Shi was very frightened when his sister fainted and fell into his arms. Master Daemon's spirit reassured the boy by explaining that cleansing from the blue race takes a lot of energy. The girl must get some sleep, then everything will be fine with her. Looking at his sleeping sister, Yang Shi noted with satisfaction that his wish had come true. The main character noted, being at his sister's bedside, that there are still many unresolved issues ahead, such as the blue race and the people from the Osid Plain. The spirit of the master decided to remind himself and point out that he had already used 1/3 of his power and returned the human form to Sister Yang Shi, and it was time for the boy to let him go. The main character carefully looked at Daemon and asked in disbelief if he really used 1/3 of his energy. The spirit of the master answered that, unlike people, stones never lie. Araski of the blue race take a lot of energy to remove them. Unexpectedly, the spirit of the master, who turned into a stone of wisdom, was very frightened by something. Daemon felt that the main character was tightly compressed, so he ordered the spirit of the master to teach him how to control the energy. The main character was very happy when he realized that the stone of wisdom could not refuse his request. The stone of wisdom angrily noted that the boy was also very greedy. 3 paths opened up for Yang Shi: the right of preservation, the right of rift, and the right of energy. The boy already felt how these 3 paths are filled with energy. If the 4th path opens, the main character will move to the 4th stage of spiritual development. The 4th degree was not an end in itself for the main character, because he wanted to get something more powerful. The stone of wisdom that was in Yang Shi's hands became almost transparent from the fact that the boy extracted all the energy from it. Receiving the 4th way, called the theft of abilities, the boy understood that this is the law of grip. The process of transition to the 4th stage finally exhausted the main character, and he lost consciousness. Sister Yang Shi walked over to the bed where the main character was, resting after the transition to the 4th stage. The boy opened his eyes and saw Feifei in front of him, who was very concerned about his condition. Holding his head, the protagonist, who had not fully regained consciousness, began to ask his sister strange questions. Feifei saw that her brother was a little out of his mind and suggested that he go home. Little by little, the boy remembered that he was not the lazy person he was before, but the leader of the judges' union and a 4th degree expert. Yang Shi reassured his sister by assuring her that she had already returned to normal, then asked her how she would be without the sprouts of the blue race inside. Feifei joked that she felt that her appearance had suffered. The main character tapped the girl on the forehead with a knife, reminding her that all the experts of the 4th degree are hunting for the artifact that turned her into a person. Looking at her brother, the girl asked if he had also reached the 4th degree. The guy explained that, as it turned out, the skill of stealing abilities did not take away the sphere of strings that would help him develop the 4th degree. Feifei was very interested in this, and she asked her brother to tell how the 4th degree differs from the 3rd. As it turned out, abilities are equal to strength, and the ranks from the 1st to the 3rd can only use them. And then my 4th rank begins to understand the very process of their creation. The guy added that the 4th rank was artificially created so that one could learn by himself, and those who have it are invincible against lower ranks. The sister was grateful to the main character for the fact that he told her such subtleties in a simple and accessible way. The girl drew Yang Shi's attention to how strange the wisdom stone looked. The wisdom stone looked completely transparent. Being in an exhausted state, the stone of wisdom was still able to threaten the main character that he still has something to show. When Feifei left, the main character was finally left alone with the wisdom stone and was able to solve everything. Master Daemon's spirit was outraged that the boy had absorbed the energy of him and his relatives and threatened Yang Shi with death. The boy explained to the old man that as long as he lived, his consciousness needed to be transferred, because as long as the main character lived, he would also live. Touching Master Damon's forehead with his finger, the main character used the ability to release consciousness. After releasing the Wisdom Stone's consciousness, it collapsed. Addressing the Master Daimon, the main character noted that he transferred his consciousness to another world, and now he can live freely. Master Daimon found himself in the heavenly manor, and carefully examined everything from the sides. Pointing to the pillars for members of the Union of Judges, the main character offered to choose a favorite association, and he would think about how to give the spirit of Master Daimon a body. Hearing this, the spirit of the Master could not come to his senses from joy. But you do not believe that such a thing is happening to him. The guy carefully looked at the interlocutor and noted that he was talking to him as a union leader, and there was no desire to joke. The old man was surprised to learn that the union leader was in front of him. Spreading his shoulders, the main character noted that he is the founder and leader of the Union of Judges. Master Daimon's spirit highly appreciated the boy's business abilities, such as cunning, and many others with whom a great future awaits him, so he decided to join. Finally, the old man noted that from this moment, there is no wisdom stone in the world. Pointing to one of the pillars, the spirit of the master declared that he was choosing the association of the black turtle. The boy created a new image of the turtle, which gave him the spirit of Master Daimon, and noted that it was time for the turtle to return to its place. After solving the problem with Master Daimon's spirit, the main character finally had time for other things. Yang Shi returned to the place of death of the white snake, and looking at the corpse, noted that the body would be used for scientific research. The boy was sure that the spirit of the white snake wanted the body to serve for the good of all mankind. The body lay motionless, and the boy later understood it as his suggestion. It was necessary to start the process of studying the body with its cleaning. The boy took the power vessel ability of the 4th level from the white snake and was stunned by his character. In the realm extracted from the white snake was his main ability that could oppress others. The ability of the white snake was something like a genetic chain, and the boy decided to absorb it. When absorbing the genetic chain of the white snake, all his knowledge and experience had to be transferred to the main character. It was clear that it was not so easy to absorb the power of the 4th degree. It was easier to absorb the power of the 4th level. The main character decided to divide it and absorb it in parts. I understood why one of the parts split, even though it had to be divided into several parts. Fragments of particles began to be absorbed very quickly by the main character. The main character could not understand what was happening, but he felt that he was getting closer to understanding the world. The next step was to use the Void Cube ability. The boy remembered that he used this ability only when he devoured light. But first, he had to bring the copy to the 4th level. Moving step by step, the main character understood what the Kingdom of Emptiness is. After reaching this understanding, Yang Shi realized that the Void Realm itself could be transformed. Without wasting time, the main character entered the Realm of Emptiness to see what this world is capable of. Flying through the realm of the void, the boy felt great power, as well as the fact that this is a completely different world from the one he came here from. It was felt that the world of emptiness wanted to tear the main character to pieces. The boy realized that everything else living in this world would have died long ago. Fortunately, the right of the Void Realm protected the boy from direct interaction with this world and allowed him to be safe. It occurred to the boy that something was missing in the realm of emptiness, which was too empty. Without thinking for a long time, the main character created an asteroid for himself, on which he placed an estate convenient for him. While resting on the sun lounger, Yang Shi reflected on the fact that he had created the safest place in the universe. After some time, the boy felt lonely in his new estate. The main character thought that the solution to the issue of loneliness could be that the estate will house a powerful user of abilities. Wasting no time, the guy decided to visit one of the strong users to try his idea. Meanwhile, events unfold on a random island in the mixed seas. An A-rank creature named Severo Borska Toad appeared on the island and attacked the island. One of the judge's union warriors named Wang Pei Ning came out to meet the frog monster. The girl managed to put a shield in front of her to repel the first attack of the dangerous frog's tongue. Wang Pei Ning understood that the monster was quite persistent. If he did not stop attacking, the girl's energy would not be enough for a long time. Wasting no time, the representative of the judge's union decided to attack the monster to finish it off with one blow. With her blow, the girl pushed the monster away, but his powerful tongue was already on its way to entangle her body. Wrapping its tongue around Wang Pei Ning, the frog held her tightly, and the girl began to say goodbye to her life. The girl saw a huge mountain stream, which scared me even more. Hello! Another representative of the Union of Judges appeared, named Mr. Pig, who noted that the girl did a good job and he would finish the rest himself. The girl found herself without the judge's mask and was very grateful to Mr. Pig that he came to help. To prove his words, Mr. Pig snapped his fingers. This click was enough to cut the tongue of the monster frog, and the girl was released. Having lost the point of support served by the frog's tongue, the girl began to fall and asked Mr. Pig for help. Finding herself in Mr. Pig's arms, the girl was a little upset and blushed. Mr. Pig put the girl on the ground, and she thanked him for saving her. The boy advised Wang Pei Ning to wear a mask and sew it as soon as possible, so that the islanders would not understand who she really is. Leaving Mr. Pig alone, the girl confidently noted that she would see him again. Watching the monster, Mr. Pig realized that his behavior is different from the others on the 5th Defense Island. It is more aggressive, and it seems that someone is controlling the monster. The frog monster decided not to wait and attack first by spitting plasma at Mr. Pig. Mr. Pig is pleased that the frog monster is trapped. After connecting the Void Realm portal ability, Mr. Pig absorbed the plasma shot of the frog monster. The Void portal both absorbed the plasma and shot it back at the toad monster. The creature did not expect such a thing to be such a weapon. The monster attacked the pig, probably to deal with it. This time, Mr. Pig prepared a portal that pulled a monster frog into it. The creature fell into the realm of emptiness, but made attempts to somehow join the inevitable. The main character, sitting in the deck chair of his estate, watched how long the monster could last in absolute emptiness. It was recorded that it only took 3 minutes for an A-rank subject monster to die in the Void Realm. After finishing his research, Yang Shi decided to somehow think about how to fill this estate with oxygen. And now he had the task of finding the Dark Turtle's physical body. Having grown up and developed, Yufeng carefully looked around and walked down the street. Unexpectedly, his teacher Yang Shi came to meet him. The boy greeted his master very politely. The protagonist asked the boy if he was used to living on the terrain of the 4 seas. The boy announced to his teacher that the place was very good and that he and Wang Ju were going to stay here for good. Yang Shi knew about his student's relationship with the girl and asked if he could borrow her for a while. In spite of all the respect for my teacher, I surprised the boy with such an ambiguous request. Seeing that he was misunderstood, the main character calmed down the student by explaining that he needed the girl in order to take the gene of abilities from her. The boy was still looking at his teacher in disbelief, and Yang Shi reassured him that it was a painless and safe process. Finally, Yufeng calmed down and promised to call his girlfriend now. Wang Ju appeared quite quickly, then asked why I was her boyfriend calling her. Looking at the man next to her boyfriend, the girl asked who he was. The main character called himself Yufeng's teacher and said that he was very pleased to meet his girlfriend. The girl was very smart and immediately understood that in front of her was the head of the union in which her boyfriend was. As the conversation continued in the middle of the street, Yang Shi suggested that she be moved to a more secluded town. The main character noted that as the girl of his student, Wang Ju has the right to know something. The girl looked at Yang Shi in fear because she did not expect that her boyfriend had any secrets. The quiet town where the main character moved Wang Ju and her boyfriend was a void realm in which Yang Shi adapted his estate to be able to receive guests. The girl carefully looked at the protagonist and her boyfriend, as if asking when they would tell her about their secret. Yufeng immediately apologized to the girl for hiding something from her, which caused Wang Ju to tense up even more. The guy understood that she started to tell ambiguously, and asked if she understood everything correctly. The protagonist greeted the girl in the realm of void. Only after that, Wang Ju realized that the student and the boy were the same leader of the judges' union named Yu Zi. The main character finally told that the secret of his student is that he is one of the union of judges. Hearing this, the girl almost burst into tears of happiness. Yufeng saw the impression you made on your girlfriend, but I once again apologized for not telling you everything right away. The shocked girl told the boy that she's fanatical about the judges' union. Turning to Wang Ju, the protagonist said that he called the girl because he had a small request for her. Yu Zi openly stated that the girl has unique abilities, and the singer of the judges needs to take the gene of all abilities from her in order to produce an elixir. The main character added that he will take the ability gene for a reason, but the girl was given an S rank. Hearing this offer, the girl immediately rejected it. Such greed of the girl scared the main character very much, because he did not know what she could ask for her gene. Looking resolutely at the protagonist, Wang Ju declared that she did not need the elixir, she only wanted to become one of the judges. Looking at her boyfriend in love, Wang Ju added that she would like to do missions for the judges' union together. Such a request annoyed the main character even a little, but he could not refuse to fulfill it. Having finally gotten rid of the sweet couple and having received the Wang Ju ability gene, the boy hastily started research. Wang Ju's skill was transformation. As long as the Lord understands the structure of the object, he can transform it. The first time the guys came up with something strange, but it always failed. Yang Shi concentrated on making no more mistakes. This time I almost succeeded in assembling the machine, but it didn't work out all the way. During the research, it became clear that the more complex a thing is, the higher its power will be. The main character concentrated to finally achieve some success. The forces of dark matter began to merge, and finally the body that the boy was counting on came out. It was clear that this is the best body option for a black turtle. The next step is to strengthen spiritual accounting and the ability to penetrate human flesh through spiritual contact. Having completed the procedure of transferring the spirit of the black turtle into the body, all that remained was to wait for the master of the body to use it. In the heavenly estate of the Union of Judges, the main character and the black turtle were waiting for the arrival of the body of the latter. Seeing that his physical self was approaching, the black turtle could not resist, and said that he wanted to test him, and immediately received the permission of the main character. As quickly as possible, the black turtle flew to meet his physical body. There was an explosion in the sky that announced that the physical and spiritual body of the black turtle had reunited. The joy of the black turtle knew no bounds, because the body completely suited him. Yang Shi no longer had to look at the happy and naked body master, but asked him to get dressed. After getting dressed, the black turtle felt very confident. The protagonist asked how the black turtle felt in his new body, and he answered that he was crying because his nose hurt. From Yang Shi, the black turtle learned that the boy endowed him with water-type abilities and a partial heritage of a fiery dragon. The black turtle was so pleased that for this reincarnation he was glad to call the main character his father. In turn, the boy noted that the black turtle is happy early because the Union of Judges has an important assignment for him. The new member of the Judges Union immediately became serious and asked to voice what was required of him. The main character noted that he knows that such people who live on the Osid Plain are not the only ones, and it would be important for the Union of Judges to learn their way of thinking. The black turtle task included a trip to the mixed seas under the guise of a star boar to further the boar's project. Meanwhile, the black turtle was listening to the boss reading one of the fashion magazines. The boy was amazed by such behavior and asked what was wrong with the task. As if maddened by receiving a physical body, the black turtle said that he would gladly go to the territory of the mixed seas because there are very beautiful girls there. At that time, on the territory of the Free Union, Mr. Light Eclipse was trying to find out by killing ordinary residents where to find the Union of Judges. Having brought monsters with him, Mr. World Eclipse moved through the territory of the Free Union, destroying one line of defense after another. The defense staff of the Free Union constantly monitors the situation, and was outraged that it was Mr. Light Eclipse who brought monsters and destroys peaceful life. The Wind God's assistant reported that the 22nd front has fallen, and a crowd of monsters is moving towards populated areas, destroying them. Aoyang Guanghye regretfully reported that Mr. Light Eclipse has the 4th degree, and an ordinary hero cannot deal with him. But the good news is that the Wind God knows where he is going. 22. The front line was not the target of the attack because Mr. Light Eclipse with his army is moving towards the 5th defense island to find the Union of Judges. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Manor, the main character was meeting with the Phoenix to discuss a number of business matters. It was about reincarnation, but Phoenix said that a member of the Judges Union can send his spiritual body directly to the Heavenly Manor, and it will cost 90,000 points. If a member of the Judges Union wants to be reborn to the level of a black turtle, he must have at least the 2nd degree. The main character noted that members of lower degrees do not need regeneration anyway. Phoenix asked Yang Shi if there would be any further amendments to the rebirth clause. The guy looked at her carefully and answered that the most important thing is the resurrection of the dragon. The main character went to Banana Island to instruct the Qian family to spread the word about dragon resurrection. On Banana Island, the Komayaka group raised their level of abilities with the help of hunting magic meditation and achieved considerable success. Yang Chu-yu and Qian Wei-chun together progressed very quickly in hunting magic meditation, getting stronger every day. Yu-zi carefully observed the progress of the boy and girl and concluded that they progressed faster than those who used the elixir. These students were very talented, and the main character welcomed the conclusion that talent is of considerable importance. Seeing the representative of the Union of Judges, the head of the Qian family was very happy, and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Qian Bu Kui invited Yu Zi to press due into the office as soon as possible. Sitting in the office, the old master asked the main character if he had come to the Banana Island on some specific matter. The boy admitted that he came to the old master for help. Master Qian assured the representative of the Judges' Union that he would provide all the help he could. Deciding to bide his time, Yu Zi immediately revealed that the Union was planning to resurrect one of its dead members, a dragon. Hearing this information, old Master Qian almost choked on his tea. The shocked old man once again asked the boy if he understood that the Union could resurrect someone who had long since passed away. The main character calmly announced that the last few days the task of returning the dragon to life is key for the Judges' Union. No matter how much Yu Zi talked about the possibilities of union, Qian Bukui could not believe that people could be resurrected. The only problem with resurrection of the dragon may be the depletion of the only energy source on the planet. From Yu Zi's words, the old master understood that only worthy people can return. The head of the Qian family promised Yu Zi that he would bring this information to the widest possible masses. In the next few minutes, people on all social networks read that the Union of Judges is going to resurrect one of its members named Dragon. Meanwhile, Mr. Light Eclipse was enjoying coffee with milk in one of the cities on the Four Seas. The morning silence was broken by the cry of one of the residents that a new watermelon monster had appeared and wanted to kill everyone. The waitress advised the gentleman to sew up the Light Eclipse as soon as possible, but she herself had just taken the elixir of transformation into a mavka, and she understood that she would not be able to escape far with this tale. The girl's warnings did not in any way affect the behavior of Mr. Light Eclipse, and he continued to sit motionless in the chair and observe the situation. Before she could run to the water, the girl waitress turned into a mauve and realized that her end had come. The girl began to write the last message in her life on a social network, where she said goodbye to her loved ones and relatives. She also begged to resurrect her if the Union of Judges still succeeds in resurrecting the dragon. After hearing about the Union of Judges mentioned by the girl, the watermelon monster stopped. Mr. Light Eclipse approached the girl, who had almost turned into a maverick, and asked what she knew about the Union of Judges. The watermelon monster watched carefully behind him. Standing behind Mr. Light Eclipse, the watermelon monster began to scare the girl, wanting her to die. The frightened girl advised Mr. Light Eclipse to read social networks more often, where judges had been written about for several days. The monster behind Mr. Light Eclipse started to annoy him a lot. With a swift movement, the fourth-degree lord struck the watermelon monster. The girl guessed that there was a powerful expert with strong abilities standing in front of her. After a powerful blow, the watermelon monster began to melt before his eyes, but no longer posed a threat. Having dealt with the evil monster, Mr. Light Eclipse turned his head to the girl and offered to continue the conversation about the Union of Judges. The day before the press conference at which the Judges' Union will talk about the resurrection of one of its members, Yang Shi rested at the estate located in the Void Realm. Unexpectedly, the boy was surprised to feel the approach of two masters of 4 degrees, one of which was Ouyang Guanghe, and the other with more powerful energy. In order to meet the uninvited guests with dignity, the main character summoned the help of Mr. Pig, the Moon Crow, and Yu Zi, who would preside over them. Yu Zi politely greeted the guests whom few expected. Together with the already named Wind God, came an unknown lord of the 4th degree with a very powerful energy named Babel, who asked permission to be present at the press conference. Responding to the Wind God's request, Yu Zi assured him that at the press conference, the representatives of all elite and ranked heroes would be consulted. Ordinary residents could see Mr. Babel and the Wind God communicating in the sky, along with many representatives of the Judges' Union. Luo Moon was also present before the start of the press conference, and when she saw the events in the sky, she became very angry. The evil dragon could not fathom why such powerful heroes of the 4th degree as Babel and the God of Wind are on equal terms with Yu Zia and other representatives of the Judges' Union. Luo Moon's girlfriend pointed out that the judges know how to control people by using their fears, but in the city of Lugan, they behave quite like weaklings. The girl added that Dragon was much better than all the other representatives of the Union of Judges because he gave his life for the city of Luhan. The evil dragon and the girl who accompanied her were very worried that the judge would be able to resurrect the dragon. Meanwhile, Yu Zi asked the Wind God why they had arrived a day earlier than the appointed dragon resurrection. The god of the wind said that he had allegedly heard Mr. Pig, who was familiar with Mr. Light Eclipse. Mr. Light Eclipse has already invaded the lands of the four seas once to get the Stone of Wisdom, but now there is a chance to kill him. Until then, Babel was silent and noted that a light eclipse can help kill the master, but he needs to resurrect someone, and he would like to take the Wisdom Stone for a certain time. This proposal from Babel greatly surprised the representatives of the judges' union, because it was clear that he did not consult the god of the wind about his proposals. To put an end to this question, Yu-Zi replied to the babe that he could not accept his offer, as they really needed the Stone of Wisdom. The answer of one of the judges annoyed Babel, and leaving the conversation, he said that he hoped that no one would regret such a decision. Meanwhile, representatives of the Blue race gathered on the island of Moonlight. The head of the training camp gathered the students and noted that the leaders called to make the Blue race stronger. Besides, they constantly stimulated their spiritual energy. It was announced to the student that today he will have to fight for his body. Whoever falls will lose his soul and will be put on supplements. The leader added that if someone perseveres, he will rise to a completely different level of the Blue race. The three Azure Souls were asked to choose the body of the three people, Uyan Sand, Chris, and Ross. As soon as possible, the Azure Blue Souls hurried to occupy the free bodies and instantly flew into them. 3 marionettes of the Azure race were ready for use. Instead of Ross, Bruno appeared because he got lost somewhere. The leader of the Blue puppets gave them a day to get used to the body, and the next day they had to go to the 5th defense island and meet the judges there. In the same way, Mr. Eclipse was in a hurry to the press conference, to whom the girl whom he saved from the watermelon monster was showing the way. The press conference scene for the resurrection of the judge union representative named Dragon was ready and surrounded by spectators. Qian Dodo announced that since the Heavenly Spirit Plan was very popular, the judges union launched another program called the Earthly Demon Plan. The girl said that today, 5 masks of earthly demons will surround their masters. There is also an additional mask for which you do not need to fight, but it is enough to win it in the lottery. The winning number was 4,396, which means that the owner of the chair with this number will receive a mask of earthly demons. The girl who won had the surname Jian and was very happy with her luck. Further, according to the protocol, in order to receive the next mask, it was necessary to get 3 victories at once among participants with rank B on the stage. Chris Green's younger sister was the first to take the stage to challenge. Those present remembered her for the first press conference where she won the Elixir of Abilities in a duel on stage. Young Sandu asked Chris Green if he thought his sister could win the Earth Demon mask. The third marionette of the Blue race named Bruno liked Chris Green's younger sister very much. A very powerful warrior came out to fight against Victoria Green, who immediately warned that the girl had lost. Victoria saw the power difference between her and the opponent, and mentally began to reassure herself that she alone in this world can only stand up for herself. Pulling his hood up so less people would recognize him, Chris Green watched his younger sister carefully. The test continued and got to the point where a girl won in the class where participants with rank A compete. The Lunar Raven handed the mask to the girl and congratulated her on becoming part of the judges' union. The god of the wind and his assistant watched the competition and understood that youth and strength wins. Yangguang. He suddenly felt something behind him and turned around. Babel was sitting behind him in the lotus position, who offered to give him the Stone of Wisdom, promising to help in return. Seeing that the conflict was brewing, Yu-Zi advised the wind god not to pay attention to Babel and to save his strength, because despite the 4th level, the boy was not their opponent. Mr. Eclipse appeared in the sky together with a girl who showed him the way to the press conference, who looked very frightened and bowed politely to greet the judges. Turning to Mr. Pig, Mr. Light Eclipse offered him a duel. Yu-Zi tried to deny something, but Mr. Pig pointed out that if he was summoned to a duel, he could not help but go. Seeing the difficult situation one of the judges got into, the god of the wind offered Mr. Pig to run ahead to Mr. Light Eclipse. The wind god's trick did not work because Mr. Pig ran with him to Mr. Holy Eclipse at the same time. Mr. Pig, looking towards Mr. Light Eclipse, noted that he had already clarified everything once and for all on the island during the fight for the Stone of Wisdom. How many times will Mr. Light Eclipse repeat only one phrase that he will do everything to resurrect his daughter? The wind god prepared for a fight, and noting that since Mr. Light Eclipse wants to be killed, it will happen today. People could not believe their eyes that today there will be experts of the 4th degree. Babel joined the duel using the Sword of Immortality, which is very convenient to kill, but this time he wants to use it to protect all mankind. With these words, Babel gave the command to use the Sword of Immortality. Seeing that the shadow of the battle Sword of Immortality was on him, Mr. Light Eclipse guessed that his second opponent was also a 4th-level expert. An energy shield began to form around the audience of the press conference. Mr. Light Eclipse is very superior to the fact that a 4th-degree expert wants to protect ordinary people. Mr. Pig and the God of Wind wondered why Babel decided to attack Mr. Light Eclipse personally. Armed with arrows of light, the Lord of Light Eclipse was determined to fight. Arrows of light flew towards Mr. Pig one by one. With the help of his abilities, Mr. Pig absorbed all the arrows that attacked him. Using the technique of using the opponent's energy against himself, Mr. Pig redirected the light arrows to attack Mr. Light Eclipse. As a result of the attack, Mr. Light Eclipse was hit by his own weapon. Mr. Light Eclipse cursed Mr. Pig for using his power against him. Looking at this, the Wind God noted that no one thought that the massacre of the Lord of the 4th degree would end so quickly. A bluish-blue warrior began to approach Mr. Light Eclipse. Running up to the Lord of the Light Eclipse, the blue-blue warrior immediately sincerely offered his help. Instead, the azure warrior heard orders to first kill the pig and then deal with Yuzi. Approaching Mr. Pig, the blue-blue warrior defiantly asked him to show him his lifeline. The representative of the Union of Judges could not understand from where he was addressed because he did not see the enemy in front of him. The azure blue warrior commanded his weapon to make a cut in the pig master's body. Being invisible, the azure warrior was able to sneak up and strike with the knife. At the last second, the Wind God saw the danger and tried to warn Mr. Pig, but it was already too late. It is not known how Mr. Pig's body was cut into pieces. The audience watched in horror at what was happening on the stage, and could not believe that after the dragon, the Union of Judges would be left without Mr. Pig. Absorbed in his ability, Mr. Pig cannot understand what the move of the blue-blue warrior meant. The Pig Lord's portal absorbed his master to carry him away from a dangerous place. The azure blue warrior rejoiced at the fact that he was able to easily defeat Mr. Pig, and he defiantly shouted that the Union here was worthless. The Wind God was very shocked and could not believe that Mr. Pig had actually died. Seeing how deeply the God of the Wind grieved over the loss of the Master of the Pig, the azure blue warrior began to think about his life, which would end in the same way. Descending to the stage, Mr. Light Eclipse was surprised to ask the azure blue warrior if he had learned the secret technique of the lifeline. Yang Shi finally heard the name of the technique that caused his target to be deep wound. It occurred to the guys that if you change the direction of the attack that uses the lifeline technique, you can easily defeat the blue-blue warrior. Turning to Yuzi, the azure blue warrior threatened that if he did not receive the Stone of Wisdom, he would kill all the judges. The representative of the judges was surprised that he was being threatened by some blue-blue warrior. Behind Yuzi, he again heard Babel's voice offering help in exchange for the Wisdom Stone. Flying off to meet his opponents, Yuzi answered with a flourish that he had dealt with 2 or more experts of the 4th degree. Having flown closer to Mr. Light Eclipse and the azure blue warrior, the representative of the Judges' Union immediately offered to surrender. Yuzi's 2 opponents only laughed and mocked him because they were very confident in their abilities. In turn, Mr. Light Eclipse noted that they have nothing against him personally to the Union of Judges, and if you give the Stone of Wisdom, no one will be hurt. Yuzi stood motionless, looking at his opponents. In the next step, the representative of the Union of Judges took out the Stone of Wisdom from his pocket. After showing the opponent that he had the Wisdom Stone, Yuzi invited them to approach him and take it if they were not afraid, of course. The presence of the Wisdom Stone in Yuzi's hands attracted the attention of all his opponents. Seeing the stone, Babel dreamed of resurrecting Amin. While Yuzi knew very well that the true Wisdom Stone no longer existed, everyone else mistook the fake stone in his hands for the real one. The first one who wanted to receive the Stone of Wisdom, the master could not stand the Light Eclipse, and with a wild cry rushed to attack Yuzi. To counter the powerful attack, the boy used his metal control ability against the attacker. Mr. Light Eclipse was very surprised when he thought that Yuzi wanted to stop his 3rd stage abilities, and he laughed cheekily at this. The representative of the Azure race was even more pleased with Yuzi's answer, who felt very self-confident after defeating Mr. Pig. The representative of the Union of Judges was not mocked in any way, because he wanted his opponents to experience the secret technique of creating metal with 1% control. At the boy's command, a huge molten metal ball loomed over our opponents. The blue-blue warrior was in despair because he realized that he and Mr. Light Eclipse had fallen into a serious trap, believing that they were dealing with a weak opponent. The red-hot metal orb began to absorb Mr. Light Eclipse, who shouted, calling Yuzi a true monster. To end Mr. Light Eclipse, the representative of the judges' union clenched his fist. Unexpectedly, Mr. Pig appeared behind Yuzi, intact and unaffected. Seeing Mr. Pig, the blue warrior was scared for a joke, because he cannot understand that Mr. Pig can have more than one lifeline. Connecting the wisdom stone to the energy of the planet, Yuzi commanded the dragon to rise again. Sealed in the metal vapor, the Light Eclipse could not calmly watch as his dream of the resurrection of his daughter crumbled before his eyes. Having broken the seal, the desperate father rushed to take the stone of wisdom for himself, but felt that he had nothing to breathe. Having broken Yuzi's seal, Mr. Light Eclipse found himself in the portal of the void, which finally absorbed him. The Azure Warrior was enraged by such treachery on Yuzi's part and wanted to kill him at any cost, but one small piece of metal that the boy used stood in the way. The small piece of metal that Yuzi threw at him pierced the stunned blue warrior right through. Meanwhile, the dragon began to appear 3 by 1. Mr. Light Eclipse, who was still struggling with the void portal, understood that he had lost his last chance to return his daughter. In order to take revenge on everyone, Mr. Light Eclipse decided to make the last powerful explosion that only his energy was capable of. God the Wind is ahead of everyone, that if you don't stop the Light Eclipse, he will self-destruct. His energy will be enough to finally destroy the 5th defensive island, Ouyangguang. He decided to stop Mr. Light Eclipse himself and summoned the spirit of the Wind Lord to do so. Strong gusts of wind began to destroy the ring of fire that the Light Eclipse Master had created around himself. The gusts of the powerful wind suppress the energy that is concentrated for the explosion, but disperse it. The exhausted wind god owns or understands that he did everything he could and that he managed to prevent the explosion of Mr. Light Eclipse. Looking at the powerless master, the light eclipse of the wind god means that he will not be able to harm anyone anymore. Meanwhile, the dragon is appearing more and more in the sky. The boy's heart begins to beat and Yuzi orders him to resurrect one last time. The dragon wakes up and looks around. Seeing other representatives of the judges' union around him, he begins to think that he is in hell. Turning to his brothers, the dragon is shocked and asks whether the union of judges has been completely destroyed on Earth. Yuzi and Mr. Pig told the dragon what really happened, calming him down a bit. Approaching the stunned Mr. Light Eclipse, the wind god offered him to surrender and go to the Supreme Court to receive punishment. Seeing that the dragon was resurrected, Mr. Light Eclipse saw that the last chance for the resurrection of his daughter was lost, and this plunged him into great despair. Enraged, Mr. Light Eclipse assured that if he does not die, he will take everyone with him. Once again, powerful energies that were able to destroy the 5th defense island began to turn over the angry lord of the 4th degree. Stunned, the wind god who had just taken away the self-destruction of the lord of the light eclipse suddenly did not know what to do because his energy ran out. Satisfied with his self-destruction, Mr. Light Eclipse assured everyone that no one would stop him. A battle sword of immortality appeared in the sky, and Babel said that it was necessary to destroy the Master of Light Eclipse before he destroyed all the rest. I understood that the spectators were in a hurry to leave the scene of the event because of the dangerous situation. At that time, Chris Green, who turned into a blue puppet, was killing people left and right. He is prevented from becoming a father by his younger sister, Victoria Green. Looking at his father, Chris Green noted that he was just useless junk. Looking at his father, Chris Green, what he didn't expect to see already revived him, who in turn was amazed at how much his son had changed. Victoria Green couldn't stand it and threw herself on her brother's chest, telling how she missed him. Chris Green tried to make a fool of himself by telling the girl that she confused him with someone. Looking at her brother, Victoria assured that she knew among thousands of people. Unexpectedly, the girl felt that the one whom she considered her brother had treacherously wounded her. Victoria was shocked by how her brother treated her and asked why he did it. The representative of the blue race, which was now Chris Green, told the girl in a whisper that in this world you can trust only one person, yourself. The wounded girl fell to the ground without strength. Turning around, Victoria Green saw her brother fatally stabbing his own father. Little by little, the girl was included in the household, but she could not understand why the older brother had done this to their family. Concentrating all his last strength, Lord Light Eclipse summoned the spirit of the golden idol. Just this golden idol, Babel could only use his battle sword of immortality. In turn, Yuzi saw that the true face of Mr. Light Eclipse was able to master the idea of the familiar foundations, and now he will be able to obtain the golden liquid from his blood. The eyes of the representative of the court union have become like electronic microscopes that see through everything. The golden liquid laid out all the cards for Yuzi. Now he has an understanding of how the universe is built. Having learned everything he needed, Yuzi decided to finish the light eclipse with Mr. The boy pressed on the force field to deprive Mr. Light Blackout of access to energy. In a second, not a trace was left of the powerful owner of the fourth degree. Mr. Light Eclipse still could not understand that he was just being played with, and no one would allow him to end his life by self-destruction and blow up the fifth guard island. Babel noted that in this world, energy is worth nothing compared to Yuzi. Turning to Yuzi, the stunned Mr. Light Eclipse in desperation repeatedly asked what kind of monster he was. Yuzi's interlocutor apologized for the monster and noted that if the boy manages to break the chains of the Galaba planet, the news about him will spread throughout the universe. Trying to poke his heels, Mr. Light Eclipse began to dissolve in the air, noting that he was no match for Yuzi. Watching the former opponent flee, the wind god noted that the expert of the besieged plane had died shamefully. Unexpectedly for the Light Eclipse Master, Yuzi's raft intercepted him and disrupted him. Yuzi could not let the enemy go so easily without taking away his ability. Having received the ability of the fourth degree, the boy understood that she needed to be delivered to the estate and thoroughly studied. Suddenly, Yuzi felt the wind god's hand on his shoulder, and then he asked to give him the body of a person from another dimension who was the master of Light Eclipse. The young man agreed, noting that he still had to repay the wind god for his help, and also asked him to look after their union on the terrain of the four seas. In Yuzi's mind, he understood that he had already taken the ability away, and giving his body for experiments would be a good sign for future cooperation. The wind god was so moved that he offered Yuzi, despite the age difference, to switch to you and be brothers. The boy was also forced to agree to this strange offer. After difficult, interesting, and intense adventures, the main character rested in the estate that we had in the realm of the void. On the threshold of one of the rooms, Victoria Green appeared, whom the boy saved and cured in his estate. The main character was very pleased that the girl finally woke up. The guy told Victoria that when he found her, she was lying in a pool of blood and almost without strength, but he saved her and cured her. Handing the girl the mask of the judges' union, the main character noted that he found it in her stomach during the operation. The girl said that her older brother Chris Green did all this. Victoria knelt down and tearfully told that she saw with her own eyes how her older brother beat her father before her eyes. Unexpected, Valeria Green unbuttoned her skirt and said that it was all about revenge for her father. Yuzi ordered the girl to get dressed quickly, especially since the Azure Blue race is the first thief of the Union of Judges. That is, they will deal with them in any case. The guy advised Victoria to work on strengthening the position of her family, which suffered a lot from the Blue race, and promised that the Union of Judges would help her. The main character, as a representative of the Union of Judges, concluded an agreement with Countess Green, who was currently the main representative of this family. Fei Fei was swimming in the pool with the other girls. It occurred to the girl that another time when they would bathe together, she would use her shape-shifting ability to rub Yuron's nose. Suddenly, through the magic crystal, the girl felt that her brother was calling her. In a minute, Fei Fei was already in her brother's room, and she asked why he called her. The girl threw herself on Yangxi's neck, but he said that she was already very grown up and it was time to behave in a relationship. Fei Fei replied to her brother that compared to Yurong and the other girls, she was still a little wild. The protagonist threw his sister on the bed and said that it was time to teach her a lesson. Looking seriously at his sister, Yangxi declared that he had come to see her on a very serious matter. The girl asked if the energy could reach the fourth degree. Yangxi explained that the crystal only helps to understand the new laws more quickly, but provides a guarantee that it will be easy to reach the fourth degree. These words offended Fei Fei, and she pointed out that she should not be underestimated. A powerful energy beam just fell from the sky into the main character's room. The beam hit the girl and gave her even more energy and access to knowledge. After such a blow, Fei Fei could hardly catch her breath. The girl winked at her brother and reported with satisfaction that after the impact of the beam, she managed to advance further to the desired fourth degree. The boy asked what law or revelation of what plan Fei Fei had mastered now. This time, Fei Fei advanced by 2% in the law of resurrection. However, the girl noted that this is not just healing, but that the law of resurrection has great potential when she is irritated. Left alone, the main character decided to experiment with the Void Realm. This time the boy studied the magic law. Suddenly, young Shi felt some waves coming out of the void. Sometimes the blue marionette in the image of Chris Green, feeling the powerful forces in himself, killed monsters and people left and right. The blue owner of Chris Green, seeing what he was doing, asked with horror why he was doing all this. Seeing his master, the boy pretended to say hello and regretted missing him. Suddenly, Chris Green's mouth turned into a toothy tentacle for absorption. The Azure Master did not immediately understand the danger of such a transformation and noted that even as his ward learned the absorption ability, he forgot the difference between the third and fourth degree. Chris Green noted that he should not have forgotten about the difference because he had been waiting for this day for a long time, which scared the Blue Master even more. In an instant, the Azure host was engulfed in a jagged tentacle that Chris Green used instead of a mouth. An azure blue crystal flew from Chris Green's forehead. The boy held it in his hand and realized that the crystal became lighter, but decided not to use it until a certain time. After getting rid of the blue crystal, Chris Green felt that there was much more space in his head. The main character in the image of UZ arrived on the 5th defensive island to deal with the problem that arose there. His new friends Babel and the Wind God were already waiting for the boy on the island. When the Wind God asked why Mr. Pig didn't come, the main character answered that he takes care of the dragon and helps him adapt. Yang Guang. He said that he and Babel came earlier and studied the whole place, but they did not find any traces, although it is clear that someone in the cave passed to the 4th degree. The main character asked if the God of the Wind was sure that the transition was made by a person and heard that one of the judges had become an expert of the 4th degree. Such a statement surprised Yutzi very much, because he was sure that no one in the Union rose above the 3rd degree. The God of the Wind became uncomfortable that he had accused the Union of judges of something, and he offered to go together and figure everything out. Meanwhile, in a new hot continent in a city called Bright, representatives of various organizations have gathered to discuss a possible attack by humans. The meeting was opened by the head of the Mercenary Guild, who invited everyone present to express their opinion about a possible attack by humanity. The chairman noted that there are data according to which humanity is soon planning a counteroffensive. If it is not prepared, it is possible to lose influence on the territory of the Free Union. The purple crystal python, which represented the Animal Guild, in turn noted that there is nothing to worry about, because they keep humanity on a short leash. After hearing the words of the python, Platinum Deacon Octi, who represented the Federal Alliance of the city of Wei, objected that the Free Union is no longer the union it was a few years ago. Python, in turn, noted that all the monsters they send to Earth have a seal of rage, and even the Judges' Union will not be able to do anything with them. The Seal of Rage spell affects monsters in such a way that they become afraid of being killed and therefore fight quite effectively. The purple python confidently remarked that with such an army, they would be invincible. The head of the Mercenary Guild said that their union has a weapon called a secret seal. Likewise, the chief mercenary added that he proposes to send one expert of the 4th degree from each of those present to the arbitrary union, in order to prevent the interference of the union of judges. Bernardo, the Imperial Tower General present at the meeting, unexpectedly refused to take part against the Free Union. This statement made the Platinum Deacon think and scared the purple python. The general of the tower pretended to be a fool and advised him to find out the reasons of his lord, because from the conversation he had with them, he understood only that the Red Empire should not be involved in anything. Looking at the general tower, the head of the Mercenary Guild understood that the Red Empire had deliberately sent such a stupid representative to make it clear about non-interference. The chairman of the meeting asked for attention to introduce another member of the mission instead of Bernadette's empire. A marionette of the blue race, Chris Green, greeted the audience. The appearance of the blue representative angered the Platinum Deacon. The purple python was indignant that the head of the assembly involved them in the affairs of representatives of the blue race who steal bodies and use them. The chairman called everyone to be quiet and noted that because the Bernadetto Empire does not support them, the rest must agree to the participation of a representative of the blue race. Pointing to Chris Green, the head of the Mercenary Guild assured everyone that the representative of the blue race would be loyal to them. The more the seal of the Alliance is already on his brain. Chris Green showed off the Alliance seal he had on his forehead. Hearing that the representative of the Azure race had the seal of the Alliance, the Platinum Deacon immediately agreed to cooperate with him. The purple python immediately changed his anger to kindness and noted that all races have bad guys and good guys. Looking at these naive personalities, Chris Green thought that he would just as quickly get rid of the Alliance seal as soon as he needed it. Out loud, the marionette of the blue race declared that he would help his new friends. Having agreed to the presence of a representative of the blue race in their company, the head of the mercenary guild suggested the development of a plan to his colleagues. At a meeting of the leadership of the Free Union, the Wind God talked about what happened in the cave and offered to strike back at the other worlds. Those present made various suggestions on how best to attack other worlds so that they eventually stopped terrorizing the Earth. After listening to the opinions of his colleagues, Ouyang Guang, he noted that the main problem lies in the fact that humanity does not understand how people from other worlds think. Unexpectedly, the voice of another attendee was heard in the office. It was Yu Zi, who offered the help of the judges in solving the issue with other worlds. The Wind God did not expect help from the judges' union, so he happily greeted Yu Zi and thanked him. The main character reported that the judges will send Mr. Pig on reconnaissance to another world. He will infiltrate the enemy's base and collect the necessary information. In his soul, the Wind God rejoiced like a child, because the help of the union of judges would significantly strengthen the position of humanity. Meanwhile, Durant Kate returned to his native island of Red Frost. The boy felt the joy of breathing the air of his native land again. Durand's uncle appeared from afar and flew to meet him together with his younger sister. Taking the form of monsters, the family joyfully met after a long separation. The boy's uncle named Hudi and his younger sister named Shui Li Kate assured the older brother that they had no doubt that he would survive. Durant Kate said that he not only survived, but also made the transition to the 3rd degree. The uncle was very happy, noting that there was no one in their family who would have reached the 3rd degree. The girl pretended that there was nothing, so there was no such thing. Addressing Durant's sister, Kate reassured the girl not to worry because she is too weak to transition. Such arrogance on the part of a relative infuriated the girl even more, and she noted that she would receive a 3rd degree while being younger than her brother now. Uncle Hude already wanted to send his nephew to rest, but before that he asked what kind of 2 of his partners who were leaving with him. The boy was forced to admit with sadness that both his friends died during the battle. The uncle reassured his nephew, noting that they are heroes for their family. Having met their hero nephew, Kate's family went home together. Observing this family, the main character was able to conclude that people from other worlds are gradually going through the rules of life of the blue planet, but the cult of power still prevails among them. A few days later, the little boy ran away from 2 thieves in the port of the island of Red Frost. Thieves were slave traders and a boy who had awakened abilities, and if you caught him, you could get a big reward. The guy was running past Durand Kate, who quickly realized what was happening. I had to save Malyi if he didn't become a victim of robot mountaineers. One of the thieves still managed to catch the child, and he pinned him to the ground, breaking his arm as he went. Durand Kate, who decided to save the boy, turned into his image of a fiery dragon. Seeing the monster, the thieves fell on the spikes, and she swore to serve the beast so that they would not be killed. The thugs were thrown back with nothing more than Durand Keith's finger. Looking at the boy, the monster asked where he wanted to die, in his mouth or belly. Shui Li Kate was annoyed that her brother couldn't kill a person for a long time and ordered him to hurry up. Durant Kate was indignant at the tone in which his younger sister tells him what to do. The girl in no way paid attention to the displeasure of the older brother and added that he was in a hurry to kill the person who made him stink. Furious at the superior tone of the younger sister, who continued to order the elder brother, Durant Kate clenched his fist even more, and the boy who was there was clamped. Cried out. Despite the request and threat of his sister, Durant Kate said that he needs a person on the team to do the dirty work, and this guy will handle it well. Returning to the island of Red Snow, Durant Kate again plunged into the atmosphere of falling in love with himself from the side of the girls. The young master asked his new employee what he was called. The boy was frightened and kept silent, not answering the questions of his new master. Looking at the boy, Durant said that Tom needs to think more about the consequences of his actions. If the boy decides to go against the owner, then let him try not to die. Realizing that it was a hint from his new master, the boy called himself Xiao Yan. Durant Kate advised the boy to work as hard as possible, and then perhaps the young master would let him go. The young master had almost finished his conversation with his new employee when he was called to the patriarch by a butler named Humphrey. Durant's father, named Burlak Kate, regretfully heard from his son the story of how his brother, the white snake, died. The boy handed his father a snake scale that remained from his uncle's white snake. Burlaka Kate, looking at the remains of her friend, remembered that when they met the white snake for the first time, they were sure that together they would become experts of the third degree. Moving on to current affairs, Senior Kate noted that the most important thing for their family now is their position in the Bright City. The task of the Kate family was to occupy the commander-in-chief of the new coalition that will be created from the 4 associations of the Bright City. The main character, under whose control was the personality of the younger Keith, was very happy when he learned such important details. At the end of Burlak's conversation, Kate reproached his son that the one who wanted to annoy his younger sister brought a slave to the estate, instead of just killing him, and asked the boy to do it. Young Kate replied that he only saw the talent in the boys, so he left his life. The father did not want to listen to anything, so he ordered Durant Keith to get rid of the slave. These words shook Young Shi's soul. What kind of control Durant was under? The special attitude of people from another world to human life. Meanwhile, Durant's younger sister had fun with her boyfriend in one of the rooms of the ancestral estate. The appearance of the older brother, accompanied by a butler and a new slave, made the girl even more excited. Young Kate, holding a sword in her hands, instead remarked, "Didn't the girl complain to her father today that he had a new slave?" The girl realized her mistake and began to justify herself, explaining to her brother that he did not understand everything that way. Durant Kate put a sword to the boy's throat and declared that he had to kill him to please his younger sister. Hearing this, the girl was very happy. She again ordered her brother to hurry up, and she will tell Uncle Kate that this problem has been solved. Young Kate agreed with her sister and promised to commit the murder. The boy to whose neck a sword was held thought that his last moment in life had come. Instead, Shueli Kate cried out, seeing that her brother's sword pierced her beloved boy. Wiping the bloody sword with a white napkin, young Kate declared that touching his slave is the same as slapping him, and whoever does it will die immediately. The girl called her brother crazy, who only wants to offend her. To reassure his sister, Durant Kate advised her to train more to reach the third degree, noting that he had gone through it himself. Burlak Kate could not believe his ears when he heard from the butler that his son had killed Jueli's most beloved servant. Dvoretsky Humphrey confirmed that the boy had opened it exactly like that. The strange behavior of his son confused the elder Keith a little, and he decided to listen to the butler's opinion about whether he did not think that Durant had changed a little since his return. According to Dvoretsky, the boy came back more violent. Humphrey's statement greatly pleased Senior Keith. He ordered the butler to go find Jueli a compensation for a new servant. The main character in the image of Durant reflected on the fact that only a representative of the 4 main forces has information, and in order not to expose himself, he cannot apply the 4th degree. The only option to access information is to make your so-called father, the swindler Keith, the head of Bright City. The main thing that Young Shi thought about the most was how the people of the Osid Plain used the meditation method. There was a knock at the door of the room, and the butler reported that dinner was ready and asked permission to serve it. The main character appreciated the speed with which the butler Humphrey works. The butler entered young Keith's room, pushing a cart with dinner in front of him. The boy decided to take control of the butler's consciousness to see if he had any interesting information. Examining the windows of memories that surfaced in the mind of the butler, the boy came across an interesting scene. In memories, the moment when Kate's family rewarded the butler with the Han Yan Dragon meditation method was seen. It was a magical crystal with a gold engraving, which people from another world call an heirloom stone. The heirloom stone collects images of circulating stream maps and post-meditation, but it is different from hunting magic meditation. Finally, Burlak Kate gave the butler a drop of the blood of the founder of their family. Finally, the main character realized that the people from the Osid Plain transmit the method of gravity together with a drop of blood. That is, blood is the key to everything. Looking at the screen, the boy realized that only from his memories, the ancient ancestor of the Kate family made 433 glasses of blood. The protagonist quickly flipped through this memory in search of another place where the transmission of the meditation method is more accessible. The guy found information that you can stimulate the body with the help of crystals and get the same safe effect as from blood essence. It was clear that if this crystal is of the alpha rank, then all flows in the body can be restored without difficulty. The discovery was very significant because it unlocked for Earthlings the knowledge of the inhabitants of the Osid Plain. It occurred to the main character to make his meditation method by concluding an agreement with the 3 forces, and this will be a step for the Union of Judges to take over the entire blue planet. In order to realize this idea, it was necessary to buy a mask stone, and this could be done on the hot mainland. Taking advantage of the butler's consciousness, the main character ordered him to behave as usual so that he would not be exposed. Finally, the office door closed, and the main character in the form of the younger Keith was finally left alone. Suddenly, the boy felt the presence of some unknown but very powerful aura in the room. Kate's family visited the well-known Clark family for dinner. The younger Clark, in order to please the boy, asked Durant about his participation in the battle. Shui Li, who was not giving the elder brother peace anywhere, pretended to ask him to tell Julie Clark about this battle in all the details. The guy modestly replied that there was nothing to tell about his participation. Old Kate and his brother Hudi, indicating that it was already quite late, declared that they were going home, and the butler volunteered to see them. Hearing that his family was going home, the younger Kate apologized to Julie Clark and promised to finish the story next time. The girl promised to visit Durant sometime to listen to the story to the end. Younger Kate willingly agreed to such a proposal. Kate's family left the Clark estate and began to get into their limousines to go home. Jokingly, Durant Kate put his hand around his sister's neck, pretending to strangle her because she was provoking him again. Suddenly, a powerful fog began to descend on the car where young Kate and Shui Li were driving. Wrapped in hoodies, the attackers announced the death to Kate's family. Burlak Kate stopped the car, got on the hood, and asked who dared to attack their family. Without thinking long, old Kate turned into the familiar image of a dragon monster to repel the attackers. Uncle Hude ordered the younger Keith to recruit his sister and so as far away as possible. Having also turned into a family monster, Hude's uncle went to help his brother. Durant Kate understood that his father and brother could not cope with the attackers, so he ordered Shui Li to go home for help, and he himself would join the battle together with his relatives. The girl ordered her brother not to die under any circumstances, because he had just received the 3rd degree, in which case she would not have a chance to take revenge. Young Kate assured his sister that he would never die and let her not even hope for it. Taking the form of a fiery dragon, Durant Kate hurried to help his father and uncle. The attacker's sword almost hit the older Keith. Durant Kate, who appeared unexpectedly, was able to prevent a treacherous shot. The boy surprised his father with his appearance, but apologized for coming too late. Uncle Hude reassured his brother by explaining that the younger Kate appeared in time and prevented a dangerous situation. Elder Kate was outraged that unknown bandits defiantly attacked them right in the city. It was also unknown who sent the bandits, but it was clear that they were some of the most powerful families of the Bright City. Burglar Kate suspected every family because someone told the bandits the exact time when they could attack. Another sneaky blow almost caught the elder Keith off guard. A timely fire strike carried out by Durant Kate was able to prevent the unexpected death of the head of the family. The fiery blow with which the younger Kate repelled the attack was clearly not commensurate with the level of abilities he had. Durant Keith's father and uncle noticed this at the same time and decided that the boy had moved to an even higher level. The main character, the one who controlled the mind and body of the younger Keith, mentally understood that the attackers themselves forced him to do it. The leader of the bandits, seeing what the younger Kate was capable of, ordered his henchmen to destroy him at all costs. Having obeyed the order of their leader, the bandits began to surround the fire dragon of the younger Keith. The main character, who controlled the personality of Durant Keith, was waiting precisely to move on to the next phase of his plan. Keith's father and uncle kept a circular defense of attackers from different sides. Instead, all the attention of the bandits was on Durant Keith. Burlak Kate saw the danger his son was in, but could not help because he was constantly being attacked. Despite the fact that they risked their lives, relatives flew to help the younger Kate. The leader of the bandits ordered to focus all attention on the attack on the much younger Keith. Meanwhile, bandits surrounded Durant Keith more and more tightly, flaunting threats to kill him today. Durant did not care for a single minute at the expense of his attackers because he wanted to demonstrate his strength to them and his relatives. Concentrating the maximum energy, the younger Kate launched a powerful energy blast. The attackers did not expect that they would face a fiery super dragon, and this greatly spoiled their plans. Disputes began between the bandits, but realizing that help from Kate's family was already on the way, they decided to retreat. Seeing that the threat retreated, Durant Kate de-transformed back into a human. Seeing that his father and uncle were approaching, the boy realized that he did not know how to explain his breakthrough to his relatives. The boy decided to pretend to be someone who had lost consciousness in order to come up with an excuse to explain his breakthrough. Uncle Hudi picked up his nephew in his arms, explaining to the elder Keith that he would recover soon, and he still couldn't cope with the energy he received after the breakthrough. Durant Kate regained consciousness and opened his eyes to see his father in front of him. The first question of the elder Keith immediately was how the boy managed to make a breakthrough. The younger explained this to his father as a time collision that helped him gain extra energy. The father agreed and told that there are things that he does not share even with his brother. Burlaka Kate told his son that there are 4 powerful clans, such as the Warriors Guild, the Bernadette Empire, the Animal Union, and the 100 Gardens Federation. The rest of the families are just pawns in their game. Initially, Bright City had to come under the control of the Federation of 100 Gardens, but the rest of the representatives did not want to give such an influential place to the new army commander. Since old Kate trusted Durant more than anyone, that's why he told only him that they were supported by the Warriors Guild. The boy heard that with the help of the Warriors Guild, Kate's family will become the head of the Bright Place, and for this, Burlaka, Kate will give them what they need. Hearing this, the main character who controlled the consciousness of Durant Keith understood that in his role as a spy, the place of the head of the Bright City was guaranteed to his father. In the voice of Durant Kate, he said that he is sure that under the leadership of the Kate family, Bright City is waiting for success. A few days later, Kate's family reunion began. Elder Kate announced that he would go to the meeting with the Guild of Warriors on his own, but his brother was against it and wanted to at least accompany him. The pimp Kate was stopped by Huday, insisting that now is not a very convenient time to bring a lot of people with him. Watching the elder Kate walk towards the meeting room, the main character was sure that the Warriors Guild had given him something for which he was so self-confident. 3 hours later, there was no word from the elder Keith, and everyone who was waiting for him was having as much fun as they could. The younger Kate pinched her sister out of boredom, and the girl cried out indignantly. Uncle Huday also couldn't find a place for himself because he was worried about the fate of his brother. The sudden silence of the Bright City was broken by a powerful dragon roar. Old Keith's brother realized that something had gone according to plan and was the first to rush to help. The whole family flew alone to help their patriarch. Help was unfortunately delayed because Burlaka Kate was lying on the ground dead. Uncle Huday was indignant and did not understand who did it. Unable to recover from grief, he blamed himself for not going to accompany his brother, who in that case might still be alive. The main character who controlled the body of Durant Kate thought that only the one who possessed the 4th degree could kill the elder, and that was exactly the platinum dragon that the deceased met. Representatives of the military delegation left the main council of Bright City and hurried to dead Keith. The main character immediately understood that they did not look like murderers. The boy's respect was attracted by the platinum deacon who was standing on the roof, but he had the 4th degree and could easily kill Burlaka Kate. The representative of the military leadership, General Chi Feng, addressing Huday's uncle, swore that they had nothing to do with the murder of his brother. Hearing this, Huday's uncle became angry because his brother went to meet the main council of the Bright City, where only representatives of the military leadership were present. General Chi Feng confidently insisted on his point and rejected all accusations of killing Burlaki Keita. Uncle Huday did not stop and pointed out that if the military was not to blame, then only the one who was standing on the roof and watching everything could have done it. Having started the accusations in his direction, the Platinum Deacon used an electric discharge to bring those who insulted him to their senses. Representatives of Kate's family received a small impression that made them cool down. Durant Kate realized that his uncle had crossed the line, politely apologized to the clothed deacon for Huday, who had just lost his brother, and was very shocked. The Platinum Deacon replied that he would not kill Huday out of respect for Burlaka Kate, and added that he had nothing to do with his death. The protagonist wondered if the elder Kate could die for the things he received from the Warrior Guild, and if the chairman of the Federation of Cities would risk killing him. Turning to Durant Kate, his sister, frightened, asked what they should all do now. The rest of Kate's family also asked Durant Kate to give them an order. Taking over the leadership of the family, Durant Kate apologized for his uncle's actions and promised to retrieve his father's body for burial. The head of the Kate family was lying in a coffin when his killer was walking on freedom. Standing in front of the coffin, Huday's uncle regretfully noted that he was the only one left of Kate's family. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the younger Keith, Huday's uncle appointed him as the head of the family. Durant Kate was pleased with this decision, and in turn asked Huday's uncle to remain the head of the family. The younger Kate decided to agree after hearing from his uncle that he is more reasonable and the one who has the potential for growth. The boy bowed to his uncle as a sign of gratitude and assured that as long as he lived, Kate's family would always grow faster and faster. Having dealt with the head of the family, the uncle showed the new patriarch the room with the ancestors. Entering the temple of Kate's family ancestors, the uncle told that throughout the history of this family, thousands of people gave their lives for her. Hude added that only those who have reached the 3rd degree can enter the temple of the ancestors and be buried in it. At the threshold of the temple of the ancestors, the guests were greeted by Evans, a person who took care of the burial. Younger Keith's uncle called Evans the butler of the past head who now takes care of the temple. Approaching Evans, Hude's uncle stated that the two of them were the only ones who knew where the birthstone and blood essence were, so he brought young Keith here early. Such words from Hude worried Evans, and he asked if he had sensed something dangerous and heard that the Kate family was threatened by a powerful enemy. Evans summoned Duran Keith to follow them to find out the whereabouts of the successors and the blood essence. The main character who controlled the consciousness of Duran Kate was very pleased that he discovered all the secrets of Kate's family so quickly. Evans opened the door of the room, which was flooded with bright light. The butler explained to the young man that this room contains the heirs and the blood elixir of Kate's family. The boy was warned not to touch either stone or blood with his bare hands until he reached the 4th degree. Touching the eastern stone, the butler awakened the energy of the dragons. Evans asked young Keith if he remembered the original shape of the legacy of the figure. Taking out a glass of blood essence, the butler said that it is quite scarce in the Keith family because there are families where elixirs are created by several ancestors. Controlling the body of young Keith, the main character wondered why people from another world hold a funeral at night. The brother of the deceased received condolences from the representative of Lord Occam. Finally, relatives and guests present at the funeral went to see Burlak Keith on his last journey. Observing the secret guests, the main character who controlled the consciousness of Duran Kate suspected that he was up to something. The boy could not understand why the mysterious guest looked so familiar. Unexpectedly, the younger Kate recognized the stranger as General Chi Feng, and it puzzled him a little. The main character remembered that the general also denied his involvement in the murder of the elder Keith, and it occurred to the boy that he also came with a pledge that he received from the Warriors Guild. While spying on a suspicious guest, the main character noticed Sholi approaching him from behind, then asked what he was doing here. The guy complained of stomach problems and was looking for a toilet. Only Duran's younger sister Kate wanted to note that the toilet is in another place, as the main character covered her mouth with his hand and announced that a stranger had entered their family. When the boy let go, Zhueli asked Junior Master Keat why she didn't complain to Uncle Hude, and found out that all 4 of them were 3rd-degree foreigners, which is why the uncle's name is Sensono. To get rid of the girl, the main character advised her to warn Uncle Hude about the threat. Watching how the girl ran to warn her relative, Yang Shi thought that it was time to take over Kate's family safe for the sake of humanity and the entire blue planet. Meanwhile, Evans, already in the room where the artifacts of the Kate family were stored, saw 3 strangers there. One of the strangers, whose face she could see, asked the butler if he was helping the new head of Kate's family to put things in order. The third unknown person was a guy with glasses who honestly admitted that he was on the territory of the estate solely for the sake of Kate's family property. A dispute began between 3 strangers who entered the territory of the Kate family estate, who would take possession of the thing that Burlaka Kate received from the Warriors Guild. Incensed by the presence of strangers, the butler Evans suggested that all 3 surrender to the arrival of family members. The strangers together decided to attack the butler, but the old man was ready for such a development. Evans transformed into a huge dragon who became an obstacle to a robber. The giant size of the dragon did not scare the attacker in any way, and he decided to use his ability against the butler. The robber, who watched the attack on the butler with glasses, noticed that the unknown person could compress lightning energy to the size of a fist. The dragon was waiting to strike him while attacking. Evans was preparing to receive a lightning strike from a stranger when young Kate stood in the way. Taking the role of a butler, the young master reproached the strangers for being ashamed and attacking the old man. The unknown bespectacled stranger was surprised at how easily Duran Kate blocked the lightning fist attack. The young master assured the butler that he would take care of the situation himself, but asked him to go and hide the things. Addressing the strangers, Duran Kate offered them to show what was in his father's safe in exchange for them not to touch his family anymore. The unknown man in glasses mocked the young master's proposal, noting that the thing they are looking for is 1, and there are 4 applicants, including General Chi Feng. In response, young Kate said that I would be very pleased to think that 4 people want to keep such a valuable thing. The strangers were stunned by such a boy's reaction and did not know what to answer. General Chi Feng, who was hiding behind the door, heard the suggestion that first everyone would look at this thing and then somehow decide who it belonged to. When the young master invited everyone to go to the godfather's family safe, General Chi Feng also decided to join. In the very first room that the guests entered, there was a crystal sphere, and since nobody knew what the thing looked like that was handed over by the warrior guild to Old Keith, everyone rushed after it. Unknown heads ran towards the sphere wanting to get this artifact. The main character, watching through the eyes of Duran Keith, could not understand why people from the Osid plane hunt for the crystal sphere, which is used to record sound and pictures. The first one with the stranger who reached the sphere realized that it was not the thing they were hunting for. The others also found nothing. Finding nothing that looked like what the warrior guild could have passed on, one of the strangers accused young Keith of hiding the artifact. The boy was outraged by such suspicion, noting that he himself opened the family safe so that strangers could search it. The unknown man in glasses apologized to the young master for accusing him. The rest, unknown, said that they came to try their luck, but if the Kate family does not have what they are not looking for, then they leave. Although it is unknown who left the estate of Kate's family, the butler was sure that they would not stop there. The young master agreed, but added that the main lever will be strength, the most important thing for the family to survive this storm now. Finally, the boy asked the butler if he knew exactly where his father hid the thing that everyone was hunting for, and received a negative answer. Controlling the consciousness of Duran Keith, the main character understood that the four unknowns would not leave the island until there was a chance to get the thing of the Guild of Warriors. In the office of young Duran's father, there was the area that the unknowns were so looking for. One of the unknowns had the understanding to go to Burlaki Kate's office. Yu's wit was betrayed. The unknown appeared to be from the Warriors Guild, and the guy with glasses who followed him realized that this guild was covering Old Keith. The guy in glasses, who turned out to be a representative of Lord Occam, addressed another unknown person by the name of Harvey, and offered him to simply give the sphere to survive. Harvey replied that since it was his business, he would negotiate with the Lord himself, and as a bonus, he would ask to kill the cheeky kid with the glasses. The guy in glasses decided to attack Harvey to take the sphere from him. Harvey was called a toxic shooter because he used poison arrows, and now he decided to respond with such an arrow to the attack of the guy with glasses. After shooting the representative of Lord Occam, Harvey was sure that he had killed him. Suddenly, the toxic Sagittarius felt that all four of his hooves were immobilized. The magic sphere fell from Harvey's hands and rolled across the floor. The sphere stopped when it touched Duran Keith's feet, and I, the young master, caught it. Raising the sphere, the young master noted that he was taking it for himself. Harvey realized that he was wanted, rushed at the boy to take the prey for himself. Duran Kate easily knocked down the toxic minotaur, then noted that now everyone would see what the warrior guild was hunting for. In the first frame of the video, Lord Occam was present armed with a knife. Then the Platinum Deacon committed the murder of 3 people, the wife of the son and son-in-law of the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities. In the last frame, the perpetrator was leaving the crime scene, taking with him a bag of loot. General Chi Feng suddenly appeared in the room with another unknown person who said that he had watched a very interesting story of the murder. Not finding meaning in his incognito, the unknown person who came with the general took off his hoodie, and everyone saw Lord Occam. Since his crime had just been exposed, the Platinum Deacon apologized to everyone for having to kill everyone today. The guy in glasses who faithfully and truthfully represented the interests of his master was scared the most. Harvey called the guy with the glasses very naive and added that only corpses are good at keeping their mouths shut. Turning to Harvey, Lord Occam asked him to finally tell why the Warriors Guild had given Old Kate a compromising message on him, perhaps in order to get the presidency in the Bright City. The representative of the Warriors Guild turned out to be rather dumb and replied that he did not understand the question. The main character realized that the Warriors Guild had deliberately given this video to the Old Keith, that he had demonstrated to his lord that in the future he would make him his puppet. Deciding to start dealing with the witnesses, Lord Occam began with Harvey, attacking him with a sound wave. Harva's Minotaur said that he obeys only the law and does not agree to be killed. To prevent the impact of sound waves, Harvey surrounded himself with a protective layer. The head of the Warriors Guild came to stop the Platinum Deacon and told him that Old Keith's task was to make a deal with the Lord. The head of the Warriors Guild directly accused Lord Occam of killing Old Keith, but he, in turn, noted that he was not so desperate. The Lord assumed that the murderer of Old Keith was someone who has the fourth degree. If everyone present is excluded, the number of suspects will be significantly reduced. Chris Green appeared at the scene, and if he is suspected, he has no motive for the murder because he cooperates with the Warriors Guild. Having seen a marionette of the blue race, the main character, who observed everything through the eyes of Duran Keith, was surprised when he managed to obtain the fourth degree and appear in the Bright City. The head of the Warriors Guild, interceding for Chris Green, offered the Lord an agreement according to which the Spy Guild penetrates into the federation of hundreds of cities and takes leadership positions there. The Platinum Deacon refused to pay such a high price and noted that he could only give 10% of the information. Even as little as 10% was accepted by the head of the Warrior Guild, and they made a deal. Suddenly, a powerful fist of fire flew between Lord Occam and the head of the Warrior Guild. No one expected that Norton, the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities, would appear at the scene and accuse Lord Occam of murdering his son. Seeing the chairman, the Platinum Deacon was very frightened and began to pray that he would be heard. Norton did not want to listen to anything, declaring that he would beat this representative of the fourth degree, and his son's spirit would finally find peace. Wasting no time, the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities struck a blow at the abuser of his family. Norton's first fist reached its goal, and an explosion occurred at the point of contact with the Lord's body. The Sycamore Deacon perfectly understood that he could not cope with the chairman alone, so he turned to the arrest to support him, noting that the three of them have a chance to defeat Norton. The chairman of the Federation of Hundreds of Cities asked the warrior guilds if they wanted to stand in his way. The head of the Warriors Guild offered Norton to let the Lord go, arguing that it was quite difficult to reach the fourth degree. The chairman ordered the head of the guild to get out of his way, promising to deal with him as well if he did not. A duel between two carriers of the fourth degree began over the Bright City. Those of the passers-by who saw the beginning of this battle decided it was better to run home. The head of the Warrior Guild transformed into a dragon and attacked the chairman. In turn, Norto accused him of cowardice because he did not want to fight him personally. Lord Occam noted that Norton uses his power to humiliate others, even though the Platinum Deacon himself had reached the fourth degree a long time ago. The main character looked at Chris Green and understood that the boy is very cunning because he is the only one with a fourth degree who does not get involved in a fight. Annoyed, Lord Occam asked Chris Green why he was not helping. The blue marionette replied that it cannot be turned on without the order of its management. Yang Shi, who controlled Duran Kate's consciousness, reflected that Norton's presence was very helpful in gathering information, and most likely the Lord would die, although it was better to die at this fourth stage. By activating the image of UC, he decided to help the chairman of the 100 Cities Federation with a victory over Lord Occam. Meanwhile, the Lord launched a powerful soundwave attack towards Norton. In response, the chairman delivered another powerful blow with his fist. The blow turned out to be powerless because the Lord managed to hide in the sphere of the power block. To help the Federation chairman win, Yuzi decided to increase his strength. Norton could not believe that he managed to hit him with such force, because he knew very well what powers he could count on. The head of the Warriors Guild barely had time to warn Lord Occam when the chocolate of the chairman increased many times. The fist hit the sphere of the power block with such force that it all began to crack. Those who watched the fight could not believe their eyes as the chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities killed Lord Occam with one blow. Looking at his fist, Norton felt that he was under the influence of some law, as if it had been strengthened from the outside. The chairman saw Yuzi next to him and understood that it was he who helped him, but it remained a secret on the basis of which law it was applied. Looking at the fallen ally, the head of the Warriors Guild understood that without the Lord's help, he would look like a laughing stock. Together with Harvey, the head of the guild decided to leave the place of events as soon as possible. Chris Green saw UZ and decided to follow him, as many judges remained the main enemies of the blue race. Norton approached the younger Keith and asked if he really was the son of the deceased, and heard an affirmative answer. The chairman of the Federation of 100 Cities approved the fact that Duran Kate at such a young age reached the third degree, and assured that someone can reach the fourth as well. Unexpectedly for the boy, Norton raised his hand up and announced him as the new head of the Bright City. The meeting of the main associations of representatives of another world has begun. The head of the Warrior Guild presiding over the meeting praised the younger Keith and congratulated him on the occasion of receiving the position of head of Bright City. Likewise, His Holiness the Thunderer was appointed to the post of Platinum Deacon instead of Lord Occam, a young monk. The purple python, as a representative of the animal union, suggested that we move on to defense matters as soon as possible. Looking through the eyes of Duran Keith at how the representatives of associations from another world argue, the main character concluded that they have a very unstable relationship with each other. On the blue planet, the wind god also held a meeting where the information received from the judges regarding the main organizations that exist on the Osid plane was discussed. Wu Yangguang. He asked the representative of the Hero Association if they would be able to send reinforcements after hearing that the situation at sea was very difficult. Ton Tian asked the chairman if it was possible to connect his younger brother's troops, to which the wind god just waved his hand and said that it would be better to contact the judges' union for help. The god of the wind thought that only the union of courts is the only one that can fight unequally with representatives of another world. Meanwhile, the main character, controlling the personality of Duran Keith, began to perform the duties of the head of the Bright City. The boy summoned the commercial director responsible for the slave trade to hear a report from him. Instead, the person in charge of the slave trade humiliatingly promised to deliver the most attractive slave to the younger Kate's estate no later than this evening. This made the head of the city very angry because he summoned the person responsible for the slave trade for this. The official realized that he had misinterpreted his superiors and fell to his knees and begged not to order him. Duran Kate did not tell the official that he handed over the slave trader so that they would not abuse the goods and behave humanely with him. In response, the boy added that the leader whose resistance was caught recently should be brought to him. Yang Si thought that it is possible that in another world there are remnants of people who survived and organized resistance, and now it is necessary to understand how much can be trusted. The leader of the resistance, called by him, entered the door of the mayor's office. The main character asked the girl's name as seriously as possible. The leader of the resistance was not going to communicate with her enemies, so she turned her face away as a sign of protest. Since the main character had the ability to penetrate the brain, he did not need the girl to say her name, because he knew that the girl's name was Liu Yue Zhuo. The person responsible for the slave trade eavesdropped on what was going on in the chairman's office, but was satisfied that he had not made a mistake with the girl. In order to flatter the management, the person responsible for the labor trade ordered his subordinate to double the number of attractive girls for the mayor of the city of Yarki. Meanwhile, Yang Si continued the conversation with the leader of the rebellion and offered to sit down, noting that one of her legs did not work at all due to torture. The girl sat down and asked what the head of the city of Yake wanted from her. After offering the girl a drink of water, the protagonist told her that he knew not only her name, but also the location of their camp, as well as the number of weapons and people. This made the girl very angry, and she slammed her fist on the table and declared that it was impossible. Yang Shi liked that the girl cared about the fate of her people and was full of defiance, but he decided to continue testing her. Looking at Liu Yuezhuo, the main character noted that nothing is impossible and offered to name the girl all the information. At length, the boy listed the location, the number of weapons, the number of people and resources of the rebel army. Hearing this information, the girl was in despair. She could not believe her ears. An unexpected girl jumped up and, grabbing the main character by the throat, began to ask who betrayed them and where he got all the information. Despite the fact that the girl was holding him by the throat, the protagonist said that her deputy, Chen Qi, lives in the Bright City, and many operations he knew about failed. The girl was outraged by such suspicion of her deputy, accused the boy of lying. In turn, Yang Si noted that I gave birth to warn him, and whether she believes or not is her personal matter. The guy decided to use the ability to suppress the will on the leader of the rebellion. Looking closely at Liu Yuezhuo, the protagonist ordered her not to resist and completely fall under his will. Instead, the girl escaped. She did not submit to Yang Shi's will until she lost consciousness. The protagonist supported the unconscious leader of the rebellion and admitted that he was dealing with a person with a highly developed willpower. Leaving the office, Duran Kate, whose consciousness was completely under Yang Shi's control, ordered the boy he saved to clean up thoroughly. While cleaning the desk, the boy saw a document under the counter quite secretly, and he was very interested in it. This document was specially left by the main character to check the boy. Having read the document, the boy made a plan to rescue the resistance leader. The first step was to go to prison. The next step was communication with the security guard, who was very negative. But when he heard that the visitor was from Kate's family, the guard immediately calmed down. The transformed grasshopper that was the guard asked us why the representative of Kate's family came to the Western butchery. The boy confidently declared that he came to pick up a girl for the head of the bright city. The guard told the boy that, although the girl has the second degree, I can't do anything while the collar is on her. Hearing about the collar, the boy immediately found himself and ordered the guard to bring the key to it. The guard began to suspect something and told the boy that after the collar was put on, the girl would be able to fight at full strength. The guy rudely replied that the guard was asking a lot of questions, and did he think that the head of the city could be intimidated to the second degree? Handing over the key to the collar, the guard decided to check on the boy and asked him about Gabriel's health, to which the boy replied that he was a friend of his boss. Opening the collar, the boy noted that Gabriel is busy now, but he will give him congratulations. The guard understood that he had been tricked, but it was already too late. Xiao Yang and the girl ran as hard as they could along the prison corridor, wanting to escape from the pursuers. The fugitives had to reach a secret passage to have a chance at freedom. Liu Yuezhuo just now guessed that the boy had no relation to Kate's family. Xiao Yang confirmed this to her once again to finally calm the girl down. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stopped. Ta asked the rebel leader to do the same. On the way of the fugitives stood the head of the prison, who was very pleased with the opportunity to make a mark with those weaker than him. The leader of the rebellion immediately used the ability of the flow of 1,000 blades against the chief, but they did not harm the opponent at all. Xiao Yang ordered the girl to run away while he detained the warden. Having only the first degree, the boy tried to save the leader of the rebellion, although he could have been stopped by a guard. In turn, Liu Yuezhou noted that she is from the army of the rebellion, and it is not customary for them to leave their people in trouble. The head of the prison heard all these arguments between the boy and the girl, only laughed at them, threatening to make good meatballs of the escapees. Rushing to attack the fugitives, the fat warden continued to threaten them when some force knocked him off his feet. Xiao Yan and the girl did not see that Mr. Pig appeared behind them to save them. The fat man barely got to his feet and indignantly asked Mr. Pig who he was. Mr. Pig raised his hand and ordered the warden to lay the bed and not to annoy him. A representative of the Union of Judges opened a portal that carried the warden to the realm of the void. Xiao Yang was amazed at how quickly the powerful attacker was finished off. The leader of the rebellion turned to Mr. Pig and asked who he was, but she heard only silence in response. The girl was very honorable and said that if Mr. Pig does not want to chat with her, then they will leave. Most of all, Liu Yuezhuo wanted to know where the secret passage to freedom was, and Xiao Yang told her the direction. The girl could not understand why her new friend was pointing to the stone wall instead of the passage. According to the map of Kate's family, there should have been a mysterious passage in the place where the boy was pointing, but in fact it was not, and this greatly confused the fugitive. The leader of the uprising, being more experienced, assumed that the card could be forged. Xiao Yan angrily threw the card away, guessing that it was fake from the beginning. Then everything went very well today. Liu Yuezhou calmed the boy who was in distress and promised to take him from here even if he died. Observing what is happening, the main character from the very beginning organized this operation to check Xiao Yang. While the boy and girl were in despair, Mr. Pig turned to them. To save young people from prison, Mr. Pig sent them through the portal behind the prison walls. Mr. Pig's portal transported the fugitives to the night city. Looking at the prison from the side of the free city, Xiao Yan happily noted that they managed to escape. Liu Yuezhuo was in despair because she learned from the head of Bright City that he knew every last detail about her rebel army. The girl was so desperate that her people could be killed at any moment. Mr. Pig interrupted the young people's dialogue by asking if they had time to rest. Taking Liu Yuezhuo in his arms, he once again asked Mr. Pig who he was and why he saved them. This time, Mr. Pig called himself and added that he came with the dove of the planet from the land of the four seas. Xiao Yang was delighted with this information, especially since he knew that the defense front of the blue planet was winning now. But Mr. Pig added that he had come to the Ossid Plain as a scout. Mr. Pig directly asked the young people if they agreed that the rebel army should join the defense front of the blue planet. The leader of the rebel army said that Mr. Pig should not dream of such a thing because it is unrealistic. The representative of the Union of Judges answered the girl that nothing is unrealistic for them. The girl despaired again and declared that this is a fantastic and impossible task, and Mr. Pig is a naive dreamer. After listening to the girl's opinion, Mr. Pig turned to Xiao Yan comatose and asked if he wanted his people to get out of slavery. The boy resolutely replied that if Mr. Pig is not lying, then he agrees to pay any price for it. Mr. Pig reassured Xiao Yan, assuring him that the Union of Judges can always be relied upon. Hearing that the representative of the Union of Judges was talking to them, the young people immediately revised their attitude towards Mr. Pig. Disappearing in the portal, Mr. Pig agreed with the young people to meet them in the rebel army in 3 days. With the beginning of the morning, the camp of the rebels began to populate little by little. In 3 days, as agreed, the young people were on the approach to the camp of the rebel army. The people Xiao Yang saw looked very exhausted. The leader of the rebel army confirmed that there is a problem with food in the camp, which is why people look naked. Mr. Pig, who appeared behind the young people, noted that they came just in time, and they greeted him politely. The judges' union representative was holding 2 glasses for the ability elixir so that the young people could immediately move to the 3rd stage. Xiao Yang was the first to drink the elixir, immediately feeling a great rush of energy. Seeing that the boy had already moved to the 3rd degree, Mr. Pig asked him about his feelings. The 3rd rank was an unexpected gift from the judges' union, so Xiao Yang thanked the pigmaster sincerely. The leader of the rebel army was amazed that the judges have such elixirs that raise the rank. She regretted that she did not know about it earlier. In turn, Mr. Pig showed a list of all the traitors who were currently among the rebels. The representative of the Union of Judges gave the order to the new subordinates to kill all the traitors outright. After reading the list of traitors, Liu Yue Zhuo was horrified at how many respected members of the rebel army were there. Mr. Pig reminded the girl that in the last 2 years, the army lost 50% of its personnel, and reminded that there were also living people who died due to treason. With these words, Mr. Pig ordered the 2 new members of the Union of Judges to put on their masks and begin the task. Young people began to destroy the traitors and clean up the rebel army. Having obtained the 3rd degree, Xiao Yang tested new possibilities on the traitors by destroying them with the help of energy strikes. Mr. Pig also participated in the cleansing of the rebel army. The judge opened a portal to the realm of the void and sent traitors there. Destroying the traitors one by one, the young people reached the last, the most powerful of them. Addressing the judges, the traitor, leaning against the wall, admitted that he had not served anyone in the rebel army. The traitors turned out to be the deputy commander of the rebel army named Chen Qi, and realizing that there would be no mercy for him, he rushed into the attack and immediately received a powerful energy blow. In order to finish off the traitor, an elder of the rebel army joined in, hitting him with a dragon flame. Burning in the dragon fire, Chen Qi cried out, pretending that he did not understand why the elder had done this to him. The elder said that a few years ago, he learned that Chen Qi had become a traitor. But due to the fact that he held a high position, it was impossible to approach him. Likewise, the old man, watching the traitor burn, added that the judges cleared the rebel army of traitors, but did not have time to reach the leader. So he took on this mission. Seeing the leader of the rebel army, the elder was very happy, and opened his arms to embrace the girl and congratulate him on his return home. Liu Yuezhuo took off her mask and the judge, Ta, also congratulated the elder. When the judges gathered together, the elder thanked them for helping to get rid of the rats, and noted that he would somehow thank the union. Mr. Pig did not waste time, but offered the elder a sign of gratitude to hand over his position as the leader of the rebel army. The representatives of the rebel army were indignant at such a proposal because they recognized the elder as the only leader of the rebel army, but they trusted him. Instead, the elder himself was ready to leave the position of leader. Mr. Pig surprised everyone by proposing to appoint Xiao Yang as the head of the rebel army. Mr. Pig ordered Xiao Yang to remove the judge's union mask. When the boy took off his mask, the representatives of the rebel army saw how young he was. The appointment of such a young guy as the head of the rebel army outraged its representatives, and some even wanted to fight so that this would not happen. The elder saw that a mutiny was brewing among the rebel army and ordered everyone to shut up and not argue because their organization needed young and energetic leaders. The rebels were told that Xiao Yang would be appointed as their leader, and Liu Yuezhuo would serve as his deputy in place of the murdered traitor, Chen Qi. Since the elder himself was not against appointing the boy, the rest supported this decision and appointed a new leader. Mr. Pig opened the portal and noted that the rebel army would not be hindered by provisions. Boxes with food began to fall out of the portal, and the representative of the court asked the rebel army to pick them up as soon as possible. People were satisfied that they were finally provided with the necessary food. Turning to Xiao Yang, Mr. Pig noted that food and water would be enough for the rebels for 3 months and asked the new leader to make good use of this time. The boy carefully looked at the representative of the Union of Judges, whom they have asked what further steps the rebel army should take in relation to the plan. Mr. Pig replied that he was returning to the regions of the four seas and would prepare for the war that was about to begin. Meanwhile, no less interesting events were developing on the Banana Island. Old Master Qian was amazed by the alchemical matrix of the artifact that Yuzi gave him. The main character asked the master if it would be possible to remove this matrix. He heard that the answer was that the master does not have such qualifications. Qian Bukui said that it is necessary to control a large number of alchemical matrices at the same time, despite the fact that the work consists of their small sizes. After hearing such disappointing information, Yuzi asked A if there was still some way to obtain the matrix. The master added that if it were not for the secrecy of these artifacts, it would be necessary to gather great alchemists from all over the world to implement the task. The main character really liked this concept. He ordered you to start with alchemists in order to achieve what you want. Handing the heirloom stone to the old master, the young man asked to understand its structure. Holding the powerful artifact in his hands, Master Qian could not hide his impression of it. The protagonist said that this artifact was mined in the occupied territories of the southern continent. This information stunned the old master even more, because the heirloom stone is a great achievement of the Obsidian civilization. Thanks to this technology, they are many times ahead of humanity. Master Qian noted that possessing these two artifacts can prove humanity, and asked if there was a need to tell anyone about it. The main character left the decision to publish this information to the discretion of the old master. The cabinet approached the god of the wind passively and told them that they had received an invitation from the judges' union, Wu Yang Guang. He took the letter from the judges in his hands and noted that the union is not standing still and will invent new approaches in the law of war. The wind god's assistant Tong Tian, on the other hand, did not expect anything good from the judges, noting that the letter might contain bad news. The god of the wind asked the boy not to taunt, because without the help of the judges' union, the probability of victory in the war drops to 30%. While reading the letter, Wu Yangguang, he could not lose his emotions because Mr. Pig had obtained all the information about the meditation method. Turning to the assistant, the god of the wind was delighted to announce that thanks to the union of judges, the technical gap between humanity and the inhabitants of the Osid Plain was reduced by hundreds of years. Tong Tian suggested that the union here might be bluffing. The wind god pointed to the letter and noted that the judges' union had sent an official appeal to the Hero Association, the Trade Union, and the Iron Blood Army, asking them to accept the meditation method agreement. Wu Yangguang. He was forced to admit that the judges' union is more far-sighted than their organization. Hearing this, Tong Tian was amazed at how far the judges had gone. 3 days later, Yuzi arrived at the wind god's office. The main character announced that a decision was made under one condition to make public the information that was obtained on the territory of the Osid Plain. Mr. Wu Yang noted that they always agree with the opinion of the judges, but asked to announce this condition. The condition of the union of judges was that they wanted to settle on the islands of the Mixed Sea. Hearing the conditions, the wind god did not know what to answer, and there was a pause at the negotiating table. Tong Tian, who was very prejudiced against the union of judges, said that they wanted to seize another sea. In turn, Mr. Wu Yang, having considered everything tomorrow, offered to hand over 15 islands owned by his trade association to the judges, and asked Wu Jinyin her opinion. The woman said that she can put the Mixed Sea under the control of the judges, but for an unlimited period of time. Jin Yin added that the time limit is a necessary condition because otherwise years may pass and it will not benefit the race. The protagonist agreed with these arguments and asked how much time, in their opinion, should be allocated to the union of judges. Tong Tian suggested a year, but added that the Mixed Sea owns a pan house with which the judge will have a very hard time. According to Mr. House, humanity will never defeat the people from the Osid Plain, but he is not in danger of personal death because he is level 4. Jin Yin added that despite the fact that Pan House is very powerful, the Mixed Sea has fallen into complete decline under his leadership. After agreeing to the terms, Yuzi asked if the countdown had already started, to which the wind god remarked that it was too risky to start now and it was necessary to wait for the end of the battle. On the other hand, Jin Yin remarked that the battle could never end. To end the debate, Tong Tian proposed to start the countdown after the battle of the 4th stages. After supporting Tong Tian's proposal, Miss Jin Yin suggested that the representative of the judges discuss the terms of payment. Pam Yuzi demonstrated to those present the blood essence of one strong master of ability that Mr. Pig brought from the southern continent. it can help master the meditation method. Similarly, the main character, seeing the delight with which the audience looks at the artifact, added that there is an opportunity to send out a drop of essence as a sample. Separately, the representative of the courts promised to tell how to develop the meditation method. Turning to Mr. Yang, Jin Yin remembered that he had turned to her for help in battle. The wind god was surprised by Miss Jin Yin's agreement, but heard that in return he had to share a few drops of the elixir with her. Tong Tian's assistant also offered to share the elixir and give it to him and Captain Zhao only drop by drop. These helpful suggestions of division greatly angered the wind god. Seeing all this, the main character realized with sadness that the pursuit of profit is present for both foreigners and people. To calm the situation, the god of the wind ordered to give everyone a drop of blood elixir. Meanwhile, in the heavenly manner, after improving the spirit contract to the 3rd level, the main character was given the spirit summoning skill. The boy remembered that Phoenix belongs to spiritual bodies and decided to correct this skill on her. The main character did not have time to remember about Phoenix when she appeared before him. Yang Shi used a new ability on the girl called Spirit Summons. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion at the place where Phoenix was. The main character did not expect to see such a result of the experiment in front of him. Instead of the girl Phoenix was, a little girl appeared in her place. Looking at Phoenix, Yang Shi noted that she had at least decreased in size, but her account had not changed. Phoenix, in turn, noted that she feels that her body can still be changed. After another transformation, Phoenix almost lost her clothes. The protagonist came to the conclusion that transformation depletes spiritual power and decided to stop there. The guy felt that a powerful battle was taking place in another world, decided to go and see it through the eyes of Duran and Keith. At that moment, Duran Kate observed through binoculars that the battle had reached a stalemate, and people from the Warriors Guild asked if the opponent wanted to continue. The main character singled out the goal of his new engagement with the enemies to increase Asid's losses on the battlefield. Controlling the consciousness of the younger Keith, the boy did not tell the troops to go in the same direction at the same speed. Since the Warrior Guild also wanted to save their people, the head of the city of Bright allowed an elite rescue team to be sent. Following the city mayor's command, General Feng Qi agreed to carry out this order. The main character sent a strong representative of the Warrior Guild to the island of Red Ice to certain death. This pleased him. Meanwhile, monsters from the Red Demon race were approaching the Red Ice Island. The leader of the clan, named, noted that the representatives of the Acid Plane needed a 3-fold increase after the meeting with the monsters in order to equalize the odds. The master of the element of green flame, a demon named Patrick, added that when they arrive on the island of Red Frost, they will all be slaughtered. Patrick ordered to speed up the movement of the boats because he couldn't wait to deal with the inhabitants of the Acid Plane. Also, the Lord of the Element of Green Flame added that he will personally burn whoever is the last to reach the island of Red Ice. Meanwhile, the leaders of the counterattack gathered in the Wind God's office, and Mr. Yang announced to Jin Yin that he was currently in command of the operation, not the Ironblood Army. Instead, Madame Jin Yin insisted that in order to land on the Red Frost Island, it was necessary to use crowd tactics. In turn, the Wind God said that the Free Army would land on the Red Frost Island in 4 groups. Then, the residents of the Acid Plain would have nowhere to run. Turning to his assistant, Tong Tian, Mr. Yang asked why the elite team that was sent by the Hero Association was not seen for the day. Looking at the assistant's defiant behavior, Lady Jin Yin suggested that he personally participate in the Battle of the Red Frost Island. Paying no attention to the words of the representative of the Iron Blood Army, Tong Tian remarked that the position of his boss, the Wind God, seemed more convincing to him. Lady Jin Yin was indignant with Tong Tian's superior behavior. Addressing the protagonist of The Godfather, a representative of the Iron Blood Army asked if the Union was ready to sacrifice 3 of its key members. Without answering Miss Jin Yin, Yuzi stated that he also supported the Wind God's proposal. Mr. Yan was pleased with this decision and ordered the elite team of the Hero Association to be sent to Red Frost Island immediately. Observing what is happening on the approaches to the island of Red Frost, the main character caught himself thinking that the feeling of anxiety does not leave him. 2 hours after the meeting of the headquarters of the counter-offensive, the events moved to the island of Red Frost. One of the groups, led by a moon crow, moved around the island in search of an opponent. Liu Yuan, who was represented by the Judges Union to support their representative, said that he had heard that 10 teams of the Hero Association had been sent for reinforcements, but for some reason he did not feel them. Suddenly, at the corner, on the territory of the island of Red Frost, 3 teams met at once. The Lunar Raven introduced themselves and noted that they were a team of sandwich holes from the referees' union. Yu Fong, who was in the Hero Association team, immediately felt the aura of the Moon Raven and recognized him as a teacher. The boy shouted, representing the Association of Heroes and a team called Dark Knight. Swordswoman Blanche, turning to Yu Rong, noted that the Hero Association had sent 3 people with a higher rank, the lowest of which was A rank. Moving on, the Lunar Warrior ordered to be careful, despite the fact that there are very few strong opponents on the island. In his mind, the representative of the Union of Judges reflected on the fact that a powerful army from the Ossid Plain had been sent to the island, and a cruel battle could not be avoided. Seeing the danger ahead, the Moon Warrior stopped his team. A guild of warriors appeared ahead, and the main character ordered to prepare for battle. Following the leader's order, Liu Yuan immediately transformed into a powerful werewolf, and swordswoman Blanche drew her sword. Moonraven saw that an unknown sphere appeared in the sky and prepared to counter. The capsule separated from the sphere and headed towards the United Teams of Humanity. The representative of the combined companies from the Fanwolf team ordered the other teams to stay outside and leave the Warrior Guild to them. Such indifference on the part of the Wolf Fan team infuriated the representative of the Iron Blood Army from the Bright Energy team, and she advised the bird-headed one to shut up. The bird-headed man was very indignant at such a remark and asked if the girl could repeat her insult one more time. The girl from the Iron-Blooded Army took out a grenade launcher and, placing it on her shoulder, offered the bird-headed man to fight. Despite the fact that the threat of a guild of warriors from another world hung over them, the representatives of humanity were ready to visit each other. Everything that happened between the friendly teams was watched from the headquarters of the counteroffensive. In order to resolve the conflict between the 2 warring parties, a Lunar Raven appeared and asked the Potaho-headed man if he could penetrate the realm of the Warriors Guild. Without any hesitation, the representative of the United Companies of the Wolf Fan burst into the sphere. Such an unexpected attack frightened the representatives of the Ossid Plain, and the presiding girl tried to escape from the bird hunter. The bird-headed warrior was determined to fight, so he didn't give the girl a chance. Having caught the girl, the warrior painfully pressed her to the floor so that she would not think of resisting. A representative of humanity promised a girl from the plane of Ossid that her death would be long. Suddenly, the Lord of the Green Flame element stormed into the realm of the Warrior Guild, who shouted indignantly for the bird-headed one to let go of Miss Wei Wei An. Representatives of the Red Demon family approached the bird-headed one, threatening him with the most exquisite methods of killing if he did not let the girl go. In turn, the representative of humanity pressed the gate with his foot to the floor, indicating in response with a red demon that if they want to take it, let them try. Great Patrick was very indignant and shouted that death awaits all representatives of humanity today. Bird had left the girl on the floor because she was no longer a threat. The captain of the Wolf Fan team flew out to meet the representatives of the Red Demon race to inquire who gave them the right to call people crooks. The birdhead's hand almost touched Big Patrick's face when Grantham sneakily punched him in the torso. The blow of the Red Demon was so powerful that the bird-headed one was carried several meters away, and an explosion occurred at the point of contact. Grantham was very happy that he did not use even a part of his strength, and the opponent was carried many meters away from him. Observing what was happening on the island of Red Frost, the Wind God noted that with the intervention of the Red Demon and Elemental Lord, it became more difficult to fight with people of Ossid's level. The representative of the Iron Blood Army was very exhausted, but said that she would come up with something to solve the situation. Yuzi saw that Mrs. Jin Yin began to disappear, and realized that if she, as the Lord of the 4th degree, would join the battle on the Red Frost Island, it would improve the situation of humanity. The owner of the Green Flame element flew up to the bird-headed one to enjoy his victory. The commander of the Fauna Wolves stood up and was ready to continue the battle. Unexpectedly, the bird had managed to snap Big Patrick, much to the amusement of Grantham, who was surprised that his friend had turned out to be so weak. Patrick was surprised that he received a rebuff that he did not expect and promised the birdhead to eat him. The commander of the Fan Wolves decided to escape from the realm of the Warriors Guild. Big Patrick overtook his opponent, and together they broke through the sphere, finding themselves outside. Bird-headed was very exhausted, which gave the element owner the opportunity to grab him by the throat. Holding the weakened opponent, Patrick noted that he was a strong warrior, but the gap in their combat power was very large. The owner of the element of Green Flame was not going to give life to the bird-headed one. Noting that he had lost, he was going to eat him. Unexpectedly, Patrick received a powerful shot from a grenade launcher, which was carried out by the captain of the Iron Blood Army team. The girl did not mention that no one has the right to touch people with the head of the planet. After hearing that the bird-headed one was still unable to speak, the girl from the Iron-Blooded Army said that she would find a solution to the problem with the Lord of the Elements herself. The representative of humanity began to attack Grantham with powerful burst balls. The bursting bullets hit the Red Demon clan member quite powerfully, and a powerful explosion took place in his place. The captain of the Iron Blood Army team was hoping that the attack would finally destroy Grantham. Unfortunately, such a powerful attack was only able to knock out the eye of the Red Demon, which he amusedly picked up from the ground and put back. The team representatives were amazed at the power demonstrated by the demons, while Grantham was already boasting that he was going to kill everyone. Suddenly, the Red Demon felt a powerful blow to his back that knocked out his eye again. Sneaking up from behind, the protagonist's disciple named Yu Fang dissolved the monstrosity in the air with one blow. After finishing off the Red Demon, Yu Fang decided to deal with the Lord of the Green Flame element. The protagonist looked at his student and could not believe his eyes how much the boy had grown and strengthened. Turning to Yu Fang, Patrick noted that this rather strong opponent, if he surrendered, could count on a place in his guard. Since the boy did not give up, the great Patrick promised to make him the first person he would kill today. In response, the student of the protagonist only noted that the green monster talks too much. The guy flew out to meet the blow and leveled it. The Element Master was not prepared to face such powerful opponents, and the fact that the boy was able to block his shot alarmed him greatly. Using the fiery green lotos technique, Patrick began to destroy everything around him with powerful fire shots. The boy tried to block these blows, but the echo flew in different directions, striking the surrounding people. Yufan dodged the green lotus attack as best he could, but not all of the people present were so lucky. In order to somehow give advice to Patrick's powerful weapon, the student of the main character decided to pick up a stone slab. The boy saw how a green lotus petal wanted to reach and destroy one of his brothers, and threw a stone slab at the petal. A powerful blow of a stone slab was able to save the boy who had already said goodbye to his life. Great Patrick had to admit that in the person of Yu Fan he had a very powerful opponent, and this made him angry. To take revenge for his powerlessness in front of the boy, the Lord of the Element decided to use the green lotus technique to destroy as many people as possible. Yu Fang quickly understood the treacherous plan that his opponent wanted to implement, and for that he hated him even more. Watching the boy's duel with the big Patrick, Mrs. Jin Yin saw that the situation was getting out of control and it was time for her to intervene. Instead, the Lunar Raven trusted his student 100%, and he was interested in how he would solve this situation and what he was capable of. Realizing that all hope was only on him, Yu Fang flew towards the sphere where the green lotus weapon was located, thanks to which Patrick could do a lot of damage. The main character and Liu Yuan were understandably behind the boy and wished him success in dealing with the green monster. Observing the movement of Yu Fan, the Moon Crow realized that on the surface it seems that nothing is stopping the boy on the way to the green lotus, but there is a powerful fire protection around him. For a moment, it occurred to the main character that the boy, who decided to attack the green lotus head-on, was doomed to certain death. Approaching the green lotus, Yu Feng felt that his clothes were starting to burn, and this surprised him greatly. Great Patrick, seeing the movement of the boy, stopped and hastened to conclude that after all, he was dealing with ordinary people. The opponent's suddenly accelerated movement toward the green lotus caused the elemental master to tense up. The boy managed to connect the ability of the ice armor, providing himself with the impossibility of being hit by the fiery defense of Great Patrick. The approach of inevitable retribution scared the owner of the element of green fire very much. He could not understand why people have such powerful abilities, similar to those possessed by monsters. The only thing that remained with Patrick was the green lotus, which he used as a weapon against the boy approaching him. The Lord of the Elements cherished the hope that it was not the green lotus that would protect him in the end. At some point, the last green fire lotus appendage restraining Yufan dispelled, and the boy found himself face to face with his hideous opponent. Those present saw a huge explosion on the roof of the sphere belonging to the warrior guild. When the fog and waves from the explosion dissipated, the boy saw his fallen opponent lying. The boy carefully looked at the one who once called himself the owner of the element of green fire. Before his death, Patrick had to admit that he had never met a fighter stronger than Yu Fan on his way, and he was not ashamed to die at his hands. Patrick looked at Wei Wei's dead body and apologized for not being able to protect her. The first battle that took place between the inhabitants of the plain of Osid and the representatives of humanity ended with the victory of the inhabitants of the Blue Planet. Despite the fact that the leaders were defeated, the followers of the Red Demon and Great Patrick wanted to continue fighting, but Yu Feng and the other fighters were worthy to fight back. Green monsters went on the offensive because they considered people to be trash and unnecessary. The representatives of the Hero Association fought worthily against the monsters from the Osid Plain. Miss Jin Yin could not believe that the representatives of the Fourth Degree were hiding when a large number of inhabitants of the Osid Plain were being destroyed before their eyes. A representative of the Iron Blood Army. I heard the opponent's surprise that she, as a woman, also has the Fourth Degree. The head of the Warriors Guild overestimated the ability of the light type possessed by Miss Jin Yin. The representative of the Osid Plain snapped his fingers, which caused a powerful explosion. Powerful energy currents began to hit the ground around Miss Jin Yin, greatly surprising her. One of the energy streams hit her directly, knocking her to the ground. One of the currents that was summoned by the head of the Guild of Warriors knocked the swordswoman Blanchette off her feet and hit the ground hard. The main character ran to the swordswoman to heal her as soon as possible. The boy left the wounded Blanchette in Chi-Wei's care and went to look for Liu Yuan himself. The Lunar Raven found only the head of a werewolf that begged him to help in any way. Liu Yuan demanded to help him regenerate as soon as possible, and the protagonist started the process. Helping his godson, the Moon Raven told that the enemy of the Fourth Degree attacked Mrs. Jin Yin, and it is necessary to retreat because there is a chance that everyone will die in an unequal battle. At that time, Miss Jin Yin came to her senses and was ready to fight the head of the Warrior Guild, accusing him of treacherous methods. The head of the guild just laughed at the warriors, noting that he was lucky that he managed to attack first. In her turn, Mrs. Jin Yin asked the opponent to say her name so that she would understand whom she was killing. Instead, the woman's opponent just laughed and advised her not to waste time, also noting that he did not come alone. Miss Jin Yin tried to attack the guild head, but he dodged in time. The guild leader snapped his fingers once more, creating spheres of red demon warriors around him. Everything seemed to indicate that the head of the guild wanted to turn his heels, and he was simply asked about this by a representative of the Army of Iron Blood. The head of the Warrior Guild ordered his created army to attack the enemy. Mrs. Jin Yin did not have time to orientate herself as her opponent. Together with his army, pointed his heels at the remains, noting that he would leave the island to mankind for 3 days. Landing on the ground, the woman realized that the head of the Warriors Guild had tricked her because she did not feel any representatives of the Fourth Degree around. When the Wind God flew up in time, Yu Zi and the third representative of the Fourth Degree carriers asked the woman if they needed to catch up with the fugitives. The Wind God assumed that the escape of the head and the Guild of Warriors could be a trap, and there was no point in pursuing them. Miss Jin Yin recounted that the fugitive said that he would leave the island for 3 days, so it is possible that in 3 days the inhabitants of the Osid Plain are preparing another attack. After consulting, the Wind God and the main character decided not to trust the enemy's words, and it is better to clear the next battlefield. Left alone with his godson, Yu Zi was finally able to ask the changeling what happened to him. Liu Yuan said that he was hurt by the Lord of the Fourth Degree. The boy reassured the student that it was not a shame to suffer from the owner of the Fourth Degree. Yang Shi was sitting on a bench in the seashore and pondering the situation on the Red Frost Island. The boy was brought out of his thinking state by Yu Ran, who reminded him that he had not rested for a long time. The main character said that he could not sleep, and mine went out to freshen up a little, and the girl confirmed that she went out into the yard for the same reason. The boy thanked Yu Rong for her dignified behavior, and noted that if she had won, the fire monster would have caused much more damage. The girl burst into tears, regretting that in the end she did not save anyone, and when Blanchette was injured, she could not help her. To calm the girl down, the main character put his hand on her shoulder and told her that Blanchette was fighting opponents who had the Fourth Degree and no one would help her. The girl stood up, apologizing for the fact that she is still in dirty clothes. It seemed to the main character that Yu Rong was behaving very strangely, and he asked if everything was okay with her. The girl assured that everything was fine, but for some reason quickly ran away from Yang Shi. Yu Rong had just left the boy when Chi-Wei appeared behind him. The main character was even more surprised when the girl also cried and ran away from him. Looking at himself in the mirror, Duran Kate admitted that it is very difficult to be beautiful. The servant told the boy that the commander-in-chief and other high-ranking officials wanted to meet with the younger Keith in the roof garden. On the roof of the roof, all the representative heads of associations of the Osid Plain were waiting for the head of the city Bright. Entering the garden, the young man greeted all 4 representatives. The head of the Warriors Guild said that on the island of Red Frost, he met in battle with a representative of the 4th degree. The warrior added that he was lucky that the representative of the 4th degree had light-type abilities and turned out to be very weak in a duel. The main character, who kept Duran Keith's consciousness under control, immediately caught the head of the Warrior Guild in a lie because he ran away from Miss Jin Yin as the last coward. Finally, the head of the Warriors Guild added that he was really expecting a pig from the Judges' Union, but he never appeared on the battlefield. After listening to his colleague, the Purple Python Upper said that he does not consider the presence of the 4th degree in the enemy to be a problem, as their knowledge of the deep meaning is much deeper. The commander-in-chief was pleased with this news, and he has already begun to count the slaves he will collect as a result of this war. Hearing this, the main character almost burned the commander-in-chief with a look. Left alone, Yuzi reflected on the fact that the human race faced a huge problem, because the inhabitants of the Osid Plain were superior to it in many ways. Babel saw Yuzi deep in thought and noted that he looked completely calm. The boy added that they have a very difficult task, and even with his combat training, he is still nervous before the war. The main character smiled and replied that Babel is nervous before the war because I have many more wars behind me than him. The wind god turned to Yuzi Ta and asked him to allow him to give thanks for today, because without the participation of the judges, people would not have had to go through a lot of trouble. The main character noted that there is no need to thank him because they all fight for the sake of humanity. Ouyang Guanghye embraced the boy and began to flirt, noting that if everyone was so worried about humanity, there would be much more confidence in victory. Looking at the cunning behavior of the wind god, the protagonist thought about why his son, Ouyang Xuan, was such a pure and open person, not at all like his father. A border boat rattled the tracks near the 5th Guard Island, waiting for the invasion of people from the Osid Plain. Day after day, waiting for the invasion, the border guards are already tired of being constantly in combat uniform. 2 friends agreed to go to a bar to have a great time. Suddenly, one of the boys was grabbed by tentacles and dragged to the bottom of the sea. Without thinking long, the friend of the victim rushed after him, trying to help. The one who threw help here was interrupted by what he was surrounded by. The boy was surrounded by sea monsters from different sides, leaving him no chance of salvation. In addition to the monsters, the boy was approached by a representative of the Sea Kingdom, who noted that he had never met anyone dumber than humanity. The Sea Dweller ordered the monster to kill the boy. The rest of the people were frightened by this event, and the inhabitants of the deep sea threatened to do the same to them. Unexpectedly, 4 powerful energy beams appeared from the water to protect the ship from sea monsters. Seeing the monsters from the plain of Osid, the wind god was very happy and advised them to prepare for death. Seeing the hero of the 4th degree, the people on the ship rejoiced because they felt that their protection had come. In the sky above the sea, both the representatives of the associations of the Osid Plain and the representatives of humanity who were waiting for them finally appeared. The head of the Warriors Guild offered the representatives of the 4th degree, which represented humanity, to surrender and serve the masters from the plain of Osid. Lady Jin Yin only laughed at this suggestion, noting that none of her representatives would ever betray their race. The wind god noted that he came here to fight and not to listen to some stupid proposals, and if there is no fight, then he will not waste his time here. The commander-in-chief of the Osid Plains first began the fight by attacking the wind god with powerful energy strikes. Miss Jin Yin decided to bring her case to the end by fighting with the guild head to the warriors and reminding before the start how he shamefully escaped last time. Babel chose a purple python as his opponent, trying to kill it with his immortality sword. The rival of the main character was Chris Green, who was a puppet of the blue race and a long-time sworn enemy of the Judges' Union.